Born amidst extraordinary phenomena, yet deemed a simpleton and guardian of the village. My grandfather's attempts to alter fate ended in failure. 12 years later, as the ban was lifted, I ventured forth to uncover the truth behind my grandfather's death and the whereabouts of my child bride. Chapter 1. Defying Fate. My name is Chun Sanchung. On the day I was born, an ethereal purple mist descended from the east, enveloping the land for 300 miles. The room where I entered this world radiated a brilliant red light, prompting the villagers to believe a fire had ignited. They rushed forward with buckets in hand, only to discover that all was calm. An extraordinary gathering of mice, dogs, cats, and weasels converged upon my home, forming distinct groups according to their species, with clear boundaries between them. Even the natural enemies, cats and mice, coexisted peacefully in that moment. They bizarrely prostrated on the ground in reverence, remaining utterly still. Even when trampled, they refused to depart. In our courtyard, lotus flowers bloomed mysteriously, their fragrance uplifting the spirit. Witnessing this spectacle, the villagers began to murmur among themselves. The Chen family is destined to give birth to a sage. Indeed, this is a celestial omen. Each child must be destined for immense wealth and prosperity. Let's not forget whose grandchild he is the grandson of a half-immortal. Amidst their discussions, my grandfather, known as Chun the half-immortal, gazed at the sky, his brow furrowed as he calculated the omens. Yet, his expression was one of despair, and he sighed deeply. An hour later, when the midwife presented me to him, he scrutinized my countenance and suddenly stomped his foot in frustration, lamenting, "Karma, truly karma. I have calculated the fates of the world throughout my life, only to end up with such a dull-witted grandson, just as he had foreseen. Born with an extraordinary anomaly, I did not exhibit any remarkable talents. Rather, I suffered from a slight intellectual deficiency. I was not able to speak until the age of 3, nor could I walk normally until I was 4. It was only at 5 that I managed to wean myself. Despite his verbal disdain, my grandfather patiently endeavored to teach me. However, my inherent dullness rendered me incapable of grasping the lessons he imparted, which greatly frustrated him. My parents, on the other hand, harbored no specific expectations. They merely wished for my happiness and safety as I grew. A turning point, however, occurred during my 6th year. That winter, the village was blanketed in heavy snow, clad in a cotton jacket. I curled up beside the Kong, engrossed in a comic book. Suddenly, an elderly man entered our home. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, his countenance grim, and was dressed in the garb of a hunter. Behind him, he carried a wooden tub. Within the tub lay a girl adorned in royal attire. Upon arriving at my home, the old man's first words were, "Old Chun, I have come to seek your help." My grandfather, taken aback, cast a glance at the tub and hastily replied, "This is beyond my capabilities. Please leave." Yet the old man knelt, his face a mask of desperation, pleading, "Old Chun, for the sake of our long acquaintance, please save my granddaughter. I will grant you anything you desire." My mother, unable to suppress her compassion, was about to offer some words of comfort. But my grandfather silenced her with a glance. Like the tea that moment, the girl in the tub stirred and opened her eyes. Upon seeing her, my mind felt as though it had exploded. The comic book slipped from my hands, forgotten in the wake of that overwhelming sight. At merely 6 years of age, I held no understanding of romantic affections between genders. Me. Women in the world were but akin to the likes of Arya and Sandan from the village. When in a foul mood, I would even engage in skirmishes with them. Yet, in this moment, I felt as though my very soul had been wrenched from my body. Before my eyes stood a girl, seemingly of my own age, yet radiating an allure that was enchanting. Dressed in a resplendent red fox fur coat, her skin was as pure as that of a celestial being from a painting. Even my mother could not help but exclaim, "This little girl is truly exquisite." However, my grandfather cast a glance away and sighed. Shaking his head, "It appears she shall not survive beyond a month. That is why I beseech you to save her. You are aware of my circumstances. Should you succeed in her recovery, I can offer you a fortune of gold." This elderly man, though unremarkable in appearance, spoke such profound words. Grandfather continued to shake his head, waving his hand dismissively. "Very well, take her to the side room to rest. We shall deliberate on this matter later." Though disappointment was etched upon the old man's face, He nodded in acquiescence. Once they had departed, grandfather closed the door and began to pace the room with uncontainable excitement. With a dragon's neck and phoenix's eyes, her worth is beyond expression. This girl is truly extraordinary in my lifetime. I have never encountered such a fate. It is indeed an eye-opener. Witnessing this scene, my father approached eagerly, saying, "Father, since he is so wealthy, why not seize the opportunity to profit handsomely from him and build a few grandchild houses? Leave. Grandfather waved his hand, glaring at him fiercely. Short-sighted fool, is this all you aspire to? Father smiled awkwardly. So, what do you suggest, Dad? Grandfather cast a complex glance at our little family before sighing and shaking his head in resignation. You all lack the fortune to enjoy riches. Even if I were to bestow upon you mountains of gold and silver, you would squander it in due time. However, he suddenly uttered something profound. As long as there is life, the Chun family endures in the days that followed. The elderly man and the young girl took up residence in my home. I became the girl's shadow, following her wherever she went, which proved to be a source of annoyance for her. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to me, her every frown and smile, even her moments of irritation, captivated me. Whether it was delectable food or delightful activities, she was the first thought that crossed my mind. This prompted my mother to remark, "You have completely forgotten your mother. Your mind is solely occupied with this girl." But I remained oblivious, as if ensnared by her charm. "Stop following me," the girl said, turning to me with a furrowed brow. I remained silent, simply gazing at her in a daze. She shook her head and chose not to elaborate further. That a few days later, as our acquaintance deepened, she confided her name to Miji Qianyue. She revealed that she was gravely ill, and only my grandfather could save her. Yet, grandfather persistently refused. The thought of the girl before me facing death sent me into a panic. Thus, for the next several days, I clung to my grandfather's leg, refusing to let go. My cries echoed throughout the courtyard. "Grandfather, please save her. She cannot die. I do not wish for her to perish." Grandfather, torn between laughter and tears, cast a complex gaze upon me. "You rascal, truly twisting your elbow outward." However, that very evening, he summoned my parents and me to the bedroom. With a grave expression, he fixed his eyes upon me and declared, "To save Ji Qianyue, it is neither overly difficult nor insurmountable. The crux lies in what price she is willing to pay." I looked at grandfather with confusion, while my parents seemed to grasp the implications. "Father, are you suggesting?" My father gazed at him in disbelief. "Indeed," grandfather affirmed, his gaze resolute as it shifted towards me. "Should this endeavor succeed, our ancestral grave will surely be enveloped in green smoke." But can he truly agree to such terms? My father questioned, rife with hesitation. That if he refuses, then so be it. This matter bears immense consequences. A single misstep could spell disaster for generations to come. Grandfather's expression turned notably grim. The following day, I overheard a heated argument that I never imagined you were one of those people. "You are clearly taking advantage of the situation. It is utterly shameless." The elder trembled with fury, his gaze fixed intently on grandfather. Grandfather remained tranquil, showing no signs of remorse. "You know better than I what troubles your granddaughter has courted. Should you wish for my assistance, this is the only condition I will entertain." I stood there, bewildered by the unfolding drama. As the elder noticed my approach, he pointed at me and berated, "Look at this foolish grandson of yours. How could he ever be worthy of my granddaughter?" A flicker of anger crossed grandfather's face as he retorted, "My grandson's affairs are not yours to meddle in. You will provide me with an answer today." The old man's expression darkened. His voice became somber as he pleaded, "I will offer you a fortune of gold." "Not enough." The grandfather shook his head. "I shall present you with an emerald mine." "Still insufficient." "I will give you 3 ancient ginseng roots." "Far from it." "I will bequeath you the entirety of my family's legacy spanning 3 generations." The old man's tone was exceedingly humble. The grandfather shook his head and suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Even with vast riches, what significance does it hold for a deceased soul?" The old man was rendered speechless, standing there in desolation and solitude. Ji Qianyue approached. gazing at the grandfather with eyes not befitting her youth. Oh, you believe you are worthy of my hand in marriage for your grandson? The grandfather regarded her, dismissing her as merely a child, and replied with a smile, in this world, only a handful can save you. I happen to be one of them. Yet there are still 4 others, Ji Qianwei retorted coldly. The grandfather did not respond, but instead gazed gently at me, saying, however, the one who would sacrifice their life to save you is solely me. Ji Qianyu's countenance shifted slightly, while the old man quickly grasped her hand. Let's depart. Grandfather, I have agreed. Ji Qianwei suddenly spoke up. Her declaration left the old man momentarily stunned, prompting him to urgently inquire, have you truly made your decision? I have made my decision. Are you unrepentant? I am unrepentant. The grandfather laughed heartily, his face alight with joy as he declared, it is settled then. Seeing that the situation had reached an impasse, the old man snorted coldly and abruptly turned to leave. Ji Qianyue did not leave instead. She remained in my home. Thus, she became my childhood betrothed. In the rural setting of that era, such occurrences were not particularly extraordinary that on the 3rd day after the elder's passing, Ji Qianyu's complexion grew increasingly pallid. She summoned my grandfather, saying, I have promised you, you must save me now. That my grandfather remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. To my astonishment, Ji Qianyue presented my grandfather with a black token inscribed with her name, emanating an unsettling aura that sent shivers down my spine upon merely glancing at my grandfather with a grave expression, accepted the token without uttering a word. That night, thunder roared and lightning flashed as he spent the night in the woodshed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, igniting the shed. The adults hurried to extinguish the flames, which burned for an astonishing 6 hours. Neither water could quench it, nor could earth smother it. When they finally discovered my grandfather, he was charred and unconscious. Yet he clutched the black token tightly in his hand. Although he survived after treatment, he was left paralyzed in bed. At that moment, he revealed the token, not handing it to Ji Qianyue, but instead passing it to me at the bedside. I then realized that the token in my grandfather's hand remained unscathed by the inferno, but the name inscribed upon it had changed. In my naivety, I could not decipher the characters at the time. However, my father informed me that the name had transformed from Ji Qianyue to Chen Xuanzi. Chen Xuanzi is indeed the name of my grandfather. He turned to Ji Qianyue, who was nervously fixated on the token in my hand. Upon seeing the name inscribed upon it, a look of relief washed over her face. Today, my grandson shall marry. Though his voice was faint, my grandfather's words resonated with unwavering determination. Isn't it a bit too early? Yikianiwe inquired. Not at all. Suddenly, my grandfather coughed, seizing the token from my grasp. His gaze, cold and piercing, bore into Ji Qianyue. Though I may have lost half of my life, I still possess the other half. Chapter 2. Grim tidings after a prolonged standoff with my grandfather. Ji Qianyue finally spoke. Let us first become engaged. I have left my birth date, hair, and blood here. My grandfather's expression softened as he nodded in agreement. That very night, the engagement ceremony commenced, drawing a multitude of villagers to partake in the occasion. My grandfather, beaming with joy, occupied the central position. The engagement ceremony was an elaborate affair, encompassing ancestral rites, the exchange of betrothal gifts, and various other steps. After traversing through these rituals, I found myself kneeling before my grandfather in the ancestral hall, adorned in a resplendent red garment. He presented me with a red pen and a family genealogy book. I inscribed my name within its pages. Though my handwriting was hasty, my grandfather expressed his satisfaction. When it was Ji Qianyue's turn, she exhibited considerable reluctance, clearly unwilling. Yet, under the weight of my grandfather's gaze, she ultimately acquiesced and penned her name. This act brought immense contentment to my grandfather, who seemed to collapse, falling to the ground. Strangely, I detected the aroma of roasted meat emanating from him. As night fell, my grandfather, despite his feebleness, managed to consume a few cups. Lying in bed, he summoned Ji Qianyue and me to his side. He was burning with fever, his consciousness fading. His words revolved around wishes for prosperity and eternal harmony. I wept inconsolably, while Ji Qianwei remained indifferent. After her departure, my grandfather suddenly regained clarity, his previous days vanishing. "Grandson," he said, "the words I am about to share are for you alone. You must not utter them to another soul. Grandfather's days are numbered. After my demise, if Ji Qianwei finds happiness with you for a century, it shall be a source of great joy for all. However, should she have a change of heart, you must cast the token into the 3-star cave, and in due course someone will take care of her. You must remember these words." Though I was perplexed, I nodded in agreement. Yet, the events of the following day surpassed everyone's expectations. On that day, Ji Qianwei vanished without a trace, and the family tree disappeared alongside her. Grandfather was frantic, mobilizing everyone to search, but to no avail. In his exasperation, he began to laugh bitterly, a lifetime spent capturing eagles, only to be pecked in the eye by this young girl in his old age. If that is the case, do not blame me. He then, trembling, handed me the black token, his expression laden with sorrow. "Hurry to the 3-star cave and cast this token inside. Remember, do not tell anyone. On your journey, do not speak to anyone, nor look back. Just run straight there, and be swift." I naturally heeded grandfather's words, seized the token, and departed. My parents, observing my demeanor, inquired, but I paid them no mind. Throughout my journey, I sprinted past everyone I encountered. The 3-star cave was not far from my home. I ran so hastily that I lost shoe along the way. Yet, I remained undeterred. The biting winds and snow of the northeast were excruciating against my bare feet, yet I did not falter. At last, I arrived at the 3-star cave. It is said to be dedicated to the city god who governs the underworld. I had entered before, and inside, there were only a few mats and yellow paper. On the yellow paper was inscribed the name of the city god. The entrance was nearly within reach, yet I found myself halted, for behind me, a voice called my name. It was Ji Qianwei. I momentarily forgot my grandfather's teachings, turning in excitement, only to behold Ji Qianwei accompanied by a boy and a gaunt old man. The boy, of similar age to myself, was adorned in splendid garments, while the emaciated elder wore a grayish-blue robe, marked with peculiar patterns. Realizing something was amiss, I attempted to turn back, but an invisible force compelled me forward. Step by step, I was drawn uncontrollably to stand before the gaunt elder. The boy flashed a grin and struck me squarely in the face, causing stars to dance before my eyes as I collapsed onto the ground. Almost immediately, the boy pinned me down, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon me. As I struggled to resist, my body was ensnared by an unseen power, rendering me motionless. With great effort, I lifted my head only to witness the gaunt elder raising a finger, muttering incantations, undoubtedly the source of my plight. Blow after blow, my face became bruised and battered. I struggled desperately, yet to no avail. At that moment, Ji Qianwei's cold voice rang out. "Enough, bring me the token." The boy snatched the token from my grasp and spat on my face with disdain. "Bah, country bumpkin, a toad wishing to eat swan meat," daring to lay eyes on my sister, Qianwei. He punctuated his words with a kick that left me wincing in pain. Ji Qianwei took the token, casting a glance my way before turning to leave. "Are we not to kill him?" the boy inquired, pointing at me. "No need," she replied dismissively. The lean, elderly man gazed at me with a smile, and I discerned from his countenance that he was destined to be a mere village guardian, destined to live a life of solitude until his last breath. How amusing, I thought. Thus, let him suffer a fate worse than death. Remember this. My name is Jean Sheng. Time slipped away, and after they departed, I struggled to rise, stumbling my way back home. Upon seeing my condition, my grandfather exerted himself to sit up. "What happened?" he inquired. I recounted the events that had transpired, unable to suppress my feelings of grievance as I collapsed into his embrace, tears streaming down my face. He sighed deeply, gently stroking my head. After a long silence, he spoke, seemingly oblivious to whether I could comprehend his words. "My dear grandson, I owe you an apology. If it were not for my actions, you would not be in such a predicament." He then revealed the truth. In his youth, he had fervently sought fame, yet his talents were lacking. In a moment of despair, he resorted to a forbidden art. The price of this dark practice was the degradation of his descendants' abilities, leading to a decline in their innate gifts. Yet, It was through this very act that he became renowned as Chun Bansian. My father, too, was of mediocre talent, leading a life of unremarkable endeavors, and now, in my generation, the situation has worsened. I have started to lose my wits. From the moment you were born, I knew you were destined to be a village guardian, he lamented. Upon hearing this, I was struck dumb. I understood that in every village there exists a fool, a designated guardian. Whenever the village holds funerals or weddings, they always invite the simple-minded to dine, and these individuals readily lend a hand, willing to undertake any laborious or unpleasant tasks as long as they are given something to eat. The elders often say, "A village cannot exist without its fools," and indeed, this rings true. At that moment, I wept, declaring my refusal to become a mere guardian of the village, rejecting the notion of being a fool. My grandfather gently stroked my head and sighed. For years, I have endeavored to defy fate. Yet, such matters are not easily altered. I once believed that marrying Ji Qianyu would change her destiny, but it seems that was merely my wishful thinking. It is no wonder, for her fate is beyond your control. However, since you refuse to accept your fate, I shall fight for you once more. In that instant, I detected a glint of madness in my grandfather's eyes. Dear grandson, I'm going to the Valley of Decapitation. A wave of terror washed over me. The Valley of Decapitation is renowned far and wide as a place of dread and misfortune. It is said to be littered with unkempt graves, with people dying there from time to time. Even during daylight, no one dares to venture near. Chapter 3. I became the guardian of the village, yet my grandfather was resolute in his decision to venture into the Valley of the Decapitated. This determination led to a heated argument with my parents. The details of their dispute elude me, yet the redness in their eyes conveyed an unwavering resolve as they gazed upon me. That very night, my parents, pushing a wheelbarrow, prepared to escort my grandfather to the ominous valley. Before their departure, my grandfather summoned me with a grave expression, commanding, "Kneel." Though perplexed, I complied. "You must swear to me within 12 years. You shall not leave the village, not a single step." "Indeed, I swear," I replied earnestly. I etched his words into my memory. For 12 years, I must not stray, lest calamity befall me. My grandfather tenderly stroked my head, his countenance resolute. "Today, I must confront the heavens, no matter the cost." I sat upon the steps, watching them depart with a heavy heart. My aunt soon arrived, her eyes swollen with tears, as if she sensed the impending doom. She clutched me tightly, preventing me from following them. The events that transpired thereafter remain hazy in my mind. I only recall the next day, when the lifeless bodies of my grandfather, mother, and father were brought back. Their corpses appeared eerily drained of blood, their hands contorted into peculiar gestures, exuding an air of profound aging. Those who bore the bodies claimed they had simply materialized by the roadside, while others whispered of the pack of foxes that had dragged them there. Thus, following that fateful night, I became an orphan. Fortune seldom arrives in pairs, and misfortune does not come alone. After being taken in by my aunt, I endured a high fever that persisted for a full 3 months. By the end of this duration, I had truly transformed into a simpleton, my nose running as I stumbled through the village with a foolish grin. As I wandered the streets, children would hurl stones at me. This had become my daily existence. It felt as though my soul had slipped away, leaving me to roam the village with trembling hands. The adults looked down upon me, while the children mocked me with their projectiles. Only the elderly gazed upon me with a hint of reverence. My aunt wished to send me to school, yet I could not bear the thought of leaving the village. Even if she enlisted several strong men to bind me, I would still break free, screaming and lashing out, unwilling to depart from my familiar surroundings. Over time, my aunt grew disheartened by my behavior, allowing me to wander aimlessly, transforming into a figure of ridicule among the villagers. One day, as I arrived at the haystack, I noticed a group of children gathering around me. With a sense of pride, I began to regale them with tales of my wife. My wife is as enchanting as a celestial being descended to earth. Her figure, her beauty. Ha ha, you're just boasting. If you truly have a wife, why not let us see her? One boy interjected. Yes, yes. The others chimed in, eager to join the teasing. I shook my head defiantly. My wife has gone home. When she returns, we shall wed. I will host 180 banquets, and the pork knuckles will be particularly succulent. bursting with flavor at the first bite. As I exaggeratedly gestured, the children erupted in laughter. In the village, I had unwittingly become a source of amusement for many. When a group of young people gather, they often tease me. "Sansheng, where's your wife? Has she run away?" I mutter, "She'll be home soon." Laughter erupts around me. Days pass by one after another. Thanks to my aunt's affection, I managed to live a relatively stable life. However, my aunt's health deteriorated and she passed away after a few years. My uncle began to harbor resentment towards me, believing that I was the cause of her demise. Consequently, he expelled me from his home and claimed our family courtyard as his own. Thus, I found myself wandering the streets, seeking refuge among the cornfields and straw heaps, which became my makeshift home. My appearance grew filthy, and I reeked of neglect from years without a bath. I had now descended into the life of a beggar. Unable to leave the village and starving, I survived by relying on the kindness of others. Fortunately, the elderly villagers treated me with respect. "Sansheng, come have a meal," called an old woman as she offered me a large bowl brimming with noodles. I eagerly snatched it from her hands and devoured the contents greedily. Observing my voracity, the old woman smiled and gently inquired, "Sansheng, my son Guizhang, is he doing well these days?" "Yes, he is," I mumbled through mouthfuls. That's good, that's good." She chuckled, bending down to ask, "Is it enough? If not, I can cook more for you." Midway through my meal, a sudden intuition struck me, and I abruptly halted. "What is wrong?" the old woman asked. "Old son has passed away," I replied softly, lowering my head to continue eating my noodles. The old woman's complexion suddenly took on an eerie hue. That evening, news of old son's demise spread throughout the village. By that time, I had already arrived at the mourning hall, assisting with the arrangements. The gazes directed at me from those around had transformed. No longer were they dismissive, but rather imbued with a hint of trepidation. Funerals and weddings presented rare opportunities for me. Not only could I indulge in a hearty meal, but with a stroke of luck, I might acquire a new set of clothing. Although it was a white mourning garment, I was indifferent, for at least it was clean. After satisfying my hunger, I reclined amidst the firewood pile, blissfully closing my eyes. In a moment when no one was paying attention, I uttered, 10 more years. Times were changing, and so was the village. Some ventured out to work, amassing considerable wealth, erecting new homes, and marrying wives, which ignited envy among others, prompting them to seek employment as well. Thus, the village flourished at a pace visible to the naked eye. Yet, I remained unchanged amidst this transformation. Refrigerators, color televisions, mobile phones, and an array of novel gadgets emerged, but they had no bearing on my existence. I continued to steadfastly inhabit the village. It was merely during occasions of joy and sorrow that I arrived earlier than anyone else, laboring quietly and sitting aside to eat. Occasionally, I would have some money in my pocket, and during those times, I would visit the small shop to purchase delectable treats. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Children my age had long since begun their schooling, yet I preferred to lie in the firewood pile rather than attend the village primary school, even if they offered me free enrollment. Consequently, I frequently hear such remarks: "Never emulate Chen Sansheng. Observe how he is both impoverished and indolent, destined to remain a bachelor for life." In response, I often retort, "I have a wife." Yet each time, my words elicit a chorus of laughter. Clad in ill-fitting garments, my hands perpetually tremble. I lower my gaze, searching for a smoldering cigarette, but that is yet to extinguish. In this moment, I feel as wretched as a stray dog. I watch my former companions, one by one, attending school, while I languish aimlessly in the village. Some urge me to seek employment, yet I have no desire to toil. I remain in the village, passing day after day in this manner. Frequently, I experience hunger, alternating between feasts and famines. The youth scarcely offer me sustenance, believing I am capable of fending for myself. Ironically, it is the village elders who regard me with respect. Each visit yields some reward. Regrettably, the number of elders in the village continues to dwindle. Years pass, and with the elders nearly gone, my existence in the village grows ever more desolate, reaching a point where I must compete with wild dogs for food. Chapter 4. Enduring for 12 years, it was during this period that a man arrived in the village, a timber merchant who decided to settle here. He was exceptionally kind to me, frequently bringing me food. I accepted everything he offered with gratitude. As days turned into weeks, we became quite familiar with each other. He introduced himself as Lin, and I affectionately referred to him as Uncle Lin. His curiosity about my life was palpable, and he often encouraged me to share my stories. I would exclaim, "My wife is truly beautiful, even more so than the stars on television." My excitement was evident as I animatedly gestured with my arms. "Do you wish to find her?" he inquired. "Of course," I replied eagerly, shaking his arm and imploring, "Uncle Lin, can you take me to her?" "Alas, I lack the means. The world is vast and unfathomable," he chuckled, handing me a cigarette. I remained silent, bowing my head to smoke. "However, I can escort you out of the village, allowing you to search for her on your own. What do you think?" I shook my head, fear etched on my face. "I cannot go outside. It is perilous beyond the village." Uncle Lin laughed heartily, but refrained from pressing the matter further. In the following years, he persistently urged me to leave the village, yet I consistently declined. Gradually, he ceased to insist. He treated me with great kindness, offering me shelter and providing me with suitable clothing. For 3 whole years, I resided with him. He expressed considerable astonishment at my ability to predict weddings and funerals, often asking if I could elaborate on it. I would shake my head, explaining that this gift was something I could only employ within the confines of the village. Upon hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. I knew he was sent by Ji Qianyue to test my resolve. Each time he called to report, I listened in quietly. Over the years, Ji Qianyue had become increasingly formidable. Uncle Lin, a man of considerable stature, spoke on the phone with trepidation. His face filled with reverence. It was evident how extraordinary Ji Qianyue had become, free from the fear of losing her life. Uncle Lin wished for me to attend school, but I steadfastly refused. He then hired a private tutor, only to have them dismissed by me. Now, it seemed he had resigned himself to my choices. After all, with a frail physique and an aversion to learning, I was destined to be deemed a failure. Years passed, and I lingered at Uncle Lin's house, growing plump and well-fed, while his patience began to wane. Recently, he frequently probed me with questions. "Sansheng, how about I take you away from the village to find a wife? Sansheng, would you like me to introduce you to a girl for marriage?" Eventually, he truly brought a girl into the picture. This girl was mute, possessing a delicate beauty. She, like me, was a guardian of the neighboring village. "Sansheng, I have brought your bride back," Uncle Lin announced. Rarely, I was consumed by rage. "This is not my bride. I already have one." Yet, Uncle Lin remained unfazed, cheerfully preparing for the wedding between me and the girl. I was not required to do anything. He would orchestrate every detail: dowry, 3 gold items, furniture, and transportation costs. He even reclaimed my house from my uncle-in-law. The villagers all spoke of him as a great benefactor, declaring that I had encountered a noble person. For those in rural areas, marriage is akin to enduring a painful ordeal. Yet, I found myself in a position where I needed to do nothing to embrace the beauty destined for me. Despite this, joy eluded me. However, the circumstances were beyond my control. On the day of the wedding, I was compelled to don my attire, a mere puppet in the hands of fate. Uncle Lin radiated joy, surrounded by hired young men bearing generous bridal gifts. Many around me expressed their sentiments, lamenting that Sansheng was destined for hardship, yet had unexpectedly encountered such a benefactor. Who could argue? Even one's own son would not be treated with greater regard. "Sansheng, you must honor your Uncle Lin well." However, this atmosphere of jubilation was short-lived. Suddenly, Uncle Lin's countenance turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Panic ensued as those around hurriedly transported him to the hospital. The wedding, which had yet to commence, concluded abruptly. Before long, tragic news arrived. Uncle Lin had succumbed to a heart attack in the hospital. The once jubilant family of the bride swiftly turned hostile. They had initially believed that with a wealthy benefactor like Uncle Lin supporting me, despite my perceived foolishness, life would be prosperous. With his passing, the bride's family immediately opted to annul the engagement, refusing to return the bridal gifts. Thus, I returned to a solitary existence. Now, I drift through life in a daze, smoking when offered, drinking whenever presented with liquor, living whimsically. Following Uncle Lin's death, his brother came to mourn, and upon seeing me, his eyes betrayed a profound disdain. On the surface, he still feigned the role of a guardian. Naturally, I was overjoyed. Thus, I continued to indulge in the hospitality of Uncle Lin's younger brother for a full 2 years. I became plump and well-fed, my lips glistening with grease. However, Uncle Lin's brother grew increasingly impatient. Ultimately, one day, he expelled me, cursing as he departed from the village. Subsequently, I relied on the kindness of strangers to survive. One day, disheveled and wearing a tattered hat, holding a cigarette and donning a pair of found frameless glasses, I called out to Xiao Zhuang. He had once been my childhood friend, but now he had dropped out of school to drive a taxi. Are you about to head out? I couldn't help but inquire. Yes, why? Xiao Zhuang replied impatiently. Today is my birthday, and I've saved 50 yuan. Could you bring me a cake when you return? I handed him a wad of crumpled bills. All right, he accepted the money. I waited eagerly at the village entrance. It was not until evening that Xiao Zhuang returned. Upon seeing my state, he said nothing but handed me a large cake. I understood that it far exceeded the 50 yuan I had given him. Would you like to come to my house to celebrate? I declined. No, I prefer to be alone, I murmured, lowering my head. Very well then. That night, lying in an abandoned field surrounded by flickering candlelight, I faced several memorial tablets. I grasped the cake in my hands, roughly stuffing it into my mouth. In that moment, I was no longer the naive and foolish person I once was. Having endured all of this, I now appear remarkably serene. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother. Today, I have turned 18. It is time for me to depart from this place. I have awaited this moment for 12 long years. Next, I shall cleanse my body in the river, then don the attire I have long prepared. With a blade, I will tame my unruly hair and retrieve a battered mirror. Through its reflection, I behold a visage that is cold and unyielding. At dawn the following day, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, I set forth from the village, burdened by my pack. Along the way, many inquired, why the sudden vitality? Are you off to seek employment? No, I replied. I am on a quest to reclaim my bride. Thus, with my burden upon my back, I continued my journey. At that moment, a tricycle came to a halt. In the driver's seat, my uncle gazed at me in horror, seemingly unable to recognize me. After a prolonged silence, he tentatively asked, Is that you, Sansheng? What has happened to you? Are you leaving the village? Take good care of my sisters, I replied, casting him a fleeting glance before speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. My uncle, as if struck by lightning, nodded pale-faced, repeatedly muttering, In the past, I was foolish. Do not hold it against me. I could scarcely muster the energy to acknowledge him, continuing on my path. Soon, the familiar faces dwindled, and I realized I had truly left the village behind. Chapter 5, the so-called aristocracy. Although I had departed from the village, I found myself at a loss. With no clear direction in sight, having spent an extended period in the village, I was entirely oblivious to the changes that had transpired in the outside world. Even if I wished to seek out Ji Qianyue, I was acutely aware that she had undoubtedly risen to prominence. Yet, what did that matter? The vastness of the world and the multitude of people rendered my search daunting. As I passed through a small county town, I discovered that I had merely 30 yuan remaining. After indulging in a bowl of noodles, I resolved to seek employment. Little did I know that upon reaching the labor market, I would attract the attention of 2 men. These men appear to be around 45 years of age, clad in black leather jackets, one tall and the other short. The taller one sported a buzz cut and bore a fierce countenance, while the shorter one had a gaunt face with thinning hair and a slender frame. Hey, you're here looking for work, aren't you? The shorter man seized my shoulder. Yes, I replied. I have a lucrative job opportunity for you. Interested? Sure, what is it? Just come with us. Thus, the 2 men led me away with an air of mystery. Along the way, they introduced themselves as Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qiwang. The brothers were in search of someone to accompany them into the mines. The mere mention of mining filled me with trepidation. It's too perilous. I cannot go, I protested. Not to worry, it's quite safe. The pay is generous, they assured me. Indeed, the provisions are decent as well. As they spoke, they began to restrain me further. I had no intention of fleeing. I simply followed them to a small local coal mine. Before the mine owner, the 2 insisted that I acknowledge myself as their nephew, and I did not deny it. Thus, the three of us became miners. In the pitch-black depths below, I trudged along in my miner's uniform. Aside from excavating coal, our time was filled with meals and idle chatter. A group of rugged men. Our conversations revolved entirely around women. "What do you plan to do now that you're out here?" Gao Qiqiang inquired. "I'm looking for a wife." "What happened to your wife?" "She ran away." I lowered my head, quietly eating my box meal. "What a pity," someone remarked. "It's all right. We earn well here. When we return to the village, we can build grand houses." "What sort of woman cannot be found then?" one miner suggested. "Indeed," Gao Qiqiang chuckled, giving my shoulder a reassuring pat. "Work hard, and everything will come to you." I nodded in agreement. In the following days, I enjoyed a pleasant camaraderie with my fellow workers. Aside from descending into the mine, our time was spent engaging in light-hearted banter in the dormitory. Sitting beside me, Gao Qiqiang said with a grin, "Little brother, tell me about what your wife is like." I proceeded to describe her. Upon hearing my words, the other miners erupted in laughter. "How could she possibly be that beautiful?" "By your description, she would have to be a celestial being," one exclaimed. "Indeed, it must be that you haven't seen her in years. That's why you envision her so splendidly." Yet, one miner, with a resigned expression, advised me, "If your wife is truly as beautiful as you claim, how could she ever have fallen for you? Indeed, they have long since fled with the wealthy magnates. Who would ever cast their gaze upon individuals such as ourselves?" A fellow worker lamented with self-deprecating humor. However, when Gao Qiqiang directed his gaze towards me, it was laden with a brooding intensity. In contrast, I cheerfully engaged in banter with my comrades. That night, I succumbed to slumber, yet Gao Qiqiang stood ominously at the foot of my bed, his expression fluctuating like the weather. The following afternoon, after work, I found myself aimlessly wandering the mining area, my face a portrait of resignation. Suddenly, Gao Qiqiang approached with uncontainable excitement, conspiratorially urging me to follow him, proclaiming, "We've discovered a treasure beneath the mine." Without a hint of skepticism, I trailed behind him. Beneath the pitch-black depths of the mine, darkness enveloped us. Apart from the three of us, there was an eerie silence, as if we had descended into the very depths of hell. "Where is this treasure you speak of?" I inquired, scanning my surroundings but finding no sign of any riches. Behind me, the brothers Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qiqiang revealed a menacing glint in their eyes, brandishing weapons. "Your days are numbered, kid," one of them sneered. My countenance shifted dramatically as I turned to face them. "I do not even know you. Why would you wish to harm me?" "Chun Sansheng, you should have remained in the village, yet you chose to venture out and seek your own demise." Gao Qiqiang sighed. His eyes filled with resignation. "Indeed, one ought to feign madness and live a life of comfort. A toad aspires to devour swan flesh. Do you believe you are worthy?" Upon hearing their words, the realization dawned on me. "You are sent by Ji Qianyue, aren't you?" Gao Qiqiang's expression shifted dramatically. "How dare you invoke the name of the noble?" He ordered, "Eliminate him." The two of them exchanged words, preparing to strike. However, I raised my hand, suspended in the air. "You may kill me, but allow me to die with clarity." Gao Qiqiang brandished the hammer in his hand, advancing step by step towards me. "Do you think your years of feigning madness and foolishness have eluded our notice? It is merely that the powerful have deemed you unworthy. To extinguish your life would be as effortless as squashing a mere insect. If you had only remained docile within the village, it would have sufficed. Yet you dared to venture forth. Those nobles fear their hands might get sullied by your blood. Hence they let us, their servants, do the deed." I lifted my chin, gazing at him. "If that is the case, why did you not act sooner? This is a coal mine. It is entirely commonplace for lives to be lost here. Should you perish, we could conveniently claim compensation from the mine, a win-win situation." I nodded, coming to an understanding. Defeated, I sank to the ground and bitterly chuckled. I never imagined that despite my years of pretending to be mad and enduring humiliation, you would still see through me. "Of course," he replied. "Your meager acting skills would fool no one." Gao Qiqiang scoffed. "The nobles simply could not be bothered with you in the past. Do you think that Uncle Lin is the only one among us? Your village is rife with our people. The moment you stepped out of the village, we were aware." I grimaced and nodded. My self-perceived cunning and endurance had ultimately been laid bare before them. From the very beginning, they never regarded me with any seriousness. Yet, once I departed from the village, intent on vengeance, they could effortlessly dispatch a few individuals to crush me. Such is the nature of the affluent. They are not merely individuals. It is their connections, their wealth, and the development they have nurtured over the past decade that render them unimaginably formidable. With a feeling of bitterness, I gritted my teeth and turned to Gao Qiqiang. Do you know where they are now? The residents of our master? How could we, mere servants, possibly know? Gao Qiqiang replied. Gao Qiqiang glanced at me, seemingly discerning my thoughts. At best, we're the lowest of our master's servants. Even should you become a ghost seeking revenge, you would likely struggle to find a place to do so. Gao Qiqiang had now approached me, ready to swing a hammer. Aren't you afraid of me, the village guardian? I suddenly shouted. Gao Qiqiang let out a cold laugh, swiftly extending his hand to retrieve a cup from his pocket, which he then splashed onto my face. I let out a wail. It was unmistakably black dog blood. Kid, I know your grandfather is Chun Banjian, and I am aware you are the village guardian. But your grandfather passed away early, and you have long since left the village. What should I fear from you? With one swing of the hammer, even though I wore a safety helmet, I cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 6. Brother Long Gao Qiqiang was poised to act once more when an eerie sound suddenly pierced the air. Gao Qiqiang's voice trembled with fear as he exclaimed, Rats. There are rats everywhere. Turning to face him, Gao Qiqiang's expression shifted dramatically. A veritable tide of rats surged towards them, an uncountable multitude. They advanced with frenzied determination, quickly engulfing the two men. The air was filled with blood-curdling screams, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of gnashing teeth. This place had morphed into a veritable hell on earth. Yet, curiously, the rats seemed to deliberately avoid me, forming a peculiar clearing around my presence. No, this cannot be. Gao Qiqiang shouted in madness. His gaze filled with terror as he looked at me. He had come to realize that something was amiss. For days, I had been feeding these rats, and now the moment had arrived for them to repay my kindness. Sitting on the ground, I cast a cold, unyielding stare at them. From the very beginning, I had discerned their true nature. I had simply not anticipated that they would be nothing more than a pack of lowly servants. It seemed that uncovering their whereabouts through them was now an impossibility. It matters not. I shall search at my own pace. After all, there is still ample time ahead. I murmured to myself, allowing the rats to feast upon the two men before me. Subsequently, I bolted from the mine, shouting frantically, Something has happened. My two uncles are trapped underground. In the mines, such occurrences were all too common. It wasn't long before the mine owner approached, accompanied by several individuals. Before he could utter a word, one of his companions had already spoken. Some sought to intimidate me, while others offered solace. In any case, they urged me not to seek assistance from anyone else, insisting that I resolve matters privately. Each individual was valued at 100,000. Any amount beyond that was off the table. Those who dared to voice their grievances publicly would bear the consequences alone. The mine owner cast a menacing glance in my direction. Yet I spoke up. That is too high. What? The mine owner could scarcely believe his ears. The price is exorbitant. Their lives are of little worth, not deserving such a sum. To my astonishment, the mine owner, filled with delight, handed me 20,000 yuan. Furthermore, he incinerated the mangled remains of the two individuals, fashioning two urns which he presented to me. As I exited the mine, I grasped the two boxes in my hands. I had arrived with 3 individuals, yet departed with only 2 urns. Glancing at the boxes, I scoffed. Why choose to be a servant when one could lead a respectable life? If you perceive yourselves as mere servants, then your lives are destined to be as worthless as dirt. With that, I casually discarded the 2 urns. They shattered upon impact, scattering ashes across the ground. Yet I remained utterly indifferent. Wandering aimlessly, I eventually found refuge in a small inn as night fell. In the dead of night, I felt a chill enveloping me and opened my eyes, only to behold 2 figures standing at the foot of my bed. Initially startled, I quickly regained my composure. The figures were none other than the brothers Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qiwan. Their eyes were vacant as they stared at me, continuously repeating a singular phrase, 80,000. 80,000. 80,000. I turned over, impatiently lying on my side. I had stated clearly, "Your lives are cheap. I demand 20,000. Yet these two brothers persisted, ceaselessly reiterating their demands before me. Unfazed, I gently closed my eyes and unexpectedly drifted into slumber. The brothers chanted before me throughout the night, but I remained utterly unresponsive. It was not until dawn that their figures finally departed. Upon exiting the modest inn, I felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. My grandfather, renowned as Chunbanjian, was a learned sage with insights that seemed to transcend human understanding. However, I had scarcely inherited any of his prowess. The only skill I could truly rely upon was my ability as a village guardian. At this moment, I had regained my composure. I understood that, relying solely on my own strength, what could I possibly achieve by locating Ji Qinyue? After all, we were dealing with two influential families, an insurmountable challenge for an ordinary individual. My grandfather once said, "The world is bustling for profit. All thrive in pursuit of gain." With a mere 20,000 in my possession, I doubted it would sway anyone of significance. The pressing matter at hand was to vacate this small county town. I pressed onward without pausing for rest. Everything around me was utterly awe-inspiring. The village had indeed developed considerably over the years, yet it paled in comparison to the county city. Everything I beheld was so remarkably novel. I scanned my surroundings, oblivious to the gazes of others. In my distracted observation, I nearly stepped in front of a vehicle. A Mercedes-Benz halted behind me, and a woman in black emerged. Though she possessed an exquisite beauty, her visage was marred by a frown as she unleashed a torrent of invectives. "Are you blind? Can't you see the car?" I turned my head, brow furrowed, and murmured an apology. At that moment, a burly man emerged from the Mercedes, his upper body bare, adorned with tattoos that spoke of a fierce spirit. He cursed vehemently as he approached me. "You fool, are your eyes deceiving you?" He closed the distance and delivered a resounding slap across my face, to which I did not flinch. "Youngster, remember this lesson. Next time, it won't be just a slap," the tattooed man sneered, his gaze icy. I glanced at him, noting his fierce expression and the twin dragons inked across his shoulders, revealing that he was likely in his 30s. I retorted impulsively, "One slap is too lenient. Do feel free to give me a few more. Do you think I am afraid?" This incited a furious response from him, resulting in 2 additional slaps. My body shuddered slightly, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of my mouth. Yet I maintained my composure, meeting his gaze with calm defiance. Annoyed, he prepared to strike again when a woman clad in black intervened. "Enough, dragon brother. Don't waste your time on this fool." With a disdainful huff, he finally departed. The Mercedes drove past, and I paid it no heed, continuing on my path. Before long, I encountered Dragon Brother once more, but this time he was bare and his face was etched with terror. Behind him stood a frail man, trembling and brandishing a dagger. Dragon Brother's abdomen had been brutally sliced open, and he was desperately clutching at his spilling entrails, struggling to flee. Upon seeing me, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Save me! Quickly! Save me!" I gazed at him calmly, allowing him to approach. Yet, he was soon overtaken. The frail man wielded his weapon with ruthless ferocity, stabbing Brother Long repeatedly in the chest. Brother Long extended his hand, his complexion ashen. In an instant, his body collapsed with a resounding thud. The slender man, witnessing Brother Long's fall, turned to flee. I stood before Brother Long, observing his weakened state, and sighed. "I had long advised you to give me a few slaps. Now, it seems I must wait until the next life for another chance." I couldn't help but remark, "You truly possess a great deal of fortitude." Hastily, I moved away, fearing entanglement and trouble. After traversing a short distance, I noticed the Mercedes still parked there, the woman in black wearing an expression of sheer terror. "Did you see Brother Long?" she urgently inquired upon spotting me. Indeed, he passed away quite peacefully. Her expression shifted dramatically. "All right, I was jesting. He met a rather gruesome end, with his intestines strewn about," I said, raising my hands in resignation. At this, the woman in black burst into tears. Such trivial matters, however, could not dampen my spirits. In dire need of a mobile phone, I ventured into a phone shop, unable to resist the sales clerk's persuasion. I spent 5,000 on a pineapple phone, Though I had seen others use them before, this was my first mobile phone in this lifetime, and I was utterly exhilarated. I found a small inn where I spent my time engrossed in my new device. Soon, night descended, and the two brothers returned. They opened their mouths to demand 80,000. Their vacant eyes stared at me, their faces pale, exuding a foul odor. Yet, I remained utterly unfazed, engrossed in my mobile device. It was only when the battery was nearly depleted that I reluctantly set it aside. Casting a glance at the two who continued their incessant chatter, I retrieved the mahjong set I had meticulously gathered from a heap of refuse. You desire 80,000, do you not? Here, take it, 80,000, and you as well, the same amount. Should you find this insufficient, there is still 90,000 available. Chapter 7. Observations from the train. The two brothers gazed at the 80,000 in their hands, yet remained silent as they swiftly departed. I exhaled in relief, realizing they would no longer pursue me. In the days that followed, I lived with great ease, spending extravagantly each day. As a newcomer to the outside world, I was entirely oblivious to its cunning tricks. Initially, I fell victim to a telecom scam, losing 3,000. Soon after, I lost another 3,000 at a roadside game. Yet, I remained indifferent, for I believed it was my fate to possess little wealth. However, in the stillness of the night, I found myself engulfed in doubt. I was acutely aware of my own circumstances, more than anyone else. In my earlier years, my mind was clouded, leaving me perplexed by even the simplest matters, akin to a simpleton. Yet, ever since my grandfather took my parents to the Valley of No Return, I seem to have undergone a remarkable transformation overnight. No matter the issue at hand, a mere glance would suffice for my comprehension. Despite never having attended a single day of school, I clandestinely absorbed a wealth of knowledge within my village. Thus, when I ventured beyond its confines, I was able to swiftly adapt to this new era, rather than remain illiterate. But was all of this truly normal? Though many assert that human determination can conquer all, my grandfather once remarked that fortune is 7 parts fate and 3 parts effort. Particularly as one reaches middle age, the realization dawns that life is largely dictated by destiny, with little left to our own volition. The term fate refers to the innate talents one is born with. My grandfather once chuckled wryly at me, saying, "There will always be those who label us as charlatans." They often cite examples of Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang to counter our claims. Yet, it is precisely this that underscores the notion of destiny. Much like figures such as Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, who, despite their humble beginnings, were endowed by fate with extraordinary decisiveness and resilience, enabling them to accomplish monumental feats. History recounts the tale of an emperor named Sima Zhong. Though born into nobility and ascending to the throne at a tender age, he was tragically lacking in intellect. Ultimately, he became a puppet, manipulated by various princes, enduring humiliation and becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the ages. What fate truly bestows is never a matter of family background or lineage, but rather the innate qualities of an individual. Undoubtedly, according to my grandfather's assertions, I am but a natural fool, destined to remain a mere village guardian. Perhaps one day, my indomitable spirit in the face of adversity will earn me a place in the newspaper, inspiring others. Yet, this realization alters nothing. Little did anyone expect that I would evolve into my current self. There is no doubt that the deaths of my grandfather and parents harbor deeper mysteries. They must have engaged in actions that led to my present state. The Headless Valley? In the confines of my hotel room, I sat on the bed, murmuring to myself, my gaze filled with trepidation. How I longed to venture into the Headless Valley, yet the mere mention of its name sent shivers down my spine. I have a foreboding feeling that should I set foot in the Headless Valley now, it would surely lead to my demise. Thus, I must forcibly suppress the tempest of emotions within me. But where to go from this small county town? My grandfather has provided me with the answer. He revealed it to me on his journey to the Headless Valley. If I can adhere to my vow and endure for 12 years, I shall then journey to Hangzhou. There lies an old establishment that once belonged to my grandfather, which he later bequeathed to his apprentice, Jiu Daoren. Presently, Jiu Daoren has garnered considerable renown in the realm of feng shui. In the ensuing days, I finally departed from this small county town. At that moment, My funds had dwindled to a mere pittance. Thus, I boarded the train bound for Hangzhou. On the train, I was no longer the same as before. I had changed my attire and footwear entirely. I resembled a university student. As it was my first time aboard a train, I was filled with excitement. Observing my demeanor, those around me whispered amongst themselves, speculating about my inexperience with train travel, perhaps assuming I hailed from a poverty-stricken region, evidently embarking on my first journey away from home. I paid little heed to their murmurs, sweeping my gaze across the cabin with an expression of indifference. Listening to music, I gently closed my eyes and settled into my seat. At that moment, a woman approached. Clad in a uniform, she appeared to be a staff member. I stole a glance at her and marveled at the beauty of city women. This woman was undoubtedly striking, tall, with refined features, and seemingly only a few years my senior. As she came to check tickets, she moved from passenger to passenger. Although I glanced at her, I understood in my heart that she was not merely checking tickets. When she arrived before me, she extended her hand and smiled, saying, "Please present your identification." I cast a fleeting glance at her and whispered, "Sister, do you realize that your demise is imminent?" Upon hearing these words, the woman instantly adopted a grave demeanor. In the next moment, I felt as if the world was spinning and I collapsed to the ground. With a swift maneuver, she subdued me, pinning me down. Cold handcuffs now encircled my wrists. She produced her identification and, with a serious expression, declared, "You are under arrest." "What on earth are you talking about?" I exclaimed, utterly bewildered as I raised my gaze. "Stop with the nonsense. Come with me," she insisted, dragging me away as I made no effort to resist. The onlookers around us were whispering amongst themselves, revealing that I was a fugitive. I had sensed something amiss. No wonder she had been glancing around nervously. She escorted me to a train compartment where several men were engaged in conversation. The woman's expression turned serious once more. "Sir, I have apprehended the target." The leading man cast a surprised glance in my direction and promptly retrieved a photograph. "This is not the individual we seek. You must have made a mistake," he asserted. The woman was instantly taken aback, lowering her gaze to scrutinize me. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Chen Sansheng," I replied. It was indeed incorrect. Yet the audacity with which I had threatened her suggested I might also be a fugitive. I quickly clarified, "I'm not a fugitive. I'm a geomancer." The reason I spoke those words earlier was that I perceived the darkness clouding your brow, an aura of impending death surrounding you. The woman shot me a fierce glare and could not help but scold. "At such a young age, you are already indulging in these nefarious pursuits. Now, tell me your name." The man regarded me sternly, evidently convinced that I was up to no good. However, after a thorough inquiry and a check in the system, they found nothing amiss. "Young man, confess willingly or face the consequences." The woman glared at me menacingly. I had committed no wrongdoing. Crouching on the ground, I wore a pitiful expression. "Very well, send him back," the man said, his gaze fixed on her, his demeanor unfriendly. "You would arrest someone based on a mere utterance? Such a temper you have." "Sir, I acknowledge my mistake," the woman replied, nodding in disappointment. Looking at me crouched on the ground, she shot me another fierce glare and commanded, "Follow me." As she spoke, she removed my handcuffs. I stood up, feigning helplessness, and said, "I have already stated that I'm not a bad person. I noticed you were in distress and intended to assist you. Why would you save me when we are not even acquaintances?" The woman looked at me, a smirk playing on her lips, her gaze mocking. "Young man, your attempts to woo women are rather kitsch, aren't they? I assure you, that was not my intention. It simply seemed a pity for someone so young to meet such an untimely end." I hastily shook my head. "With your looks, you would command at least 200,000 in bride price in our village. It would be a great loss to be so easily discarded." I counted on my fingers, sighing deeply. "If only I could lead you to our village, the old bachelor at the entrance would gladly pay 300,000. Silence. She glared at me fiercely. Yet, my next utterance left her astounded. "You are in search of someone, a person whose hands are stained with countless lives. Am I correct?" Chapter 8. The human demon, you are indeed an accomplice. Come back with me. As the woman prepared to restrain me once more, I swiftly shook off her grasp, declaring, "That individual requires no accomplices, only corpses. You truly know him. The woman fixed her gaze upon me intensely. I was unaware of his identity, yet I had just caught a whiff of a dreadful, metallic scent of blood. I feared that a human demon had infiltrated this vehicle. What is a human demon? The woman inquired, bewildered. A human demon is a nefarious being. Though they possess human form, they have long since forsaken their humanity. They may appear polished on the surface, yet deep within, they have devolved into beasts. Upon my explanation, the woman's demeanor softened as she nodded in understanding. You possess some skill. Since that is the case, it is only fair to inform you. I have received word that a murderer has infiltrated our train. This murderer is exceedingly terrifying, for he has claimed numerous lives, and we dare not disseminate his information for fear of inciting public panic. How many lives has he taken? I asked, my curiosity piqued. Perhaps 50, or maybe even more. In any case, no one truly knows the extent of his carnage, as his killings are utterly unpredictable. No, for him, murder is merely the most commonplace of acts. The woman sighed, a flicker of dread crossing her eyes. It seems that indeed, demons do exist in this world. According to her description, this murderer is named Zhou. From a young age, he exhibited a cruel disposition, often inflicting harm upon cats and dogs. However, this was merely the beginning. At the tender age of 8, he commenced his murderous spree. The first victim was a girl from the neighboring household. Due to his youth, he faced no repercussions. Little did anyone realize that this boy was a harbinger of malevolence. Subsequently, he embarked on a relentless quest for bloodshed. His methods were so deft that they left no trace of evidence. Not only did he claim the lives of women and children, but he also targeted the homeless. He killed at will, even his own parents falling victim to his hands. He was a demon walking among humanity. After his capture, the trial alone spanned an extensive duration, as he himself could scarcely recall the number of lives he had extinguished. It was conceivable that he could slay an innocent passerby without a second thought. For him, murder was akin to quenching one's thirst. Currently, there is irrefutable evidence linking him to the deaths of over 50 individuals, while the number of unverified victims remains incalculable. Yet, no one could have anticipated his presence on a train. Had he not been sentenced to death? Indeed, he had, but he managed to escape from custody. Is such an escape truly feasible? The prison where he was held was notorious for its stringent security, a veritable fortress. No one knows how he orchestrated his escape. It was as if he vanished into thin air. I pondered this revelation and nodded thoughtfully. It seems that this individual harbors a dreadful secret. Are you certain of his identity? I do not know. The woman and Apo's words momentarily stunned me. She hurriedly explained, this Zhou is known for his chameleon-like abilities. He possesses a bizarre form of disguise that even the most advanced technology cannot detect. He can mimic any voice flawlessly, leaving no trace. Otherwise, he would not have managed to murder so many before being discovered. Prior to this, he had consecutively killed under a multitude of identities. I was taken aback. This individual, Xiao, was indeed extraordinary. Contemplating this, I turned to her and said, then it is certain. As I anticipated, you will meet your demise at his hands. To my surprise, the woman displayed no sign of fear. Even so, I must seek him out. Otherwise, more lives will be lost to him. He is currently hidden within the train, and no one knows which person he is. He could be an elderly man, perhaps a woman, or even more terrifyingly, a child. He has mastered a dreadful technique that allows him to reduce the size of his bones by half. A remarkable individual indeed. I marveled. Since you are a feng shui master, you should assist me in locating him. Finding him is not the challenge, but what do I gain from it? If you can help us capture this murderer, you will undoubtedly be rewarded. Very well, let me see what I can do. After a moment of contemplation, I agreed. At that point, she revealed her name to me, Yi Qiuyu. As I made my way back to the carriage, trailing behind me was Yi Qiuyu, her expression grave as she surveyed our surroundings, wielding a menacing electric baton in her hand. I cast my gaze around, searching for any trace of the perpetrator. In that moment, the ability of the village guardian within me awakened once more. Before my eyes, the world transformed into a hue of blue. In this cerulean realm, every individual appeared blue, save for the one who had committed murder, whose form was stained with a vivid crimson. Such a sight could not elude my perception. However, I soon found myself unable to maintain this heightened awareness. The exertion was too taxing. As we continued onward, I suddenly spotted a rotund figure. The man feigned calmness, glancing my way, unaware that shadows lurked behind him in my vision. It was him, I declared decisively. In the next instant, Yi Chuyu charged forward. Don and Apos, team move. Raise your hands. Just as the man attempted to resist, Yi Chuyu expertly subdued him, bringing him crashing to the ground. He struggled to break free, but was met with a flurry of blows that left him wailing in pain. I couldn't help but marvel at Yi Chuyu's extraordinary strength. Before long, she had the man restrained. Together, we escorted him back to the special carriage. Throughout the journey, the man wore a nonchalant expression. "So, you've indeed discovered my crime of killing my wife," he remarked. I knew I couldn't run far. I merely wanted to see. Upon hearing his words, Yi Chuyu and I exchanged a glance, our expressions turning grave. This was far from a mere murderer. It is dire. We have likely disturbed him. Trouble lies ahead. My eyes betray my terror. Once the man-beast is roused, complications will ensue. The most frightening aspect is our ignorance of his whereabouts. Though often described as a fiend, at his core, he is fundamentally human. Who among us could discern the difference merely by appearance? The portly man was swiftly apprehended. Yet, the train continues its relentless journey. Zhou Hua remains aboard, and to this day, we are oblivious to his location. The art of disguise, capable of evading modern technology, astonishes me. I have heard from my grandfather that this is a terrifying sorcery. It is said that to transform into another, one must skin that individual, soak the flesh in a concoction, and finally don it as though it were one's own. I now nervously scan the corridor on either side. At that moment, a scream pierces the air. A figure collapses to the ground, clutching his abdomen, terror etched across his face. A strikingly handsome man stands before us, a bloody knife in hand. I am rendered speechless. Although I anticipated his madness, I did not foresee such unrestrained brutality. In full view of all, he takes a life without regard for its value. Chapter 9. The Den of Villains. Zhou Hua possessed an exquisite appearance and a tall, slender physique, a rare beauty from any perspective. Who would have imagined that he was, in fact, a ruthless killer? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chuyu pursued him. Zhou Hua let out a maniacal laugh and fled. In his hand, he clutched a bloody dagger, and no one dared to obstruct his escape. Thus, Yi Chuyu and I chased after him. To our astonishment, just as we burst out of one carriage and into another, a mere blink of an eye was all it took for Zhou Hua to vanish. This eerie scene left both Yi Chuyu and me momentarily speechless. Where could he have gone? She inquired, scanning the surroundings. I surveyed the tranquil carriage before us, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. The expressions of the passengers were grave, as if they were gripped by fear, yet not a single soul uttered a word. Did anyone come in just now? Yi Chuyu asked. No one responded, the entire carriage enveloped in an uncanny silence. Why is no one speaking? She pressed on, but still no replies emerged. It was at that moment I became aware of something, my gaze darting around in search. The carriage was filled with over 100 individuals, both men and women. And among them, Zhou Hua was concealed. Locating him would prove to be a formidable task. As I scanned the crowd, I initially spotted several individuals who bore a resemblance to Zhou Hua. However, I swiftly dismissed them as suspects. Zhou Hua's ability to alter his appearance was truly fearsome. No one could ascertain what he had become. Soon, my gaze settled upon an elderly gentleman. The elderly man was hunched over, sporting a snow-white beard and a frail, emaciated physique. His skin resembled the rough texture of tree bark, and no matter how one looked at him, he could not possibly be Zhou Hua. Squinting my eyes, I suddenly sensed a crimson aura emanating from him. Undoubtedly, he had taken a life, at least in his youth. My gaze bore down upon him, igniting a palpable tension within him. Have you ever killed someone? I ventured cautiously. The moment my words reached his ears, the old man became visibly anxious. No such thing, he stammered. Observing his agitated demeanor, a realization washed over me, prompting a resigned sigh. I lowered my head and whispered softly in his ear, "You have surely taken a life, and it was in your younger days. It appears no one has apprehended you, yet these years must have been arduous for you." Your visage is aged, yet your years are not many. You have endured much torment. The old man had never fathomed that I could so effortlessly unveil the deepest secret of his heart. At that moment, he trembled on the verge of utterance. However, I swiftly curtailed his speech. I'm not interested in your past. I am merely a fortune teller and have no intention of capturing you. I seek only to ask you one question. Do you know who entered just now? Before the old man could respond, a woman beside him suddenly brandished a dagger. In the next instant, the old man's throat was slit, blood gushing forth. My complexion changed dramatically. I had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate girl seated beside him would exhibit such ruthlessness. Don't move. Ichiyu rushed forward, intent on subduing her. At that moment, however, I firmly grasped the girl's arm. Let us go. I tugged her, preparing to leave. Ichiyu, perplexed, attempted to break free. I lowered my voice and whispered urgently in her ear. Haven't you realized? The entire carriage has been compromised. The hidden murderer is not merely Zhou Hua. Ichiyu stared in shock, trailing behind me. Just then, a man blocked the door. You are too late to notice. Indeed, in the seating area, individuals began to rise, their eyes gleaming with malice, expressions filled with excitement. At that moment, Ichiyu's face paled as she surveyed the surrounding crowd, coming to a grim realization. Some of these people were familiar to her, while others were strangers, but it was undeniable that many among them were wanted criminals. How did you infiltrate the carriage? This is impossible. She shook her head in disbelief. It is all thanks to our leader. A girl approached, brandishing a bloody dagger, her gaze fierce as she fixed it on Ichiyu. You have no idea how powerful our leader truly is. As long as our leader exists, we can do as we please. I scanned the room, my brow slightly furrowed. Each of these individuals exuded a faint aura of bloodlust. These surging bloodthirst coalesced into grotesque visages, undoubtedly the vengeful spirits of their minions. With so many murderers congregated, could they possibly be plotting something? I remarked coolly. Of course, it is for a grand undertaking, a monumental affair. At that moment, the faces of these maniacs were suffused with a sinister madness. I vaguely comprehended that their gathering was likely for a sensational event. Do not be so arrogant. My colleague will arrive shortly, Ichiyu shouted. Colleague? That is impossible. The entire train is under our control, the girl chuckled. I maintained my composure and replied. It appears that many of you have been lurking on this train for some time. I can hardly fathom how you managed to infiltrate. There are countless things in this world of which you remain ignorant. For instance, do you realize that you are about to die? This girl seemed no older than 18, brandishing a dagger menacingly towards me. You cannot kill me. Why not? Because your leader forbids it. My words caught the girl off guard. Yet she swiftly lunged forward to stab me. However, her hand was seized midway. The leader commanded that he must not be killed. Why? A trace of madness flickered across the girl's face as she furiously bellowed. Did the leader not tell us on the day we joined the organization that we could slay whomever we desired? Why could he not kill? The man blocking his path was a burly giant. After a moment of hesitation, he helplessly replied, I cannot comprehend it either. It is the leader's command. To hell with the leader's orders. The girl roared in fury, her dagger slicing through the air, cold and precise. In the next instant, the man clutched his throat, collapsing in disbelief. Kill! The girl charged towards me, while Ichiyu hastily attempted to intervene. Yet at that moment, I found myself laughing. You're already dead. With a swift thrust, a large blade pierced through the girl's body. Her eyes widened in shock as she glanced behind her. There stood a scar-faced man, his long hair cascading down, clad in a black jacket. The leader has spoken. You refuse to listen, and thus, you must perish. You old witch. The girl managed to utter those words before she fell to the ground. Chapter 10. The heavens have spoken. Ichiyu gazed down at the lifeless form of the young girl, her eyes filled with a myriad of emotions, and spoke to me. Chunyu, once innocent and kind-hearted, her life took a tragic turn following her father's demise, leading her mother to remarry. Her stepfather was a fiend, tarnishing her spirit and tormenting her day and night. Unmoved by her plight, her mother remained indifferent. Eventually, overwhelmed by despair, she erupted in a fit of rage, not only taking the lives of her parents, but also extinguishing the lives of her stepfather's 2 children. Subsequently, she succumbed to madness and was confined to an asylum. Yet now, it seems she has escaped. I lower my gaze, gently caressing the girl's face. What a tragic fate it was. The old demon let out a sinister chuckle, directing his gaze towards me. I wonder why the leader has taken a liking to you. I lifted my head, locking eyes with him, and suddenly smiled as I replied, Indeed, like attracts like birds of a feather flock together. The blood you have on your hands must surely exceed 18 lives. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable. The old demon clapped his hands, laughing as he continued. Do you know why we kill? Who knows, I retorted. Does murder even require justification? At this, those around us erupted in laughter. These murderers bore various forms. They were not all fearsome brutes. Among them were refined gentlemen, opulent ladies, and even children. Ichiyu furrowed her brow and exclaimed, I truly do not understand why you choose to do this. I have investigated your backgrounds. Some of you indeed had no choice, but the vast majority possess happy families. There is no need to engage in such actions. Yet, you willingly succumb to depravity, choosing to become demons. Her words caused several individuals around us to change their expressions drastically, ready to rush forward. I stood in front of Ichiyu, addressing them. She is unaware of the truth, hence she has misjudged you. How have I misjudged? Ichiyu retorted, gritting her teeth. Allow me to elucidate, I replied, fixing my gaze upon the individuals before me. You have fundamentally misunderstood one thing. It is not the presence of a blissful childhood or a decent family that precludes one from being a villain, nor does a life of hardship guarantee that one will turn to malevolence. Rather, some individuals are born as inherently wicked. These people before us exemplify that very notion. Regardless of their familial background, their environment, or their experiences, they remain unchanged. They emerge from the womb as harbingers of evil. My words did not incite rage in these individuals. Instead, they erupted into laughter. The old demon clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, You are absolutely correct, utterly correct. We are indeed born as wicked beings. I sighed. All those present were human demons. Yi Qiuyu looked bewildered. How can some people be born as villains? I sighed once more, responding with resignation. I too struggled to comprehend this once. However, my grandfather taught me that even in a future where the world is harmonious and all are prosperous, there will still be villains among us. For they are innately wicked, destined by the heavens to be so, referred to as human demons. The old demon exclaimed in astonishment, I never imagined you possessed such knowledge. Indeed, it made me somewhat reluctant to take his life, remarked the chubby boy beside him, who appeared no older than 6, yet wore a mischievous grin. Yi Qiuyu was paralyzed with fear at the scene before her. She cowered behind me, her eyes filled with terror, exclaiming, How is this possible? How can such a person exist? In her usual position, even the most ruthless of criminals would flee in her presence, for her status commanded respect. With a grave expression, I replied, They care nothing for the law, for they are inherently driven to kill and commit evil. The consequences hold no weight for them. They have never feared you. They do not fear justice, nor do they fear the so-called punishment. The human demon is, indeed, a born villain. The old demon clapped his hands. Impatience etched across his face. Enough of this explanation. We, the human demons, require no justification for our actions. Let us proceed. With that, the surrounding individuals sprang into action, and the air was filled with screams. The carriage became a scene of carnage, with many meeting a gruesome fate. Yi Qiuyu attempted to rush forward, but I restrained her. Blood was everywhere. I closed my eyes slightly, a sigh escaping my lips. My abilities were limited, and I could not save them. The old demon dispatched several individuals without a hint of emotion at their dying wails. Bloodied, he turned his excited gaze toward me. Truth be told, I had no desire to become one of the human demons. From a young age, I excelled in my studies, destined to become a person of great significance. My parents held lofty aspirations for me, and I endeavored not to disappoint them by gaining admission to a prestigious university. My roommate treated me well. However, an insatiable urge to commit murder lingered within me. Initially, it occurred once or twice, but soon I found myself unable to feel any satisfaction without it. I remain perplexed as to why this is the case. At this point, confusion clouded my expression. It is my nature. Why suppress it? The old demon spoke, raising a cleaver to strike me down. The leader commanded us not to kill you, yet I could no longer contain the turmoil within. Another strike came, yet I emerged unscathed. The old demon lowered his head in defeat. A stout fellow, grinning widely, thrust a small knife into the demon's body. Cursed be it! As the old demon prepared to retaliate, the throng surged forward, swiftly reducing him to mere fragments. Meanwhile, I sat upon the ground, enveloped in a sense of tranquility. All right, Zhou, come forth. Controlling the train is hardly your true objective. Your real intention, I suspect, is to incite these individuals to turn upon one another. What is it that you truly seek? Upon hearing my words, those around me halted, their gazes turning towards a lone woman. She donned a headscarf, resembling a rural woman heading to the market, yet cradled in her arms was an infant. The infant abruptly opened his eyes, and his limbs expanded at a visibly astonishing rate, accompanied by a chilling sound of cracking bones. Remarkably, this child gradually stretched his entire being, transforming into Zhou. I couldn't help but applaud. What an extraordinary display of skill. Such mastery of the collarbone technique is truly unparalleled. In the world of wanderers, one must tread cautiously. Yet, I never anticipated that a mere exchange could lead to the revelation of my identity. Zhou donned the garments handed to him by his subordinates, swiftly regaining his handsome demeanor. Wasn't that rather commonplace? I languidly swayed my arms. However, your subordinates exhibit little in the way of loyalty. Zhou waved his hand, his gaze turning serious as it rested upon me. You ought to be aware of my true nature, correct? A human fiend, who transformed me into this state. Heaven, excellent. Zhou turned his gaze towards me and suddenly remarked, Then do you know? Heaven has spoken. Chapter 11. Fratricide. I adopted a serious expression, my gaze fixed intently on Zhou. In the eyes of your kind, we are perceived as demons, as madmen. Yet, in truth, we are pitiable beings. We never wish to become what we are. I narrowed my eyes, impatiently remarking, You speak too much nonsense. From the moment I took my first breath, a voice whispered in my ear, urging me to slay my parents. At that time, I lacked the capacity to act upon it. As I grew, I endeavored to resist this voice, but to no avail, my endurance waned. It was only later that I realized this voice was the voice of heaven itself. Every action I undertook was dictated by divine decree. Zhou extended his hand, an expression of rapture upon his face. In that moment, he resembled a sovereign. Those around him gazed at him with eyes brimming with reverence. This was a revelation to me. I hesitated before speaking. Others do not hear it. Only I do. What does this signify? Only I can perceive the voice of heaven. Thus all my deeds are in accordance with its will. The ones I yearn to kill are destined by divine intent. Zhou's speech quickened, his expression contorting further into madness, until he bellowed this proclamation. His entire being had transformed into a state of extreme frenzy. He raised both hands high, as if ascending to the throne of an emperor. The ravings of a lunatic. Yi Qiu remarked. And then, what did the heavens convey to you? I inquired with curiosity. You may not be aware, but I was prepared to meet my demise. Such is the fate of those like us, destined to perish. No one can escape this reality. Zhou raised his hand, a self-deprecating expression gracing his face. Our existence, in fact, underscores the essence of justice. Were it not for us, how could you, practitioners of the Tao, achieve merit and uphold righteousness? As he spoke, Zhou slowly approached me. I had already been sentenced to death, and I had come to accept my fate. Yet in that moment, the heavens conveyed their final decree. They commanded me to seek out the one who defies destiny. And that person is you. Zhou pointed at me, his features contorted with intensity. You have transgressed the will of heaven. At that instant, my heart raced. Zhou's words took me by surprise, leaving me utterly speechless. Undoubtedly, I was the person he sought. In the eyes of the heavens, whether an emperor or an ordinary citizen, we are all but mere insects. Even the grandest ambitions and the most revered of emperors ultimately return to dust. Zhou pointed at my forehead, his gaze frigid, What the heavens bestow upon you, be it fortune or calamity, you must bear. To willfully alter the divine decree and disrupt the natural order exacts a heavy toll. With a sense of unwillingness, I blurted out, "So, I'm destined to be a fool? Is that not a poor fate?" It was disheartening. I gazed at Zhou Hua, my expression as frigid as ice. Zhou Hua's eyes were filled with an icy malevolence. "You may possess wealth, you may wield power, you may even ascend to the throne as an emperor. Yet, you must not remain as you are now." I realized he spoke the truth. Currently, I am devoid of riches and influence, merely a wretched insect. However, I'm certainly not a fool. My grandfather once told me that I was destined to be a fool, even if granted a mountain of gold, allowing me to become the world's richest individual. Even if bestowed with an entire nation, enabling me to become a sovereign. Even if I were to bask in the limelight as a global superstar. None of these could alter the undeniable fact that I am, at my core, a fool. Yet now, everything is transformed. So, do you intend to execute the will of heaven? Will you kill me? Yes. Go ahead. I closed my eyes, awaiting death without an ounce of hesitation. Why not resist? Zhou Hua inquired, astonished. If heaven seeks my demise, what means do I have to resist? When heaven intends to strike you down, resistance is futile. Zhou Hua had already grasped my throat, his gaze dark and foreboding. So, you have resigned yourself to fate? Yes, I have accepted my fate. You wretched fool. Zhou Hua's fist crashed against my face, causing blood to pour from my nose as I was sent flying. I stood up without a moment's hesitation. Strike me. Do you truly wish to die? I replied, if I wish to live, it is beyond my reach. Perhaps someone could save you. Zhou Hua's expression suddenly darkened. That person could never be you. Indeed, Zhou Hua raised a knife in his hand, but did not strike at me. Instead, he stated, these individuals were not summoned by me. I was aware. You must die today. If I do not slay you, others will. Indeed, upon hearing our exchange, the surrounding crowd could no longer contain themselves. Chief, what are you hesitating for? In his life, a burly man lunged toward me. Yet in the next moment, Zhou Hua lifted his knife. The blade descended, and the strong man fell. He can only be killed by me, Zhou Hua coldly declared. What are you waiting for? The crowd urged impatiently. Their gazes upon me were filled with greed and madness. Zhou Hua drew closer to me, and I continued to refrain from resistance. You could easily fight back, Zhou Hua shouted. Indeed, but I choose not to resist. I raised my palm and smiled as I spoke. Why do you not fight back? Zhou Hua glared at me with a ferocious expression, his agitation palpable. Regardless, I cannot defeat so many. It is better to simply lie down. I might die more comfortably. I tilted my head slightly. Ah, Zhou Hua roared, collapsing to the ground. As expected, you did this on purpose. Indeed, it was intentional. You scoundrel, you owe me. Remember to repay this in your next life. Certainly. I grasped Yi Qiuyu's hand, hastily attempting to flee. The mob surged forward, yet Zhou Hua intervened. Let them go. What did you say? How could this be possible? This is an order, Zhou Hua bellowed. Yet, these individuals no longer heeded his command. I apologize, but we must act. Zhou Hua's methods were ruthless, akin to a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, several lay sprawled on the ground. We must flee. I grasped Yi Qiuyu's hand, and together we dashed out of the carriage. Behind us, Zhou Hua stood as a formidable barrier, thwarting those who pursued us. Blood stained his body, yet he remained utterly indifferent. Thus the door was shut. I exhaled deeply. The entire train was not entirely under control. Zhou Hua's men were swiftly subdued. The situation began to improve rapidly. Only one carriage remained completely under Zhou Hua's dominion, where he resided. Though separated by the door, a glance revealed a distant crimson expanse, reminiscent of hell itself. What has transpired? You managed to incite them to turn on each other with just a few words? Yi Qiuyu gazed at me, incredulous. How could I possess such power? It was Zhou Hua's last desperate attempt at chaos. But why did he not eliminate you? He has slain so many. What significance would it hold to kill me as well? It is not uncommon for a person to engage in rebellious acts in their final moments. Even a human demon is not exempt from this. I smiled softly as I spoke. Chapter 12. The Nine Beasts. Yi Qiuyu's face was ashen, her countenance reflecting the profound shock that had just upended her worldview. Did the heavens truly exist? Even as she uttered these words, she found them hard to believe. "If you believe, it exists," I replied, shrugging nonchalantly, though my palm was clenched tightly and cold sweat trickled down my back. Moments ago, I had faced a perilous situation where death loomed ominously. Had it not been for Zhou Hua's last-ditch effort to strike back before his demise, I would have surely met my end. It was astonishing that upon merely stepping out of the village, I was confronted with such turmoil. No wonder my grandfather had warned me against leaving the village for 12 years. The occurrences surrounding me were likely steeped in profound taboo, driving these beings into a frenzy. If these malevolent entities truly existed, did that not imply that even if we apprehended every wicked individual in the realm, there would still be evil among us? In that moment, Yi Qiuyu, lost and despondent, spoke. With a heart brimming with righteousness, she had vowed to uphold justice. Yet, she had never anticipated that one day she would discover the existence of those born of malevolence, beings inherently evil. This revelation struck a severe blow to her mental landscape. Such malevolent entities do not manifest easily. Among 1,000 wrongdoers, perhaps only one might emerge as a true fiend. Therefore, there is no need for undue concern. Furthermore, most of the misdeeds in this world are perpetrated by ordinary people. After all, these malevolent beings are but a rare few. I sighed, contemplating the vastness of this world. How could it possibly be devoid of both good and evil? Yi Qiuyu's perspective seemed rather naive in light of such complexities. The door behind me trembled violently. I vaguely glimpsed someone pleading for help, yet I ignored it, resolutely pressing against the door. Soon, silence enveloped the space, and nothing remained. Only then did I exhale a sigh of relief. "Stay here. I shall take a look," I declared, disregarding Yi Qiuyu's objections, and turned to push open the door to the carriage. Before me lay a scene of carnage, bodies strewn about, a sight too horrific to behold. Zhou Hua, gravely wounded and on the brink of death, sat on ground. Upon noticing my arrival, he strained to open his eyes. "You've come," he said. "Indeed." Zhou Hua gazed at me for a long while before suddenly speaking. "I truly envy you." "Why do you say that?" I inquired. "My life has been akin to that of a marionette, swayed by the voices around me. It is only when I am on the verge of death that I truly live for myself." I fell into a contemplative silence. Humans are inherently wicked. This is beyond their control. Malevolent thoughts incessantly invade their minds. They are born with evil. Yet, none of this is a matter of choice. Much like a fool is born a fool. No matter how desperately he wishes to become wise, it is utterly futile. The world is about to change. Zhou Hua looked at me, his voice tinged with sorrow. "I have a foreboding that dreadful events are on the horizon. Alas, I shall not witness them." "Is it not better not to see?" I asked. "Indeed, it is just that I never imagined I would spend my life taking lives, only to end up saving you. Without me, you would not have survived." I nodded slightly and retorted, "You have taken lives for a lifetime. Your heart is like still water, utterly devoid of ripples. Isn't it commendable to perform a good deed before your demise?" "Indeed, it is splendid." Zhou Huan nodded in agreement, yet his countenance grew increasingly weary. The voice beside me dwindled, fading into an almost imperceptible whisper. It was on the verge of vanishing. Alas, I lamented that I was still to languish in this mortal realm. I gazed at Zhou Hua, feeling a profound sense of pity for him. Strangely, I sensed that my kind were multiplying around me. I could not discern the reason, yet it was evident that the future held turmoil. "You must strive to live well," I urged. "Certainly." I continued to observe Zhou Hua, and in my gaze his vitality ebbed away gradually. He lowered his head, refusing to meet my eyes, and began to mutter to himself, "Casting off the shackles of the past, today I realize I am myself." With those words, he breathed his last. Simultaneously, I felt a profound release, as though my entire being had been unburdened. Had I truly navigated this calamity? I murmured to myself. Upon leaving the village, I knew a trial awaited me. I initially believed the ordeal had passed. However, upon reflection, what were those two henchmen but trifling adversaries? The genuine tribulation lay before me now. With trepidation, I extended my hand to retrieve a handkerchief, wiping the cold sweat from my brow. I must exercise greater caution henceforth. What transpired next was of no concern to me. The train resumed its normal course. I was taken away, though not for an extended period. Ichiyu brought me out, her expression grave as she said, "Someone has ensured your safety. You are free now." "Who?" I inquired, but I had no answer. "Very well," I nodded, preparing to depart. Ichiyu extended her hand, offering me her phone. Noticing my puzzled gaze, she turned her head and whispered, "Do not misunderstand. I am merely adding you as a friend for future contact." All right. After I hastily left, I found someone waiting for me, clad in a Zhongshan suit with short hair. He appeared to be in his 40s. Wearing glasses, he possessed an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of a teacher. Yet I knew, before me stood Gyodaren, the sole disciple of my grandfather. "Nephew, it has been a long time," he said with a smile, as if we had never been apart. "I visited your village when you were born." "I see," I replied, gazing at Gyodaren. This man was enigmatic. A mere glance revealed his extraordinary nature. However, I extended my hand with a look of desperation. "My parents have passed, and my grandfather has also departed. I only hope to find a place to eat. I hope, for my grandfather's sake, you might assist me." Gyodaren was taken aback, exclaiming, "I will never forget the kindness bestowed upon me by my master. You are the sole descendant of my master. Even if it costs me dearly, I will ensure your safety." I naturally do not trust his words, yet for the moment, I must feign a semblance of gratitude. "Come, let's return together." The enigmatic man known as Gyodaren led me to a vehicle, one of exquisite luxury, the name of which eludes me, though I discerned it to be longer than the average car. The driver, a taciturn man adorned with spectacles, uttered not a single word. Gyodaren greeted me with remarkable warmth, making me feel as though I had returned home. "Do not stand on ceremony," he urged. I nodded, harboring a favorable impression of him, yet the shadows of my childhood instilled in me a reluctance to trust easily. However, I have faith in my grandfather's discernment. He had but one disciple throughout his life. Since he directed me to seek refuge with Gyodaren, I felt assured of my choice. Judging by Gyodaren's attire, he likely possesses considerable wealth and carries himself with the air of a master. The vehicle journeyed onward until we arrived at a secluded locale where a venerable house stood. Though ancient in appearance, it was renowned far and wide, the Tianji Tower. Chapter 13. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion comprises 3 levels and stands as a venerable edifice. In his youth, my grandfather was renowned in this very place. Subsequently, he retreated and bequeathed it to the 9 Taoists. As we alighted from the vehicle, the 9 Taoists stood beside me and bellowed, "Everyone come forth. Your esteemed uncle has arrived." At his commanding voice, several young individuals promptly emerged from within the building. These youths varied in age, some were in their 20s, while others appeared to be merely 13 or 14. Among them, a few captured my attention. One was a tall, strikingly beautiful girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, exuding an effervescent spirit as she curiously gazed at me. Another was a man with a hooked nose, likely in his 20s, whose demeanor was rather somber. There were also several others who appeared to be of similar age to mine, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they regarded me. "Quickly greet your uncle," the 9 Taoists urged impatiently. "Greetings, uncle," the crowd chorused in unison. I nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from uttering a word. "Come, let us enter," the 9 Taoists said with a smile as he approached. Following closely beside him, I stepped into the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. My grandfather had once resided in this very building during his youth. Upon entering, I was enveloped by a sense of familiarity that stirred my emotions, almost bringing me to tears. The 9 Taoists suddenly spoke. "When my master entrusted this pavilion to me, he specifically mentioned that if one day you were to arrive here, it would be time for the rightful owner to reclaim it. Now, that moment has come. Here are the documents. I have prepared everything." As he spoke, he produced his credentials. In that moment, I was rendered speechless. My grandfather had only instructed me to seek refuge with the 9 Taoists, never once mentioning the reclamation of this building. For a brief instant, I hesitated. "Father, we cannot relinquish it. This is undeniably our home," the young girl suddenly exclaimed. It turned out she was indeed the offspring of the 9 Taoists. The man with the hawk-like nose shouted, Yes, master, this building is extraordinary. Even a single piece of wood is worth a fortune. Indeed, another chimed in, this edifice is an invaluable treasure. The disciples cast envious glances at me, their jealousy nearly palpable. This Tower of Destiny had become a local relic. Beyond the tower, there were several grand residences, tracing their origins back to the Han and Tang dynasties. This ancient abode could neither be demolished nor destroyed. Every blade of grass and every tree here possesses profound significance. A merchant had once offered a staggering 10 billion, yet the 9 Taoists had declined. Who would have imagined that the 9 Taoists intended to return it to me? In that moment, I was utterly astounded. A tempest of thoughts surged within my mind, yet I soon shook my head. Since my grandfather bestowed it upon you, it rightfully belongs to you. I have no claim to it. I was not afraid of the 9 Taoists. Although he held a seniority over me, I was, in truth, my grandfather's sole descendant, while he was merely my grandfather's disciple. My grandfather had only instructed me to seek out the 9 Taoists that night. He had never directed me to reclaim the building. Thus, why should I insist? Though I find myself in dire straits, I still possess a sense of pride. If my grandfather has given it, then it is given. Once something is sent away, there is no rationale for its return. The 9 Taoists, brimming with indignation, wished to retort, yet I silenced him with a wave of my hand. Please honor my grandfather's last wishes. The desires of the departed outweigh all else. At this, the 9 Taoist found himself at a loss for words. I had come here solely to seek refuge with you. All I require is a place to stay and a meal to sustain me. I do not ask for much. For the past 12 years, I have even competed with wild dogs for scraps. Just sustenance will suffice. Very well, the 9 Taoist replied with a genial smile as he introduced his disciples to me. It was then that I learned the young woman before me was named Thor, a disciple of the 9 Taoist. The hawk-nosed man beside her was his eldest disciple, known as Su Tiansha. I paid little attention to the other disciples. At that moment, Su Tiansha turned to me, chuckling as he said, I have often heard my master speak of your grandfather as a remarkable figure. You must be quite formidable as his direct descendant. No? I shook my head and replied candidly, I have not inherited much of my grandfather's prowess. Prior to leaving my village, I served as a guardian. A guardian? Su Tiansha suddenly realized, bursting into laughter, you are but a fool. Ha 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 ha. The other disciples gazed at me in disbelief, unable to fathom that I was merely a guardian. In an instant, their looks turned to disdain. Silence. The 9 Taoist, his expression dark as thunder, pointed an icy gaze at Su Tiansha. To dare mock your master's uncle is truly a sign of disrespect. I shall contemplate in silence for 5 hours. Depart. Indeed. Su Tiansha obediently lowered his head, casting a cold glance in my direction before turning to leave. The others looked towards me, no longer daring to utter a word. The 9 Taoists regarded me, unable to suppress their astonishment. Master, you truly are extraordinary. I had initially perceived your fate to be that of a mere guardian of the village. Yet now, there is not a trace to be found. What a grand manipulation of destiny. I chuckled to myself, acknowledging, since ancient times, few who dared to defy the heavens and alter their fate have met with favorable outcomes. My grandfather is a testament to this. I understand now, the 9 Taoists remarked. Soon, I was settled in a grand residence behind the Tianji building. This secluded abode was equipped with numerous modern furnishings. Contentedly reclining on the bed, I wore an expression of tranquility. Regardless of circumstances, I finally had a temporary sanctuary from a storm. Having endured harrowing experiences, I did not dare to wish for too much. Comfortably closing my eyes, I intended to rest for a while. At that moment, the door creaked open. A young girl entered. It was Joa. She wore a short dress infused with elements of Han attire, her face alight with curiosity as she gazed at me. I truly wonder what sets you apart from the ordinary. Yesterday, I observed my father sleepless throughout the night, merely waiting for you. I gently closed my eyes and replied, I do not perceive myself as exceptional in any regard. In this world, merely surviving is a great fortune. What do you intend to accomplish during your visit to Hangzhou? You wouldn't be planning to overstay your welcome in my home, would you? Jua wrinkled her nose and candidly declared, Indeed, I shall eat and drink at your home. and remain reliant on you for a lifetime. I languidly responded, "Humph, if you truly dare to do so, I will certainly expel you. I am your master's uncle. Unless your father intervenes, no one could drive me away." "I don't believe it," Jiora retorted, hands on her hips, her expression one of charming defiance. I gently closed my eyes and continued to engage in idle banter with her. Yet internally, I felt a pang of envy. Jiora was evidently a pampered girl, her heart as clear as a mirror, unburdened by any worries. Though we were of similar age, our life paths diverged entirely. "By the way, my father's abilities were taught by your grandfather. My father claims your grandfather is 100 times more formidable." "Then surely, you must be more capable than my father?" Jiora asked, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at me. "Not at all. Your father is extraordinary now. I can hardly compare to him," I stated plainly. My instincts have always been precise. After years of diligent cultivation, the prowess of the Nine Taoist is unfathomable, far beyond my reach. Chapter 14. The news of Ji Qianyue, I do not believe it. "Perhaps you are merely hiding your true self?" I retorted. "Indeed, I am well concealed. Would you like me to remove my trousers for you to see?" "You rogue," Jiora exclaimed, turning on her heel and departing. I reclined on my bed, succumbing to slumber until evening. It was only when Jiora called me to dinner that I made my way to the table. At the dining table sat only myself, Su Tiansha, and Zhu Daoren. Su Tiansha regarded me with a gaze filled with animosity, yet he remained silent, merely focusing on his meal. Having been famished for some time, I approached the table and began to eat without hesitation. "Have you washed your hands before eating?" Jiora shot me a sidelong glance and inquired. "It matters not," I replied dismissively. "It matters immensely. At the very least, you must uphold hygiene. I have consumed dog food before. What does hygiene matter?" I continued to feast without concern. "Truly disgusting," Jiora criticized. However, Zhu Daoren chuckled softly. "There is nothing wrong. This is simply a disregard for trivialities." He then lowered his head and directed his gaze at me. "There is something I have long wished to inquire. How did your grandfather meet his demise?" The question left me momentarily stunned. "Do you know nothing at all?" Zhu Daoren sighed. "Your grandfather once remarked that our bond as master and disciple had come to an end. Thus, aside from my visit at the time of your birth, I have not been permitted to enter your village, not even a single step. Even in the event of his passing, I could not attend his funeral. Moreover, I am forbidden from inquiring about your well-being, and I cannot even acknowledge him as my master." A sudden realization washed over me. No wonder the Zhu Daoren did not come forth after grandfather's passing. It seems this was the case all along. Although grandfather did not inform him of his demise, one would certainly possess a premonition at the level of Zhu Daoren when such an event occurs. It is impossible to conceal such matters from him, just as he came to greet me upon my arrival in Hang City. This matter is rather lengthy to recount. I sighed and narrated the events in their entirety. Upon hearing this, Zhu Daoren displayed no astonishment, but merely nodded, stating I had already surmised that my master had ventured to that place, which is indeed fraught with peril. Interestingly, Jiora was more intrigued by Ji Qianyu. She hastily inquired, "You say Ji Qianyu is as beautiful as a celestial being? How do I compare?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as they fixed upon me. However, I responded without hesitation, "Though you are indeed a beauty, you cannot possibly rival her. Her visage borders on the demonic." Jiora shot me an indignant glance and huffed, continuing her meal in silence. I was indifferent to their reactions, consumed by my own appetite. It was Su Tiansha, however, whose expression shifted dramatically. "The Ji Qianyu you speak of, could it be?" He was about to voice his thoughts when Zhu Daoren sharply reprimanded him. Instantly, he lowered his head, uttering not a word, and resumed eating. A sense of foreboding settled within me as I grasped the implications. I chose not to engage in further trivialities and directly inquired, "Where is Ji Qianyu currently located?" "It cannot be disclosed," Zhu Daoren replied. "Why not?" Even if spoken, it would yield no result. Upon hearing this, I did not feel anger, but simply nodded in understanding. The Nine Taoists gazed at me, exhaling a sigh. The origins of Ji Qianyu are extraordinary. She could never possibly have a partner in her lifetime. My master has taken an immense risk for your sake. I nodded silently, fully aware that I was unworthy of Ji Qianwei. Her fate was such that my grandfather would utter the phrase priceless beyond words. Truly, it was utterly absurd. The nine Taoists spoke nonchalantly. In any case, as long as you do not provoke Ji Qianwei, I can protect you. Should you choose to challenge her, then not even I can guarantee your safety. Jiur exclaimed in disbelief. Grandfather, could it be? You can't protect me? To her, her father was akin to a celestial being, capable of accomplishing anything. Yet he spoke such words. The nine Taoist, his expression grave, nodded thoughtfully. He adjusted his glasses, fixing his gaze upon me, and said earnestly, if it were only me, I wouldn't mind facing death. It would be a means of repaying a debt of gratitude. However, I have so many disciples and a daughter to consider. Enough, I interjected, extending my hand. For the time being, I shall not seek her out. You need not worry. That is reassuring. The nine Taoists acknowledged my words. He understood that without sufficient strength, pursuing Ji Qianwei would be tantamount to inviting death. It was likely I would not even catch a glimpse of her before mysteriously meeting my end. The world of the affluent is not one that can be easily shaken. Perhaps you should consider my daughter, Xiaojiu. Upon hearing my words, Xiaojiu immediately exclaimed, Father, what are you saying? Indeed, Master, Su Tiansha said, his excitement palpable as he fixed a fierce gaze upon me. Gritting his teeth, what merit does he possess to become the husband of my junior sister? What is wrong with that? Jiu Dao Ren merely cast a casual glance in his direction. Su Tiansha lowered his head and replied, I merely believe in the freedom of love. We are all young and should have our own ways. Yes, we have only just met, Jiu Er retorted angrily. Yet, I remained unfazed, locking my gaze upon him. I already have an unwed fiancée, and her name is Ji Qianwei. Jiu Dao Ren's eyes bore a pleading look. It is impossible. Give up. My daughter is indeed wonderful. I know she is, but let us wait until I seek to annul the engagement with Ji Qianwei before we discuss this further. Very well. Soon, the dinner fell into a heavy silence. I, however, disregarded everything and indulged in a frenzied feast. After a hearty meal, I turned and went to sleep. In the night, I was abruptly awakened. Xiaojiu, unbeknownst to me, had mounted me, gripping my neck tightly. It's all your fault. Had it not appeared, my father would never have considered marrying me to you. Her eyes bore a vicious glare, and the pressure of her grip intensified. I responded with indifference. When did I ever agree to that? Did not just say so? Once you annul the engagement, you will marry me. I will strangle you. I chuckled at her. Annulment is not so easily attained. Perhaps it might cost me my life. Jiur paused, her palm halting, and inquired with curiosity. Surely not. Would a broken engagement lead to loss of life? If it were Ji Qianwei, however, the outcome could be different. After all, being rejected in front of others is a matter that can severely tarnish one's reputation. Esteemed families cherish their honor above all else. Indeed, that is true. Wait. Jiur suddenly realized something, her gaze shifting towards me. Even so, I refuse to wed you. It matters not. Do hasten to get off me. You are quite crushing. How dare you call me fat? Girls are truly incomprehensible. At that moment, a throng of individuals burst through the door. Su Tiansha strode in with a darkened expression, flanked by numerous fellow disciples. You little brat, how dare you flirt with my junior sister? Brothers, seize him and bring him before the master. Did your eyes truly witness me flirting with her? Is she not the one mounted upon me? Though a blanket separates us, I couldn't help but retort. Upon hearing this, Jiur blushed and swiftly descended from the bed. Witnessing this scene, Su Tiansha's fury intensified. Chen Sansheng, you ought not to be here. Chapter 15. The mysterious visitor. I am your master's uncle. What brings you here? I dismissed Su Tiansha with an indifferent gaze, surveying my surroundings with icy detachment. Upon hearing my words, the disciples scattered in haste. Sister, hurry back. Su Tiansha gritted through clenched teeth. Understood. Jiur approached the door, casting a venomous glance in my direction. If you dare to marry me, I shall visit you under the cover of night. I merely smiled, choosing not to respond. In the subsequent days, I languished in the Tianji Tower, indulging in its offerings without restraint. Strangely, the establishment had seen a dearth of visitors lately. This is hardly surprising. In this trade, business often remains dormant for 3 years, only to flourish for the next 3. Those who manage to find Tianji Tower are seldom common folk. They are typically esteemed officials or renowned celebrities. Before long, a guest arrived at Tianji Tower. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, her complexion pale, as if she had come from a realm far removed from the ordinary. Adorned in exquisite jewels, she presented herself as Zhao Meijiao. Upon her arrival, she immediately requested an audience with Jiao Daoren. However, Zhao Meijiao was remarkably obstinate, insisting that her predicament required the intervention of Jiao Daoren alone. She declared that should others intervene, the consequences would be dire. This naturally incensed the disciples, who had diligently studied under Jiao Daoren and possessed considerable knowledge. Yet, Zhao Meijiao remained unyielding. It was not until my arrival that the situation shifted. "Come, share your tale with me," I said languidly as I descended the stairs. "Who are you?" Zhao Meijiao inquired, her gaze fixed upon me. "I am the original owner of the Tianji building, the grandson of Chen Banjian." Upon hearing this, Zhao Meijiao's expression changed dramatically as she fell to her knees, weeping. "You are indeed the grandson of Banjian. I implore you, save me." I approached her and, with a mere glance, stated bluntly, "Your husband is on the verge of death. Please, save him," Zhao Meijiao urgently pleaded, bowing her head. "This matter is rather complicated. As long as you are willing to assist, I shall pay any sum." I pondered for a moment, calculating. "Let it be 180,000. "Very well." Zhao Meijiao promptly retrieved her phone. The transaction was completed. However, Xiao Jiao emerged, irate, and exclaimed, "You have yet to fulfill your duty. Yet you have taken payment in advance. This is against protocol." "Oh, and what are the rules of Tianji building?" I scoffed. "Payment is to be collected only after the task is accomplished. What if the matter cannot be resolved? Then no fee shall be taken. In all these years, how many cases has Tianji building failed to resolve?" "Approximately 30%. I snorted derisively, casting a sweeping glance around. Indeed, the Tianji building has fallen into disrepute over the years. In my grandfather's time, he was notoriously insistent on payment. As long as the price was right, he would tackle any challenge. Moreover, he always received payment before the job was done, and he never failed. Otherwise, he would not have been deemed a Banjian." Su Tianshan mocked. "You speak truthfully, then let this matter rest with you. To take another's wealth and alleviate their calamity is the only course left." I sighed and waved my hand, saying, "Let us go to your house." Zhao Meijiao was filled with gratitude and led me away. However, at that moment, several disciples followed suit. "Master Uncle, we would like to see as well." "All right, but I must warn you, should anything happen, I shall not be held responsible," I replied with a smile. "No problem," they responded eagerly, clearly eager to witness my abilities. While seated in the car, I tilted my head and inquired, "So what has happened with your husband?" Zhao Meijiao hurriedly answered, "My husband suddenly developed a high fever a month ago and began to speak irrationally. Moreover, he frequently rises in the middle of the night, frantically attacking people. Strangely, he has become increasingly enchanting, resembling a woman more and more. Just 3 days ago, his voice completely transformed into that of a woman, and he informed me that his name is Wang Suilian." "Who is Wang Suilian?" I asked. "She was our former maid." "How old was she?" 25. "Is she dead?" I suddenly queried. "Yes." Zhao Meijiao lowered her head. I chuckled softly, my gaze indifferent. A vengeful spirit does not arise without cause. "Was she harmed by your hand?" No. We did not harm her," Zhao Meijiao hastily clarified. "If we had killed her, we would not dare to seek the Tianji building. We are also unaware of the circumstances surrounding her death. All we know is that she took leave to return to her hometown, and then she inexplicably perished. Shortly thereafter, strange occurrences began." I nodded, appearing languid. The other disciples began to murmur. Could it be that this woman encountered misfortune on her journey home? But why would she do such a thing? Undoubtedly, there is something amiss. Zhao Meijiao remained indifferent, simply instructing the driver to proceed. Thus, we arrived at a villa area. In the courtyard, talismans were affixed everywhere. Moreover, 7 or 8 black dogs roamed the vicinity. They certainly undertook considerable efforts, I remarked as I glanced around. Unfortunately, it appears to have been in vain. Zhao Meijiao quickly interjected. "That is to be expected. It could never yield any results." Just as we were conversing, a plump woman rushed over. "Madam, it is terrible. The master has gone mad again." Without a moment to waste, I dashed forward, followed closely by the others. Upon opening the door, a chilling aura met us. The first floor of the villa was an expansive living room. There, a man was dancing gracefully. His movements were remarkably professional, exhibiting a delicate beauty as he swayed to the music. The man appeared to be in his 20s, clad in sleepwear, with a handsome visage. Yet, in the context of the current environment, it evoked a sense of dread. At that moment, the man halted. He turned his gaze towards me, showing no reaction. However, upon seeing Zhao Meijiao, his expression instantly contorted into a grotesque grimace. In the next instant, he opened his mouth, revealing a terrifying array of teeth densely packed within. The teeth were sharp and slender, numbering in the hundreds, which rendered him utterly fearsome. As he charged forward, several disciples of the Nine Paths behind me unleashed a torrent of black dog-esque blood. Others cast out ink nets, their coordination remarkably seamless. Truly, they were worthy disciples of the Nine Paths, alas. This man possessed an unsettling aura. Just as I began to speak, he had already freed himself from the ink net and surged forth. The disciples' expressions turned pale, each stumbling backward in retreat. However, at that moment, I took a step back. The man halted, hesitating to pursue further. Before him lay an expanse of darkness, while sunlight enveloped me, deterring him from advancing a single step. His visage was ghastly pale, with eyes aflame and crimson. Intriguingly, dark veins marred his skin. This predicament was indeed troublesome. Such a being was something I had only encountered in literature. Merely a fleeting glance left me in awe. "What has befallen my husband?" Zhao Meijiao cried out in desperation. "You must tell me, did your husband truly not kill that female nanny?" I inquired. "I do not know." Zhao Meijiao suddenly broke down, crouching on the ground as she exclaimed, "All I know is that they were involved with each other, which is why I dismissed Wang Suilian." Chapter 16. A more terrifying entity. I cast a glance at Zhao Meijiao and remarked, "It seems your husband has concealed quite a bit." Zhao Meijiao remained silent, lowering her head, her face a mask of dread as she retreated. The numerous disciples behind me wore expressions of horror and inquired, "Master, what on earth is this?" Indeed, I had never witnessed anything like it. Could it be that he has been possessed, or perhaps haunted by a spirit? Yet, I shook my head, neither of those scenarios. This entity is something I've only heard my grandfather mention, a truly terrifying presence. I never anticipated encountering it here. With that, I turned to Zhao Meijiao. "Show me around this villa. I suspect there is something amiss." She did not refuse, and so I followed her as we traversed the expansive villa, which boasted a garden and an artificial lake. After a thorough inspection, I soon found myself at a warehouse. "Bring me someone to dig 2 meters here," I instructed, pointing at the ground. Zhao Meijiao promptly summoned assistance, and shortly, several workers arrived. The excavation commenced, but after a brief period, the workers adamantly refused to continue. Having unearthed a meter of soil, they were horrified to discover blood seeping from the earth. "This is too sinister, madam. You should find someone else," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, this is utterly terrifying," the others concurred, their hesitation palpable. However, Zhao Meijiao offered no further discussion. 10,000 for each of you. If you refuse, leave," she declared resolutely. I remained confident that there would be no shortage of willing hands. Under the lure of generous rewards, brave souls inevitably emerge. These laborers could only grit their teeth and continue their excavation. Yet, as they delved deeper, amidst the pervasive bloodshed, they stumbled upon a blood-red coffin, floating ominously in the crimson tide. Stunned by this sight, the workers were paralyzed with fear. No amount of money could persuade them to continue. They cast aside their tools, their faces etched with terror. Zhao Meijiao lifted her head and offered a faint smile. "You must be married now, perhaps with children? Surely your child is attending school?" "Madam, what do you mean by that?" The foreman's face reflected sheer horror, believing Zhao Meijiao was issuing a threat. However, her subsequent words left him momentarily speechless. "An additional 30,000 per person, and retrieve that coffin for me. Is it not merely a supernatural occurrence? Consider your car loans, your mortgages. Reflect upon your children's tuition. What does this amount to?" Upon hearing her words, the workers exchanged glances. The foreman, after a moment's contemplation, gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us do it." Indeed, what is a mere ghost? Is a mortgage truly terrifying? Precisely, if one were to die, there would be no more mortgage to repay. In my astonished gaze, the workers swiftly retrieved the blood-red coffin. Suddenly, a pale arm emerged from within, startling Zhao Meijiao, who instinctively recoiled. The foreman, however, felt no fear. He seized his shovel and struck with force. "1 million in mortgage? I fear not even this. Why should I be afraid of you?" At that moment, the arm within the blood-red coffin quietly retracted. Impressive. I couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. All right, let's move the coffin to a brighter place. Soon, the coffin was transported to a spacious area, and the crowd quickly gathered around. This coffin exuded an eerie aura. It could possibly be a millennium-old relic, harboring terrifying demons within. I suspected this to be quite plausible. Impatiently, I remarked, "Check the date on the coffin. This is no ancient casket. It was clearly custom-made just last week. Indeed, look, it even has a production date." The crowd encircled the coffin, and they soon discovered it was a contemporary creation, adorned with various painted decorations. I pointed at Zhao Meijiao, saying, "Your home has already drawn attention. Are you not aware?" Zhao Meijiao wore a perplexed expression. "What is happening?" "You will find out shortly." As I spoke, I forcefully opened the coffin and cast it aside. In that instant, the onlookers peered into the coffin, their faces registering shock and horror. Inside lay a woman with a pallid complexion, dressed in a blood-red wedding gown. Not only that, but she bore fangs in her mouth, and her fingers had elongated to an alarming degree. Moreover, she was clad in the official garb of the Qing dynasty. In that moment, the crowd grasped her identity. A zombie. Indeed, it was a zombie. Zhao Meijiao cast a glance. Her face instantly drained of color. She pointed at the woman in the coffin and exclaimed, "It is Wang Zuelian." It appeared that she had been dead for more than just a day or two. At some point, she had transformed into a zombie. I observed with an indifferent expression and remarked, "What is happening here? What on earth is going on?" Zhao Meijiao was on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, in the sunlight, Wang Zuelian slowly opened her eyes, which were a deep crimson, entirely unlike those of a human. The sunlight was excruciatingly painful for her. With a horrid scream, she attempted to break free. At that moment, I exchanged a glance with my companions. The surrounding disciples surged forward, and the ink line had already ensnared her. Wang Zuelian struggled violently, her face contorted in agony. "All right, let us confine her back in the coffin. It would be a pity to let her vanish in a thin air." I sighed. The disciples did not hesitate. Wang Zuelian was soon secured within the coffin. They wrapped the ink line around it in layer after layer. "Follow me. There are certain matters I must inquire about in private." "All right," Zhao Meijiao replied despondently. Arriving at a pavilion, I spoke directly. "Wang Zuelian was likely killed by your husband. However, her transformation into a zombie was not his doing. He had no reason to engage in such actions. It is probable that someone exploited Wang Zuelian's resentment to create the zombie and placed her in your home, intending for your family to meet a fate without a burial. It is merely a matter of coincidence. Yet the situation grows increasingly perplexing." "How so?" Zhao Meijiao inquired with curiosity. "Based on my observations, Wang Zuelian emerged from her coffin once, yet she did not harm you. Instead, she bit your husband. Consequently, your husband became tainted by the corpse poison, and his transformation into a zombie became an inevitable fate. No wonder," Zhao Meijiao realized. "This is the truth. Some time ago, during the renovation of my home, workers came here. They must have placed the coffin. As for who my enemies are, there are far too many. You know how it is in business. Who does not have rivals?" Zhao Meijiao sighed. I nodded in acknowledgement. Yet I was acutely aware that the orchestrator of this affair was no ordinary person. However, this did not astonish me. "Do you know that although your husband is a zombie, he is not merely a zombie? What on earth does this mean?" Zhao Meijiao asked in terror. "Your husband's condition is quite unique. He has been afflicted by corpse poison, and his transformation into a zombie was inevitable. Yet, it seems he encountered something even more terrifying before becoming a zombie. Presently, he is neither a zombie nor a ghost, but rather a being that lies between the two. Such entities are exceedingly rare, and should they grow in power, they could wreak havoc upon the world. Chapter 17. The sorceress Zhao Meijiao was in a state of bewilderment. She could scarcely fathom that her husband had transformed into such a being. What was to be done? Could her husband possibly be salvaged? It was evident that this was no longer an option. The pressing matter at hand was to eliminate him. Upon hearing my words, Zhao Meijiao nodded, her expression one of resignation as she said, "If that is the case, then there is no alternative. If all else fails, we can simply have him leave the villa." I observed her demeanor, filled with disdain. From beginning to end, she showed little concern for her so-called husband. It was merely that he now occupied their opulent villa, a truly lavish estate, a significant asset. No doubt about it. Yet, the puppet master intended to annihilate her entire family. "Would you require my assistance?" In response to my inquiry, Zhao Meijiao shook her head, offering a wry smile as she replied, "Forget it. It is all my husband's fault. I no longer wish to investigate this matter." Very well then. I had no interest in meddling in the affairs of the affluent. I stated plainly, "Increase my payment by 200,000, and I shall swiftly dispose of your husband." "Not a problem," she affirmed. Once again, I stood before the blood-red coffin, now placed in a shaded area. I gently closed my eyes, an expression of resignation etched upon my face. The task of vanquishing demons and evil spirits was proving to be no simple endeavor. As I spoke, I casually lifted the lid, unleashing an aura of lethal intent. The female zombie in crimson garb materialized before me, her countenance fierce as she fixed her menacing gaze upon me, her fingers sharpened to an alarming degree. "I require your assistance." As soon as my words fell, the woman in red lunged towards me, displaying a remarkable lack of manners. Before I could finish my sentence, a piercing scream erupted as she was flung away. Unbeknownst to me, several talismans had appeared in my palm, inscribed in crimson ink on yellow paper with the word "extinguish" emblazoned in bold. The talismans crafted by the 9 Taoists proved to be remarkably effective. I marveled at my fortune, having stealthily acquired numerous talismans during the absence of the 9 Taoists. Otherwise, confronting this zombie would have posed quite a challenge. The female zombie, gripped by terror, had no time to contemplate her escape. I narrowed my eyes and hurled another talisman. A thunderous crack resounded as it struck her, and she emitted a wretched cry, her form charred and crumbling to the ground. I approached her slowly, my expression indifferent. I couldn't fathom why people feared her so. They had elevated her to an almost mythical status, akin to the all-powerful zombies of cinema. Such beings would surpass the realm of mere zombies. They should be referred to as Ba. She, however, was not worthy of such a title. As I neared, the female zombie extended her claws towards me. With a swift kick, I sent her tumbling several meters away. Aside from the corpse poison she bore, there was nothing else to fear. The world had been entirely intimidated by her. Once one comprehends her vulnerabilities, even an ordinary laborer could easily dispatch her with a single strike of shovel. As I spoke, I delivered another kick, but this time my foot was met with resistance, leaving a gash that allowed black mist to seep forth rapidly. The female zombie's face revealed a hint of smugness. Bored, I casually retrieved a bag containing glutinous rice, which I had prepared in advance. Placing the rice upon her wound, I listened to the hissing sound as dark energy gradually seeped out. I couldn't care less about her grievances. In this era, whether human or ghost, who isn't burdened with a myriad of complaints? Why bother with such trivialities? I casually tossed a talisman inscribed with the character for fire onto the red-clad female zombie, and she instantly ignited. A wretched scream erupted from her throat. I felt a pang of resentment. He had promised to marry me and make me his wife. He deceived me and then ended my life. I was rescued, only to become this way. The flames spread over her form, and I watched with an indifferent expression, my face betraying neither joy nor sorrow, without a trace of hesitation. The fire swiftly reduced the red-clad zombie to ashes, which dispersed into the ether with a gentle breath. In that moment, I could almost hear a faint sigh. Turning on my heel, I had no time to dawdle. The disciples, watching from a distance, looked on in disbelief at how effortlessly I had vanquished the zombie. What is so surprising about that? With a modicum of common sense, one would know how to eliminate her. If all else fails, simply clutch a large rooster. I smiled faintly at the stunned crowd and said, "Zombies, despite their immense strength, possessed numerous weaknesses, particularly the weakest among them, who were astonishingly frail. They fear light, water, chickens, and fire. They fear everything. Aside from instilling fear, it serves no practical purpose. However, the one residing in the villa poses a formidable challenge. With a sigh of contemplation, I adopted a serious demeanor. Observing the multitude of disciples gathered around me, I began to speak. That man, when one reflects upon it, is indeed a source of amusement. He has undoubtedly fallen victim to Wang Suilian's bite. While Wang Suilian could have drained his blood, she chose instead to transform him into a zombie, seemingly yearning to rekindle their past connection and form a family of the undead. Unfortunately, that man harbors no desire to become a zombie. He merely lacks the understanding that glutinous rice can counteract the poison of the undead. Thus, he must have encountered something even more terrifying. This ordeal has subjected his body to a curse, rendering him akin to a ghost. Yet, a ghost is an intangible entity, and yet he has become tainted by a corpse, thus transforming into a corpse ghost. My words elicited a collective gasp from the disciples. Is this truly the legendary corpse ghost? How utterly terrifying! Indeed, how can this be? This predicament is beyond our resolution. We must summon the master. Observing their flustered expressions, I cannot help but feel disdain. This matter is not as daunting as you perceive. It is merely your lack of understanding. Today, I shall impart to you a valuable lesson. With that, I led the disciples to Zhao Meijiao, stating, I suspect your husband has already passed away. What remains in the villa is merely his spirit. His physical form is no longer present. Therefore, he is utterly incapable of confronting the situation at hand. Whether employing methods to vanquish zombies or to dispel ghosts proves futile. The most effective approach is to uncover the underlying reasons for his transformation. Reflect for a moment. What peculiar places has he frequented in recent days? At this juncture, Zhao Meijiao found herself in a quandary. However, after a moment's contemplation, she responded, I recall now that he has been facing difficulties in his career lately. Consequently, he sought the assistance of an individual. Who might this person be? I am unaware of his true name. He is known only by the alias Scorpion. It is said that, with sufficient remuneration, he can curse anyone to their demise. In our circle, it is not uncommon for people to seek his services. I nodded in understanding. It turns out he is a sorcerer. Such practitioners of the arcane arts are, in times of prosperity, indispensable retainers for the affluent. Chapter 18, The Puppet Master to us feng shui practitioners. Sorcerers are merely practitioners of a dubious and inferior craft. Neither my grandfather nor the 9 Taoists have ever regarded such individuals with any respect. However, for the wealthy elite, these figures are objects of fervent admiration. After all, who among us is devoid of adversaries, and who does not harbor grievances against others? The prospect of spending a considerable sum to orchestrate the mysterious demise of an enemy is undoubtedly appealing. Following the address provided by Zhao Meijiao, I ventured alone and soon located Scorpion. Upon finding him, I understood the origin of his moniker. A scorpion tattoo adorned the right side of his face. He appeared to be in his 40s, clad entirely in black, exuding an aura of malevolence. Strangely, he resided in a spacious flat nestled in the heart of a bustling city. Upon my arrival, I found him leisurely sipping tea. You seem to have a refined taste, I remarked coldly. What can one do? For someone like me, each day is a fleeting joy. I fixed him with an icy gaze. Has a man approached you recently? Indeed, he replied. This man was discovered by his wife engaging in an affair with their housekeeper. When the wife expelled the maid, she sought a substantial compensation, which the wife refused to grant. Consequently, the maid approached him, claiming to possess incriminating evidence against him. If revealed, it would spell his doom. Thus the man, consumed by murderous intent, sought my assistance. I clapped my hands together. You speak with such candor. Alas, I am but a purveyor of unsavory deeds, he stated. I squinted my eyes and coldly remarked, do you comprehend the consequences of using sorcery to harm others? It matters not. The scorpion shook his head and gazed at me. You wouldn't be seeking retribution, would you? I scrutinized him for a moment and simply shook my head. I have no such interest. I am merely fulfilling a request and must inquire about certain matters. The scorpion took a sip of tea and suddenly burst into laughter. I have always said, you geomancers are no different from us sorcerers. We can inflict harm, and so can you, and it can be done without shedding blood. Tell me, what did that man take from you before he departed? The death worm. Ah, I see. I nodded in understanding. The death worm is indeed a sinister entity. It is essentially an insect egg. When consumed in tea, it can swiftly devour a person from the inside, leaving only an empty shell. However, the method of counteracting it is rather simple. A dose of anti-parasitic medication can eradicate it. Yet, to my knowledge, she did not perish from the death worm. I observed that female zombie closely. There was a visible wound on her body, evidently inflicted by a piercing of the heart. As for the rest, I am unaware. I see. I extended my hand. In that case, you must not remain. Are you truly prepared to take action? The scorpion spoke languidly. This room is filled with my cultivated worms. If it comes to blows, even if you're the grandson of Chun Banjian, you will not fare well. How do you know my identity? Many are already aware of it. Who informed you? I do not know, but ever since your arrival in Hangzhou, it has spread throughout the entire realm. Scorpion leisurely sips tea, not sparing me a glance. My expression darkens ominously. If this is indeed the case, then we are in a predicament. Your master is undoubtedly Chun Banjian. However, with fame comes resentment. The debts incurred by your grandfather must be settled by you. Humph. I scoff coldly and turn to leave. At this moment, I have no interest in confronting Scorpion. If what he claims is true, then I am in grave danger. The reason my grandfather withdrew from the world of martial arts is twofold: his age and the multitude of enemies he accumulated. In his youth, my grandfather feared no one, but as time passed, he gradually found himself overwhelmed. His remarkable talents were, after all, enhanced through forbidden techniques, preventing any further advancement. Thus, despite his illustrious reputation, his peak was alarmingly brief. What a troublesome situation, I muttered to myself. My grandfather's enemies are formidable, comprising both sinister factions and esteemed righteous sections. To become a semi-mortal is a matter of fighting one's way through. Without substantial skill, one cannot maintain their position. I do not fully trust Scorpion's words. Without the ability to trace the man's whereabouts, it is exceedingly difficult to ascertain what he has provoked. Zhao Meijiao is also evasive with me, reluctant to divulge many details, which irks me somewhat. However, upon returning to the villa, she did provide me with an address. She mentioned that after her husband sought out the Scorpion, the most likely person he would approach was Su Hai, his commercial adversary. Their conflict over a piece of land had escalated to a bitter feud. In that moment, clarity washed over me. What was a mere nanny in the grand scheme of things? The lethal venom of Zhao Meijiao's husband was likely intended for Su Hai. Upon arriving at Su Hai's villa, the sight before me left me momentarily stunned. The feng shui of Su Hai's residence was unmistakably a nexus for wealth. It required no small amount of skill to orchestrate such an arrangement. Halt! A bodyguard stood firmly in my path. I wish to see Su Hai. What is your name that you think you deserve an audience with my boss? Tell him I am Chen Sanshong, and Chen Xuanzi is my grandfather, I replied directly. Though the bodyguard was unfamiliar with the name I had mentioned, he hesitated briefly before proceeding to relay my message. Soon enough, I was ushered in. Upon my first encounter with Su Hai, I blurted out, "The death of Zhao Meijiao and Appo's husband was orchestrated by you." His next words left me momentarily speechless. "Yes, I had someone do it. What do you intend to do about it, little fortune teller?" I had never encountered a man so brazen. Su Hai was slightly portly, with a menacing demeanor. He appeared to be in his 40s, robust in stature, and sat on the sofa, exuding an aura of authority without raising his voice. Crucially, his response rendered me at a loss for words. Upholding justice? That was never my intention. Nothing in particular, just making an acquaintance. I settled directly onto the sofa opposite him, smiled, and remarked, "Indeed, you're truly worthy of being the grandson of Chun Banjian. I have long heard tales of your grandfather's charisma, and seeing you now, I find you to be not much less impressive. Of course, I cannot compare to my grandfather," he replied. After an exchange of mutual flattery between us, Su Hai turned to me and inquired, "Aren't you here to seek vengeance for that woman?" "Certainly not. The money she provided is insufficient," I stated, causing Su Hai's expression to stiffen. "What if her contribution were adequate?" I shrugged, "Then I would be at a loss." "Ha ha. Splendid. I admire your candid nature. To speak frankly, I was the one who brought about their demise, and I also dispatched the zombies. Originally, I intended to eliminate their entire family, but alas, only one man met his end. Such a pity. I nodded, smiling as I said, your plans encountered a slight mishap. However, as long as I remain inactive, that family is essentially doomed. Isn't that splendid? Suhai asked, looking at me. How about joining forces with me, young fortune teller? Chapter 19. Into the depths before me stood Suhai, a truly formidable individual. His malevolence was unabashedly evident. What made him even more terrifying was the fact that he was not merely a human fiend. Why do you wish to annihilate that family? I inquired. For a parcel of land. If successful, it could yield 500 million. 500 million is quite a substantial sum, I murmured to myself. Join me, and the profits from this land will be yours, Suhai said with an air of indifference, offering me a cigar. I do not smoke. What a pity, he replied. Su Jiang reclined on the sofa, watching me exhale plumes of smoke. I have navigated the treacherous waters of Hangcheng for so long, nurturing many souls in the process, merely to achieve a grand ambition. The world today is rife with turmoil. Without the presence of eminent figures like you, I cannot find solace in sleep. If you were to engage in fewer and scrupulous acts, you might find tranquility, Suhai chuckled, a haughty smile adorning his face. Indeed, a common citizen may find peace, yet they are perpetually subjected to oppression. When faced with even the slightest adversity, they are compelled to sell their possessions and live in anguish. Suhai gazed at me with fervor. Little immortal, join me. Everything I possess shall be at your disposal. Whatever you desire, you shall have. I smiled slightly and replied, if you wish for my allegiance, it is quite simple. Retrieve my wife, and I shall pledge my loyalty. Very well, Suhai exclaimed, invigorated, pacing excitedly. Now tell me, who is your wife? Even if she were a celestial being, I shall bring her back to you. Ji Qinhua. As soon as these words escaped my lips, Suhai's complexion changed dramatically, and he collapsed onto the ground. Who are you referring to? Is my meaning not sufficiently clear? Observing Suhai sitting on the floor, I too felt a sense of helplessness. A figure of his stature, upon hearing Ji Qinhua and Appo's name, trembled with fear. One can only imagine the extent of Ji Qinhua's prowess at this moment. Brother, such matters are not to be trifled with, Suhai said, his face pale as he looked at me. Do you believe I would jest? I met his gaze unwaveringly. Suhai rose to his feet and poured himself a cup of tea. The water was scalding, yet he paid it no heed. After taking a sip, he turned to me, saying, Brother, I cannot assist you with this matter. You should leave. I did not depart, but stated directly, are we to simply let a life be extinguished? Suhai's expression darkened immediately. I've given you some respect. Just because I call you little half-immortal doesn't mean you can overestimate your worth. If you wish to seek justice, then step forward. I glanced at him, choosing silence as I turned to leave. Bah, what a thing! Suhai's voice echoed behind me. I did not look back, but replied coolly, beware the chandelier. In the next moment, a scream erupted from Suhai as the chandelier fell upon him. Though he survived, he would likely bear the marks of injury. After my departure, I found myself feeling rather helpless. This was indeed the work of Suhai. His actions were brazen, lacking any semblance of concealment. Yet, this is precisely the most troublesome aspect. In my helplessness, I had no choice but to seek out Zhao Meijiao. Depart from this place swiftly and do not return. As for your husband, I shall arrange for someone to handle that. Zhao Meijiao looked at me and asked, is it Suhai's doing? Indeed, I replied. I knew it was him. Poor my husband, she lamented, covering her face in despair. Do you not harbor any hatred toward your husband? I inquired curiously. What is there to loathe? That man is not a philanderer. He has always treated me well. It is merely unfortunate that he is the sole heir, and I have been unable to bear him a child. His parents have both passed away, and it appears that all of his assets now belong to me. Zhao Meijiao sighed. I cast her a sidelong glance and softly asked, could you tell me about Suhai? There is little to say. Zhao Meijiao shook her head. He is a ruthless individual who has clawed his way up from the bottom, employing sinister methods to seize what he desires. Anything he sets his eyes upon is as good as his. His tactics are brutal, and to this day, It is uncertain how many lives he has extinguished. He has set his sights on my husband's family business. Zhao Meijiao forced a bitter smile and chose not to elaborate further. We must leave quickly. Do not dwell on the assets, she urged. I shall depart tonight. Under the cover of night, Zhao Meijiao, having no time to liquidate her possessions, hastily left the premises. Before her departure, however, she transferred the villa into my name. Master, I cannot swallow this indignation. The house is now yours. How you choose to manage it is entirely your affair. Having departed from Hangzhou, I now find myself resolutely moving forward, never to return. Setting aside my phone, I let out a bitter chuckle, shaking my head in disbelief. Zhao Meijiao, unwilling to concede defeat, seeks to ensnare Su Hai one last time before her departure. What a predicament this is. This villa, undeniably appealing, has turned into a veritable hot potato. It transcends the mere label of a haunted house. It is akin to a slaughterhouse. A half-living, half-ghostly figure still roams within its confines. After a moment of contemplation, I reluctantly resolved to seek the assistance of the Taoist priest. Thus, outside the villa, I stood side by side with the priest. He posed a significant danger that needed to be addressed swiftly, lest it lead to dire consequences. I entrusted the task to my esteemed master. I gazed at the Taoist priest, who nodded in acknowledgement before turning to enter the villa. I refrained from following, as I did not wish to be an impediment. The Taoist priest is a true master of the craft, possessing skills that have surely reached an advanced level of enlightenment. Even the half-human, half-ghost entity poses no threat to him. This thought weighed heavily on my mind, as I felt a sense of helplessness. Despite my years of cultivation, my abilities remain modest. The path of a Taoist is fraught with challenges, requiring not only relentless practice, but also a profound connection to the cosmos, along with a myriad of insights. While I was lost in these thoughts, I sensed a fierce battle erupting within the villa. Yet, I dared not venture a glance to ascertain the specifics. The Taoist priest, intent on dealing with the half-human, half-ghost anomaly, would undoubtedly unveil his true prowess, keeping his methods shrouded in secrecy. I wished to avoid any awkwardness between us. After considerable time, the figure of the 9 Taoist emerged. His countenance bore the marks of fatigue, and his body was riddled with wounds. I hastily rose from the steps. Master Uncle, are you all right? It's nothing, merely a slight depletion of my vitality. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with weariness. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. In that case, I shall reside here for the time being and not return. Very well. As the 9 Taoists took a few steps away, a thought suddenly struck him. That Su Hai fellow is quite troublesome. I advise you to reconcile with him, if possible. Since you have just arrived in Hang City, it is prudent to avoid making enemies. Understood. Once he departed, a shadow fell over my expression. My master uncle is truly inscrutable. What had appeared as injuries moments ago, upon closer inspection, revealed him to be unscathed. His cultivation is undoubtedly far more profound than it seems. Why would he deliberately conceal his true capabilities from me? With this thought, I sighed and chose to remain silent. Chapter 20. Guarding simplicity, the villa was devoid of any presence aside from my own. Everyone had fled, leaving me in an unexpected state of tranquility. Upon entering the grand hall, I was met with a scene of utter disarray, reminiscent of a fierce battle having taken place. A mere glance led me to deduce that the 9 Taoists had dispatched this aberration with little more than 3 moves. Such prowess might rival that of my grandfather. Could it be that they employed some forbidden technique to enhance their cultivation? As I gazed at the chaotic tableau, I fell into deep contemplation. My grandfather, renowned as Chun Banjian, possessed formidable strength. According to his own words, he had once been on the verge of attaining the Sit Zen state. However, a backlash from forbidden arts had resulted in a significant decline in his abilities. The 9 Taoists before me, though remarkably gifted, were not the paragon of unparalleled genius. They likely shared a fate akin to my grandfather's. Thoughts of Jiao crossed my mind, prompting me to shake my head. This matter was beyond my control. Sitting at the edge of the swimming pool, I took out a small notebook to jot down my thoughts and sketches. Finding Ji Qinyue would not prove difficult. The greater one's renown and strength, the easier they are to locate. Yet, what could I possibly do? Even appealing to the 9 Taoists would be futile. They were but individuals, while Ji Qianyue was backed by an entire lineage. Moreover, she herself was a prodigy. Over the years, with even minimal cultivation, she would have ascended to heights beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The very thought sent a shiver down my spine. Perhaps it was best to refrain from overthinking. Surviving came first. Although my obsession with Ji Qianyue lingered, however, the immediate priority is to deal with Su Hai. Although I could still seek assistance from the 9 Taoists, I am reluctant to do so. I do not wish to become excessively dependent on him. 12 years of harrowing experience have taught me that the only reliable entity in this world is oneself. As night falls, I sit upright on my bed, gently close my eyes, and meditate in silence. I am not engaged in cultivating qi. According to my grandfather, only in ancient times were there alchemists capable of refining qi to achieve the pinnacle state of harmonizing the 3 flowers atop the head, with the 5 qi contained within the heart. Such feats are no longer attainable. Presently, individuals cannot even surpass their mortal limits, let alone embark on the path of immortality. After a brief period of contemplation, I open my eyes, signaling the end of my meditation. Each day, only during the midnight hour, is there a suitable time for cultivation. To continue beyond this would yield counterproductive effects. Time does not wait for me. I let out a long sigh, reflecting on the tales of inhaling a single breath to attain immortality or casually consuming a celestial fruit to ascend to the heavens. These are ultimately mere myths. The following day, I return to the hall where the 9 Taoists convene. The Tianji Tower's spacious room is adorned with wooden flooring and accommodates dozens of meditation cushions, all of which are now occupied by eager disciples. The 9 Taoist is delivering a lecture, and the students listen with rapt attention. The first stage of cultivation is known as guarding simplicity. To reach this level, one must master knowledge, which is more than sufficient to deal with ordinary specters. However, breaking through to this stage is no simple task. Most individuals require at least a decade of arduous practice. The second stage is termed feigning ignorance. Reaching such a realm transcends the ordinary. Though it may appear foolish, it conceals profound wisdom. However, the journey to attain it requires extensive cultivation. As for the third realm, it is even more extraordinary: enlightenment. Upon reaching this state, one can perceive many things beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Of course, some are born with the gift of clairvoyance, yet that does not equate to this level of enlightenment. The fourth realm, which my master currently inhabits, is known as communing with the subtle. At this stage, one can command spirits and communicate with the underworld. Nevertheless, I have only just begun to touch this realm and do not yet possess full mastery. At this moment, a disciple inquired, "Master, what is the fifth realm?" I interjected, "You should not aspire too high too soon. The fifth realm is not easily attained." The Taoist named Jiu smiled wryly and shook his head. I then entered the conversation, smiling as I remarked, "Uncle Master speaks wisely. Throughout history, how many great Taoists have truly reached the realm of communing with the subtle? Even my grandfather, having achieved the pinnacle of this state, found it exceedingly challenging to progress further. Uncle Master, at just over 40, has already surpassed my grandfather." Upon hearing this, Jiu promptly knelt, joining his hands in prayer, murmuring, "What merit do I possess to surpass my master?" I seated myself on the mat, smiling as I said, "I too have come to attend the lesson." "Ha, splendid." Jiu and Appos sat on the mat, gazing at me with curiosity. "What realm have you attained?" I shrugged and replied, "Like all of you, I am merely an ordinary person." At that moment, Jiu Daoren regarded me intently and interjected, "Currently, Li Sansheng and Appos' realm is comparable to yours. He too is merely guarding simplicity." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding disciples cast glances at me, their eyes subtly laced with disdain. Some even murmured among themselves, "What do we expect? He is just like us, albeit with a higher seniority." Indeed, I could hardly believe it. I turned away, dismissive. I am but an ordinary individual. To transcend the mundane is far from a simple endeavor. Jiu Daoren began to expound, and I listened intently, occasionally jotting down notes. Once the lecture concluded, everyone had departed, save for Jiu Daoren, who called out to me. "Regarding Ji Qianyue, I encountered her once. When? 5 years ago. Where? Zhonan Mountain. My pupils contracted slightly, and I couldn't oppose. Help but inquire. What was she doing at Zhonan Mountain? A challenge. Jiu Dao Ren gazed at me, his eyes brimming with an indescribable pity. And then? I asked, somewhat agitated. She single-handedly toppled several grandmasters. At that time, if I'm not mistaken, her realm had already reached the state of sitting in illumination. I stood there, stunned, and after a lengthy silence, I uttered, "This is impossible." Even if she were to cultivate from the moment of her birth, reaching such a realm would remain an impossibility. That is a level beyond the reach of mere mortals, especially in the current state of affairs. There exists no chance for her. The 9 paths glanced at me, and suddenly his expression darkened as he uttered, "There's still one possibility." I comprehended the implication, nodding slightly, my heart already grasping the truth. Her temperament is far from amiable. Seeking her out now would be akin to courting death. Even with my presence, it would amount to no more than 2 lives at stake. I nodded despondently, choosing not to elaborate further. Although I had long acknowledged the vast chasm between myself and Ji Qianyue, I had not anticipated that the disparity could extend to this extent. Had she achieved the seated illumination realm 5 years ago? Indeed. What is her current condition? Unknown. Since I have left the village, why has she not taken my life? Is there any necessity? At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and turned it apart. Chapter 21. Ambition. The words of the 9 paths pierced my heart deeply. Ji Qianyue did not kill me simply because it was utterly unnecessary. How proud a figure she is, never considering me a threat. The ambush outside the village and other forms of oppression were, in truth, unrelated to Ji Qianyue. From beginning to end, she never intended any harm towards me. It was not that she held any affection for me, but rather that I was unworthy. This humiliation made me grit my teeth, my expression as frigid as ice. I was unaware of when I returned to the villa. Lying on the bed, I wore a bitter countenance. At that moment, I sensed something and stepped outside. The villa was suddenly teeming with people. Suhai arrived here with a large entourage of men clad in black. As he walked, his gaze greedily roamed the surroundings. A fortune-teller once claimed that this place was a treasure trove of feng shui. Securing this auspicious site would elevate my status. It seems that the prediction was indeed correct. By now, I had emerged from the villa. "How does it feel to reside in my villa, little brother?" Suhai proclaimed. "This is my villa now." He approached me, extending his palm and reaching into his trouser pocket, seemingly to retrieve something. The average person would undoubtedly feel fear, apprehensive that he might draw a weapon. Yet, I remained unfazed, gazing at him intently. Suhai produced a wallet and began to count the cash. 100, 200, 300. "I offer you 500. This villa is now mine." I chuckled. "This villa is worth 10 billion. At this moment, it holds such value. Will you take the money and leave, or perish here?" Suhai looked at me with an air of arrogance, his eyes filled with a fierce ferocity. Surrounding me were individuals poised to strike me down at any moment. I accepted the money in my hand, but suddenly returned it to him. "You desire this villa? I shall lend it to you for your stay. After all, your days are numbered." Suhai's eyes flashed with a dangerous glimmer, yet he quickly suppressed the fury within. Observing the bandages wrapped around his arm, I couldn't help but chuckle. "Did the chandelier not crush you? I'm unaware of the tricks you employed. It is broad daylight now. There is nothing above me to fall." Although Suhai spoke bravely, he stepped back, retreating among the crowd. "You truly are cowardly," I mocked. "There is little choice. I still possess my life to navigate this underworld." Suhai chuckled bitterly, his gaze darkening. "Little half-immortal, I am aware of your capabilities. However, I have come with a multitude of allies. I recognize that you possess skills. Yet against such numbers, what can you do?" I nodded, helplessly spreading my hands and shrugging my shoulders. "My grandfather is a half-immortal, not a true immortal. With so many gathered, I find myself at a loss. But can you remain standing in this broad daylight forever? Even if you take refuge beneath the bridge, what if it were to collapse?" Suhai's expression darkened, and he cursed. "You wait, kid." Having spoken, he departed with the crowd in a dejected manner. I couldn't be bothered to pay him any heed, gently closing my eyes, intending to lie down for a while. However, upon returning to the villa, I sensed something amiss. An unsettling chill enveloped me. In an instant, a shadow began to materialize behind me. With a pallid visage, disheveled hair, and clad in white, she wielded a knife in her hand. I leisurely seated myself in a chair, observing the unfolding scene. The woman approached me step by step, her demeanor chillingly cold. To take my life would not be an easy feat. I glanced around, searching for something. I turned my back to her, beginning to scavenge the surroundings. Typically, such a female specter would not venture into this space. She must have a hiding place. I had sensed something was amiss earlier. Soon, I stumbled upon an object, a blood-red jade pendant concealed beneath my pillow. Behind me, the woman was now mere inches away, her dagger poised to strike. Seizing the pendant, I cast a fleeting glance at it before crushing in my hand. A piercing scream erupted from behind me. The woman writhed and cried out, her form suddenly being dragged uncontrollably into the ground. In mere seconds, she was pulled beneath the earth, vanishing completely. Who was she trying to intimidate? Such tactics were beneath my contempt, and I reclined on my bed, surrendering to sleep once more. In the dead of night, a chilling wind swept through the glass. The door creaked open, and footsteps gradually echoed through the silence. Beside my bed, several figures suddenly appeared. I was too lethargic to turn on the light, already knowing their nature. I simply closed my eyes and murmured, "Come, in my life." I no longer wished to exist. The figures remained silent, their gazes fixed upon me. Unfazed, I met their stares. For an ordinary person, such an encounter would swiftly lead to madness. Yet, I am different. I am, after all, a fool. The silhouettes and I locked eyes, and soon one of them averted their gaze. "Ha! You have lost. Now hand over the money." I extended my hand. Without uttering a word, this figure presented me with a stack of bills. I continued to exchange glances with the others, and soon they too yielded their payments. Well then, I'm tired. Lying on my bed, I quickly drifted into slumber. The figure stood vigil by my bedside throughout the night, while I remained in deep sleep. As dawn approached the following day, the shadows gradually dissipated. In Suhai's home, a cold voice resonated. "This one possesses some skill. He is no ordinary individual." I suspected he had the ability to see beyond, perceiving that they could not take a life. Suhai knelt beside him, stripped of his usual arrogance, resembling a meek bride. "Master, is such complexity necessary to deal with a child? Surely, he must have gone mad by now. With those few specters standing idly, anyone would succumb to insanity." Suhai chuckled with satisfaction, for many of his rivals had inexplicably lost their minds in the dead of night, allowing him to amass substantial wealth. Regardless of who it may be, the presence of a few objects by the bedside at midnight is surely enough to instill terror. Has he lost his mind? If so, may I claim the villa? There's no rush. This fellow has always been a lunatic. The matter is not so easily resolved. However, there is no need to hasten. We shall take our time. Indeed, I shall heed the master's words. Suhai bowed his head obediently, offering no resistance. The following days passed without incident. I did not intentionally seek news about Ji Qianyue, but by chance, I learned that she had once visited Hangzhou. The place she chose, however, was a notorious site of dread, the millennia-ancient tower. No one knows what she sought there, yet she emerged unscathed. Upon hearing this, a sense of dread enveloped me. The millennia-ancient tower, built against the mountains, is a place shrouded in eerie terror. It is said that unspeakable horrors have transpired there, with those who enter facing a grim fate. Over the years, only Ji Qianyue has managed to escape alive. Regardless of the circumstances, I must venture there. If I cannot summon the courage to do so, I am unworthy of meeting Ji Qianyue. However, not at this moment. I am still far too weak. I remain in the villa, which, despite its grandeur, feels rather solitary. I must attend to all matters myself. Initially, I contemplated hiring a few servants, but given the current situation, employing help would be tantamount to endangering them. Suhai has come again, this time alone, as if we were long-lost friends. He drove a vehicle containing a grill and skewers of lamb. I smiled gently and approached him, my hunger piqued. "Very well, I shall grill them for you." It was my previous occupation. By the serene artificial lake, I indulged in the lamb skewers while silence enveloped us. "Why are you so obstinate? I was the first to set eyes on this villa. Were you contesting with me?" I murmured, lowering my gaze to take another bite. Your grandfather's TNG building is truly valuable. The rules set by my grandfather dictate that we should never part with what we give, yet we may accept anything offered to us. Su-hai stamped his foot and handed me several more skewers. This villa holds great significance for me. How significant? I inquired. I have consulted a master, and he assured me that residing in this villa would elevate my career to new heights. Isn't your wealth already considerable? Why pursue more? Su-hai sighed as he sat beside me. Indeed, I have harmed many people. I deserve nothing less than death for my transgressions. In the days to come, I ought to devote myself to fasting and chanting, seeking atonement for my past sins. Yet, I yearn to advance further, to acquire greater riches and behold loftier vistas. Especially that woman. I must possess her. Oh, that woman? I replied nonchalantly. Ji Qianwei. Chapter 22. The ones behind Su-hai. I silently gestured towards the artificial lake, exclaiming, "The scenery here is exquisite. Perhaps it would be fitting to lay you to rest in this serene spot." Su-hai hastily interjected, "Do not misconstrue my intentions." What is there to misconstrue? I shot him a frigid glance. Although Ji Qian Yu was merely my betrothed name, she was not someone to be trifled with by anyone. I had encountered Ji Qian Yu 5 years prior, during a time when I was but a humble waiter. The moment I laid eyes upon her, I felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. I had never beheld such a stunning woman. In that instant, I dreamed of what it would be like to marry someone of her grace, a veritable blessing from my ancestors. Thus began my arduous journey, a relentless 5-year endeavor that has led me to my current station. Now, my assets amount to no less than $1 billion, and I command a loyal brotherhood of hundreds. Though I cannot claim to rule the world, I have certainly established myself as a notable figure. Su-hai's eyes burned with a crimson intensity as he regarded me, yet I feel increasingly distant from her. In her presence, I am but a mere insect, unwanted and repulsive. I scoffed softly and turned my gaze away, declaring, "You are unworthy of her." Su-hai, agitated, retorted, "If I am unworthy, then what of you?" I remained silent, choosing instead to settle into my thoughts. He sighed deeply, casting his eyes upon the artificial lake. I longed to see her once more. Yet, given my current standing, the prospect of even a brief encounter seems insurmountable. It is truly disheartening. After all my efforts, I find myself only further from her. At this juncture, Su-hai turned to me and inquired, "Little immortal, how about a collaboration?" I retorted with disinterest, "I have no inclination to partner with you." He pressed on, "So, you are determined to stand against me?" I continued, "If I cannot even handle you, how shall I face her?" Su-hai's expression momentarily faltered as his hand extended towards me, demanding, "Pay up." What? I was taken aback. After consuming such a feast of barbecued delicacies, you expect not to settle the bill? Each skewer of lamb costs 10. That's rather steep, I remarked as I withdrew the money and handed it to him. Su-hai, with a smile, suggested, "Then pray that you can prolong your days." With that, he promptly drove away. Observing his retreating figure, I found myself not disliking him. He possessed ambition, capability, and his own methods. Yet, I was taken aback to realize that 5 years ago, he had encountered Ji Qian Yu, which had transformed him into this state. With this thought, I sighed, my expression heavy with resignation. I felt ever more distanced from Ji Qian Yu. That night, as I gently closed my eyes, I was engaged in my cultivation. However, unbeknownst to me, a group of masked individuals clad in white had gathered at the entrance of the villa, wielding a variety of weapons, displaying remarkable agility. Alas, their efforts were futile. I lay on my bed and soon slipped into slumber. Outside, a terrifying commotion erupted. Ah, rats! So many rats! Help! Run! The following day, as I stepped outside, it appeared that nothing had transpired. A solitary mouse scurried towards me, emitting a few squeaks. I merely nodded, indifferent to its presence. My ability to control mice is an integral part of my role as a guardian of the village. The guardians are foolish and lowly, devoid of friends. However, the mice, weasels, and snakes of the village are companions. Yet, relying on such dubious skills to effect any meaningful change seems futile. With a sigh, I continued my journey to the Tower of Celestial Mechanisms. Upon my arrival, Jiwar greeted me with evident delight, in stark contrast to Su Tiansha, who wore a countenance of disdain. "Greetings, Uncle Master," I acknowledged with a nod. Since the revelation of my meager cultivation, the others, except for Jiwar, have adopted a notably frosty demeanor towards me. After all, my strength is undeniably insufficient. "Junior sister, why must you refer to him as Uncle Master? He is merely a humble guardian," Su Tiansha scoffed, his arrogance palpable. "He possesses the merit to be so haughty, having exceptional talent that enabled him to transcend the guardian stage and reach the realm of feigned ignorance at an early age. Of course, the disparity between these two realms is not vast. Nevertheless, he remains my Uncle Master," Jiwar interjected. Su Tiansha directed his gaze towards me. "Why are you not in your villa? What brings you here? This is not a place for you to speak." I shot him a sidelong glance, inciting his fury. Yet, as an elder, I could easily disregard his insolence. The Tower of Celestial Mechanisms houses a plethora of tomes and an array of medicinal herbs, all painstakingly gathered by Jiodao. Typically, these disciples would not dare to venture here. It is only I who can roam freely within the tower. After a thorough exploration, I discovered numerous talismans in the attic. It was evident that these talismans were crafted by the 9 Taoists. To my astonishment, I sensed a subtle fluctuation emanating from them, stirring profound thoughts within me. As a practitioner of the mystical arts, he had cultivated a form of power that transcended mere mortals. However, in a certain sense, although I lacked such magical abilities, I possessed a unique prowess inherent to the guardian of the village. At noon, the 9 Taoists returned, moving with such swiftness that none could discern his actions. During our meal, as I indulged in hearty portions of meat and drink, the 9 Taoists spoke. "I must attend a ritual gathering soon, thus I will be away for a month. During this time, the Tianji Tower shall not entertain any guests. I expect all of you to behave and refrain from provoking my ire." In his presence, Su Tiansha maintained a respectful demeanor, choosing not to speak out of turn. I, however, inquired, "Is a month truly necessary?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "The journey is long, and I can manage alone. I hope you will remain here peacefully and avoid any disturbances, particularly in seeking her out." I understood his intentions clearly, though a sense of resignation filled my heart. I recognized that my current tranquility was significantly attributed to the 9 Taoists' influence. His departure would likely usher in a month fraught with complications. After finishing his meal, the 9 Taoists took his leave, and I decided to reside within the Tianji Tower, while the villa, albeit still mine, remained untouched. Yet, Suhai took advantage of my absence to move in. I was fully aware of this, but could only endure it. The next day, during breakfast, Jiwar looked at me and said, "Your villa has been occupied. Why don't you reclaim it?" Just as I was about to respond, Su Tiansha scoffed. "Our esteemed master uncle is merely a figurehead. He is waiting for the master to return." With Jiwar absent, his words were undeniably more brazen. I gently closed my eyes, then opened them again swiftly. "It is not as such. In truth, I have done this intentionally." Upon hearing this, Su Tiansha erupted in laughter. "Do you think we will believe you?" "I do not require your belief," I replied calmly while eating. "Suhai is merely a pawn. The individuals behind him are the true key players. From my observations, the feng shui of that villa has already been tampered with in secret. Once one resides within, calamity is imminent. Suhai is unaware, believing that moving in will advance his standing, yet he is unknowingly courting disaster. All his actions will ultimately serve to benefit another." Chapter 23. Virtue. Su Tiansha dismissed my words with disdain, yet he refrained from engaging in any debate. Our animosity had lingered for quite some time, rendering further conversation unnecessary. After our discord, I departed from the Tianji Tower, intending to seek out Scorpion. Upon reaching Scorpion's abode, I entered without a moment's hesitation. Scorpion was engaged in a business discussion with a corpulent man, who, with an expression of excitement, proclaimed, "I have long admired the goddess. I have spent a considerable sum on her, yet she has not spared me a glance. I know you must have a solution." "Indeed," Scorpion replied, producing a small pill and whispering, "This is a love poison. Let your blood touch it, and find a way for her to ingest it, and she will be utterly devoted to you." "That is splendid. The rotund man expressed his profound gratitude before taking his leave. Only then did Scorpion lift his gaze towards me, his eyes brimming with anger. Is it not exceedingly rude of you to intrude so boldly? What courtesy is owed to the dead? Scorpion's expression darkened as he abruptly rose, his body recoiling. Unbeknownst to me, a serpent had coiled around his arm from within his sleeve. I harbor no enmity towards you. To slay you would merely add to my virtue. Virtue? Scorpion erupted into laughter, pointing at me as he exclaimed, "The notion of virtue leading to immortality belongs to ancient times. It is of no consequence now. How can one know without attempting? Do you insist on making me your adversary? I am aware that your grandfather is Chun Banjian. Yet, if you wish for death, I shall oblige." The scorpion's gaze was fierce, its muscles taut, poised to rend me into pieces. Yet, I remained unfazed, declaring, "Your existence brings only harm to this world." "And what of it?" The scorpion retorted without hesitation, "You are not a Taoist from the Zhongnan Mountains. Why meddle so?" Alas, I had no choice. I was the guardian of this village. You wreak havoc here, and thus, I must take action against you. My words rendered the scorpion momentarily speechless. Soon, however, it erupted in fury. "Nonsense! What drivel are you spouting? You may be a village protector, but this is not your domain." It believed it had the upper hand, for it knew that a guardian's powers were tethered to their village. I offered no further argument, fixing my gaze upon it and stating, "Even if I choose not to end your life today, your days are numbered." Preposterous! Do you fancy yourself a celestial master of Longhu Mountain? This place is far from your village, the scorpion bellowed, unleashing a torrent of serpents from its sleeves. The snakes, numerous and dense, surged toward me. I stood my ground, allowing them to slither upon me. The scorpion cackled with glee. "These snakes are venomous. A single bite, and even the divine cannot save you. You may not realize," I replied calmly, "that for the past 12 years, I have known no friends. Thus, the animals are my companions. How can my friends possibly harm me?" I extended my hand to caress the head of a snake that had emerged from the sleeve. Though they rested upon me, the serpents exhibited a surprising gentleness. This scene left the scorpion utterly astonished. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you possibly control these venomous serpents?" I replied with an indifferent demeanor, "It is of no consequence. You may meet your demise." With a casual wave of my hand, the cast-off snakes surged toward him. Upon witnessing the multitude of approaching serpents, the scorpion's expression shifted drastically. In an instant, these flying snakes disintegrated before him. To his astonishment, a child materialized in their place. The child was cherubic with a pallid complexion and rosy cheeks, appearing no older than 5 or 6. As the venomous snakes lunged forward, he deftly seized them and, with an insatiable appetite reminiscent of devouring French fries, began to voraciously consume them. I was struck with astonishment and exclaimed, "What a cruel heart you possess, resorting to creating a gumen thong." Impressive, I assent it. In addition to studying local sorcery, I have also delved into the mystical arts of Southeast Asia. "This is my masterpiece," the scorpion said with a sly grin. My heart trembled within me. The gumen thong is not an embodiment of malevolence. On the contrary, it is a sacred object crafted by high monks to ward off evil and bestow protection. Yet, what lay before me was evidently a malevolent spirit. The nurturing of a malevolent spirit starkly contrasts with that of a gumen thong. The creation of such spirits is often the work of sorcerers who forcibly bind a child's soul into the materials of the spirit through dark arts. These spirits, compelled against their will, are imbued with profound resentment. Unlike the gumen thong, which offers blessings such as beauty and good fortune, they possess formidable offensive capabilities, capable of assisting their caretakers in vanquishing rivals. It is said that certain celebrities suddenly encounter misfortunes, abruptly withdraw from the entertainment industry, or are besieged by overwhelming negative news, all of which are connected to this phenomenon. To cultivate this entity, I have dedicated many years. Initially, I starved it to death, then sealed it within a jar. Just as Scorpion was about to continue speaking, I raised my hand to halt him. "For the dying, your words are better suited for those beneath the earth. What can you do?" Scorpion roared in fury, brimming with arrogance. The diminutive spirit before me, with such limited prowess, is hardly worthy of my attention. Depart now, and I shall spare your life." The little spirit was undeniably charming, voraciously devouring a snake, its mouth smeared with blood. Truly a pity. I reached out to caress the spirit. It lifted its head, glaring at me with a fierce intensity. "Kill him," Scorpion commanded decisively. He was unaware that my grandfather had already passed. It was only due to my grandfather's formidable reputation that he had endured my presence several times. Now, unable to contain himself any longer, he was determined to eliminate me. Yet, the little spirit remained unmoved, even displaying a hint of fear. "I commanded you to kill him. Do you not comprehend?" Scorpion bellowed. He produced a bell from his pocket and shook it fervently. The little spirit fell under his control, advancing step by step towards me. I frowned slightly and extended my palm, revealing a peach pit. Casually tossing the pit, the little spirit, now uncontrollable, lunged for it. Upon grasping the peach pit, it wore an expression of sheer excitement. "Damn it, forget the peach pit and kill him." The scorpion muttered incantations, yet this time it proved futile. The little ghost scrutinized the peach pit in hand, gnawing and nibbling as if it were an enchanting toy. Enough of this frivolity. It was utterly meaningless. A disdainful smile graced my lips. The peach pit in my possession was a cherished keepsake from my grandfather, remarkably effective against the little ghost. Entranced by the pit, the little ghost would remain inactive for at least 10 minutes. "You have mistaken your opponent." The scorpion remained unfazed, and in an instant, a multitude of venomous creatures was unleashed. They swarmed throughout the room. Furthermore, he scattered various powders that permeated the air. Nevertheless, I walked forward, my heart unwavering. Step by step, the poisonous insects remained at a considerable distance from me. At that moment, the scorpion could no longer restrain himself. He raised a finger, reciting his incantations. The scorpion tattoo on his face seemed to come alive, flickering in and out of visibility. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my finger, blood streaming down. Witnessing this, the scorpion erupted in maniacal laughter. "You are doomed. I have cast a curse upon you, the most terrifying divine descent. There is no chance for your survival." Chapter 24. The absence of martial virtue. No wonder there was no reaction. I waved my hand, and blood flowed down from my palm. The surrounding venomous creatures, upon encountering the blood, fled in terror. Those tainted by it fell one by one, shrieking in agony. With a sigh, I took deliberate steps forward. The youth of today increasingly disregard the wisdom of their elders. I am, after all, the guardian of the village. The safety of the entire community rests upon my shoulders. Without me, the village would have long since disbanded. Yet, regrettably, they do not provide for me. They argue that I have hands and feet. So why not seek work in a factory tightening screws? What they fail to comprehend is that I cannot leave the village. The older generation has nearly all perished. There is no one left to bring me sustenance. To survive, I must consume whatever is available. Venomous snakes, rats, and centipedes are all viable sources of nourishment. When roasted, they are surprisingly palatable. Gradually, I realized that these toxins no longer posed a threat to me. I am uncertain whether this means I am immune to all poisons, but their influence on me has diminished significantly. Hearing my words, the scorpion grasped the situation. With a grin, it remarked, "No wonder you sought me out. Many of my methods involve the use of venomous creatures, and you happen to be my nemesis." I nodded, a bitter smile gracing my lips as I replied, "Are you aware of what it means to be a guardian of the village?" "This I certainly know," came the response. Elders have often recounted that the guardians of the village are celestial beings sent to aid the villagers, or perhaps reincarnations of the land deity, entrusted with safeguarding secrets. Albeit endowed with imperfect intellects, these guardians, a blend of flaws and virtues, embody innocence and selflessness, delighting in helping others while reaping the blessings of the afterlife. At this juncture, Scorpion spat dismissively, his expression laced with skepticism. "Do you truly believe such tales? Indeed, there are no deities in this world, not even the smallest spirits of the land." I sighed, my demeanor tinged with melancholy. I have shielded the village from numerous calamities, yet they remain oblivious. "Precisely," Scorpion retorted, extending his palm, his gaze icy. "You have departed from the village. regardless of whether you are a reincarnation of the land deity or a celestial star. Today marks your end. I shrugged, spreading my hands in resignation. I am merely an ordinary person. There are no stars guiding me, yet I am sufficient to confront you. With a furious roar, Scorpion summoned a horde of venomous creatures, brandishing a sword aimed at me. In that instant, however, I produced an object that rendered him momentarily speechless. "You lack martial ethics," he accused. "My apologies. I must resort to a different means," I sighed. "Yet what you wield is not a blade." A gunshot pierced the air, leaving a gash upon Scorpion's form. Several more shots rang out, and he convulsed before collapsing. In my grasp lay a sleek black handgun. Times have indeed changed. Now, there are not even any immortals. Beneath the immortals, is it not the most formidable? You scoundrel! Despite being shot numerous times, the Scorpion remains unscathed. It appears that his nefarious cultivation has reached a certain level. There is no other choice. I must proceed as I have. What is your true intention behind my demise? I spoke of merit. I do not believe you. I fell silent, gently closing my eyes. A faint, elusive aura began to manifest within my being. I felt a buoyant energy enveloping me, as if my body was on the verge of soaring. Witnessing this, the Scorpion finally grasped some realization. How can this be? Does merit truly exist? No, it cannot be. The mantra of killing and arson for wealth, while repairing bridges and roads without corpses. He muttered. Even as I nearly brought him to his end, he exhibited no fear. Yet, the faint glow emanating from me instilled a sense of dread within him. I did not deceive you. I am unsure when I discovered that every virtuous deed I performed summoned merit. This merit bestowed upon me a plethora of extraordinary abilities. Blood spewed from the Scorpion's mouth as he gazed at me in bewilderment, declaring, "It is impossible. The path to immortality has been severed. Achieving immortality is utterly unattainable." I remained silent, casually discarding the emptied pistol. "Very well. It is time for me to depart." Cursed wretch! The Scorpion let out a roar, unwillingly lamenting. "I have committed countless evils in my life, and I fear not the consequences. Yet to perish at your hands is truly disheartening. You are indeed despicable." I remained unresponsive, allowing his wails to fade into silence. As he succumbed to death, the little demon, who had been idly playing with a walnut, stood frozen in shock. Suddenly, several hands emerged from the ground, seizing him. In a panic, he attempted to struggle, but I restrained him. "Fear not. He is dead, and your shackles are lifted. It is time for you to return to your rightful place." In no time, the little demon was dragged underground, the walnut rolling down and landing at my feet. I picked up the walnut, sighing deeply. Swiftly, I departed from that place, feeling a subtle transformation within myself. A faint golden light shimmered in my eyes, and my entire demeanor had shifted. Yet before long, I returned to my usual self. But it was not enough. It was far from sufficient. I yearned for more merit, an insatiable craving that had reached unprecedented heights. Throughout these 12 years, although I had guarded the village, it had offered me little in terms of merit. Now that I had ventured out, opportunities to accumulate merit lay abundant before me. Consequently, my strength would surge exponentially. The battle against the Scorpion had been perilous. His prowess was formidable. Had it not been for my innate resistance to toxins and animals, I would have found this confrontation exceedingly challenging. Of course, it was primarily my own cunning and unscrupulousness that had seen me through. After all, drawing a firearm amidst a duel is rather unbecoming of martial ethics. Regrettably, such tactics cannot be employed frequently. I let out a sigh. This gun was procured with all my savings from a clandestine workshop. In my relentless pursuit to eliminate the Scorpion, I can confidently assert that I exhausted every possible means. However, this also underscores my own inadequacy and skill. Had I possessed even a modicum of prowess, dealing with him would not have been excessively arduous. The Scorpion's demise may appear inconsequential to the ordinary person, yet it has stirred considerable turmoil within the martial world. The Scorpion's standing was formidable, regarded as a fearsome practitioner of dark arts. His death instilled trepidation among many sorcerers, causing a ripple of anxiety. For a time, I found myself at a loss, unable to identify a target for my next move. Thus, I resolutely returned to the pavilion of heavenly secrets, hoping to accumulate merit by assisting others with their inquiries. Upon my return, however, I was met with the pallid faces of Geo and her companions. "Master Uncle, please save my father." Geo suddenly lunged toward me. In astonishment, I inquired, "What has happened to Dowrin? My father has gone missing." It is said that something transpired during the Dharma assembly, resulting in the deaths of many. Numerous esteemed masters who attended the assembly have perished, Geo exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears. Chapter 25. The disappearance of the 9 Taoists. The news of the disappearance of the 9 Taoists left me utterly astonished. These were practitioners of the profound arts, their strength transcending imagination, verging on the divine. How could such formidable beings simply vanish? What could have transpired? For a moment, I was rendered speechless. Jior was already in tears, her sorrow palpable. At that moment, a hand rested gently on her shoulder. "Sister, do not worry," Su Tiansha reassured her. "Master possesses unparalleled strength. He cannot possibly be in peril." Yet, I could not share in his optimism. With the loss of the 9 Taoist protection, my situation had become precarious. Nevertheless, it was imperative to ascertain the specifics of the incident. "Where did you acquire this information?" I inquired of Jior. She extended her hand, presenting me with a document. Upon glancing at it, my expression shifted dramatically. The document bore the insignia of the Taoist Alliance, and the crimson words "life and death unknown" nearly caused me to collapse. What had truly occurred? What was the reality of the situation? The document provided no clarity, yet there was no doubt about the authenticity of the event. The news of the 9 Taoists and Appos' disappearance sent shockwaves through the entire Tianji Pavilion. The disciples were in a state of disarray, their faces etched with fear. "What shall we do? Master has vanished. Could something have happened to him?" "No, that is impossible. Master is too powerful. If he is truly missing, what are we to do?" The disciples gathered together, each one in a state of utter confusion, as if they had lost their anchor. "Silence," I commanded, and instantly they calmed down. The 9 Taoists were not dead. They had merely lost contact for the time being. "Why must you be in such a frenzy? Cease your chatter at once and stand together." The disciples quickly regained their composure and formed a group. I nodded in satisfaction, ready to speak, when Su Tiansha's voice interrupted. "When did it become your place to speak here?" I turned, casting a frigid glare in his direction. Su Tiansha stood his ground, unflinching. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Chen Sanshan, I have tolerated you for far too long." Su Tiansha shouted defiantly. "Do not think that just because of your seniority, you can act with impunity. Here, strength reigns supreme. You, a mere keeper of the humble, are insignificant." The surrounding disciples looked at me with hostile eyes. Soon someone shouted, "Exactly. Don't think that just because you're a senior uncle, you can lecture us. You are merely a keeper of the humble. How dare you shout? Indeed, it is a disgrace that your grandfather is Chun Banzian." My expression darkened as I turned to Su Tiansha behind me. "What exactly do you want?" "With the master in peril, the Tianji Tower is under my command," Su Tiansha declared. "Impudence!" I bellowed, startling the nearby disciples, who recoiled in fear. "Do you think I, as your senior uncle, am dead? My grandfather is Chun Banzian, and the 9 Taoists are his disciples. The Tower of Heavenly Secrets rightfully belongs to my grandfather. With the incident involving the 9 Path Masters, it falls upon me, as the elder disciple, to take charge. You treacherous ingrates who betray your own masters and ancestors, kneel before me." My thunderous roar compelled many disciples to bow down in fear. Educated by the 9 Path Masters, they were well aware of the dire consequences of such treachery, their faces reflecting their trepidation. Yet, some remained defiant, particularly the one before me, Su Tiansha. "Cease your bluster. As a mere keeper of simplicity, why do you have to claim the title of elder disciple? Do not presume that age grants you the license to act arrogantly. With our master in peril, I, as the eldest brother, shall not yield," Su Tiansha retorted coldly, uttering incantations and gesturing ominously. He dared to strike first. Momentarily taken aback, I swiftly regained my composure and responded with haste. Su Tiansha extended his palm, casting a talisman that ignited upon contact with me, engulfing me in flames. Yet, In an instant, the fire vanished, absorbed entirely by the gourd at my waist. From where did you acquire such a treasure? Su Tiansha inquired. This is no treasure. It merely serves as my water vessel for the past decade, I replied. Then how could it possibly absorb flames? Who knows? I retorted with a scoff, astonished by Su Tiansha's ruthless intent to eliminate me at first glance. Such cruelty was unexpected. Thus, I resolved not to show mercy in return. Instantly, swarms of weasels and rats surged into the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, as if summoned by an unseen command, rushing towards him with unrelenting fervor. Su Tiansha's expression changed dramatically as he threw out several talismans. However, they only succeeded in incinerating a few weasels, while more continued to gnaw at him. He screamed in agony, rolling about helplessly. Witnessing this scene, the previously disgruntled disciples fell to their knees in terror, their defiance evaporating in an instant. Those who had once resisted hurriedly joined the others on the ground, fearful of being implicated. The torment inflicted by such a multitude of weasels was excruciating. Su Tiansha's cries of anguish sent shivers down one's spine. It hurt so much, save me. Upon witnessing this, Jiro urgently pleaded, Uncle Master, spare him. Spare him? How could that be possible? I did not hesitate for a moment. Su Tiansha before me posed a threat. He had always been at odds with me, and whenever trouble arose, he sought to make my life difficult. Given the circumstances, there was no reason to show mercy. According to our sect and Oppo's regulations, those who betray their masters and ancestors shall face execution without reprieve. My gaze was as cold as ice. Jiro was horrified. The pampered young lady had never encountered such a predicament. Watching Su Tiansha and Oppo's pitiful state, she quickly knelt down. Please, spare him, I beg you. He is our senior brother. The others joined in her plea. Yes, spare him. Although our senior brother can be arrogant at times, he is not a bad person. This is all a misunderstanding. In that moment, I wavered. Gazing at Su Tiansha, who was being torn apart, I understood deep down that even if I chose to halt this, he would not only be left alive, but would also be rendered crippled. If that is the case, then I have lost yet another adversary in this world. Suddenly, Jiro thought of something and urgently exclaimed, I assure you, my senior brother will never be your enemy. Indeed, I shall not oppose you. Spare me. Su Tiansha cried out in panic. He was utterly incapable of dealing with such a multitude of rats and weasels. At this moment, he was already pinned to the ground, unable to resist any longer. In this instant, I recalled Ji Qianyue, as well as my grandfather. My grandfather believed that my engagement to Ji Qianyue was a surefire success. But what has it ultimately brought me? In this present age, the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust have long since vanished. If I spare him, will he grant me the same mercy in return? My grandfather sacrificed his life to save Ji Qianyue, all to ensure her marriage to me. Yet in the end, am I not still alone? As these thoughts crossed my mind, a glint of coldness flashed in my eyes. I am sorry. Die for me. The screams soon ceased. Su Tiansha lay motionless on the ground, his life extinguished. Chapter 26. No man is worthless without poison. Su Tiansha perished at my hands. The weasel dissipated, leaving behind a tattered corpse. Jiro rushed forward, embracing the lifeless body, her sobs piercing the silence. Chen Sansheng, you are heartless. Her voice was filled with profound sorrow. Although the other disciples remained silent, their grief was unmistakable. I retorted, did you not see that he intended to kill me? If I had been burned alive, what then? But you are unscathed. That is because my strength surpassed his. I cast a cold gaze upon Jiro. The moment he harbored murderous intent against me, his fate was sealed. To dare betray one's master and destroy one's ancestors. This is the consequence. With that, I turned to face my disciples. With Jiu Dao Ren's life hanging in the balance, it is indeed unfair to keep you all here. Let us divide the assets. Those who wish to stay may do so, while those who do not are free to leave. I then walked away, leaving Jiro to her heart-wrenching cries. Soon, a considerable sum of wealth was amassed in the center of the hall. I retained a portion for myself, distributing the majority among you. Those willing to leave may take their share. For those who choose to stay, you may remain. Faced with such words, my disciples hesitated. Sensing their uncertainty, I disdainfully remarked, "Rest assured, I will not seek retribution. Those who wish to depart may do so at once. I will hold no grudges. Take your money and leave in peace." At last, one individual could no longer contain himself. He produced a burlap sack filled with a considerable sum of money, casting a nervous glance in my direction. "Let us proceed. Are there others?" I remained seated, my expression one of indifference. The cash before me was undeniably abundant. Typically, the Celestial Pavilion does not entertain card transactions. Cash is the standard medium. It seems that over the years, the Nine Paths have amassed quite a fortune. The wealth of the Celestial Pavilion, of course, extends far beyond this. Much of it is actually under the name of Joer. I have no interest in seizing it. Thus, I waved my hand and declared, "Bow your head and depart. Do not return." "Yes." The man knelt, offered his respects, and hurried away with the money. Once one left, another soon followed. Before long, others began to take their leave, each clutching their own share of cash. The disciples of the Nine Paths are numerous, yet the majority opted to depart. Once the first wave had passed, more than half of the money on the ground had vanished. Only 5 individuals remained in the room, all of whom were men. "Pray tell, why do you choose to stay?" I inquired of the remaining individuals. The first disciple, named Jean Rudy, appeared to be in his 20s, with a robust physique and a bald head. One might mistakenly think him a monk. "My village has been destroyed. I have nowhere to go. The money I offer is sufficient for you to purchase a home and start a family." My words flushed his face, prompting him to hastily respond. "I do not wish to marry. My heart is solely devoted to the path." "Very well, you may remain. And what of you?" I pointed to a youth of about 13 or 14 years of age. He possessed an unremarkable appearance, clad in a robe, with long hair cascading down. He exclaimed, "I haven't acquired any substantial skills, so I have no intention of leaving." I chuckled and clapped my hands. "I recall your Taoist name is Qing Feng, is it not?" "Indeed," he replied. "The 9 Taoists have vanished. There's little to be learned here." Qing Feng, growing agitated, pointed at me and said, "But you are still here. Your grandfather is Chun Banzian. You must possess some talent." "You are correct. I shall teach you from now on." I nodded in delight and turned my gaze to another individual. This youth, no older than 16, was slightly plump yet tall, his face alight with excitement. "I do not wish to leave. I came here to learn skills." I held my head in my hands, pondering whether the 9 Taoists had indulged too much in journey to the west. His 2 apprentices were named Qing Feng and Mingwei. I then looked at the final pair. They bore a striking resemblance, unmistakably twins. "You two, please introduce yourselves." The elder twin replied, "You can call me Dahu, and this is Xiaohu." Dahu, with a simple and honest expression, spoke, while Xiaohu nodded in agreement. I waved my hand impatiently. "Since you choose to stay, then remain here. I must make it clear, should you dare to betray the sect or harm your ancestors, you shall face the consequences." "Understood." The 5 apprentices hastily knelt on the ground, their faces etched with respect. I sat in my chair, sighing deeply. Although the Tiangong Tower now belonged to me, I found no joy in it whatsoever. The sudden disappearance of the 9 Taoists surely signifies a grave matter. Yet, the specifics elude my understanding, and therein lies the crux of the problem. At that moment, Jiwa returned, her eyes swollen and red. "Has Su Tiansha been buried by you?" she inquired. "Yes," I replied, "but do not blame me." With a sigh, I continued, "Are you envious of him?" "Envious of him?" I raised my gaze to meet Jiwa's tear-stained eyes. "Though my senior brother may be somewhat temperamental, he does not deserve death," Gio and Appos exclaimed. The expressions of the other disciples shifted dramatically as they hastily attempted to dissuade her. "Do not provoke the master uncle," one cautioned. "Indeed, senior sister," another echoed. Yet, Jiwa maintained her unwavering gaze upon me. Without further ado, I clapped my hands, and the door swung open. A multitude of mice and scorpions surged forth, kneeling in supplication for my forgiveness. "Otherwise, you shall perish." With tears glistening in her eyes, Gio and Appos resolutely declared, "I do not believe you would dare to kill me." "What a pity," I murmured, gently closing my eyes and lowering my fingers. The swarm of rodents and weasels advanced toward her. In that critical moment, Gio and Appos, or knelt, overwhelmed by humiliation. I extended my hand to lift her chin, my gaze resolute as I stated, "This is the Tianji Tower, and I am its master. Disobedience shall cost you your life." Jiu'er, taken aback by my audacity, collapsed to the ground. I returned to my chair, pressing my forehead in contemplation. The disappearance of the 9 Taoists is indeed the paramount issue. Regardless of the cost or the number of individuals I must enlist, I am determined to uncover the circumstances surrounding their vanishing. The other disciples nodded fervently in agreement. Then, in a swift motion, she busied herself elsewhere. Jiu'er cast a fleeting glance at me before departing as well. I remained seated, yet my heart was steeped in bitterness. Bereft of Jiu Dao Ren's protection, my life hung precariously in the balance. My grandfather had sent me here with the very intention of having Jiu Dao Ren safeguard my path. Although I could enhance my abilities through merit in the immediate term, I was merely marginally stronger than an ordinary person. Alas, I resolved to take one step at a time, sighing softly. In the ensuing days, I confined myself within the Tianji Tower, scarcely daring to venture outside for fear of impending danger. Meanwhile, my disciples scoured the surroundings, diligently seeking any news of Jiu Dao Ren. Before long, Jean Rutai brought tidings. "Master Uncle, we have results." "What is the situation?" I inquired urgently, sitting up in bed. According to the Taoist Alliance, at the site of the ritual, a woman had emerged. This woman single-handedly vanquished numerous masters, prompting a collective response from the crowd. And then, I pressed on, eager for more details. "I do not know," he replied. Subsequently, this woman was forced to retreat, which incited a pursuit by several individuals, including Jiu Dao Ren. However, those who pursued her mysteriously vanished. I slumped back onto the bed, my eyes devoid of light. Who was this woman? Ji Qianyu. Chapter 27. The shamaness indeed. It was she. I felt no surprise whatsoever. It is worth noting that the Dharma assembly attended by the 9 Paths was teeming with eminent individuals, including those of extraordinary capabilities. Only Ji Qianyu could triumph over such a multitude of formidable opponents. Yet, I never anticipated that Ji Qianyu had reached such an astounding level of power. To pursue Ji Qianyu, one must be an invincible force. However, so many powerful figures have mysteriously vanished. A shiver ran down my spine. Just how formidable had Ji Qianyu become? Soon, I regained my composure and lamented. And then, there was no further development. Following that, both Ji Qianyu and her pursuers disappeared together. Together, you say? Indeed. I pondered for a moment, a peculiar notion taking shape in my mind. Had Ji Qianyu and many formidable beings perished together? Or perhaps, during their fierce battle, they inadvertently trespassed into some forbidden domain? Regardless of the circumstances, no one could ascertain their demise. "Is there any further news?" I inquired. "None," Jean Rutai replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. "All indications suggest that my master mysteriously vanished while pursuing Ji Qianyu." "Understood. You may leave," I commanded. "Yes." Once he departed, I began to pace restlessly within the confines of my room. After a while, Jiu'er entered without knocking. Is it not rather impolite to enter without a knock? I gently closed my eyes and remarked, "My father has gone missing while pursuing Ji Qianyu. Should you not say something?" Jiu'er gazed at me with a look of deep-seated resentment. "I understand that your father acts for my sake. Therefore, I shall take good care of you. Did he not intend for me to marry you? I find this notion quite agreeable." Extending my hand, I grasped Jiu'er and Appo's delicate palm. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she hastily withdrew her hand. At that moment, her gaze was imbued with icy disdain. "You villain! You have slain my master brother, yet you wish to possess me?" she exclaimed. "When my father returns, you shall face the consequences. Fear not. Once we have borne children together, he will show you mercy for their sake," I retorted, as I began to unfasten my belt. "Scoundrel!" Jiu'er exclaimed, her face tinged with embarrassment, before she turned and fled from the room. I sank back onto the bed, wearied and resigned. Alas, how had matters descended to this point? The prowess of Ji Qianyu seemed excessively formidable. I remained painfully weak, and the chasm between us only widened. Nevertheless, I firmly believed that Ji Dao Ren would not perish. He was trained by my grandfather, possessing unparalleled survival skills. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it appeared unlikely that Ji Dao Run would return in the near future. This posed a considerable dilemma. My grandfather's enemies, along with those who sought revenge against Ji Dao Run, would likely come seeking retribution. Without Ji Dao Ren's presence, I feared the challenges ahead would be formidable. Yet upon deeper reflection, I resolved to stand firm. Regardless of the adversaries that may arise, I would not abandon the Tianji Tower. Let them come. I would be prepared. In the following days, I instructed everyone to remain within the confines of the tower. Occasionally, I would impart some skills to them. Most of the time, I found myself wandering through the room of the Master of Nine Paths, searching for various treasures. Indeed, his chamber was replete with valuable items, such as talismans, elixirs, and a collection of books. Among them, the most striking was a volume titled The Great Mystery Classic. However, I paid it no mind and carelessly tossed it aside. The path of cultivation is excruciatingly slow, and these so-called scriptures serve little purpose. In today and Appo's S-World, relying solely on personal training to achieve enlightenment has become increasingly arduous. At that moment, I stumbled upon a letter and eagerly tore it open. Upon reading its contents, my expression shifted subtly. It was exactly as I had suspected. The Master of Nine Paths was indeed a geomancer. Before his departure, he must have consulted the fates. He likely foresaw impending danger, which compelled him to leave this letter for me. The primary message was clear. I needed to flee from the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Once he was gone, his enemies would undoubtedly emerge. Among them, an old woman known as the Divine, which was particularly ruthless. The letter detailed the appearances and methods of these adversaries. After absorbing this information, I collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Departing would not prove to be so simple. Those who instilled fear in the Master of Nine Paths would not easily relent. It was possible that even now, one of his disciples had already met with a tragic fate. Meanwhile, in a nearby inn, a man was gleefully counting his money. Ha! After 3 years as a disciple, I can finally reap the rewards of my suffering. This money is more than enough for me to return home, marry, and build a house. Next, I seek a beautiful woman, he murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with excitement. His decision to take on an apprenticeship was solely motivated by aspirations for the future. However, in the 3 years under the tutelage of a Nine Taoist, he had scarcely acquired any knowledge. His dissatisfaction had long since taken root, and now, with an opportunity to depart, he was resolute in his choice. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware of the significance that calling someone master entailed. Outside, accompanied by a creaking sound, footsteps gradually approached, echoing from a distance. The man, consumed by his fervor, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Soon, the sound halted at the threshold, followed by a knock on the door. The man, growing impatient, hastily stowed the money back into his bag and opened the door. Outside stood a diminutive old woman leaning on a cane, her arms adorned with peculiar tattoos. "Who are you looking for?" he inquired. "I seek the Nine Taoist," the old woman replied, her smile warm and inviting. For reasons unknown, a shiver coursed through the man's heart, compelling him to exclaim, "I do not know him." As he spoke, he attempted to shut the door, but in that moment, he felt his body seize up. Unbeknownst to him, a scorpion had latched onto his foot, rendering him utterly paralyzed. The old woman stepped inside, closing the door behind her. As the man lay incapacitated upon the ground, she ambled over, glancing at the money on the bed, and casually remarked, "So, you are the disciple of the Nine Taoist?" "No," the man hastily retorted, but before he could utter another word, the old woman's cane struck him across the face. "Beast, you dare to deny even your master?" The man realized something and shouted anxiously, "My master is indeed Jiao Daoren, but I am merely his apprentice. If you have grievances, seek him out. They have nothing to do with me." "Oh, it has nothing to do with you?" At that moment, the old woman chuckled. "A son must repay his father's debts. It is a matter of natural justice. Since you are a disciple of Jiao Daoren, you must settle the debt." The man shook his head frantically. "No, I am just his apprentice, not his son. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Since you have bowed to him as your master, do not blame me." The old woman's gaze darkened ominously, and a wave of dark energy emanated from her. The man was filled with terror and cried out, "I only wanted to learn a skill to earn some money. Even if he is my master, what of it? I have attended driving school as well. Aren't the instructors, they're also my masters? Masters are everywhere." The old woman nodded, yet her eyes brimmed with icy resolve. Truly, the world has fallen into decline. Very well, let me assist in clearing his path. No, please don't, the man shouted in horror. The old woman let out a sinister laugh and opened her mouth wide. From within, a hand emerged, gripping the man's throat tightly. It was an exceedingly pale hand, and the man felt an increasing sense of weakness, trembling uncontrollably. Ultimately, his body convulsed violently once, then fell still. The elderly woman sealed her lips, her arms having vanished from sight. He gazed greedily at the lifeless body before him, then gently closed his eyes, fervently sucking in the essence. Soon, a wisp of green smoke enveloped the man, drawn into his nostrils. Surprisingly, within the old woman's pupils, the image of that very man emerged. At that moment, he found himself trapped within her gaze, struggling desperately, yet to no avail. How delectable it was! Next, he would seek other prey. The chilling voice of the old woman echoed ominously. In the ensuing days, a series of victims fell prey. At this juncture, I became acutely aware of the situation. What? Many of the departing disciples have met with misfortune? Some allege I am responsible? Gio regarded me with skepticism, asking, if not you, then who? I replied, I have no interest in such deeds. Had I truly wished to eliminate them, I would have acted then. Who could it be? I smiled faintly and turned my gaze to Gio. Are you familiar with the witch? Gio's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, I have indeed heard of her. My father once ventured beyond the pass, where malevolent witch reigned. This witch wielded control over the village with brutal methods. Anyone who defied her met a grim fate. She wreaked havoc across the region, not knowing how many lives she had claimed. My father had intended to eradicate her. Yet, for reasons unknown, she escaped his grasp and has since roamed in hiding, evading his pursuit. This, I believe, transpired 5 years ago. I offered a bitter smile and helplessly remarked, with the 9 Taoists absent, she has now come seeking vengeance. Are you prepared? The expression on Gio's face shifted dramatically, as she realized that the oracle's foremost desire was to eliminate her. After all, she was the sole descendant of the 9 Taoists. With his wife long deceased, and no other kin to speak of, it was evident that should Gio fall, it would deal a devastating blow to the 9 Taoists. What shall I do? Gio gazed at me, her eyes brimming with dread. Will you protect me? I feared I could not safeguard her. After a moment of contemplation, I decisively shook my head. My meager strength was utterly inadequate to confront the oracle. So what shall we do? Do not worry, I have a plan, I proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Observing my demeanor, Gio and Apos finally began to relax. A day later, within a Taoist temple, Gio and Apos glowered at me. Is this the plan you spoke of? Indeed, I replied. This temple is fortified with a formidable array. Once activated, malevolent spirits can do no harm. However, you failed to mention that activating it for a day requires 100,000. Do you not have some private savings? Yet that cannot withstand such expenditure, she retorted, stamping her foot as she glanced at the Taoist in the distance. Unable to restrain herself, she approached him. Taoist, could you possibly offer a discount? No, he replied curtly. If you lack the funds, kindly take your leave. Chapter 28. Among you are the dead. Gio gritted her teeth, casting a defiant glance at the Taoist priest before her. Can we not negotiate further? She inquired, her voice laced with reluctance. You have offended the shaman. My asking price is already quite modest. The priest replied with an air of righteous conviction. Left with no choice, Gio resigned herself to remain. As she was about to depart, she grasped my arm with reluctance. Please resolve the matter with the shaman swiftly. My savings won't last much longer. Understood, I responded with a slight smile, turning away as Gio found temporary safety. Although this priest was notoriously greedy, he would not hesitate if adequately compensated, regardless of the adversary. Yet, merely adopting a defensive stance would not suffice. With the shaman's arrival imminent, I had no option but to confront the situation. Upon returning to the Tianji pavilion, I found the 5 disciples had not departed. They gathered together, their faces etched with anxiety. The fate of the Tianji pavilion now rests upon us. I sighed, my expression one of resignation. Indeed, we shall protect the Tianji pavilion, they affirmed. Certainly, it will be fine, I replied, masking my own uncertainty beneath a facade of confidence. In Jior's room, I sipped water from a gourd, my demeanor one of indifference. Whatever was destined to occur, whether welcome or not, was now upon us. Although the shaman was not of my choosing, I had no intention of evading this confrontation. Yet as the day wore on, nothing transpired. The phone rang incessantly. One by one, the departing disciples fell victim to tragedy, each met with a gruesome fate. Some had their blood drained, while others had turned into desiccated corpses. Some were infested with insects. Before their demise, they endured unspeakable torment. Undoubtedly, all of this was orchestrated by the sorceress. In the afternoon, individuals began to return, all of whom had once departed. Thud! A man knelt on the ground, clutching a burlap sack. At that moment, his face was contorted with terror. Master, I return the money. I shall not leave again. I squinted dismissively and replied, You come and go as you please. Is the heavenly mechanism pavilion your home? The man's complexion turned ashen, and he hastily prostrated himself. I was wrong. I implore you, Master, forgive me. I have long heard that the sorceress has been hunting us. If I am cast outside, I shall have no chance of survival. I beg you, save me. I cast a glance at him and nodded. Very well. Thank you, Master, he exclaimed, bowing repeatedly, his face alight with excitement. I merely closed my eyes, my expression utterly indifferent. Soon, another group returned, displaying various emotions. Some wept bitterly, while others lamented their earlier decisions. In any case, they all regretted their departure from this place. Initially, I was reluctant to accept these individuals back. However, I could not bear to let them be cast away to perish at the hands of the sorceress. Hence, I resolved to shield them and eliminate the sorceress. Yet afterward, they would still need to depart, and this time, they were not permitted to leave with any money. Naturally, these individuals had no objections. Jean Rudy, Qingfeng Mingwei, and the others were naturally exhilarated. Time passed until it was 8 in the evening. I sipped my tea, my expression one of indifference. Before me sat my disciples, each one fidgeting with unease. A glance swept across the room, revealing their trembling figures, paralyzed by fear. At this moment, I leisurely remarked, Among you, there is a dead person who has blended in. Upon hearing this, panic erupted among them. How could that be possible? They exclaimed. Indeed, we were all lively and animated. Wherein an amp, Oppos, Tiwi? Jean Rudy looked at them in confusion, suddenly struck by a thought. He produced a small glass vial and, dipping his fingers into the contents, applied the liquid to his eyes. The vial contained the tears of a bull, reputed to unveil the malevolent. Thus, for a fleeting moment, Jean Rudy opened his yin-yang eyes. He cast a sweeping gaze over the assembly, but soon shook his head, his expression marred by distress. Master Uncle, I have not discerned any deceased person. This is quite perplexing. Could it be that you are mistaken? I shot him a glare and responded bluntly, Look again. This time, Jean Rudy scrutinized his fellow disciples with utmost seriousness. However, after another thorough examination, he still found nothing. Still nothing, he said, astonishment etched upon his face. Qingfeng Mingwei also applied the bull into Oppos, as tears, yet they too were met with naught. I shook my head and smiled gently. It is not your fault. The individual before us conceals themselves exceedingly well. If I am not mistaken, he has long been slain by the sorceress, yet he has given rise to some malevolent entity, all for the purpose of ambushing us. As I spoke, I cast my gaze upon a man. Do you truly believe I cannot discern the truth? You are the deceased. This man, frail in stature and terror-stricken in countenance, exclaimed, Master, this is a grave injustice. I'm not dead. Indeed, a nearby disciple swiftly reached out and seized his wrist. There's no doubt. He is undeniably warm. Moreover, observe his heart. It still beats. Another disciple leaned in to listen intently. Jean Rudy regarded me with a perplexed expression, while the other disciples, though silent, harbored their own doubts. A gathering of fools. Who informed you that warmth and a beating heart equate to life? Enough of this charade. Remove your upper garment, and the truth shall be unveiled. I pointed at the frail man. Without hesitation, he disrobed, yet in the next moment, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. What is happening? How can there be a hole in his chest? Indeed, is this not terrifying? There was a shocking opening in the man's chest, large enough to accommodate a thumb. Most alarming of all, it was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything within. The frail man became frantic, his gaze fixated on his own body, his features awash with horror. Impossible. How could I be dead? This wound of mine must have been inflicted inadvertently. It can only be so. He trembles all over, his fingers quivering. Observing his desperate attempts to console himself, I resignedly remarked, "You have long ceased to exist. It is merely that your heart has been usurped by the venomous insect, allowing you to persist in this state. On the surface, you appear as a living being, yet in truth, you have become a mere instrument. The insect lies concealed within your heart, poised to strike at any moment. Your utter oblivion rendered this ambush flawless. Had I faltered, I might have met my demise." Just as I spoke, a creature resembling a centipede erupted from the frail man's chest, swiftly lunging towards me. However, with a mere flick of my hand, I seized it, capturing the centipede in my grasp. It attempted to bite me, but I firmly clutched its head. How absurd! To think such foul sorcery could contend with me. I casually discarded the centipede, casting it into a nearby vase that had already been filled with a potent elixir. In an instant, the centipede dissolved into liquid. Meanwhile, the man before me had long since collapsed to the ground, having been dead for quite some time. Chapter 29. The paper cutter, indeed. I exhaled in relief, for I had long sensed something amiss. Now it seems my intuition was not mistaken. Extending my hand, I took the golden-hued towel to wipe away the blood that had splattered upon my face. Observing the multitude of fearful disciples, I spoke in a calm tone. "Tonight, you shall take turns keeping watch. Under no circumstances must the lights be extinguished. Should anything arise, alert me immediately." The disciples, still haunted by unease, nodded in agreement. Soon, the body of that disciple was dealt with, and I returned to my chamber, falling directly into slumber. For me, this night proved to be relatively tranquil. Meanwhile, within the temple, the sorceress leaned upon her staff, her gaze icy as she surveyed the surroundings. Before her stood a Taoist priest. Taoist. "Must you persist in opposing an old woman like me? Venerable one, my sole pursuit is the path of enlightenment. I have never sought conflict with anyone," replied the Taoist earnestly. "Then why do you obstruct me?" "I have no choice. The offerings she provides are simply too generous," Taoist stated with solemnity. The sorceress scoffed. "It is said in the world that you, Taoist, are obsessed with wealth. It appears this reputation is indeed well-deserved. Very well. I shall only take one person, and that is Jior. As for the others in the temple, they shall remain untouched. What say you? Jior is my benefactor. Under no circumstances may you harm her." Taoist showed no sign of concession. "Must you be so obstinate? I have no alternative. In the world of wanderers, reputation is paramount." The mysterious woman let out a cold snort, exuding a terrifying aura of darkness. Yet, the Taoist priest remained unperturbed, with a Taiji Bagua swirling wildly behind him. Infuriated, the woman yearned for a fierce confrontation. Yet she understood that while the priest's strength was not formidable, the temple he represented was a gathering of numerous masters. Moreover, the priest was known to undertake any task for the sake of money. "I shall remember this debt," she declared before turning to depart. The priest remained silent, watching her leave with a contemplative gaze, gently wiping the cold sweat from his brow. This woman was no ordinary figure. In the realm of martial arts, she was a fearsome entity capable of silencing even the most restless child. Such a powerful being was beyond the imagination of most. However, he was Qiandaoren, and for the right price, he could be persuaded to do anything. Why not keep her? Gio and Appos approached, her concern evident. Her power is formidable, especially her dark sorcery, which is exceedingly terrifying. To eliminate her, you would likely need to increase the sum. Qiandaoren sighed. "How much more?" "At least 100 million, Gio responded, her expression shifting to one of alarm. That's impossible. I don't possess such wealth. Then there is no point in discussing it. You cannot afford to hire an assassin for murder. Do you understand the law? He retorted fiercely. Money is everything. Jewel muttered a curse under her breath before turning to leave. The following day, I emerged for the courtyard feeling invigorated, while my disciples appeared listless, their faces etched with fatigue. Look at your meager accomplishments. I couldn't help but utter a reprimand. Master Uncle, please refrain from scolding us. Those senior brothers who have departed met with tragic fates, some even suffering dismemberment. What do you suggest I do? The leading disciple replied with a bitter smile. Alas, it all boils down to the calamity wrought by the 9 Taoists, I sighed. The aspiration to uphold justice and vanquish malevolence is far from simple. These fiends are not easily subdued. The consequences of failure can be dire. As the adage goes, a gentleman avenges himself, even if it takes a decade. Yet, these individuals are all base and cowardly. If we cannot contend with the 9 Taoists, can we not handle their disciples? Many of the 9 Taoist apprentices have perished at the hands of these nefarious factions. Rest assured, nothing untoward will transpire. I offered them some consolation before dismissing them from my thoughts. At noon, I made a phone call, directing my inquiry to the Taoist Alliance. Is there any news on the 9 Taoists? None. Do you have specifics on where they went missing? The Sichuan region. What? I paused briefly. As a thought crossed my mind, what of Ji Qianyue? She too is currently unaccounted for. Understood. After hanging up, I did not fret over Ji Qianyue. That individual is truly a prodigy. Under ordinary circumstances, her demise would be nearly impossible. What truly concerns me, however, is the 9 Taoists. Though they conceal their powers, their strength pales in comparison to Ji Qianyue's. What if Ji Qianyue were to kill him? That would indeed be troublesome. I set my phone aside and let out a wry smile. Why should I worry about such matters? To Ji Qianyue, I am nothing more than an insignificant ant. If she were to strike me down at this moment, I would surely meet my demise. Thus, why ponder further? At noon, there was a knock at the door. One of the disciples was tasked with opening it. The moment the door creaked ajar, a horrific scream escaped his lips. The others rushed over, their faces paling in alarm. To their astonishment, the visitor was a paper figure, clad in a crimson robe and wielding a dagger. With a swift thrust, it pierced the disciple's lung. Blood erupted from his mouth as he struggled desperately, but soon his breath faded away. The paper figure, relentless, brandished its dagger, and several disciples cried out in pain as they were wounded. At that moment, I surged forth. Without uttering a word, I seized a gourd, took a swig of liquor, and produced a lighter. In an instant, flames erupted from my mouth. The paper figure was engulfed in fire, emitting a scream akin to that of a human. It writhed in a frenzied dance, contorted in agony. Witnessing this spectacle, the disciples hesitated to advance. Before long, the paper figure was reduced to charred remains. I cast a glance downward, stifling a gasp of astonishment. This paper figure had veins, almost indistinguishable from those of a living being. This was no mere trick of a sorceress. The supernatural art of paper crafting was indeed terrifying. Could it possibly be him? I pondered for a moment, my expression laden with bitterness. The adversaries of the 9 Taoists are undoubtedly numerous. Besides the shamanists, there exists an individual known as Old Master Qin. He is a paper craftsman, employing the art of paper manipulation to inflict harm. The effigies he crafts are strikingly lifelike. Moreover, by anointing them with blood around their eye sockets, he can animate these paper figures to move as if they were living beings. Exploiting this ability, Old Master Qin has committed unspeakable atrocities, even daring to orchestrate murders in broad daylight through his paper creations. His methods are nothing short of horrifying. Even if his paper figures are destroyed, the shadowy figure of Old Master Qin remains untroubled. For as long as he does not reveal himself, he faces no repercussions. It was only upon encountering the 9 Taoists that Old Master Qin truly met his match. Remarkably, he managed to escape from their grasp, and now he returns seeking vengeance. At the age of 70, Old Master Qin's thirst for retribution remains undiminished, a testament to his enduring vigor. I could not help but express my admiration. However, this development complicates matters further, for in addition to the shamanists, we now face yet another formidable paper craftsman. Chapter 30. The onslaught of paper figures gazing upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. I waved my hand dismissively, a mask of indifference upon my face. Dispose of them, I instructed. Understood. My disciples exchanged glances at the corpses, their expressions tinged with helplessness. Yet they had no choice but to comply. I closed my eyes softly, reflecting on the ominous arrival of our visitors. The uncertainty of the night loomed, casting shadows of dread upon my thoughts. As night fell, I donned my attire, resisting the pull of slumber, silently awaiting the impending confrontation. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets was ablaze with light, and numerous disciples stood before me, their anxiety palpable. Suddenly, without warning, all the lights extinguished, plunging us into darkness. Panic erupted among the disciples. "Master, uncle, they can't be coming, can they?" One stammered. "Indeed. What shall we do?" Another echoed in trepidation. "Calm down. Remain in this room. I shall investigate," I commanded, lifting a kerosene lamp that flickered with a warm glow as I stepped outside. As I ventured forth, I keenly observed my surroundings. Soon, a hint of disdain crept upon my features. Descending the stairs, I entered the courtyard, only to find it besieged by a multitude of paper figures. These manifestations, each distinct in form, perched upon rooftops and clung to walls, their unblinking gazes fixed upon me, instilling a profound sense of terror. In that moment I spoke. "What is the purpose of this charade? The craftsmanship of such paper artisans is unprecedented. To see it lost due to your actions would be a tragedy." A raspy voice echoed from the shadows. "Fear not. I have already secured a worthy successor. I can hardly bring myself to take your life today. Should I do so, your disciple would undoubtedly seek vengeance, perpetuating a cycle of retribution that seems never-ending." With a heavy heart, I let out a sorrowful sigh, my voice aged yet laced with disdain. "Spare me your pretentious benevolence. Your lineage is hardly virtuous." I remained silent, my gaze drifting into the distance. Suddenly, the sound of a swana filled the air, and white paper offerings scattered across the ground. A ceremonial procession approached, led by two paper figures resembling court maidens, accompanied by eunuchs. They held aloft a magnificent canopy, each of them exuding an aura of solemnity. At the center was a yellow sedan chair. Upon catching sight of it, I could not help but chuckle. "This is clearly the throne of the emperor. Surely this is overstepping," I mused. Yet, the voice of the venerable Qin patriarch echoed from within the chair. "Even the Aizen-Joro clan can claim imperial status. Why should I not?" Such reasoning was sound. My gaze fixed upon him as I clapped my hands in admiration. "This maneuver alone could sustain you for a lifetime. Why seek vengeance? Alas, as long as the Tianji Tower exists, my life remains troubled," he replied. I smiled. "The Nine Taoist has vanished, likely perished. Your vendetta has long been avenged." "True. The Nine Taoist may be deceased, but you are not. I have not sought to provoke you. Your mere connection as Chun Banshan's grandson suffices." I nodded, my hands gesturing in resignation, realizing that I could hardly escape this fate. "Today, your demise is inevitable." I remained mute, my gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. These paper figures are extraordinary, many of which are nearly indistinguishable from real people. It appears they have been crafted through some special means. However, the threats they pose to me are rather insignificant. The true source of my terror emanates from elsewhere. My gaze shifts to a corner nearby. "Spare me the pleasantries. Reveal yourself." A chilling breeze sweeps through. Another honor guard materializes. This is a crimson procession, comprising eunuchs and palace maids. They glide effortlessly, their feet barely touching the ground. From the pattern on the canopy, realization dawns upon me. To my astonishment, you have even prepared the Empress. It seems your days are numbered. Are you planning to inter me with imperial honors? A sense of foreboding takes hold. Indeed, but do you know who the woman in that palanquin is? I pause momentarily, then let out a cold laugh, dismissively replying, "I cannot fathom. She is someone I have painstakingly sought. She possesses the fate of an empress. Had the Qing dynasty not perished, she might have ascended to the throne." Suddenly, everything becomes clear. Alas, how unfortunate that the Qing has already fallen. Indeed, how else could she have ended up in my hands? A century ago, we would have addressed her as Your Majesty. The voice of old Master Qin is filled with excitement. I observe the honor guard, their malevolence palpable. A sense of dread washes over me. Could it be that this scoundrel, old Master Qin, has unearthed the tomb of some beloved concubine? Or perhaps I have eliminated some noble lady. Upon this thought, I chuckled dryly and declared, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. As for me, consider me as inconsequential as a mere fart. Ha ha ha. Truly, as a descendant of Chun Ban Xian, I possess the ability to adapt. Death. Lord Qin let out a wild laugh, yet his final words were laced with an icy chill. In an instant, a terrifying aura unfurled. The paper figures had already commenced their assault. I let out a piercing cry, took a swig of wine, my gaze ablaze with a fierce crimson. Suddenly, flames erupted from my mouth. In mere moments, the surrounding paper figures were ignited. They writhed in a frenzy, their bodies gradually turning to ash. Ha ha! No matter how lifelike they may seem, their greatest vulnerability lies in fire, which remains insurmountable. I laughed maniacally, spinning my form. Wherever I went, flames consumed all. I wonder how much liquor you have in that gourd of yours. Yet you cannot fathom it. My figure danced and twirled as I gulped down wine, appearing like a fool lost in laughter. Guardian of the village. You are indeed the guardian of the village. Lord Qin exclaimed, barely concealing his astonishment. Is that truly so strange? I am, by nature, a fool. I swayed my body, emitting a silly chuckle. Lord Qin, in a fit of anger, shouted, This is not your village. Do not presume that I fear you. I let out a hearty laugh, my body swaying, yet my gaze remained fixed upon the palanquin. The so-called village guardian, a foolish sage, sacrifices his very soul to maintain the tranquility of this land, transforming into a fool himself, vanquishing malevolent spirits, dispelling phantoms, balancing yin and yang, and regulating the 5 elements, unmatched and unbeatable. In this village, be it human or goose, all must heed my command. Old Master Qin scoffed, declaring, that is merely a rumor. While village guardians do possess such abilities, most are simply imbeciles. How fortuitous! I have been a village guardian since my youth. As I spoke, I pinched my fingers, pointing at him with a foolish grin, proclaiming, I foretell a calamity in your fate. Seek death. Slay him. One by one, paper figures surged forth. Though these apparitions appeared fragile, floating through the air, their speed was astonishing. I produced a lighter, spitting out wine as flames swept across, igniting the paper figures everywhere. I was eager to see just how much wine your gourd contains. Old Master Qin's voice dripped with irritation. This gourd has accompanied me for 12 years. While it may not move mountains or fill seas, containing a fair amount of wine is a trivial feat. I frantically sprayed wine, flames continuously engulfing the surroundings. 1 gulp, 2 gulps. I poured wine with reckless abandon, yet the gourd in my hand remained brimming. Now, old Master Qin was in a state of panic. Chapter 31. This is my territory, kid. This is not your village. Even if you possess extraordinary abilities today, you shall meet your demise. I chuckled foolishly and retorted, Why do you claim this is not my village? Though I'm unaware of your origins, this place hardly qualifies as a village. Does it? His words left me momentarily speechless. I burst into hearty laughter, my voice ringing with unrestrained joy. Indeed, in this contemporary world, with towering edifices and a vibrant nightlife, no one returns to the village anymore. Many villages have been utterly abandoned, some even erased from existence. We, the guardians of the village, have gradually become forgotten, with no one left to honor us. Old Master Qin sneered, If that is the case, then you shall fade into oblivion with the passage of time. I may wish for death, yet you lack the capability to bring it about, I replied defiantly, taking another sip of wine. My vision blurred with intoxication. A silly grin spread across my face. Doesn't the sky resemble a giant pancake? And the ground, don't you feel like rolling out a mat? Lying on my mat, gazing at the pancake, this life is truly one I would not trade even for a deity. Old Master Qin, infuriated, bellowed, Dreamer, kill him. Once again, a swarm of paper figures surged forth. Yet, at that moment, I continued to speak to myself, swaying as if in a stupor, uttering a myriad of nonsensical phrases. The paper figures drew ever closer. At that moment, I abruptly took a seat, my expression vacant and bewildered. You mere paper figures, do you not kneel before me? For I am the guardian of this village. Or perhaps, in that instant, my countenance transformed into one of utmost solemnity. Earth deity, in an instant, the paper figures that had rushed towards me suddenly knelt in unison. Some even prostrated themselves in a flurry of panic. The entire scene was extraordinarily surreal. The voice of old Master Qin was laced with alarm. How could this be possible? What is there that is impossible? I extended my hand, grasped a handful of soil, and astonishingly stuffed it into my mouth. In that very moment, these paper figures turned their heads. This is my village, and I am its guardian. I spoke deliberately and with conviction. From the moment of my birth, I have known I carry a sacred mission to protect this village. My fate was already sealed. Quietly residing in a corner, I have vigilantly watched over this land from dawn till dusk, through rain and sunshine, from spring and summer to autumn and winter. In the cyclical passage of time, I have grown from an infant to a child, and from a child to an adult, until I quietly departed from this world, steadfastly devoted to this land, without remorse or abandon. Though I may no longer exhibit foolishness, I remain the guardian of the village. In my domain, all must heed my command. I pointed towards the distant procession. All of you kneel. In an instant, the paper figures bowed down. Old Master Qin was unceremoniously thrown from his palanquin. Before me stands an elderly gentleman, well over 70, with a toothless grin and a visage marked by sheer terror. He is clad in the attire befitting a groom, suggesting an intention to wed. As I approach him, the venerable Mr. Qin lets out a furious roar. Yet the paper figures surrounding us remain utterly unmoved, paralyzed by an enigmatic force that holds them firmly in place. They kneel silently, devoid of any reaction. I find myself before Mr. Qin, who appears utterly bewildered, rendered helpless, and stripped of any resource apart from those paper figures. Little does he know that I possess the ability to command them. I cast a disdainful glance in his direction before turning my attention to the distant procession. Raising my voice to demand, descend at once. In an instant, another woman emerges from the palanquin. She is adorned in regal attire, her pallid complexion suggesting a complete lack of vitality. Rather than displaying any sign of panic, she bows slightly in my direction. Earth deity, were you taken from him? I inquire. Indeed, she replies. In that case, I shall not impose upon you further. Return whence you came and refrain from causing harm. Very well, she nods, lowering her head before turning to depart. The surrounding paper maidens, their expressions twisted in defiance, attempt to resist, yet they too remain firmly controlled by an unseen force. Kneeling submissively, how absurd! I turn back, a smile gracing my lips as I declare, in my domain, your prowess is rendered futile. What is the meaning of this? Why? Mr. Qin stares at me, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the nature of my actions. I have already proclaimed, I am the guardian of this village. These paper figures are indeed quite attractive. However, they fail to captivate my interest. I approached them and tore them to shreds, each piece falling apart without resistance. Only then did I smile and step before the venerable Qin. Old sir, you should not have provoked me. You cannot take my life. I still have a disciple. Then I must eradicate you entirely. I replied with a sigh, my gaze icy and unyielding. The venerable Qin lifted his head to meet my eyes and suddenly erupted into laughter. Do you realize that your current demeanor has already brought you grave misfortune? I am aware, I replied. This is indeed a heinous crime. The venerable Qin trembled as he pointed at me, saying, if you kill me, are you not afraid of my retribution in the afterlife? You are not foolish. You are merely feigning ignorance. What of it? I retorted, fixing my gaze upon him. In this state, neither heaven nor earth will tolerate you. I know, he replied, which is why I have feigned ignorance for 12 years. 12 years is insufficient. You must continue this act indefinitely. I would like to, but my patience wanes. I feigned a moment of reflection, my cold eyes fixated on him. Rest assured, I shall not grant you the opportunity to seek vengeance. Young man, if I fall at your hands, I shall accept it. Yet, I cannot fathom the nature of this situation. If you do not reveal it to me, I shall die in discontent. I regarded him for a prolonged moment and sighed. I truly do not wish to take your life. What purpose would it serve? Indeed, let us come to an accord and spare me. You may let me go. After all, you might seek revenge. Old Master Cheen realized something, and with a cold snort, he uttered, "A gentleman may be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Very well. I have no interest in killing you. As long as you assist me in uncovering a certain matter, I shall let you go." What matter? I lowered my head and whispered it to him. Old Master Cheen's expression contorted as he soon sighed. "Very well. You may leave now." I waved my hand, and the paper figures that had been kneeling on the ground rose to their feet. Old Master Cheen fixed his gaze upon me, noting my lack of opposition. He hastily inquired, "Aren't you afraid I might flee?" "Naturally, I'm not afraid. What makes you so certain?" I suddenly broke into laughter. "Are you not curious why? Despite leaving the village, I remain the guardian rather than a fool. Why?" I lowered my head and whispered a phrase into his ear. In the next moment, Old Master Cheen appeared to have heard something most dreadful. He frantically retreated into his sedan chair, bowed to me repeatedly, and then hastily departed. Chapter 32. Begging for alms. As I watched the departure of Old Master Cheen, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although I had managed to intimidate him, the prospect of eliminating him was far from simple. Old Master Cheen still possessed hidden resources. Should he feel cornered, the situation could quickly spiral into chaos. Furthermore, he required my assistance for a particular task, one that only he could execute, given his unparalleled skill in manipulating paper figures with exquisite finesse. With my eyes gently closed, I let out a soft sigh, casting a glance at the scattered pieces of paper around me before turning to leave. Regardless of the circumstances, I had successfully navigated this hurdle. The next challenge lay with the shaman. I held a firm confidence in Taoist Qian, although he was avaricious. He would fight tenaciously as long as the monetary reward was substantial. No matter how sinister the adversaries might be, he could handle them with relative ease. Thus, the shaman's target was inevitably the celestial machine tower, a structure that had instilled profound dread in countless practitioners of the dark arts. It had become a heavy burden upon their hearts. Through the dedicated efforts of my grandfather and his disciple over 2 generations, the celestial machine tower had evoked terror in many. Now was the opportune moment to eradicate it. I could not fathom that anyone would choose to surrender. Henceforth, the dangers would only escalate. On the second floor, I perched upon the eaves, sipping wine and leisurely surveying the scene before me. At that moment, my eyes narrowed as a figure approached. The location of the celestial machine tower, though picturesque, was seldom frequented by people. The individual was clad in peculiar attire. Appearing to be in his 50s, he wore an antiquated blue garment and a hat, stooping slightly as he made his way towards me. Intriguing. I cast a fleeting glance before turning and descending the stairs. "Old man, what brings you to my divination tower?" I inquired with a smile. "Are you the current master of this tower?" "Indeed. And what are the 9 diviners?" "They have vanished." The old man paused momentarily, then nodded. "Their disappearance is fortuitous. It allows me to settle accounts with you disciples. Are you not afraid that the 9 diviners might return to seek retribution? What is there to fear? First, let us consider whether he is even alive. Even if he returns, who could prove my involvement?" I scoffed disdainfully. The divination skills of the 9 diviners are unparalleled. Indeed, they are extraordinary, but it would be for the best if he were never to return. The old man chuckled coldly. His skin was dark as coal, and his teeth slightly yellowed. He appeared merely as an aged peasant. Yet, the words he uttered left me momentarily stunned. "I have heard that the 9 diviner has perished, slain by the young lady of a G family. How could this possibly be?" I was taken aback. The 9 diviner had actually met his end at the hands of G Qianyue. "Ha ha," the old man said, gazing at me for reasons unknown. The 9 diviner launched a frenzied assault on the G family's heiress, as if he harbored a deep-seated vendetta. Alas, despite his extensive knowledge, he was ultimately slain. Truly, a new generation replaces the old. At such a tender age, to possess such prowess, the G family's heiress is indeed a remarkable talent of this age. I gently closed my eyes, expressing my impatience. "I now recognize who you are." "Oh, you know me?" "I do not recognize you, but upon a closer glance, I can surmise that you are a beggar." Upon hearing these words, the old man chuckled heartily and clapped his hands. "Good eye. You discerned it at a mere glance. I gazed intently at the elderly figure before me. Beggars had once been the nightmares of rural children. They possessed some minor sorcery, luring bewildered children to follow them. At that time, countless children vanished without a trace. However, following rigorous crackdowns by the authorities and the righteous, many of these beggars met their demise, and the ranks of this profession dwindled. Since you have evaded the clutches of the law, why not live a decent life? I sighed and remarked. The old man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. There's no choice. I'm a lonely old man, without kin, struggling to survive. I heard that the 9 paths have amassed considerable wealth, so I came to collect my share. I clapped my hands, mocking him. You are the first to present theft so elegantly. Perhaps the old man dismissed my words lightly. He extended his hand towards me, donning a pitiful expression. Give me some money, and I shall depart immediately. Just as I was about to acquiesce, I swiftly realized something was amiss. How dare he employ sorcery against me? I formed a hand sign, igniting a fire talisman in my palm, which I hurled towards him. Yet, as the talisman descended, the old man nimbly evaded it. At that moment, he crouched low, hands and feet on the ground, resembling a wild beast. In light of this, do not blame me. If I eliminate you, my retirement funds shall be secured. The old man let out a cold laugh, his entire body swaying as he began to chant a nursery rhyme. The heavens tremble, the earth trembles. In my home, there is a night weeping lad. Passerby, read it once, and sleep soundly until dawn. He repeated it several times, and I felt as though the world was spinning, as if I were on the verge of slumber. In a desperate attempt to remain awake, I bit my tongue, yet the overwhelming drowsiness surged through my body, causing me great distress. Sleep, sleep, the old man murmured to himself. At that moment, I flicked my fingers and, in an instant, a multitude of rats and cockroaches swarmed around us, a frenzied tide of creatures. Witnessing this scene, the old man screamed in terror. You are indeed the village guardian. This is impossible. No wonder he was so frightened. The village guardian is the sworn enemy of the child snatchers. In any village with a guardian, children rarely go missing. These kidnappers typically strike when the guardian is away or when the village is devoid of one. The guardian can easily discern who belongs to the village and maintains a vigilant eye on outsiders. Faced with such circumstances, the child snatchers are utterly powerless. As for dueling, the petty tricks of the child snatchers are utterly insignificant to the guardian. How could you possibly be a guardian? You do not seem to be a fool. The old man shouted in terror, his body instinctively attempting to flee. He was already gripped by fear. The guardian was the person he dreaded most. However, soon enough, the rats and weasels surged forth. The sound of screams erupted, swiftly engulfing the old man. Accompanied by chilling noises, he was soon devoured entirely. Only then did I exhale a sigh of relief, as the dizziness that had enveloped me gradually dissipated. Alas, you have encountered me. I lamented. The beggars still roam the streets, yet the guardians of the village have dwindled significantly. Moreover, many of the youth show little regard for these protectors. It is only the elders who truly comprehend the significance of the guardianship. The age-old adage, without a fool, there can be no village, undoubtedly holds its wisdom. Upon returning to the celestial mechanism tower, I collapsed into slumber. It was not until nightfall that I arose to dine with my numerous disciples. They gazed at me, their eyes brimming with admiration. Master Uncle, I witnessed your encounter with that beggar. You are truly remarkable, Jean Routai exclaimed. Chapter 33. The death of the cat-faced old woman. I shook my head dismissively, remarking that the flower-picking scoundrel was merely an inconsequential figure. Once the 9 masters departed, the malevolent spirits began to emerge. We could not afford to remain idle. During this period, the arrangements I entrusted to you must not falter. Jean Rudy nodded earnestly. In recent days, I had concocted various lethal techniques using vermilion and black dog blood. Ordinary specters would not dare approach the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. However, the sinister factions were an inescapable threat. At night, sleep eluded me as I kept solitary vigil. Standing atop the tower, I gazed into the distance, my visage clouded with confusion. At this moment, I truly did not know which path to take. Although I was no longer foolish, The chasm between myself and the almost otherworldly Ji Qianyue was insurmountable. This disparity was not something that could be bridged through mere effort. Moreover, Ji Qianyue's cultivation was advancing at an astonishing pace, offering me no respite. Despite recently vanquishing the flower-picking rogue, thus gaining a modicum of merit, this faint glimmer of virtue did not transform my essence. I remained entrenched in my limitations. As I gazed at the luminous moon above, I gently closed my eyes. Each day, I could only manage a scant period for cultivation, and the results were far from satisfactory. It was no wonder that even the most adept Taoist in the realm of subtlety was over 50 years of age. The entire situation was utterly bewildering. After an indeterminate span of time, I suddenly halted, sensing an impending disturbance. Although the traps I'd set remained untriggered, an unsettling feeling lingered within me. By the time I regained my composure and arrived on the first floor, I was astounded to discover that the two apprentices stationed there had met their demise. I hastily illuminated the area for inspection, but upon a mere glance, my countenance shifted dramatically. The apprentices bore ghastly gashes upon their necks, a clear indication of a fatal strike. They had not even uttered a sound in their final moments. As I pondered this unsettling scene, an eerie sensation enveloped me. Lowering my gaze, I noticed a crimson mark had manifested upon my shoulder. A shadow darted past me. I quickly turned, my expression altering in shock. It was an elderly woman, her visage grotesquely transformed into that of a cat, her frail form swathed in an oversized cotton coat. The cat-faced old woman? A single glance was enough to unnerve me. Such a legendary specter could not possibly haunt my presence. However, upon closer inspection, I promptly dismissed my initial fears. These malevolent spirits not only wielded formidable power, but they also grew increasingly terrifying with the passage of time. Should this truly be the cat-faced old woman, only a master of the highest order could contend with her. If she were indeed the genuine article, my fate would be sealed. In that moment, I chuckled softly, realizing she was merely an imposter. The cat-faced old woman launched her assault, her movements akin to that of a wild beast. With a single claw swiping towards me, the force was immense. I swiftly attempted to evade, yet her speed was astonishingly swift. In a moment of desperation, I took a hearty swig of wine, and as the cat-faced old woman lunged towards me, I unleashed the fiery liquid in her direction. In an instant, flames erupted forth. Meow! A startled cry escaped her lips as she ignited and hastily fled. Her speed was astonishing, leaving me no time to intervene. I could only watch her depart. Damn it! I stamped my foot in frustration and returned upstairs to rouse my disciples. She would surely return. Cats are notoriously vengeful, and trouble loomed on the horizon. I closed my eyes slightly, my expression heavy with resignation. Jean Rudy, Qing Feng Mingyue, and both Big Tiger and Little Tiger wore expressions of deep concern. The other disciples mirrored this trepidation. An increasing number of malevolent entities emerged, and unseen dangers encroached upon us. We had to remain vigilant. For a moment's carelessness could spell our doom. The others naturally concurred. Thus, we increased the night watch by 3. Moreover, each of them bore talisman papers in hand. That night, our slumber was far from tranquil. In the dead of night, the cat-faced old woman reappeared. Although she did not take any lives this time, she nonetheless left a scar on one disciple's face. I could only assist him in purging the corpse poison with glutinous rice. Yet, this state of constant anxiety was becoming numbing. At that moment, I realized that if we did not devise a plan, we would all be dragged down. Could it be that we truly had to leave the Tianji Tower? A pang of reluctance flickered in my heart. But soon, I shook my head, deeming myself utterly ridiculous. Even if we depart from the Tianji Tower, will they truly let us go? As long as our lineage persists, they will pursue us with relentless fervor. Without the Tianji Tower, our peril only intensifies. In the dead of night, the cat-faced old lady launched her attack once more. This time, I refrained from hastily retaliating. Instead, I swiftly secured the doors and windows, preparing to ensnare her like a fish in a barrel. The cat-faced old lady, sensing the shift, hastened to flee. Yet, in that moment, the final exit was obstructed. Surrounded, she found herself encircled by the crowd. A low growl emanated from her throat, her eyes transforming into slits. I hastily cast a talisman, but she deftly evaded it. With a swift swipe, a man clutched his throat and collapsed. Others rushed to his aid, but it was futile. The cat-faced old lady lunged towards him, extending her claws. In the blink of an eye, she extracted his heart and devoured it whole. Panic ensued among the disciples, some scattering in terror. Chaos erupted. I wasted no words and extended my hand. 8 talismans flew into the air, igniting spontaneously. In an instant, the encircled cat-faced old lady became immobilized. I opened my mouth, unleashing a torrent of liquor upon her. Realizing her predicament, she thrashed violently. With a swat of her paw, she shattered a talisman. In that fleeting moment, I unleashed a torrent of flames. The cat-faced old lady ignited, her anguished cries transforming her into a blazing sphere of fire. Surrounding disciples, emboldened, struck her down with an array of weapons. The cat-faced old lady is not as terrifying as one might perceive. She is merely slightly more formidable than the clumsy guardian, merely a corrupted entity tainted by the aura of death. Soon, she lets out a wretched scream, her body writhing in agony. Yet, I remain unafraid. Although the celestial mechanism tower is constructed of wood, it possesses unique attributes that render it impervious to flames. Indeed, in that very moment, the cat-faced old lady's form gradually disintegrates into ashes. The others swiftly cease their actions. The flames extinguish, leaving behind a charred feline corpse. I disregard entirely. Meanwhile, in a realm unseen by others, a radiant light envelopes my being, invigorating me substantially. I extend my finger, and a faint luminescence emerges. This divine radiance possesses the potential to extinguish lives. This is the novel application of merit. It can be unleashed to vanquish entities vastly superior in strength. It is essential to understand that the power of merit can elevate mortals to immortality, a formidable force indeed. Such strength is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut when dealing with malevolent beings. Chapter 34. Grandfather's other disciple in recent days. The emergence of one adversary after another has left everyone on edge. It was at this moment that a realization struck me. Remaining idle in the face of such peril is tantamount to courting disaster. We must seek assistance. My suggestion left the surrounding disciples in stunned silence. Master, with our teacher missing, who should we turn to? Jean Riddy asked, bewildered. I, however, was lost in contemplation. The lineage of the Tingy Pavilion is indeed a solitary one, presenting considerable challenges. Yet, my grandfather is not without another disciple. In fact, he has one more. Regrettably, this disciple, due to morally questionable intentions, sought to harm others and was consequently expelled from the sect. Although my grandfather never spoke of it, I unearthed information left by the Geodauron that revealed the existence of this individual. Despite having aligned himself with the forces of darkness, this person still maintains a connection with the Geodauron. He is known as Yao Lao San, the king beyond the pass, and he has become a venerable figure in the world of treasure hunting, commanding an unknown number of subordinates. Nevertheless, there exists a bond of kinship. Given the dire circumstances we face, I find myself devoid of options. The mere mention of Yao Lao San gives me a headache. According to the records of the Geodauron, his initial pursuit of sorcery was solely for the purpose of treasure hunting. Although my grandfather attempted to guide him, he was incorrigible and ultimately cast out. Now, with a sense of trepidation, I hesitantly picked up my phone. Upon connecting, a brash voice boomed. Who are you? Shun Sanshun. It turns out to be you. I have long heard from old Geo about you. I wonder what brings you to seek my presence. After a moment's hesitation, I spoke. The disappearance of Geodauron has plunged the Tianji Tower into crisis. I hope you can come to assist me. Assist you? A disdainful voice echoed from my phone. Do you even think you are worthy? Not just you, but even your grandfather holds no significance in my eyes. I sighed, then suddenly proclaimed, my grandfather has passed away. In his final moments, he continuously murmured your name. This is impossible. He expelled me from his teachings. Would he truly think of me? Yao Lao San's voice became suddenly agitated. I was of course lying, yet at this juncture, I could only assert, You were his youngest disciple. My grandfather always favored you, a fact you were well aware of. Originally, you were meant to be the master of Tianji Tower, yet you strayed from the righteous path, wasting his earnest efforts. Silence fell on the other end. After a long pause, he replied, "Even so, I am no longer his disciple. What do the affairs of Tianji Tower concern me now?" At this point, I had no choice but to invoke moral obligation. What about the gratitude for nurturing? Do not think I am unaware. You fled here to escape famine, and your family perished from starvation. It was my grandfather who took you in, imparting upon you your skills. Now that I find myself in peril, you would simply turn a blind eye? I am the sole heir of my grandfather's bloodline. If I were to perish, how would you explain it to my grandfather in the afterlife? Upon hearing this, Yao Laosan fell silent once more. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I am at a loss. I find myself in grave trouble that I cannot surmount for the time being. Do not paint your situation in such despair. You are not on the brink of death just yet." I hastily replied, "The crisis at the Tianji Pavilion demands your leadership. If you come back, I assure you on behalf of my grandfather that you shall be the master of the Tianji Pavilion." Are you speaking the truth? Old Yao San was indeed tempted. As a discarded disciple, he had not a single day without yearning to return to his sect with honor. Yet he found himself increasingly ensnared. Having become a king beyond the pass, renowned as the foremost tomb raider in that region, ultimately, he was merely a grave robber. Indeed. Very well, I shall ponder this. At this juncture, his words left me astonished. What sort of dire predicament have you encountered? Why do you refuse to assist even me? Old Yao San's voice grew more agitated. Young man, why not come to the outer lands? The Tianji Pavilion matters little. Your survival is what counts. I truly cannot extricate myself from the situation. My curiosity piqued. I inquired, could it be that you have encountered some malevolent force while raiding tombs? It is far more terrifying than that. Old Yao San hissed through clenched teeth. Upon our descent, we uncovered countless treasures, but we also provoked a malevolent guardian of these riches. I fear I shall be unable to escape for the foreseeable future. Faced with such a revelation, I could only sigh in resignation. In that case, do take care. Although I am unable to proceed, I can send my son to assist you. However, it would be unwise to let him venture forth to meet his demise. Fear not, for my son possesses considerable strength. Very well then, I shall set down my phone. Regardless of the outcome, we have gained an additional ally. In the ensuing days, I refrained from stepping outside, anxiously awaiting reinforcements. During this period, a series of bizarre occurrences transpired. Blood and clumps of hair gushed from the faucet in the restroom. In the dead of night, emerald eyes seemed to fixate on the Tower of Destiny. Even the heavens above sporadically rained down skulls. I suspected that all of this was orchestrated by the fortune teller, who appeared intent on slowly bringing about our demise. Amidst this growing unease, I could no longer contain myself and resolved to take the initiative. Departing from the Tower of Destiny, I deliberately ventured into a desolate expanse. Nothing transpired. The surroundings were devoid of any sinister atmosphere. Yet upon turning around, I noticed shallow footprints imprinted upon the ground. I realized that something was stalking me. Without hesitation, I raised the talisman in my hand and casually tossed it aside. In what seemed to be an empty space, the talisman ignited suddenly. A figure began to materialize. It was a woman with a contorted visage and a maddened gaze. She trembled violently, her entire being appearing unhinged, her eyes filled with a chilling intensity. In that moment, she lunged toward me. Before I could react, her hands had already encircled my neck. With a mere squeeze, my life would surely be forfeit. Yet in that instant, she let out a horrifying scream as her arm shattered. A sudden bang echoed, followed by a boisterous voice declaring, "Dare to harm my brother, and you truly court death." I turned to see a slightly plump young man approaching, seemingly no more than 18 or 19 years of age, clad in a loose-fitting garment that exposed his midriff. His hair styled in a watermelon cut. To my astonishment, he brandished a shotgun in his palm. The woman's expression twisted into a grimace as she lunged towards him. Unfazed, the stout fellow raised his shotgun and fired without hesitation. Flames erupted, and the woman let out a harrowing scream, her face disintegrating before my eyes. I was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained my composure. It appeared this rotund figure had likely infused the gunpowder with a generous amount of vermilion. Injured, the woman hastily attempted to flee. Yet, I swiftly cast a talisman, and in an instant, amidst the flames, she was reduced to ashes. With a sigh of relief, I turned my attention to the individual before me. Greetings, Chun Sanshin. I am Yao Laosi, the son of Yao Laosan. I have come especially to aid you, he said with a smile. You certainly have a casual approach to naming, I remarked. My father always said, a humble name fosters a lively spirit. Yao Laosi chuckled in response. Chapter 35. Entangle grievances regardless of the circumstances. I am grateful for your rescue. I extended my hand with a smile. How could that be? With your remarkable abilities, I am certain you could have handled it without me, replied Yao Laosi. I did not deny it. Although the situation had been dire, I was not entirely powerless. Let us return to the Tiangong Tower, I suggested. Yao Laosi trailed behind me, chattering excitedly all the way. Finally, I have escaped from my father. I have long wished to abandon grave robbing. The tomb is dark and cold, and I dread the uncertainty of descending into it. It is utterly terrifying. Listening to his complaints, I chuckled and said, grave robbing is inherently a perilous endeavor. There is little to commend about it. My father intends for me to inherit his legacy, but I have no desire to engage in such activities. Yao Laosi grinned mischievously, his face aglow with amusement. What era are we in? The internet is so advanced now. There are countless opportunities to earn a living. Engaging in such grim work might even jeopardize your chances of finding a spouse. I patted his shoulder reassuringly. Well then, since you are here, you might as well accompany me from now on. Absolutely. Yao Laosi nodded enthusiastically. Feng Shui is far more intriguing than grave robbing. I truly cannot fathom why my father is so enamored with this profession. To that, I too was somewhat perplexed. I shrugged and replied with a smile. Your father has been captivated by ancient tombs since childhood. It remains a mystery to me what he finds so appealing. He could have inherited the Tiangong Tower and become a new semi-divine figure, yet he devoted himself entirely to the depths of the graves. Years have passed, and I have lost count. In fact, I once inquired about this matter with my father. He revealed to me that he was in pursuit of an ancient and profound secret. Oh, my interest was piqued, and I could not help but ask, what kind of secret is it? Unfortunately, I was left in the dark, as he did not divulge the details. Never mind that. It is indeed commendable that you can walk the righteous path. Thus, we returned to the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. I instructed my disciples to prepare a meal, intending to enjoy a few drinks together. Soon, the dishes were served, and we began to indulge in the feast. I had vaguely heard my father mention your affairs. Is it true that Ji Qianyue is your betrothed? Inquired Yao Laosi with utmost caution. I nodded in affirmation. Impressive, Yao Laosi exclaimed, raising a finger and lowering his voice. You may not be aware, but that woman is nothing short of a prodigy. It is said that she could speak upon birth and walk as soon as she touched the ground. By the age of 3, she was already astute. Her prowess is formidable. At such a tender age, even the 9 elders vanished because of her. I waved my hand in annoyance. What of it? My woman must possess some merit to be worthy of me. Indeed, Yao Laosi took a sip of wine, unable to contain his curiosity. When you plan to marry her? This matter is none of your concern. Refrain from asking. I glared at him. Yet, Yao Laosi, undeterred, continued. But I have heard that the young master of the Jin family intends to wed her. In a moment of fury, I seized Yao Laosi by the throat. Just as he attempted to resist, I delivered a forceful blow to his abdomen, causing him to writhe in agony. With a dismissive motion, I cast him to the ground, where he knelt, gasping for breath. Have you forgotten? I am Chun Sansheng, the grandson of your father's master. You dare speak to me with such insolence. You are still beneath me in lineage. Enraged, Yao Laosi rose and shouted, You insolent brat, I've shown you enough leniency. I will not rest until you are dead. Then let us see, I retorted as I charged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon him. As Yao Laosi attempted to raise his hunting rifle, I scoffed, releasing a surge of energy that enveloped me. I grasped his rifle with ease and, with a mere squeeze, shattered it into fragments. In that moment, my true wrath was unleashed, drawing upon the power of merit. The might of such virtue is formidable, capable of elevating one to immortality. Crushing the barrel was but a trifling feat. Yao Laosi stood frozen, incredulous at the spectacle before him. Is this the legendary power of a demigod? I had heard tales of my grandmaster as Prime, a being of unparalleled strength who could bridge the realms, even communicating with the underworld. Firearms were of no concern to him. Even cannon fire would pose no threat. Truly, my eyes have been opened. Enough of this prattle. Face your demise. I charged at him, raining down blows. Yao Laosi cried out in despair as he collapsed to the ground, shielding his head in futile resistance while I continued my relentless assault. I was wrong. Please cease this. I misspoke, and I am willing to accept my punishment. My tongue has betrayed me. It is all my fault. Do not strike me any further, or I shall perish. Father, may I call you father? I beseech you, refrain from hitting me. Yao Laosi knelt upon the ground, his expression a portrait of despair. I cast a stern glance in his direction and admonished, I shall spare you this time. Should you utter such words again, I will extinguish your existence. Indeed, I shall remain silent, he replied, visibly cowed by my demeanor. Soon, I regained my composure, taking a seat in silence. Yao Laosi approached awkwardly. From now on, I shall address you as brother. Feel free to command me. I implore you, impart upon me a technique or two. I shot him a withering look. Is your father not a geomancer? Has he imparted naught unto you? Yao Laosi sat upon the ground, his face a mask of desolation. My father is consumed with the art of grave robbing. He has only taught me the knowledge of tomb raiding since my youth. I have indeed acquired some understanding of geomancy. It pertains solely to burial sites. I can easily discern which areas harbor ancient tombs and which are fresh graves. But what use is that to me? After delivering a blow to him, my anger abated. Enough, rest well, I declared, and thus the gathering dispersed in an atmosphere of discontent. Upon returning to my quarters, I lay upon my bed, yet slumber eluded me. Although I wield the power of merit, what can such a trifling amount accomplish? Ji Qianyue has grown exceedingly formidable. Do I truly possess the worthiness to claim her as my own? Indeed, despite my current sentiments, which remain tethered to Ji Qianyue, I am also burdened by enmity. Were it not for her, my grandfather would not have met his demise. Grandfather risked his life to save her, only for her to betray him and steal our family genealogy. It is indeed a case of ingratitude. Had she not appeared, I might have lived my life as a simpleton. My parents would still be alive, and my grandfather would still be with us. To live a lifetime as a blissful fool did not seem so bad to me. Yet now, everything is in ruins. Contemplating this, I resolved within myself. When I find Ji Qianyue, if she agrees to marry me, all grievances shall be wiped clean, and I shall no longer hold her accountable for my grandfather's demise. However, if she declines, she must repay the debt she owes me, no matter what. As I was lost in these thoughts, I suddenly noticed the silence around me. Realizing something, I was about to step outside to investigate when a raspy voice called out, "Little immortal, come out and meet me." Chapter 36. Past shadows, I donned my attire, grasped the talisman paper, and fully equipped, stepped beyond the threshold of my abode. In the courtyard stood an elderly woman clad in black, her figure hunched, leaning heavily upon her frame. A mere glance was sufficient for me to ascertain her identity as the soothsayer. Fate, it seems, has conspired against us. Come forth, I challenged her without trepidation. The soothsayer turned her gaze towards me, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Are you the grandson of Xuanzi? Indeed, I replied. How astonishing it is that time has elapsed so swiftly. He now has a grandson. Yet here I stand, solitary. At that moment, the soothsayer's visage was awash with nostalgia. I inquired, how is it that you know my grandfather? Naturally, he would not divulge that I was once his first love, she responded. In the parlance of your generation, one might call it a first romance. I narrowed my eyes, swiftly drawing forth my gourd and taking a swig of wine. Even if you were acquainted with my grandfather, you shall meet your demise here today. Must we resort to violence upon our very first encounter? Is it not possible to converse amicably? Observing the soothsayer's demeanor, I found myself wavering. What is it that you truly desire? Are you aware of why I have wrought havoc for so many years without facing the wrath of the 9 Taoists? She inquired. I paused, struck by a sudden realization. Could it be? Indeed, it is the command left by your grandfather. Otherwise, despite my formidable prowess, I would not stand a chance against the 9 Taoists, especially considering he concealed his true strength, revealing himself to possess an exalted realm. I was taken aback, for although I had long been aware of the concealed prowess of the 9 Paths, the mention of a realm of existence was astonishing. Could it be that his strength had surpassed that of my grandfather? Observing my astonishment, the shamaness let out a disdainful laugh. Although your grandfather is referred to as a semi-immortal, his innate talent is severely lacking. In a desperate bid to enhance his abilities, he resorted to a sinister and terrifying spell, forcibly augmenting his gifts. However, the price of such power is the curse that extends to his descendants. His progeny are doomed to suffer the consequences of 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks, and as time progresses, the curse only deepens. Ultimately, when all 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks converge, his lineage shall face obliteration. A heavy weight settled in my heart, for the term 5 deficiencies referred to a specific destiny. The so-called 5 deficiencies encompass widowhood, singleness, orphanhood, loneliness, and disability. The 3 lacks signify the absence of wealth, life, and power. No wonder my grandfather had informed me that I was inherently destined to be impoverished. Even a mountain of gold and silver would be of no use to me. The shamaness, disregarding my presence, continued her soliloquy. Initially, he was indifferent, basking in his youth and remarkable power, reveling in the winds of fortune. Yet as he aged, the desire for offspring began to stir within him. I, unable to bear children, was cruelly cast aside. Her words were laced with venom. I pondered briefly before retorting, if it brings calamity upon his descendants, why did my grandfather choose to have children? Surely, abstaining from procreation would suffice. This is utterly impossible, she replied. If he were to forego progeny, the curse would inevitably turn upon him once the appointed time arrives. Thus, he was left with no choice but to bear children, resulting in the birth of a rather dull-witted individual, your father. The fortune teller mused to herself, her visage adorned with mockery. I did not contest her words. Although my father was not a fool, his intellect was indeed lacking. At that moment, my emotions were profoundly tangled. My grandfather was exceedingly selfish. In pursuit of his own aspirations, he ultimately condemned his descendants to such a fate. Yet, what right had I to judge him? Surely, he must have harbored regrets. I had witnessed him endeavor to alter my potential through countless means, whether it was arranging for me to marry Ji Qianyue or seeking the treacherous Headless Valley. All of this was for my sake. I inquired, is your grandfather truly deceased? Indeed, the fortune teller replied, recoiling slightly as if on the verge of collapse. A flicker of animosity crossed her face as she quickly asked, how did he die? I answered her, for she was my grandfather's first love. The Headless Valley? She exclaimed, her laughter chilling and her gaze icy. Who would have imagined that your grandfather, such a selfish man, would venture to the Headless Valley for your sake? No wonder you have managed to become normal. Among so many guardians of the village, you alone are not a fool. I hastily pressed, what exactly is the Headless Valley? That place is more perilous than the Hall of Yama. No one who enters ever returns. At that moment, fear was etched upon the fortune teller's face. So, my transformation is indeed a result of the Headless Valley? Naturally, the sorceress pointed at me and chuckled. Did your grandfather not allow you to leave the village for 12 years? Indeed, I replied, that it is as I suspected. For these 12 years, should you step beyond the village borders, not even the great celestial immortals could save you. However, do not think you can escape unscathed. Her trembling finger directed towards me as she continued. You must have sensed it. Haven Tu, the heavens have taken notice of you. Soon, one after another, they will come to take your life. Given this, it would be better to perish by my hand. As she spoke, blood seeped from the staff she held. I will die. All must face death, yet not today. I clutched the talisman tightly, my gaze sharp. I had reached a point of no return. Blood oozed from the sorceress's staff, and behind her emerged one woman after another, 5 in total, floating in the air, their faces pale. Leading them was a woman with a pronounced belly, her hands dangling limply as she hovered. Upon seeing this, my expression shifted dramatically. How many lives have you taken? Ha ha! What your grandfather owes me, you shall repay. The sorceress sneered at that moment. The women drifted past ominously, and my heart sank further. These were no ordinary apparitions. Encountering them could lead to certain death or grievous injury. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I took a sip of liquor and produced a fire talisman. In an instant, a dragon of flames erupted from my mouth, engulfing the air in a fierce blaze. Flames engulfed these women, their anguished cries echoing as fire consumed their bodies. Yet, in an instant, they divided into 5 distinct directions and surged towards me. Faced with this horrifying scene, I hurriedly retreated. However, in the blink of an eye, a gash appeared on my arm. These 5 women levitated in midair, their speed astonishingly swift, leaving me no time to evade. Fighting while retreating, I raised the talisman in my hand and hurled it towards them, each imbued with the essence of 9 distinct magical powers. A few of the women shrieked, and one of them shattered into countless fragments. Nevertheless, the others continued to advance towards me with unsettling calmness. The foremost woman, visibly pregnant, lifted her head, devoid of any whites in her eyes. In the next moment, her hair began to elongate unnaturally, enveloping me in an instant. I exhaled flames, yet they only served to sear my flesh. At that moment, a cry of agony escaped my lips. Chapter 37. Peak power enduring the agony. I tore at the hair surrounding me. Yet in the next moment, several women surged forward, and I screamed in pain as new wounds appeared on my body. Stumbling backward, panic surged within me. Child, cease your struggles. Even if you do not perish at my hands, you shall certainly meet your end at the hands of fate. It is far better to conclude this here. The shaman entered, her gaze filled with pity as she looked upon me. I clutched my wounds, my expression one of shock. The 9 figures who had recklessly pursued the shaman led me to believe she lacked strength. However, it now appeared that the 9 figures were simply too formidable. The shaman had evidently reached the realm of enlightenment, and not merely at a basic level. She was likely at its pinnacle. What use is there in fighting against such odds? The disparity between the likes of Shoujua and Ru Yu was negligible, for they were merely ordinary individuals. Yet, upon attaining enlightenment, the elevation in power is nothing to scoff at. Most astonishingly, in this realm, one possesses the innate ability to perceive both the yin and yang, as well as the impurities that pervade the world. Such capabilities are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. In this enveloping darkness, I could only rely on the fire talisman in my grasp to discern my surroundings. Yet, the shaman's eyes shone with a yellow luminescence, a clear indication of her enlightenment. My grandfather was your first love. I am his sole descendant. Can you truly bring yourself to kill me? I retreated while speaking. Indeed, I can, the shaman replied with excitement. Once you are gone, there shall be no trace of his bloodline left in this world. Alas, the affection has transformed into animosity. I hastily implored, pity me and spare my life. I shall assist you in your old age. There is no need for that. You may not even outlive this old woman, she retorted. The witch opened her mouth, revealing a faint smile. Today, let me exact my grand revenge. Upon hearing such words, my heart quivered. Just then, a voice like iron rang out from outside. Master, I have come to rescue you. I am here too. It was none other than the voice of Yao Laosi. My expression relaxed. I had not anticipated reinforcements. Yet, the witch did not even cast a glance in their direction. Lacking any interest in turning her head, merely a few sent to their demise, she remarked. Indeed, the next moment I heard the anguished cries. These individuals stood no chance against the witch. Leave quickly. I do not require your rescue, I shouted urgently. However, the witch had already lost interest. With a flick of her hand, a few floating women seized bloody knives. The foremost woman, her hair spreading like tendrils, ensnared my hands and feet. The glinting dagger was now perilously close. At this juncture, I found myself utterly helpless. In desperation, I invoked my benevolent power. A golden radiance erupted. There was a scream as a pregnant woman recoiled, clutching her face in agony. The 2 women who had rushed forward were reduced to ashes before they could utter a cry. The witch stared at the golden light surrounding me, utterly transfixed. She trembled all over, her feet quivering uncontrollably. Her face bore an expression of disbelief, her eyes nearly bulging. A golden aura enveloped her. What on earth is happening? Although I had broken free from the woman before me, I chose not to pursue her. The power of virtue I had preserved over the years, if unleashed entirely, would be fearsome beyond measure. However, virtue is a consumable. Each use diminishes its essence. This fellow certainly harbors secrets within. Could it be the doing of your grandfather? Unlikely, for he lacks such formidable prowess. I felt a murderous intent arising within me. The shaman, well versed in the ways of the world, surely understood the gravity of the situation. If she were to divulge this, it would spell true trouble for me. The shaman quickly regained her composure, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "Indeed, it is a splendid secret. However, it shall soon belong to me." Without further ado, I gestured with my fingers. In that moment, I finally revealed the latent power I had concealed for years. Though my heart was filled with immense anguish, each fragment of virtue I expended diminished my reserves. I knew that confronting a figure like the shaman required a decisive blow. Should she manage to escape, not only would retaliation be inevitable, but the mere revelation of my secrets would incite countless foes seeking my demise. Heaven and earth, disperse the foul chi, penetrate the depths of mystery, illuminate the cosmic essence, summon the divine protectors from all directions, grant me the natural order, and invoke the talismans of the spiritual treasures, proclaiming across the 9 heavens. As I chanted my incantation, the shaman's eyes widened in shock. One of the 8 great spells of Taoism? Do you intend to use such a thing against me? No wonder she was so astonished. The 8 great spells of Taoism are widely circulated, akin to the Heart Sutra in Buddhism. Many can recite them, yet their efficacy is nearly non-existent. However, at this moment, I had summoned the light of virtue. In an instant, the darkness enveloping the room dissipated, half transformed into radiance, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. Any malevolent spirit touched by this light vanished in an instant. Regardless of their identity, under the terrifying illumination, they were reduced to mere vapor. The sky above resonated with an uncanny sound. Behind me, I was unaware that several phantoms had materialized. In this moment, I felt as if divinity had enveloped me. The fortune teller and the arriving disciples stood frozen in astonishment. Before me, the pregnant woman suddenly sighed and dissolved into a cloud of dust. Beyond that, all surrounding malevolent spirits vanished. The fortune teller screamed in horror, her abdomen swelling, reflecting the terrified faces of many within. No, how could this be? The true divine incantation. Only deities could wield such power. It was unfathomable. At this moment, my heart bled. The virtue was rapidly depleting, yet I found myself powerless. The fortune teller was a formidable foe. If she did not perish, neither would I survive. In that instant, the fortune teller shrieked as her body shattered. Shadows poured forth from her womb, a staggering 50 or more. As they emerged, each closed their eyes gently, their faces adorned with serene smiles, swiftly burrowing into the ground below. Thus, dust returns to dust. Everything has vanished. The oracle has transformed into a pool of flesh and blood. Yet, I remain prostrated on the ground, my visage etched with anguish. A considerable portion of my virtue has been depleted, which brings me immense distress. With the waning of my virtue, my once extraordinary abilities are also gradually fading away. This is the price of virtue. I cannot ascertain how much time has elapsed when I finally lift my gaze and behold before me. Yao Laosi has knelt upon the ground. A reincarnated deity, indeed. You are nothing less than a celestial being reborn. The 8 great incantations of Taoism that I recite daily possess such formidable power. Just moments ago, I nearly believed a divine presence had descended. Do you realize how exaggerated that is? I cast a fleeting glance at him, striving to suppress the turmoil within. A mere oracle with a flick of my hand I could extinguish. I knew all along that you surpassed my father, eclipsed the 9 masters, and even outshone your grandfather. Yao Laosi, kneeling, appeared exceptionally devout. Very well, return and rest. I gestured dismissively with my arm. Chapter 38. Do not drink with the dead throughout the night. I tossed and turned. Upon awakening, I discovered a marked shift in the demeanor of those around me. Regardless of who it was, their gazes were imbued with reverence. Yao Laosi even took it upon himself to prepare a meal for me. "Master, come and taste the dish," he urged. I was momentarily taken aback and replied, "I am not your master." I understood that we each had our own paths. Your grandfather was my father's mentor. Thus your claim to my tutelage seemed presumptuous. Yao Laosi chuckled, "But it is only natural for you to be my master." Yet I had no intention of taking on disciples at that moment. No sooner had I uttered these words than Yao Laosi knelt before me, fervently bowing his head. "Master, I am but a frog in a well, oblivious to the vastness of the heavens. I have been disrespectful in the past. Please do not take it to heart." Observing his earnestness, I sighed and waved my hand. "Very well, I shall accept you as my disciple." Upon hearing this, Yao Laosi was overwhelmed with joy and hastily knelt to express his gratitude. "Not so fast. We shall conduct the formal disciple acceptance ceremony shortly," I said with a smile and a wave of my hand. The others were instantly electrified, particularly Jean Rudy, who also sought to kneel. I cast a stern look, my expression darkening as I rebuked, "Your master, Joe Dowran, is still alive. Why would you kneel to me? Besides, even if he were to pass, you ought not to pay homage to me. I am but a master-s uncle. I may instruct you, yet my role shall forever remain that of a master-s uncle. You have but one true master. There's a complete lack of decorum here." I could see the dismay on their faces as they beheld my fury. Yao Laosi chuckled awkwardly. "Master, please do not be upset. They are merely ignorant of the customs here." I responded with a cold snort, choosing silence instead. Subsequently, the formal ceremony of apprenticeship commenced, and Yao Laosi naturally became my disciple. Henceforth, he was to conduct himself with utmost sincerity. As I accepted the tea he presented, I shot him a disapproving glance. Indeed, Yao Laosi, too, had shed his usual mischievous demeanor. Although to the younger generation, a master might seem inconsequential, merely a job title, even a complete stranger, such as a taxi driver, might address him as master. Does the train station go this way? Yet, a master is a master, and a teacher is a teacher. Once a master, always a father. This is a matter of grave importance. Yao Laosi stood up, basking in the envious gazes of those around him, brimming with pride. With the demise of the shaman, although there were still those seeking vengeance, it was nothing of great consequence. I finally exhaled in relief. What should we do next? My immediate thought turned to Suhai. He had seized my villa. It was imperative that I take action. Upon hearing my words, Yao Laosi's anger flared. "How dare they rob my master's villa? Just watch as I bring a few people to deal with them." "But who will you bring? Are you not alone?" I cast him a sidelong glance. Yao Laosi laughed awkwardly, replying helplessly, "Master, you know me well. The people I associate with are all grave robbers. I feared that bringing them here might tarnish your reputation. Thus I came alone." "That is quite all right," I nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "I have no genuine interest in those illicit dealings." With a cheerful smile, Yao Laosi said, "Today marks the day I become your apprentice. Why not allow me to take my master out for a delightful excursion?" "Very well," I replied. "Having been here for quite some time, I haven't truly enjoyed myself." Stretching lazily, I added, "Master, please accompany me. I assure you, you shall not be disappointed." I had anticipated that Yao Laosi would guide me through scenic landscapes, especially since I had been isolated from the outside world for so long. To me, leisure activities consisted of fishing and traveling. However, to my surprise, he led me to a nightclub. Typically, such establishments do not open during the day, yet Yao Laosi made a phone call without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, the owner himself arrived to welcome us. I soon realized that, although not in Hangzhou, Yao Laosi's father wielded considerable influence in this place. The owner personally came to greet us and serve drinks, which left me feeling somewhat out of place. The ensuing spectacle of flashing lights and loud music held no allure for me. Even the most beautiful women seemed, in my eyes, merely ordinary. After a brief while, I found myself utterly bored. It was far too noisy here. We should leave at once. Yao Laosi paused, seemingly taken aback, and inquired, "Master, isn't this the entertainment of the young? What sort of entertainment is this? I have no interest whatsoever." "Very well then, I shall take you to something more upscale. No, I am not inclined towards such distractions at the moment. Let us consider other options, I replied, furrowing my brow. Yao Laosi pondered deeply and suddenly exclaimed with a smile. I know of a place that perfectly aligns with your desires. Oh, I must see it then, came an eager reply. Soon, they arrived at an ancient-style tea house, where maidens clad in traditional attire played the guqin. Goldfish swam gracefully in indoor aquariums, and patrons enjoyed their tea. The entire scene exuded an air of elegance. Indeed, I find this place delightful, I remarked with admiration. How wonderful! Just as I settled in, a familiar voice reached my ears. Brother, I never expected to see you here. I glanced over, astonished to find Suhai approaching. Dressed in a black leather jacket and sporting sunglasses, he was flanked by a group of followers, exuding an aura of authority. I can't believe you're still alive, I said, my surprise evident. Of course, I am very much alive. I still intend to marry Ji Qinhua. Suhai replied, removing his sunglasses and polishing them as he looked my way. Yao Laosi, infuriated, was about to take action, but I restrained him. Your fortune seems to be flourishing, I observed. Indeed, for some inexplicable reason, I oppose. V recently acquired several plots of land and made a fortune of over 10 billion. Moreover, I befriended several influential figures. This stroke of luck is akin to a roaring tide, unstoppable in its momentum, Suhai declared, his arms outstretched in exaggerated excitement. I smiled faintly, unperturbed, and gestured towards the adjacent seat. Please take a seat. Suhai complied, waving his hand to dismiss the crowd surrounding him. This is... Suhai cast a glance at Yao Laosi. He is my disciple, Yao Laosi declared. Upon hearing these words, Suhai's expression shifted dramatically. He was well versed in the ways of the underworld, and this name was one he recognized all too well. Yao Laosi regarded him with disdain, remarking, How many lives do you possess to dare vie for a woman with my master? Suhai, feeling uneasy, rubbed his forehead, his previous arrogance dissipating. The name of Yao Laosan resonated like thunder. To many, he was the venerable patriarch of the treasure-hunting realm. His son now stood before him. In that moment, Suhai was inexplicably filled with trepidation. Yet he quickly forced a smile, saying, my brother certainly has a sense of humor. How could I ever steal a woman from your master? It's all a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. As he spoke, he extended his arm and called out, Waiter, bring 2 bottles of wine. At that moment, his demeanor was one of utter subservience. Come now, it was all my junior's fault. I shall drink a few cups. I cast a sidelong glance at him and replied with a smile, I never drink with the dead. Chapter 39. The celestial master, Suhai, awkwardly set down his wine glass, and I could discern that he was suppressing his anger. However, he dared not unleash it. It was evident that he genuinely feared Yao Laosi. After all, he was entrenched in the underworld and was well aware of the first-rate tomb raider beyond the borders. Thus, he forced a smile, took a sip of his drink, and said, Well then, this is all my fault. I shall not hinder you further. Please enjoy, and this meal is on me. I remained silent, casting him a cold glance. After Suhai departed, Yao Laosi grinned maliciously and remarked, Master, he has offended you. Hasn't he? Give me a day, and I shall ensure his demise. He's merely a minor figure, but his connections are formidable, I replied while savoring my dish. That explains it, Yao Laosi nodded, unconcerned. Having witnessed my strength, he had been thoroughly convinced. I, too, dismissed Suhai as insignificant. The feng shui of that villa completely countered him. A moment ago, I had observed Suhai. His face was flushed, exuding an air of prosperity, yet in reality, he had long since exhausted his fortune. Once his luck ran out, he would be utterly finished. Unbeknownst to him, he mistakenly believed he was on a fortunate streak. After finishing our lunch, we were preparing to leave when I received a call from Jean Rutai. What? The Taoist temple where Jiu'er resides has been reduced to rubble? At that moment, my expression changed drastically. Jiu'er was the sole descendant of the 9 Taoists. Nothing must happen to her. Yet, no one could have anticipated such dire news. I hurriedly made my way with Yao Laosi to the Taoist temple. Upon my arrival, I was met with an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The air was thick with an oppressive gloom, and the ground was strewn with the terrified visages of lifeless bodies, all of which indicated that a dreadful occurrence had transpired. With each step I took, my expression grew increasingly grim. What on earth had transpired here? Not a single soul remained alive. The place was infested with corpses. Yao Laosi trailed behind me, his face a portrait of fear as he remarked, "I have heard of the esteemed Qian Taoist. As long as the price is right. This man fears nothing, not even death. How could it have come to this? Perhaps Qian Taoist is not dead. Let us search the area." Thus, I led the group in a thorough examination of our surroundings. Behind me, besides Yao Laosi, there were other disciples, their expressions filled with dread as they beheld the horrific scene before us. The temple, a testament to profound heritage, had been utterly annihilated in the span of a single night. The grand hall had collapsed, the air tainted with the scent of charred remains. Moreover, some bodies bore marks of having been gnawed upon, rendering the sight utterly gruesome. All of this left me in a state of profound shock. As I searched the vicinity, my gaze frequently drifted around the temple, where countless corpses lay. The manner of their demise was peculiar. Some were tainted with the aura of death, unmistakably victims of supernatural forces. Yet others appeared even more enigmatic. At that moment, my mind was a whirlwind of questions. The assailants of the temple were not merely one individual. They were undoubtedly the manifestation of unimaginable power. As I pondered deeply, a statement from Qin Feng startled me profoundly. "Master, we have located Qian Daoren." I hurriedly rushed over. Within the grand hall, there existed a secret passage. It was here that I encountered the disheveled Qian Daoren. His appearance was grimy, his body marred by numerous injuries, and he exuded an air of desolation. Yet, upon seeing me, he became animated. More money, more money, more money. As his excitement escalated, even blood began to flow from his mouth, yet he continued his incessant refrain. I found myself both exasperated and amused. "I entrusted you with protecting Jior. Where is she? She has been captured. Refund my money." Without hesitation, I extended my hand. Qian Daoren immediately wilted, his voice tinged with resignation. "All my money was consumed in that inferno. Did you not consider depositing it in a bank?" I retorted, "I prefer cash. Regardless, that is inconsequential." "Who captured Jior?" I inquired directly. In response to my question, Qian Daoren sighed deeply, his gaze devoid of spirit. "I truly do not know. She was lost while in your care, and yet you claim ignorance?" I glared at him in fury and commanded, "Bring forth someone to beat him to death, mercilessly." My disciples surged forward, poised to act. In his current state, Qian Daoren, gravely injured, stood no chance of resistance. With a bitter smile, he uttered, "I genuinely do not know. The enemies we faced were far too numerous. There were yellow weasels, zombies, and even ghosts. They appear to belong to a mysterious organization that has laid waste to my temple and abducted Jior. However, I am confident that Jior is not in any peril at present." I pondered for a moment and nodded. "What exactly is this organization?" "I have heard whispers of it, known as Tianzuan, which seems to be concocting a grand scheme. Over the years, they have accomplished numerous significant undertakings." I reflected again and nodded in acknowledgement. This Tianzuan organization is indeed familiar to me. Its objectives remain shrouded in mystery. Yet, it is notorious for its malevolence. Countless lives have perished at their hands. Most astonishingly, this organization has spawned one malevolent dwelling after another. It is said that many of these haunted houses did not simply materialize. Rather, they were orchestrated by Tianzuan. Daoist Qian's face was etched with terror and resignation. The Tianzuan organization is extraordinarily fearsome. I have vaguely heard that among them are Taoist sorcerers, as well as university professors and PhDs. These individuals are all deranged. Their motives are straightforward, to pry into the greatest secrets of this world. They aspire to harness the power that lies between life and death. Thus, they even take the initiative to create haunted houses, all in a quest to uncover the mysteries that lie beyond death. I am now utterly astonished, my face a mask of fear. Do they truly dare to engage in such deeds? It must be known that such actions transgress the most profound taboos. Once committed, one cannot predict the terrifying consequences that may ensue. One might even perish by lightning in broad daylight. These are reckless madmen, utterly indifferent to their own lives. Their minds are solely consumed with the pursuit of life and death. I pondered for a moment, wearing a look of disdain. Do they even deserve to contemplate such matters? Regardless, they are undeniably perilous. With my eyes gently closed, Chin Daran lamented, Jior has been captured by them. Finding them will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. What could they possibly want with Jior? Perhaps they intend to conduct some form of experiment. Who can say? My brow furrowed slightly. Jior's abduction is a grave matter. She is the sole heir of the Geo family. With this thought in mind, I inquired directly, where is the headquarters of the Heavenly Sovereign? No one knows, he replied weakly. Moreover, that place is even more terrifying than the inferno of Shura. To venture there is akin to seeking one's own demise. Chapter 40. The most extraordinary woman in the world, I fell into silence. The Tianzin organization was truly not something I could provoke. Yao Laosi stood behind me, his face a mask of terror as he exclaimed, Is it those lunatics? That could spell trouble. I glanced back at him. You know of them? Of course I do. These individuals are utterly deranged, more terrifying than mere madness, he replied, his expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. Oh, please enlighten me, I urged him. The Tianzin organization engages in all manner of activities. They delve into tomb raiding, but unlike us, their motives are not financial gain. Rather, they seek to uncover the mysteries of life and death. It is said that many graves have been desecrated by their hands, as they appear to be in pursuit of some hidden secret. We have had our share of conflicts with them, but their methods are ruthless, and we have suffered considerable losses. Upon hearing this, I comprehended the gravity of the situation. With Jior recently abducted, I must do everything in my power to rescue her. Indeed, I declared, picking up a compass and pricking my finger to let my blood drip onto it. Yet, the compass remained unresponsive. It's futile. They have long been prepared. You won't be able to locate them with that compass, Yao Laosi warned. I closed my eyes momentarily, refraining from further words, and turned to leave. Someone take the money Taoist to the hospital, I instructed before leading several disciples back to the Tianji Tower. No matter what, Jior must not come to harm. As I grasped the compass, the radiance of virtuous light emerged. The compass spun rapidly, and soon I had determined our direction. Accompanied by Yao Laosi and others, we set off in pursuit. Following the compass's guidance, we headed south. We traversed through the bustling city and ventured into the suburbs. The compass indicated that our adversaries were moving swiftly, compelling us to chase after them relentlessly. As time passed, 5 hours later, we had departed the urban area and arrived in a scenic suburban region. Here, the landscape was replete with picturesque vistas, yet Jior had been completely taken by them. We halted at the entrance of the scenic area. Let us ascend the mountain, I sighed, my expression tinged with bitterness. Jior has already been brought to the summit. A fierce battle is inevitable. If anyone wishes to depart, they may do so. I will not pursue them. Unquestionably, we shall fight, Jean Rutai declared vehemently. Indeed, we must rescue our junior sister at all costs. Those who dare to harm us must face repercussions. Nodding in agreement, I exited the vehicle. The scenic area was teeming with visitors, and we maneuvered through the crowd. This region was characterized by towering mountains, and after wandering for a while, we slipped away from the throng and headed toward the rear mountains. Here, the area was sparsely populated, with warning signs dotting the landscape. I led the way, a compass in hand, as a flicker of astonishment crossed my face. Why had they brought Jior to this place? Could it be that they harbored a hidden stronghold here? It is hardly surprising. Old Yao Si approached with a smile. Surely, one cannot truly establish a branch in the bustling downtown, for the Tianzin organization is universally reviled. I nodded, having come to a realization. Swiftly following the crowd, we traversed the path, in stark contrast to the throngs of tourists in the front. The rear mountain was arduous to navigate, lacking a proper trail. Each step we took was fraught with difficulty. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed, "Do not proceed. The road ends here." I lifted my gaze, only to behold a figure clad in black standing before us. Cloaked in dark fabric, only his eyes were visible, and he emanated an aura of malevolence that was unmistakable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I quickly demanded, "Where have you taken Jior? The woman, you mean?" "Naturally. She has been taken to where she belongs." My anger flared, and I brandished a fire talisman. Do you understand the consequences of obstructing my path? The figure in black offered no response, instead gazing at me intently. Chen Sansheng, we hold you in high regard. You are indeed worthy of becoming one of us. I replied with a smile. It seems you are well acquainted with me. That is only natural, for you are the betrothed of Ji Qianwei. My brows furrowed slightly in surprise as I inquired, how do you know this? It is because we have been observing you for quite some time. However, during that period, you were confined to your village. My complexion changed dramatically as I directly inquired, what schemes do you harbor against me? The man in black scoffed. Although your grandfather paid a tremendous price to defy fate and alter destiny, rendering you no longer a fool, you have become the sole guardian of this village, untainted by folly. Yet, when compared to Ji Qianwei, you are utterly insignificant. Our objective has been her from the very beginning. I pondered for a moment and asked, what is it about her that captivates you so? She is, after all, the most extraordinary woman in the world. Our leader has taken a liking to her, and that is sufficient. Upon hearing such words, I retorted disdainfully, spare me your nonsense. In this day and age, I refuse to believe it. Very well, the man in black replied, opening his hands with a smile. Our true intentions are not what you presume. However, we cannot divulge them to you at this moment. Yao Laosi, clutching a shotgun, was already growing impatient. Why waste words with him? He is merely stalling for time. If that is the case, then perish. I took a swig of liquor, and in an instant, flames erupted forth. The figure of the man in black, however, seemed to vanish like a specter. In the blink of an eye, he evaded my flames. The next moment, he had dashed into the throng of people. Yao Laosi raised his hand and fired a shot. The power of the shotgun was tremendous. At such close range, it caused the man in black to emit a piercing cry as his body recoiled. Witnessing this scene, I was utterly astonished. The shotgun in Yao Laosi's hands was indeed formidable. A strike upon a human body would undoubtedly result in a gaping wound. However, when delivered to the figure clad in black, it merely inflicts an injury. The black-clad individual's garment tore apart, revealing a most peculiar skin beneath. To my astonishment, his flesh was adorned with thick scales. With a mere glance, I exclaimed, what a masterful display. The art of the serpent fairy's scaled armor. In ancient times, such a form would render one impervious to blades and arrows. As the skin of the black-clad man split open, crimson blood surged forth. Yet, he remained unfazed. Grinning as he spoke, Chen Sansheng, I am well aware of the enmity between you and Ji Qianwei. Without our assistance, you would not even possess the qualifications to meet her. Why not consider an alliance with us? I nodded decisively. Agreed, but I demand Jiu'er. Do you believe our pursuit of Jiu'er is driven by lust? He retorted, such trivial matters can be resolved with a mere few hundred coins. Our intention in seizing Jiu'er is to uncover a profound secret. Chapter 41. The Terror of the Celestial Sovereign. What secrets could possibly lie within Jiu'er? I inquired with curiosity. To comprehend this, you must become part of the Celestial Sovereign, came the reply. After pondering for a moment, I resolutely declared, I must uncover the true intentions of the Celestial Sovereign Organization. What are your actual goals? Indeed, I find it utterly perplexing, remarked Yao Laosi as he approached, chuckling. Our endeavors in tomb raiding are fundamentally at odds with your kind. Yet, while you delve into tombs, your interest in those so-called treasures wanes. The only thing that piques your curiosity is the corpses themselves, which I find somewhat baffling. The man in black erupted into a maniacal laugh. Between life and death lies a profound terror. Whether you are Qin Huang or Han Wu, Tang Zong or Song Zhu, in the end, you are but a handful of dust. No matter how vast your empire or how great your power, it ultimately fades into nothingness. We, the Celestial Sovereign, do not seek power, wealth, or lust. These are but fleeting illusions to us. Our only aspiration is the pursuit of eternity. This declaration left us momentarily breathless, astonished by the lofty ambitions of the Celestial Sovereign. Yao Laosi exclaimed, you mean to say you desire immortality? Our ambitions extend far beyond that. The man in black shook his head, casting a grave glance in our direction. The world is on the verge of transformation. If we do not devise a plan, we shall all perish. The Celestial Sovereign exists to avert this impending doom. With a disdainful snort, I raised the fire talisman in the palm of my hand and retorted, "Your words are excessively verbose." As the talisman ignited spontaneously, flames erupted forth. In that moment, the figure clad in black let out a sinister laugh, his entire form writhing until he swiftly collapsed to the ground, transforming into a grotesque creature that was half man, half snake. His speed was akin to lightning, and one of his disciples, caught off guard, found himself ensnared. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate soul's bones shattered, leaving him on the brink of death. Consumed by rage, I bit my finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon a talisman. In the next instant, I hurled the talisman, which was a powerful lightning charm. In an instant, lightning flashed through the air. The figure in black let out a blood-curdling scream, desperately attempting to flee. Yao Si raised his hunting rifle, firing without pause. This time, he had loaded a special bullet. A cry of anguish escaped the black-clad figure as a new wound opened upon his body. "What did you mix into that bullet?" I inquired. "Ha, it and Appos. Es Realger. Just what is needed to deal with someone like you." My figure flickered past, and I affixed several talismans in quick succession. Within moments, the black-clad figure collapsed to the ground, reverting to his original form. I stood upon his chest and demanded, "Where's Xiaojiu? Do you truly believe I would tell you?" The black-clad man appeared no older than 20, his features youthful, resembling that of a university student. "Why not?" I asked, feeling a twinge of compassion. "You do not comprehend the nature of our cause," the man replied weakly. Yao Si, disdainful, spat on the ground. "You're nothing but a group of deranged lunatics. Those of us who delve into the depths are not as ruthless as you. I have heard that you have committed many morally reprehensible acts beyond the borders. However, the matter that truly concerns me is quite different. Clearly, you are a disciple of the spirit summoning. It is astonishing that a disciple of the spirit summoning can join the heavenly sovereign. It is no wonder I'm so taken aback. Disciples of the spirit summoning, to put it plainly, possess limited strength. Their greatest ability lies in summoning spirits. The more powerful the spirit, the stronger they become. These disciples are also referred to as spiritual children. Some of the more formidable disciples can even summon ancient spirits, at which point they wield a terrifying power that can rival, or even surpass, their own masters. However, because their strength predominantly derives from the spirits, these disciples maintain an admirable reputation. The reason is simple. The relationship between the disciple and the spirit is one of cooperation. The spirits require the accumulation of merit, so these disciples rarely engage in malevolent acts. Once they do, they risk incurring the spirit's displeasure, resulting in an inability to summon them henceforth. Yet, the heavenly sovereign is known for committing numerous immoral acts, even transgressing taboos. I find it hard to believe that the spirits would dare to take such risks. Yet just now, this figure in black clearly invoked a spirit. Huh, in your eyes, those serpents, rats, and yellow weasels are spirits. To me, they are merely a pack of beasts. The figure in black let out a wild laugh, his gaze dripping with disdain. We, the heavenly sovereign, have long mastered the power to manipulate the spirits. My strength, just now, indeed, came from common spirit. Upon uttering these words, old Yao Si erupted in vehement curses. Absolutely impossible. How could the celestial beings be manipulated by you? His fury was entirely justified, hailing from beyond the pass. A realm teeming with guardian spirits and countless practitioners, he had witnessed enough to grasp their formidable nature. Although old Yao San did not belong to the ranks of these practitioners, his years amid them had imparted a profound understanding of their terrifying prowess. The so-called celestial beings, entities that had transcended into a higher existence, possessed unfathomable powers. Yet, for reasons unknown, they rarely manifested in their true forms, relying instead on spirit mediums. Regardless of the circumstances, the might of these celestial beings was exceedingly formidable, even surpassing that of the most adept Taoist priests wielding divine arts. How could they possibly be subject to manipulation? Can a celestial being, capable of being controlled, still be deemed celestial? You fail to comprehend the true terror of our heavenly sovereign. Controlling celestial beings is but a trifling tactic. Our methods are manifold, far beyond your understanding. Upon finishing his words, The cloaked figure spat blood, his aura gradually dissipating. Observing his condition, I sighed. Why go to such lengths? You do not comprehend, nor do you truly understand. The cloaked man was at the end of his tether. In that moment, he cast a glance at me and warned, Chun Sansheng, I advise you to cease your pursuit of Ji Qianyue. She harbors great peril. Not only us, but many others have set their sights on her. Moreover, she is accompanied by the Jin family. You cannot fathom the terror posed by their two factions. As one approaches the twilight of life, their words often bear a certain wisdom. I sighed softly and replied with a smile, Thank you, I understand. The figure clad in black gradually succumbed, meeting his ultimate demise. With a swift motion, I laid the two souls to rest. Thus, we continued our silent journey. Our profession is one of paradox. On the surface, it shines brightly, adorned with titles such as Master and Immortal. Yet in truth, our existence hangs by a fragile thread. It is not uncommon for us to witness the passing of our comrades every few days. Perhaps this is the price we pay. As we pressed onward, we became aware of the footprints left behind, alongside the traces of Jiao. I bent down and picked up a bead, and with a mere glance, I recognized it as Jiao's. Continuing down the path, the darkness deepened around us. We were compelled to pause. At this moment, it was a moonless night, shrouded in shadows, the perfect setting for treachery. Chapter 42. The pretend becomes reality as night fell. I dared not kindle a fire, and merely consumed a meager portion of bread and ham. A sense of helplessness enveloped my countenance. The situation had become increasingly troublesome. Ever since I departed from the village, I found myself entangled in a myriad of complications. Now, yet another formidable figure, the celestial sovereign, had entered the fray. My progress in cultivation had stagnated, and my only ally, the Nine-Path Masters, had vanished without a trace. In my current state of isolation, I faced the daunting challenge posed by the celestial sovereign. In a fleeting moment, the thought of abandoning everyone crossed my mind. Although I forcefully suppressed this notion, I understood the gravity of my solitude. Master, Yao Laosi handed me a piece of ham. As I chewed, I remarked, this operation is exceedingly perilous. It is bound to be fraught with complications. What of it? With your prowess, Master, dealing with those adversaries should be a trivial matter. Ever since witnessing my capabilities, Yao Laosi had developed an unwavering confidence in me. At that moment, I found myself at a loss for words, a bitter taste lingering on my lips. I could not reveal the truth about the merits I possessed, for I sensed that this enigmatic force existed solely within me. Others were oblivious to its existence. Therefore, I had no choice but to conceal it. It was my solitary trump card. We took turns keeping watch, and soon we succumbed to a deep slumber. Time slipped by imperceptibly. I know not how long had passed when I was roused by an unusual sound. It seemed to be the distant melody of a flute, growing ever closer. The lilting notes lulled me into a drowsy state, and even I struggled to resist its enchanting allure. I fervently recited the calming incantation, yet alas, it bore no fruit. In the depths of despair, I was compelled to invoke my merits. In an instant, my body was restored. However, at that moment, my heart was filled with even greater astonishment. Merits truly possess boundless power. They can elevate one into the heavens during daylight and guide the departed to the afterlife. I concealed myself quietly in a secluded spot as two figures approached slowly. There was no cause for concern. They could not possibly awaken. A woman's voice resonated, "Sister, your enchanting melody truly captivates the soul." The elder brother jested, "You flatter me." A cool voice replied. As they drew nearer, illuminated by the moonlight, I beheld a strikingly handsome man alongside a woman clad in black, tall, and exuding an air of icy elegance. I remained hidden behind a tree, eavesdropping on their conversation. These reckless fools dare to pursue us. They are truly deserving of their fate, the man scoffed. Very well, elder brother, handle them, the woman replied coolly. Your melody has rendered them unconscious for at least 24 hours. We have ample time. As he spoke, the man's eyes gleamed with excitement. The woman, sensing something amiss, urged, Elder brother, please attend to the matter swiftly. We must report back soon. There is no hurry. In such splendid scenery, Why not indulge in a little something? He suggested. Elder brother, please exercise restraint. Restraint? What era are we in? Sister, how can you still speak of such things? This is no ancient time. The man, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, in this era, merely brandishing my Porsche keys will attract countless women to my side. Growing weary of the conversation, he turned to leave. The woman, however, pivoted away only to find the man blocking her path. Sister, are you truly oblivious to my intentions? He sneered, a glint of malice in his eyes. Disgusted, the woman furrowed her brow. If that is the case, do not blame me. In an instant, the man's expression darkened, and he prepared to strike. As the woman reached for her flute, he seized it from her grasp. Without this flute, you will be unable to produce a sound, won't you? Hand it over. Why should I give it to you? The woman's anger surged as she attempted to reclaim it. In a flash, the man delivered a resounding slap, leaving her head ringing. How presumptuous of you! He spat, following up with a punch to her abdomen. The woman cried out, her body swaying perilously as she teetered on the brink of collapse. Indeed, a man's fist proved to be her greatest adversary. The man swiftly dragged her aside, intent on his sinister purpose. The woman screamed and fought back desperately, but her strength was utterly insignificant against him. At that moment, I emerged, stealthily drawing a dagger, preparing for a surprise attack. Yet, as I poised to strike, an involuntary shudder coursed through me. The man turned and, with a single punch, struck me down. I cried out in agony, blood spewing from my mouth as I was propelled backward. The force of his blow was astonishing, leaving me in disbelief. My dear boy, did you truly believe I would not see you? The man rose with a cold sneer. My complexion shifted dramatically as I suddenly realized the man had been deceiving me all along. The woman also stood, her face radiating a chilling mockery. To seek a hero to rescue you, one must possess the requisite worthiness. Perish! The man's fist descended, and I found myself spitting blood profusely. A multitude of internal organs expelled from my mouth, and with a final spasm, I lay still, observing my demise. The man regarded me with disdain, truly a coward, unable to withstand even a single blow from me. Is he undoubtedly dead? That is certain. The man brimmed with confidence. In that case, let us return. Do not be hasty. We still have matters to attend to. Brother, do not jest. Who is jesting with you? No. Help. No one will come to your aid now. At last, the man revealed his fangs. The woman's countenance shifted dramatically, yet she was powerless. If the previous display was mere theatrics, the following moments showcased his terrifying power. Brother, do not do this. Spare me. But with each punch and kick, the woman fell to the ground, rendered immobile. Do you yield? No. The man scoffed, his gaze filled with fury. I have long harbored feelings for you. Do not provoke me further. What you are doing will not be forgiven by the master. I fear not that old wretch. Soon, the screams ceased abruptly. After 10 minutes had elapsed, the man stood up, a satisfied grin adorning his face as he adjusted his trousers. Junior sister, you shall henceforth be my woman, he declared. The aloof woman offered no reply, lying there in a state of numbness. Then, suddenly, the man let out a piercing scream as a dagger emerged from his back, piercing through his body. I materialized beside him. I thought you were dead? I see you've even coughed up your liver, I remarked, my voice laced with bitterness. That was merely the ham I had just consumed. At last, I had seized the opportunity for a decisive strike. The man, despite his formidable martial prowess, collapsed before me, unable to defend himself. In that moment, he fell to the ground, wailing. My gaze, however, shifted to the woman hurriedly dressing, her face etched with despair. You clearly were not dead. Why did you not say me earlier? Now that he has succeeded, my reputation is irrevocably tarnished, she exclaimed in furious accusation. I could only raise my hands in resignation, replying, I had no choice. I suspected you both were still performing. Chapter 43. The coffin, the cold and beautiful woman was suddenly engulfed in fury, rushing toward me with the intent to fight. I, unyielding, took a swig of wine and ignited a fire talisman. The terrifying flames swiftly consumed her. A scream escaped her lips as she struggled desperately, pleading for mercy. Yet, I felt no compassion. Past harrowing experiences had taught me that one must be ruthless to stand firm. In an instant, the fire devoured everything. The woman was soon reduced to ashes. Without casting a glance in her direction, I turned and joined Yao Laosi and the others, splashing cold water on them one by one until they awakened, bewildered. Upon grasping the situation, their faces turned pale with shock. Yao Laosi murmured, "I never expected it. We almost fell into their trap. Had we been dazed and slaughtered, I truly wouldn't know where to seek justice." His words resonated with the gravity of the moment. I offered a slight smile, yet my gaze scanned the surroundings. This place is unsafe. We must relocate swiftly. Agreed. Soon, we found another location. The following day, as the others regained their clarity, we pressed onward. This time, we were determined to intercept those who had taken Jior. Along the journey, silence enveloped us as we prepared for an impending battle. Following the trail left by Jior, we advanced resolutely. Time slipped away as we traversed the forest, eventually arriving at a mountainous region. Here, mountains loomed all around us. Yet the trail had vanished. "Let us search the area. There must be caves nearby," I urged urgently. Others hurriedly glanced around. Soon, one person exclaimed, "There's an entrance here." I rushed over to take a look, momentarily taken aback. However, it was Yao Laosi who grinned widely, declaring, "This is evidently the entrance to an ancient tomb. Let's venture inside." After a moment's hesitation, I replied, "Very well." Before long, we proceeded with utmost caution. Darkness enveloped us, yet I felt quite at ease. For reasons unknown, a multitude of mice appeared, scurrying along beneath us. At that moment, Yao Laosi expressed his astonishment. "It is said that mice are the minions of the village guardian, and it seems this holds true. Do all village guardians possess such a skill?" he inquired. "Only I do," I replied coolly. "The abilities of village guardians vary greatly, yet without a doubt, I am the most formidable among them." Armed with a flashlight, we trudged onward through the labyrinthine darkness. With each step, my astonishment grew. This vast expanse was truly immense. Yao Laosi surveyed our surroundings, exclaiming, "This is no ordinary burial site. From my observations, this tomb appears to be quite ancient, and its occupant of significant standing." I was well aware of Yao Laosi's father's profession. Although reluctant to engage in tomb raiding, Yao Laosi's expertise was unparalleled. If my conjecture was accurate, this was the tomb of a princess from the Tang dynasty. However, I was uncertain of her identity. A slight frown creased my brow. There were indeed numerous princesses from the Tang era, making it impossible to ascertain which one it might be. As we continued onward, the path soon began to vanish. Thus, we arrived at the secret chamber, which appeared to be the resting place of the princess's coffin. Here, there were already individuals awaiting our arrival. 5 men cloaked in black robes stood before us, their forms shrouded in dark fabric adorned with peculiar patterns. However, their faces were exposed. All 5 were men, seemingly in their 30s. Among them stood Jior in a state of distress. "We have been expecting you for quite some time," intoned the leader of the black-clad figures in a deep voice. I nodded and replied, "You must have discovered our presence long ago, haven't you?" "Indeed. However, since you remain alive, you are guests of our heavenly sovereign, destined to witness the unfolding events here." Upon hearing this, I scoffed and demanded, "Release Jior." "Patience." The leader of the black-clad men replied with a broad smile. "Are you not even the slightest bit curious as to why we captured Jior?" "I have no interest in your motives," I declared, raising my hand in readiness for battle at my command. Yet, the black-clad figures remained unfazed, smiling as they said, "Since you have pursued us to this place, it would not harm to hear us out for a moment." I nodded in agreement, intrigued to discover their intentions. The black-clad man did not meet my gaze, but instead focused on the coffin before us. He caressed its surface and remarked, "Do you know whose remains lie within?" "Surely, it is the corpse of a certain princess," I replied. "Correct. However, this princess is not particularly renowned, having left no notable name in history. She is the 9th daughter of Emperor Suzong of the Tang dynasty, also referred to as the 9th princess." The man in black lamented, "Throughout the ages, how many souls are immortalized in the annals of history? Most, in the end, fade into oblivion, forgotten and unremembered." I impatiently retorted, "In this world of 5,000 years, how many nobles and ministers truly stand out? What is the purpose of your musings?" At that very moment, the man in black suddenly extended his hand, and in an instant, the coffin lid flew open. Everything within the casket came into view. Above us, luminous pearls were embedded, casting a gentle light upon the scene. However, when I beheld the woman within the coffin, I was instantly struck dumb. How could this be? A woman lay there, and though she had succumbed to death, she appeared almost alive. Her skin was so fair, untouched by the passage of time. A mere glance left me utterly astonished, a sight beyond belief. In that fleeting moment, my mind felt as though it would explode. The others shared my astonishment. Jior was equally taken aback. The remarkably preserved body of the princess had already left her in shock. Yet what astonished her most was that this princess bore an uncanny resemblance to her. In that instant, I realized the truth. Jior is the reincarnation of this ninth princess. Indeed, the man in black smiled as he spread his arms wide. Do you see? This is the secret between life and death. One may perish, yet also be reborn. I exhaled deeply and replied, what is so strange about this? As a guardian of the village, I naturally hold a firm belief in reincarnation. Although the situation before me is bizarre, I do not find it particularly odd. Since they are identical, if I were to extract Jior's South Soul and place it into the body before us, would that not allow for resurrection? The man in black proposed. Realizing the implication, I shook my head in disapproval. Such an action is utterly meaningless. This corpse has been dead for over 1,000 years. Though it remains well preserved in this environment, once exposed to the outside, it would instantly decay into bones. This is the power of time. No one can escape it. Indeed. Therefore, we must conduct an experiment. In that moment, I comprehended his intentions. The man in black actually planned to use Jior to resurrect the long-deceased Princess Jior. Chapter 44. Awakening after a millennium, I had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation when Yao Laosi, standing behind me, raised his hunting rifle. To resurrect a millennium-old corpse. Was this not a jest? Hand over Sister Jior at once. His expression was one of profound indignation. Having known each other since childhood, their bond was naturally strong. Witnessing this scene filled him with fury. I turned my gaze towards the man in black, engaging in such malevolent deeds. Do you not fear divine retribution? Divine retribution? We fear it not. As long as one can comprehend the ultimate limits of life and death at that moment, all shall attain immortality. His words left me momentarily speechless. I was at a loss as to whether these so-called heavenly beings were merely lunatics. It was no wonder they would resort to such actions. Attack! I commanded decisively. Yao Laosi was ready to fire, but at that very instant, the man in black struck Jior on the back with a resounding slap. Jior let out a shriek, her body collapsing to the ground, motionless. What a cunning tactic! I instantly recognized that he had forcefully separated her soul from her body. The man in black formed a seal with his hands, murmuring incantations. Yao Laosi hurriedly pulled the trigger. Yet, several men in black had already positioned themselves before them. As the bullets rained down, these figures remained unscathed, their expressions impassive, faces pale and towering in stature. They were akin to adamantine puppets. A single glance was all it took for me to comprehend the truth. Chun Sansheng, do not impede me. I must proceed with this, the man clad in black asserted resolutely. At that moment, he had already produced a myriad of items, preparing to set up the ritual array. Vermilion powder encircled in a perfect circle, while candles were meticulously placed in each corner. It was evident that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by him. Stop him! I formed a seal with my hands, and in an instant, a swarm of rats surged forth. Yet, no matter how numerous they could not approach the vermilion powder. They emitted frantic squeaks, creating a cacophony of noise. I unleashed flames from my mouth, but the fire, upon contact with the man in black, had no effect whatsoever. They roared in fury as their garments burst apart, revealing golden skin beneath. What lunacy! I muttered in disbelief. These men before me were both living and dead. The most terrifying aspect was that, although they had been turned into puppets, much of their essence still retained its humanity. The golden skin they bore was evidently a result of prolonged exposure to a certain potion. One glance sufficed for me to comprehend the immense cost associated with crafting these indestructible puppets. Was it truly worth it? I gazed at the man in black. He had slain countless individuals, instigating innumerable tragedies, only to ultimately seek the power to comprehend the limits of life and death. This was a venture that few would dare to undertake. Typically, anyone who dared would meet their demise by lightning within days. Yet they proceeded without hesitation, standing firm as these indestructible puppets obstructed my path. Yao Laosi and his companions were utterly at a loss. In a fit of desperation, Yao Laosi fired several shots, the bullets striking the formidable golem with a clanging sound. The magic array continued to operate, while the man in black muttered incantations. At that moment, I could no longer remain seated. Do not blame me. With a deep sigh, a peachwood sword gradually materialized from my sleeve. Upon catching sight of it, the man's expression changed dramatically. That sword, was it left to you by your grandfather? It is his most treasured possession. I smiled faintly. What can I say? I am but a fool. In the next instant, the peachwood sword cleaved through the air. The seemingly indestructible golem, which could withstand bullets without a scratch, was effortlessly severed as if it were mere tofu. In the blink of an eye, one golem was bisected. I bit my tongue, blood spilling forth. Another strike followed, and yet another golem was effortlessly cleaved in two. At this moment, my expression was impassive, and I began to exude an aura reminiscent of a demigod. The man in black laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "A half bowl of clear water reflects the universe. A talisman commands the spirits, stepping upon the yin and yang, wielding a wooden sword to vanquish demons. Your skill is scarcely inferior to that of your grandfather. But do not forget, you are merely a village guardian. Even if your grandfather went to great lengths to restore your innate foundation, you are destined to never match his extraordinary brilliance." Upon hearing such words, I refrained from uttering any further remarks and struck with my sword once more. I possess the ability to cleave through adamantine as well as to vanquish you. With a single stroke, the formidable puppet shattered with a wretched cry, torn asunder. In an instant, an unfathomable force was unleashed. Fully awakened, I wielded the ancient peachwood sword with fervor. This sword, bestowed upon me by my grandfather, is only to be drawn in times of utmost peril. Typically, it lies concealed within the folds of my sleeve. Yet now, there was truly no alternative. The millennium-old peachwood sword was procured by my grandfather at a great cost. To malevolent spirits, it is utterly devastating. One strike followed another, as the puppet before me disintegrated into fragments. I thrust my sword forward once more. However, as the blade reached the tip of the black-clad man's nose, I hesitated. Should you take my life, the formation shall not cease. Having arrived at this juncture, I find myself powerless. Behold the awakening of the ancient corpse. Rise. The man in black expelled blood from his mouth, reciting incantations silently. In but a moment, a chilling wind swept through. The corpse, long deceased for a millennium, opened its eyes at that very instant. Yao Laosi and the others recoiled in terror, none daring to gaze upon the scene. I stood resolutely at the forefront, observing the woman before me. As she gradually opened her eyes, her gaze was filled with panic. She looked towards me and suddenly spoke. Yet, not a single word of hers could I comprehend. This was entirely to be expected. Language has evolved over a millennium, rendering it entirely different. However, what astonished me was not this fact. After a mere glance, I could not help but inquire the man in black. If it is indeed the soul of Jior, why then has it awakened in the form of that princess? The response came swiftly. Jior is her reincarnation. Thus, it is the ninth princess who has awakened, not her. I nodded, beginning to comprehend the situation. Upon her awakening, the ninth princess appeared exceedingly distraught. She curled up within the coffin, her gaze fixed upon us, and spoke at great length. Her words were in an ancient dialect, distant from our time. Even Yao Laosi seemed perplexed by her speech. I gazed at the pitiful ninth princess before me, and it was easy to imagine the extent of her current fear. Yet, I had already noticed her body aging at a visibly alarming rate. Her corpse had lain undisturbed for a millennium, a span of time sufficient to obscure all. I seized the collar of the man in black, my voice rising in fury. How can we reverse this? It is impossible. If she lives, Jior becomes but a lifeless shell. My gaze fell upon the increasingly cold body of Jior, and my expression shifted drastically. Chapter 45. Reincarnation 5 minutes. I have only 5 minutes. Jiora's body is already growing cold. Her heart has ceased to beat. If no remedy is found, the consequences will be dire. In 5 minutes, even if Jiora's soul returns to her body, she will no longer be human, but a living corpse. Upon witnessing my distress, the man in black laughed maniacally. Not even a divine being can save her now. You might as well accept it. This Tang Dynasty princess will likely not survive much longer. But it matters not. We shall take her to headquarters for observation. Our objectives will be fulfilled. I cast him a cold glance. Are you aware that you are committing an act against the heavens? Such actions will surely invite calamity. I care not. We, the celestial masters, are all madmen. We strive to defy the heavens. We shun the so-called will of fate. With a swift motion, I cast the man in black aside and turned my gaze to Princess Jio. At that moment, she appeared utterly distraught, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. You have been dead for 1,000 years. Rest now. This is not your era. The Tang Dynasty has fallen. I spoke to her. Although the ancient vernacular differs greatly from the modern tongue, Jiwa comprehended some of my words. Her eyes widened, tears streaming down her cheeks. She likely began to grasp the gravity of her situation. Such a pity. Gazing at Princess Jio, I resolved within myself. She is already a soul departed. The fleeting resurrection cannot endure for long. Jiwa must survive. Upon this thought, I embraced Jiwa's form. Whispering softly, Jiwa awaken. Observing my desperation, the man in black scoffed. Impossible. She will never awaken. Yet I persisted in my pleas. Gradually, the man in black began to sense an anomaly. Are you calling her soul? He mused. Indeed, he was astute enough to recognize the lineage of a half-immortal. Alas, it is futile. The Princess Jio before you is awake. Your efforts will yield no success. A realization dawned upon me, and I released Jio, approaching Princess Jio. Rest now. You have been dead for a millennium. Do not interfere with the present. I gazed upon Princess Jio, my eyes filled with tenderness. I extended my hand, gently caressing her. Strands of her hair fell away one by one. Her body was as fragile as clay, crumbling at the slightest touch. Soon, the princess reclined back into her coffin. I lightly tapped her neck, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. The man in black offered no resistance, merely stating it is futile. The princess is already a living being, while Jio Apos is destined to remain dead. This is the cost. The resurrection of one life demands the sacrifice of another. What kind of resurrection is this? I shouted in fury. The man in black, however, chuckled softly. The way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and replenish the deficient. The way of man is to deplete the deficient and augment the surplus. To live is to eat and drink, yet heaven requires nothing at all. Thus, humanity is inherently subject to the tribulations imposed by the heavens. Consequently, the heavens have cast a curse upon mankind, confining us to a mortal span of no more than 100 years. Our esteemed celestial goal is to transcend this limit. I roared, Madmen, you are nothing but a band of lunatics. The man in black erupted into a fit of laughter, clapping his hands. Indeed, we are a congregation of madmen. I cannot be bothered with you. With my hands forming seals, I began to chant an incantation at that moment. By the banks of the primordial river, the adamantine stand on either side. Spirits from 1,000 miles come forth. Hasten to enter the orifice above. I recited the words fervently, biting my finger to let my blood fall upon the brow of Princess Jio. The man in black merely observed, making no move to intervene. Futile, he remarked. Your soul-calling incantation may indeed possess merit, yet the circumstances here are entirely different. Her spirit does not wander freely. It remains tethered to Princess Jio. It cannot be summoned back. I comprehended his words all too well. In that moment, I felt the warmth of Jio in my embrace fading into a chilling stillness. I was left with no choice but to invoke merit. Merit can amplify the potency of the incantation to the extent that it can be likened to divine power conjuring spells. In an instant, my incantation resonated through the surrounding ether. The spirit once bound to Princess Jio stirred at last. Impossible! The man in black gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, absolutely impossible. As he prepared to lunge forward, Yao Laosi had already opened fire. A bullet struck the man in black, and he fell, clutching his wound, wholly disregarding his injury. Observing me as I recited the incantation, he bellowed, "Impossible! A mere soul-calling spell could never achieve this. Shin Sansheng, what on earth have you done?" I cast a cold glance in his direction while continuing my incantation. Soon, Jiwa began to radiate warmth, and she gradually opened her eyes. Simultaneously, the body of the ninth princess commenced its decay. Her corpse, having borne the weight of a millennium, had narrowly escaped devastation due to the excellent sealing conditions. Yet, as air began to circulate, her remains withered at a visible pace. Once translucent as jade, her hands shrank, and her once pristine skin gradually turned pitch black. Yao Laosi covered his mouth, desperately fighting the urge to retch. In the span of a mere minute, the once resplendent ninth princess had been reduced to a desiccated corpse. However, with her departure, Jiwa returned. Having just awakened, her eyes fluttered open, revealing a slightly weary expression. "Do not speak. Rest," I murmured. Jiwa nodded and reclined. At that moment, the man in black began to chuckle. "Indeed, Chun Sansheng, not only have you concealed the truth from us, but also from the Jin family. You possess a significant secret." I silently gestured to Yao Laosi, preparing to eliminate him to secure our silence. Yet, at that instant, the man in black interjected. "What era are we in? Are you aware of a technology called a camera? Long before your arrival here, everything was recorded by the concealed device nestled in my chest. All that transpires before my eyes has long been transmitted elsewhere. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in resurrecting the ninth princess? It was, after all, for the sake of experimental data. Yet, I never anticipated such a tremendous surprise. Enraged and humiliated, I charged forward and, as expected, discovered a recording device embedded in the chest of the man in black. I reached out, seized the device, and crushed it underfoot. I knew it was futile to attempt any rectification. How regrettable. Rising to my feet, I glared fiercely at the man in black. "You could have escaped death. It matters not. However, you must be cautious from this point onward. Our celestial lord has set his sights upon you." "Understood." Nodding, I cradled Joer and made my way out. Behind me, the sound of gunfire rang out. Stepping out of the ancient tomb, I exhaled a sigh of relief. After a brief recovery, Joer had regained much of her strength. With a slight flush on her cheeks, she gazed at me and softly said, "I am fine now. Please put me down." "Very well." I loosened my grip, and Joer tumbled to the ground. She struggled to rise, glaring at me in anger. "I asked you to let me down, not to throw me down." "It matters not." "What do you mean by it matters not?" I cannot be bothered to argue with Joer and replied indifferently. "The celestial lord has set his sights on me." Chapter 46. Duel of Magic. Joer's complexion turned ashen. Being targeted by the celestial master was undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. The celestial masters were a cadre of genuine lunatics, drawn together by an insatiable desire to pry into the ultimate limits of life and death. Comprising countless sorcerers from both Eastern and Western realms, each stained with the blood of innumerable victims. "Let us depart," I said nonchalantly, waving my hand dismissively. Upon leaving the ancient tomb, a wave of relief washed over me. I must admit, these madmen were truly formidable. How could they possibly know that Joer was the reincarnation of a ninth princess? Reincarnation, while a reality, is seldom pursued. My grandfather once remarked that those who are reborn have typically partaken of Meng Po's soup. Yet, there are always exceptions. Some have not consumed it for various reasons, awakening memories of their past lives. However, regardless of the circumstances, any attempt to reclaim former existence invariably leads to unpredictable consequences. As my grandfather solemnly cautioned, the cycle of reincarnation must not be disrupted, and one must not become ensnared in their previous life. Thus, I returned to the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, resolutely secluding myself and dedicating my efforts to cultivation. Following this incident, Joer's demeanor towards me underwent a profound transformation. She was no longer as indifferent. After a few more days, I was convinced that no one would come seeking vengeance, and so I gathered everyone together. "Since there are no avengers in pursuit, it is time for you to depart." Upon hearing these words, some left in silence, while others erupted into tears. The disciple acknowledged his mistake and expressed a fervent desire to remain. Indeed, I implore you, spare me, for I wish to stay. After a moment of contemplation, I acquiesced. This shall be the sole occasion. The sect is not a place one can enter or exit at will. Should there be a next time, I shall take decisive action. Naturally, none among them voiced any dissent. Thus, the matter appeared to reach a conclusion. Yet, I was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The turmoil brought forth by the 9 Taoists had not yet subsided. Throughout this period, I had dispatched disciples to seek information. However, the current reports remained disheartening, as the fate of the 9 Taoists remained unknown. This filled me with deep distress. He was a figure of great renown, a master of the Taoist way, who had mysteriously vanished. Why was Ji Qinyue's prowess so unfathomable? At that moment, I was engulfed in despair. Yet I found myself powerless, for my grandfather had not imparted any profound teachings before his departure. Everything I possessed was discovered among his relics. How woefully inadequate I felt. Upon returning to my chamber, I was overwhelmed with bitterness. However, I soon regained my composure. It was imperative that I gather merits at all costs. During this time, my merits had been severely depleted, with little opportunity for replenishment. Now that my adversaries were gradually fading away, after much contemplation, I reached a decision. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion shall commence operations. This proclamation left everyone astounded. Even Joer expressed her concerns. Without my father's presence, do you truly believe you can succeed? If the reputation is tarnished, it would be a troublesome affair. I fully comprehend her concerns. The Tianji Tower, at its core, is also a business entity. We accept remuneration to alleviate calamity for others. Should we falter, it would not merely reflect on me, but on the dignity of our entire lineage. Thus, the ventures we embark upon must not involve affluent families. We shall only engage with ordinary individuals. Upon reflection, I stated, these aristocratic families are perpetually embroiled in internal strife. Beyond the overt power struggles and commercial rivalries, a clandestine conflict brews in the shadows. This is precisely why these noble houses employ geomancers. The art of feng shui can nurture life or bring about death. Without the guidance of a feng shui master, these illustrious families would swiftly fall victim to malevolent forces. The intricacies involved are vast and exceedingly troublesome, far beyond my current capacity to navigate. Moreover, I harbor no particular interest in these elite families. Consequently, I shall outright decline any propositions from them, regardless of the exorbitant sums they may offer. Save our Leaf family, I am willing to offer $1 billion, a man implored, kneeling before me with a desperate expression. I regarded him with a cold gaze, a smirk of disdain curling my lips. Do you take me for a fool? If it weren't for your Leaf family seeking out sorcerers, leading to the demise of numerous members of the Wong family, why would they risk everything to engage in this futile struggle against you? The enmity between you two has reached a point of no return. Such profound animosity can only be resolved by the demise of one party. Upon hearing these words, the man hastily nodded, acknowledging his mistakes. Yet, the events have transpired, and the pressing matter now is to confront the situation at hand. It is evident that the circumstances have deteriorated to this extent. I cannot assist you. You must leave, I said, waving my hand dismissively. You are the grandson of Chun Banzian. Surely you possess a solution. I regret to inform you that I am powerless to help. With a wave of my hand, the man departed despondent. Seated in my chair, I was engulfed by an immense inner turmoil. 1 billion, what a staggering sum. How I yearned to acquire such wealth. I clenched my teeth, my entire being trembling with distress. Jior emerged, and upon witnessing my convulsions in the chair, she could not help but chuckle, enough lamenting. This feng shui predicament is something even my father would hesitate to engage with. One misstep could indeed lead to fatal consequences. I nodded in agreement, fully comprehending her words. It is crucial to recognize that when large families clash in matters of feng shui, the situation can become exceedingly ruthless. This involves numerous intricate relationships, and it is not uncommon for it to be referred to as a contest of magical prowess. They have forged an enmity that runs deep. Unless one perishes, There is no hope for resolution. I sighed heavily. Gio and Apos nodded, her gaze fixed upon me. Do we have any updates from my father and Apos? As sources? I have consistently stationed people within the Taoist Alliance, yet thus far there has been no progress. I waved my hand, my expression filled with helplessness. Very well. With disappointment, Gio departed. At that moment, Yao Laosi rushed over. Master, given your reputation and prowess, why not take it? This time it's 1 billion. I truly don and amp. Apos, to understand why my father engages in such perilous dealings. They are difficult to manage and unlawful. Being a feng shui master is incredibly lucrative. Hearing his words, I let out a bitter laugh and shook my head. You truly are unaware of the dangers. Within the realm of feng shui, there exist numerous exceedingly perilous situations. Once entangled, survival is far from guaranteed. This sum of money is not easily earned. Should I accept this billion, I would be unable to refuse him. Yao Laosi nodded, understanding that he was, in a way, a half feng shui master and was aware of many taboos. However, he still inquired, who do you believe will emerge victorious this time? The Li family and the Wang family are both prominent clans. If they spare no expense in hiring skilled feng shui masters to clash, it is likely to result in mutual destruction. Chapter 47. The curse as I had anticipated, news of the Li and Wang family spread throughout Hangzhou within 3 days. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. The Li family initially engaged a feng shui master to orchestrate a scheme that resulted in the untimely demise of the Wang family's patriarch's grandson. As the Wang family had only one heir, they naturally could not tolerate such a transgression. In retaliation, they summoned their own feng shui expert to devise a counter-strategy. Tragically, several members of the Li family met with a horrific accident on the road. The most chilling aspect being that the vehicle responsible for the crash was devoid of a driver. Thus, the animosity between the two families deepened, escalating to a point of no return. At this critical juncture, the Wang family struck first. They exhausted their resources and enlisted the help of a formidable spirit medium. This medium possessed extraordinary powers, enabling direct communication with the underworld. Consequently, many members of the Li family faced dire consequences in the dead of night, suffering significant losses. In desperation, the Li family sought assistance from a malevolent monk. This monk employed ruthless methods, invoking the 5 ghosts transport technique. In merely a day, the wealth accumulated by the Wang family over the years vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, the spirit medium unleashed his own formidable tactics. Thus, a fierce battle of sorcery ensued between the two factions. As the situation spiraled out of control, the Taoist alliance intervened decisively. The aftermath was one of devastating losses on both sides, compelling them to cease hostilities under the alliance's mandate. Meanwhile, the adept practitioners from both families returned home with bountiful gains. Ultimately, in addition to their immense financial losses, both families mourned the loss of numerous lives. It was indeed a scene of mutual destruction. Upon hearing this news, I let out a sigh. It seems that, over time, the malevolence among these prominent families has intensified significantly. With reckless abandon, they extinguish entire clans. Old Master Yao sat cross-legged before me, his face alight with excitement as he perused the newspaper in his hands. These two families have truly gone mad. This time, it's a case of mutual destruction. Enough of the trivialities. We should focus on enhancing our strength. I cast him a glance and spoke. Very well, Master. Just then, a commotion arose downstairs. Guests had arrived. They were not from an esteemed lineage, but rather an ordinary citizen. A pale-faced woman approached, her countenance marred by distress. Upon seeing me, she immediately knelt before me, weeping profusely. I implore you, save my family. What has transpired? Stand and speak, I commanded. I glanced at her, but did not assist her in rising. The woman swiftly recounted her tale. She and her husband were both wage earners. Although their lives were not affluent, they were relatively stable. They had a daughter, a natural beauty since childhood. Recently, their daughter had caught the attention of a notorious thug. The villain, infamous for his misdeeds, had become a threat. Yet, in their determination to protect their daughter, the couple had displayed remarkable courage. After several failed attempts, the thug and Apos, as fury escalated. He audaciously arrived at their home, intent on abducting their daughter. In broad daylight, he sought to snatch her away. The couple could not endure this violation and fought back with all their might. Neighbors rushed to their aid. The thug, a towering figure, unleashed his ferocity. Thus, the collective effort of the onlookers led to a fierce struggle, and soon, the thug lay on the brink of death. By the time the authorities arrived, the villain had already succumbed. Certainly, this incident was classified as justifiable self-defense. No one was required to bear responsibility. It was initially a matter of great relief. However, the father of the ruffian soon came knocking. He audaciously demanded a compensation of $1 million, not only from this couple, but from all those who had participated in the altercation. Naturally, his demands were met with refusal. Everyone was aware that he was merely an old rogue. Seeing that he could not extract any money, his gaze turned venomous as he glared at the crowd. My son perished at your hands, and I am left without means to support myself. If you refuse to pay, you are forcing me to my end. In response to his words, no one took him seriously. You failed to educate your child. This is entirely your fault. Indeed, otherwise, you would not be left destitute. The old rogue's countenance darkened ominously. Before leaving, he issued a dire threat. You have slain my son, and I shall see to it that your entire family accompanies him to the grave. His menacing words were met with skepticism. Yet, not long after, strange occurrences began to unfold. An elderly couple who had intervened suddenly hanged themselves in the dead of night. A scene too horrific to behold. Following this, the situation deteriorated further. Those involved in the assault on the ruffian either suffered tragic accidents or inexplicably descended into madness. Similarly, the couple's home was plagued by eerie events. Their daughter began to dream nightly of the ruffian tormenting her. Upon waking, she consistently felt unwell. A visit to the hospital led to a terrifying discovery. She realized, to her horror, that her virginity had been compromised, though she could not recall when it had happened. The couple initially believed their daughter was behaving inappropriately and reprimanded her. However, the events that unfolded next left everyone astounded. For several nights thereafter, whenever she fell asleep, she felt as though she were being assaulted by a rogue. Overwhelmed with fear, she became too terrified to sleep. As matters grew increasingly bizarre, their pet cat inexplicably perished, followed by several members of a neighboring family who suddenly fell into a coma, with no investigation yielding any answers. Realizing that something was amiss, the couple finally understood the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing such words, I directly inquired, surely, the root of this predicament lies with the father of that rogue. Why not seek him out? The woman hesitated briefly before tearfully replying, we have sought him, but he has already passed away. This posed a significant dilemma. My expression darkened suddenly. If what their daughter had claimed was indeed true, this could be a curse. Generally speaking, curses manifest in myriad forms. Many sorcerers, in their quest for greater potency, utilize a variety of materials, such as grave soil or the remains of infants. Among the most terrifying and unfathomable methods is the act of issuing a curse with one's own life. Once such a curse is fulfilled, the individual is condemned to an eternity of suffering, unable to escape their fate. In exchange for this price, the curse is born. Such curses are typically insurmountable. Unless the one who cast it perishes, the situation cannot be altered. Master, I implore you, please save me, the woman beseeched, kneeling before me. At that moment, I was finally moved. Let it be known from the outset that I seek no monetary gain. However, should I fail, I request that my affairs remain undisclosed. The woman hastily acquiesced to my terms. I resolved to take a look, for even in failure, there was little to lose. Thus, I accompanied the woman with Yao Laosi, who drove a Mercedes, while I sat in the back seat, lost in contemplation. At present, I find myself unburdened by financial woes. The legacy left by Geodaurin, along with the resources from Yao Laosie's apprenticeship, has afforded me a considerable sum. Yet, what purpose does it serve? By nature, I am beset by numerous shortcomings. As my grandfather often remarked, I am destined to lack material wealth. Though I shall not face starvation, accumulating riches seems an impossibility. This is to be expected, as I am, after all, a guardian of the village. The fate of a village guardian is oftentimes one of solitude and hardship, rendering the prospect of becoming a magnate utterly implausible. It is said that even a fool, should he possess mountains of gold and silver, is likely to be swindled. I once heard of a village guardian from a neighboring hamlet, whose parents left him a mine worth over 6 billion. Yet, the villagers deceived him with alarming ease, extracting the fortune without significant expenditure. Chapter 48. Matters are not so simple in the vehicle. The woman expressed her profound gratitude towards me. Yet, I found myself fixated on her, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from her presence. It appeared that misfortune was poised to befall her imminently. Soon, we arrived at the residential complex where she resided. This community was an aged establishment, devoid of elevators, yet it housed numerous inhabitants. As we approached a particular door, the woman awkwardly spoke up. "Everyone else has moved away. It is only us who remain here. There was no necessity to depart. It is the people who curse and lament, not the dwelling itself." I shook my head and pushed the door open. At that very moment, a chilling gust of wind swept through, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over me. In an instant, I even entertained the notion of fleeing. With a self-deprecating smile, I stepped inside. At that juncture, a strange sound echoed forth. I hurriedly advanced, my expression transforming into one of profound bewilderment. A young girl clad in pajamas lay on the bed, her face etched with terror as she cried out, "No, I was wrong. I am willing to be with you. Please, do not torment me any further. I beg you." Her body writhed restlessly upon the bed. Witnessing this scene, I was engulfed by a sense of incredulity. Yet, the most astonishing revelation was not this. It was the woman's skin, which bore a contorted texture, as if an ethereal being were pressing down upon her. Observing this unsettling tableau, Yao Laosi gritted his teeth and urged, "Master, act swiftly." In this era, it seemed not only men sought to vie for women, but even spirits did as well. I extended my hand, applying the cow's tears to my eyes. Gazing ahead, I found nothing. This left me somewhat astonished. I had initially believed that a malevolent spirit was pressing down upon the young girl. However, it appeared otherwise. I extended my hand and gently caressed her head. The girl's forehead burned with an intense heat, and she seemed to be consumed by madness. So it was. I began to chant an incantation, Supreme Celestial Star, ever responsive and unceasing, exorcising evil and binding enchantments, safeguarding life and self, wisdom clear, heart and mind at peace, the three souls eternal, the spirit never lost. As I invoked these words, the girl gradually calmed, lying on the bed with her eyes gently closed. I lowered my head, preparing to inspect her. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, viciously grasping my throat. Though startled, I remained composed and swiftly affixed a talisman to her forehead. Soon, she collapsed on the floor. Witnessing this, the woman anxiously inquired, "Master, what should we do?" "There is no cause for alarm. The issue does not lie with your daughter," I replied, causing the woman to freeze in disbelief. "Master, this predicament arose because of my daughter. How could it possibly not be your fault?" The origins of this situation, I feared, were far from straightforward. I lowered my gaze, scrutinizing the girl closely. Under the enhancement of the oxeye tear, I examined her thoroughly. There was nothing amiss. Thus, I surveyed the entire room. To my sight, a subtle, dark energy flowed throughout the space, as if, in the depths of obscurity, someone were observing all that transpired. I calculated swiftly and remarked, "This must undoubtedly be a malevolent curse. To dispel it, one must locate its origin. It is certainly that old lecher. He has since passed away, and his body remains in the mortuary." Contemplating such words, I pondered for a moment before gesturing with my hand. "You may leave for now. I need to speak with your daughter privately." A flicker of panic crossed the woman's eyes as she replied with a smile, "My daughter is still quite weak." I cast her a sidelong glance and coldly remarked, "Could there be more to this matter? Otherwise, it is difficult to believe that someone would unleash such a dreadful curse for such a trivial reason." The woman let out a hollow laugh and hastily said, "It is quite normal for that old lecher to have lived a life devoid of companionship." Nodding in acknowledgement, I nonetheless insisted, "You should exit now." "Very well." This time, the woman did not object. Once she departed, I abruptly declared, "Awaken. You're already awake." The young girl opened her eyes. She was strikingly beautiful, her gaze filled with confusion. "Who are you?" "You do not need to know who I am. Simply answer my questions." "Yes." I regarded her with a smile and inquired, "Did that lecherous man wish to possess you?" "Yes." "And then he was beaten to death by your parents and the neighbors?" "Correct." After a moment's reflection, I asked, "Did you harbor any feelings for that lecher?" At this utterance, the bystander, old Yao Si, stood in stunned silence. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, how could she possibly harbor feelings for that scoundrel? I inquired just moments ago, and he is truly a villain of the worst kind." I cast a cold glance at her and retorted, "I am speaking. Why do you interject?" Yin Laosi was drenched in cold sweat and hastily responded, "Master, I was wrong. I shall be silent." I lowered my gaze to the young girl before me. Without a moment's hesitation, she declared, "How could I ever like him? I have always loathed him." I nodded, beginning to comprehend the situation. "So that is it." I gently closed my eyes, allowing my mind to drift into contemplation. After a while, I rose to my feet, stating, "Let us proceed to the funeral home." As I pushed open the door, I noticed a woman eavesdropping. She offered an awkward smile, which I chose to disregard. Accompanied by the two individuals, I swiftly made my way to the funeral home. Inside the funeral home, I encountered the father of the scoundrel. Although he had long since passed, I could still sense his menacing aura. The old man appeared to be in his 60s, bald-headed, and covered in an array of scars. Yin Laosi whispered in my ear, "Master, I have gathered all the information. This old man is indeed a scum of the earth. Aside from committing murder and arson, he has engaged in nearly every foul deed imaginable. No one came to claim his body after his death." I remained silent, my gaze fixed upon the elderly figure. The corpse was peculiar. All the blood had been drained from it, rendering the body remarkably emaciated. Various inscriptions adorned his skin, though it was unclear when they had been applied. Upon a cursory glance, I discerned that this is a dreadful incantation. It appears that he is the orchestrator of this malevolence. We must incinerate him without delay. Furthermore, take me to his residence. Yao Laosi promptly complied. The corpse was swiftly consumed by flames. Meanwhile, I, accompanied by the others, made our way to the abode of the rogue's father. His rented dwelling was exceedingly cramped. The landlord, with a pallid complexion, grumbled as he led us inside. This is where he resided. This scoundrel has defaulted on 3 months' rent and has met his demise here. Even in death, he continues to vex me. He raged, his ire palpable. I pushed open the door, and a putrid stench greeted me. Stepping inside, I observed a peculiar array etched upon the ground, with extinguished candles scattered about. Additionally, there were several small flags. A mere glance revealed the array's unusual nature. However, for me, it was not insurmountable. I instructed Yao Laosi to procure black dog blood, which I then fervently unleashed upon the ground. The blood gradually obscured the intricate formation. Only then did I feel at ease to proceed further. I collected the candles one by one, and my demeanor improved significantly. The curse remained unresolved. Yet the rogue leader, although capable of wielding it, lacked finesse, thereby diminishing its efficacy. Moreover, relying on a single life to curse so many was utterly impractical. Even in my absence, it would likely result in the loss of only a few lives at most. Lost in my thoughts, I meticulously gathered the small flags and placed them into the dark blood of the dog. Subsequently, I instructed Yao Laosi to excavate the ground. Beneath the formation, we uncovered another corpse, remarkably youthful in appearance. It was likely that of the ruffian leader. I sighed, contemplating the lengths to which one would go for vengeance, employing such insidious methods. Alas, it seemed all efforts would ultimately be in vain. Let's incinerate this body as well, and swiftly, Yao Laosi, undeterred, proceeded to pack up the corpse for disposal. By the time all was resolved, the afternoon had arrived, with the 2 bodies consumed by flames. It seemed as though all grudges had been erased. Now, all is well. No one shall harm another, I remarked with a smile. The woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, appeared on the verge of kneeling. I hastily intervened, intending to voice my thoughts. However, a sudden realization struck me, causing my expression to shift. Well, my merits. I had saved them. Why was there no recognition of virtue? As the saying goes, heaven bestows grace upon those who cherish life. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. Yet, in this instance, I had salvaged at least 5 lives. Why was there not a trace of merit? In that moment, a dawning understanding flickered within me. Are you concealing something from me? I directed my gaze towards the woman. No, I am not, she replied, shaking her head. I scoffed, choosing silence, and commanded, Yao Laosi, seize her and confine her to a secure location. I have a matter that must be clarified. Very well, old Yao said. What do you intend to do? Why? The woman screamed and struggled. I could hardly spare her a glance as I charged into her home. At that moment, I heard an odd sound. The door was forcefully opened, and an irate man stormed out. Who is it? It is I, sent by your wife. I immediately recognized him as the master of the house. His wedding photo adorned the living room wall. Ah, so does the master. The man's demeanor shifted instantly. I have business with your daughter, I stated plainly. No problem. Juan, come out. The man beamed, bustling around me, pouring tea and washing fruits. I settled on the sofa, observing the anxious young girl before me. My first question was that ruffian you all killed your boyfriend? No. Was he attempting to claim you? Yes. My expression gradually turned icy. You are lying. I am not. The girl retorted passionately. From the very beginning, all of you have deceived me. If I am not mistaken, that ruffian was indeed your lover. His death was orchestrated by your parents, who disallowed your association with him. As for those neighbors, they were completely misled. My words drained color from the girl's face. The man hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, his face alight with a broad smile, exclaiming, Master, you jest. My daughter is exemplary in both character and academics. That scoundrel is utterly reprehensible. How could they possibly be lovers? It is evident that this rogue intends to monopolize my daughter. At that moment, I countered, why should a girl of such commendable virtues not associate with a scoundrel? Chapter 49. The Millennium Tianshu Tower from the very beginning. You have deceived me. Otherwise, how could they harbor such deep resentment? I have come to realize that he was unjustly accused and brutally killed by you. In response to my assertion, the girl's father spoke up. He was indeed a scoundrel without remorse. Yet, he should not bear the sins that do not belong to him. All of this was orchestrated by you. I pointed at the pale-faced girl and said bluntly, if my intuition serves me right, you harbor a rebellious heart. You willingly chose to be with that rogue. However, your romance lacks the support of your parents. Yet, they likely understand that persuading that man to let go is impossible. Thus, they devised this scheme, leading to his inexplicable demise. It is truly a pity. The girl's father awkwardly stepped forward, smiling as he said, Master, all you have presented are mere speculations, lacking any evidence. Rest assured, this matter has come to a close. Farewell. I offered a faint smile and turned to leave, with the girl's father making no attempts to stop me. Thus, I departed from that place. On my way back, I encountered old Yao Si. Upon hearing my account, his expression changed dramatically. Are we not aiding the wicked in their deeds? Fear not. The curse has not been thoroughly eradicated. Death still looms. It is likely that it will not be long before someone pays the price. Ha, they deserve it. Old Yao Si chuckled, yet I shook my head. This journey had yielded no rewards. That very night, calamity befell the girl's family. Upon returning home, her parents suddenly tore at their throats with their hands. Their faces contorted in agony as they perished. Strangely, the girl emerged unscathed, yet she was left an orphan. All of this had become irrelevant to me, for scarcely had I returned when I sensed a disquieting atmosphere. Undoubtedly, vengeful souls had arrived. At that moment, my expression turned grave. The Celestial Mechanism Tower housed myriad treasures, including a statue of the Star Lord under its eaves. The tower's plaque was ancient beyond measure. Moreover, there were countless formations both grand and minute. It could be said that the Celestial Mechanism Tower was indeed a formidable place. The likes of common spirits would not only hesitate to enter, but would likely tremble at the mere sight of it. Thus, those seeking vengeance were undoubtedly no ordinary individuals. Typically, we remained within the confines of the tower. Unless compelled by unforeseen circumstances, we seldom ventured outside. I swiftly summoned everyone, who promptly complied. Gio expressed her concern, asking if we had enemies once more. It was inevitable. The larger the tree, the more it attracted the wind. The celestial mechanism tower's origins were shrouded in mystery. No one could ascertain when it had first appeared. My grandfather was certainly not its inaugural master. This millennia-old edifice loomed like a mountain in the hearts of those from the sinister sections. Now, they had come to move that mountain. I murmured to myself. Old Yao Si, with a hunting rifle in hand, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "No matter the enemy, I shall fell them all with a single shot. Let's hope it comes to pass." A bitter smile crept upon my lips. The remnants of my virtuous power had dwindled to nearly nothing. In my current state, I dared not engage in a duel of magic with others. Yet, the circumstances left me no choice. Nightfall had descended. Seated on the third floor of the Tianji Tower, I leaned against the railing, my gaze fixed upon the dimly lit sky before me. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through as a multitude of crows circled the tower. Refusing to disperse, the winds had begun to stir. I gently closed my eyes, waiting in silence. Beside me, the gentle breeze and the bright moon seemed equally anxious. It was not uncommon for adversaries to come seeking a confrontation, yet it had always been the 9 masters who handled such matters. Now, the burden had unexpectedly fallen upon me, leaving them uncertain. Not only they, but I too felt a sense of insecurity. I could only hope that a dying horse could serve as a living one. Soon, the number of crows in the sky multiplied. They formed a dense, dark cloud, rapidly obscuring the heavens above. A mere glance caused my expression to shift. These crows were gathering frantically, emitting strange sounds. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were mimicking human voices. In the moonlit night of the 8th day of the 4th month, crows perched upon the parasol tree. They built their nests and laid their eggs, tirelessly tending to them day and night. 17 or 18 days passed without a sight, until the 21st day, when they emerged. The elder crows busily searched for food, nurturing their young with great care. When the chicks reached a month old, they fluffed their feathers and took flight, leaping from branch to branch. The elder crows, now weary, sought sustenance from the world, while the young expressed their gratitude through their actions. How absurd that some would fare worse than they. As the cries of the crows filled the air, darkness enveloped the world entirely, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. At that moment, the candle flame before me flickered to life. This flame was quite exquisite, crafted from a special material. Even the most ordinary spirits could not extinguish it. As the flame danced, I spoke. Which fiend dares to wreak havoc at the Tower of Secrets? At that instant, a swarm of crows assaulted the tower, yet before they could breach its confines, they were shattered by an unseen force. As these crows fell, blood flowed incessantly. What need is there for this? Withdraw at once, and I shall spare your lives. I bellowed, but my voice met with silence. After a while, an owl approached, its presence peculiar, for its face bore the likeness of a human. Today marks the day of the tower's downfall. You misguided disciples shall pay the price. I thundered, my fury ignited. How audacious! A millennium of the Tower of Secrets, plucking stars from the heavens. How could mere phantoms shake its foundations? If you seek death, I shall oblige. I gently closed my eyes and summoned a fire talisman. The tower was replete with treasures. Although many were embedded within its structure and could not be removed, they still possessed the power to subdue malevolence. I hurled the fire talisman, and in an instant, it erupted into a conflagration. The owl before me was engulfed in flames. Witnessing this, Ching Feng exclaimed, "Master, your prowess with the fire talisman rivals even that of our teacher." I shook my head, replying, "Within the Tower of Secrets, my spells are amplified. One may also harness the feng shui of the celestial mechanism tower to confront adversities." Mingyue, taken aback, inquired, "I feel that the feng shui of the celestial mechanism tower is not particularly favorable. It is surrounded by dense forests and is quite remote." "Foolish child," I replied. "The essence of feng shui does not necessarily require a bustling congregation of people. This location is a hollow in the earth, continuously emanating vital energy that converges within the entire celestial mechanism tower. Moreover, it is nestled against the fringes of the Kunlun Mountains, absorbing their ethereal resonance. The materials of the celestial mechanism tower are extraordinarily unique, Each piece is crafted from golden silk sandalwood. Among them lies ancient sandalwood, aged over a millennium, which, if left unattended, could even lead one to transcend into immortality. Otherwise, why would so many be fervently eager to possess the celestial mechanism tower? Upon hearing my words, Qing Feng suddenly understood and hastily remarked, "Then we must safeguard the celestial mechanism tower. Indeed, it is our home." I gently closed my eyes, feeling an overwhelming weight in my heart. In that moment, a thought struck me. The celestial mechanism tower is a priceless treasure, both from the perspective of cultivation and economic value. Could it be that the disappearance of the 9 pathways was orchestrated with the intent to seize the celestial mechanism tower? Chapter 50. The yellow immortal and the village guardian crows continuously gathered in the sky, beginning a brazen assault on the Tower of Destiny. At that moment, the tower trembled slightly. I calculated with my fingers, and my expression changed drastically. How could this be? Qing Feng and Minghua looked at me in confusion. I rose to my feet, casting my gaze around in astonishment, and exclaimed, "The earth veins are shifting. The feng shui of the Tower of Destiny has been disrupted." Indeed, their intent was to target the tower. What should we do? In that instant, the disciples were filled with panic. Yet, I remained silent. The main tower alone possessed truly inscrutable powers. The other courtyards were merely constructed later and did not constitute a part of it. Thus, the fortune teller could easily enter the courtyards, yet could not breach the Tower of Destiny. The tower contained an abundance of treasures. Although these treasures could not leave the tower, they could be wielded for defense with remarkable ease. Very well, let them witness the profound heritage of the Tower of Destiny. Bring up the mirrors you usually use. I waved my hand. Qing Feng hurriedly dashed out. Before long, he returned with a bronze mirror. "Master Uncle, this is the one I typically use." "That will suffice." I bit my fingertip, allowing my blood to drip into the bronze mirror. In an instant, 2 fire dragons soared forth from the mirror. "Go!" The fire dragons erupted from the mirror, sweeping into the sky. In a heartbeat, the scent of charred matter filled the air, as a sea of flames erupted across the heavens. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, the crows transformed into charred remnants, plummeting from the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Qing Feng and Minghua were rendered speechless. "Master Uncle, the mirror we are using is, in fact, a magical artifact?" At that moment, delight illuminated Qing Feng's countenance. I nodded with a hint of resignation and replied, "Everything we utilize here is indeed a magical implement. However, these items cannot be removed from the Tianji Tower. Once displaced, they will lose their efficacy and reduce to mere decayed wood. Otherwise, you would have long been able to traverse the world unimpeded." As the fire dragons swept through the air, crows continued to descend from the heavens. I gently closed my eyes, my expression devoid of emotion. For the next few hours, I sipped on a modest drink, observing the sky awash in crimson hues. It was then that the croaking of a frog interrupted my reverie. At an unknown moment, a crimson toad emerged outside the Tianji Tower. This toad was immense, roughly the size of a basin. It crouched on the ground, croaked once, and then opened its mouth. In an instant, an invisible force drew the fire dragon towards it. The flames cascaded downward, swallowed whole by the toad. One wave after another, the fire dragon dissipated, retreating back into the mirror. At this juncture, the ancient mirror had become tarnished and rusted. "Master Uncle, this mirror is broken. Let us return it. It will absorb the earth's essence, and, before long, will regain its vigor." I gestured with my hand. Qing Feng was responsible for placing the mirror back, while Minghua wore a look of alarm, exclaiming, "This toad can actually consume fire." I recalled my grandfather's words, which spoke of toads in this world capable of such feats. Referred to as the fire-devouring scarlet toad, it has indeed proven formidable. I clapped my hands and commanded, "Bring forth another mirror. I wish to see how long it can consume." One mirror after another materialized in my grasp, and the fire dragon emerged ceaselessly from these reflections, its flames devoured by the scarlet toad. Thus, the situation reached an impasse. Suddenly, a maniacal laughter reverberated through the air. I lowered my gaze to discover a figure crafted from white paper, approaching with an eerie gait. The paper figure let out a raucous laugh before proclaiming, "The heavenly mechanism tower indeed possesses profound depths. A mere collection of pots and pans suffices to contend with my fire-devouring scarlet toad." I recognized that the paper figure was a puppet, manipulated by unseen hands not far away. If they sought to trouble the heavenly mechanism tower, why operate in the shadows? Fear of retaliation, perhaps. Should I falter, I could merely cling to existence a while longer. I nodded and replied with a smile, "You exhibit a degree of honesty. However, I suspect that you are not the sole assailant targeting the heavenly mechanism tower. Those capable of coming have nearly all arrived." My pupils constricted slightly as I suddenly erupted into laughter. "In that case, let us sweep them all away." In truth, we harbored no deep-seated animosity. Negotiation was entirely feasible. The paper figure unexpectedly uttered such words, prompting my realization, and I stated directly, "Speak plainly. What is your objective?" Simply put, hand over the heavenly mechanism tower to us. It replied. Without further ado, I cast a fire talisman from my hand, which soared forth to ignite the paper figure. It seems that I have no choice but to fight. When the paper effigy was ignited, it emitted a profound sigh. At this moment, I had resolved at all costs to protect the Tianji Pavilion. My grandfather has passed away, and my parents are no longer with us. Only the Tianji Pavilion remains. I have already lost too much and cannot afford to lose anything more. Yao Laosi rushed before me, brandishing a shotgun and firing into the darkness. "Come on. I fear you not. The Tianji Pavilion is our home. You shall see whether we acquiesce to your attempts to seize it." I cast him a reassuring glance, urging him to cease. "Wait a moment." Yao Laosi, gripping the shotgun tightly, bore a stern expression. He murmured, "Master, there are many attackers this time. Not just from this side. Other directions are equally under siege. I have just come from Junior's sister, and there are yellow weasels everywhere." "What? Yellow weasels?" I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, "Please take a look here. I shall be there momentarily." Upon locating Jill, I found her and her disciples relentlessly throwing fire talismans. Before them, a dense swarm of yellow weasels surged forward. However, as they approached the Tianji Pavilion, they were instantly torn asunder. Yet still, they charged forward fearlessly. "Enough. I shall take over." I gazed at the yellow weasels before me, formed hand seals, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of clarity. "Return." As I spoke, these yellow weasels ceased their advance and swiftly retreated. But soon, these yellow weasels charged forward again. However, with a single reprimand from me, they retreated once more. At that moment, an uncanny scene unfolded on the battlefield. Some yellow weasels glanced around, indecisive. Witnessing this spectacle, one of my disciples exclaimed in astonishment, "I am truly witnessing something extraordinary." Indeed, my uncle was contending for control against the one behind the yellow weasels. Nine-Air gazed at me in surprise, unable to fathom this side of me. Just then, a piercing shriek echoed. "So you are the guardian of the village? Return at once. This place is not meant for your kind." I furrowed my brow slightly, my gaze as frigid as ice. At that moment, accompanied by a peculiar smile, an elderly woman clad in yellow suddenly approached. "You may leave us in peace, provided I am allowed to enter the heavenly machine tower to retrieve a certain item." Upon hearing this, I was immediately consumed by rage. "Is the heavenly machine tower a place that your kind can access? Out of respect, I will refer to you as yellow immortals. Disrespect me, and I shall consign you to the earth." Chapter 51. What kind of celestial beings are just beasts? The old woman in yellow was engulfed in a furious wrath, exuding an aura of terrifying intensity. "Village guardians, do not delude yourselves into believing you are of any consequence," I proclaimed, casting a condescending gaze upon the old woman in yellow. "We are all protectors of this village. Yet I am inherently of a superior status compared to you mere yellow-skinned creatures. Unless one is an ancient immortal, what audacity do these insignificant juniors possess to challenge me? Kneel before me." With a thunderous roar, the old woman found herself compelled to kneel, her body succumbing to an uncontrollable force. In that moment, the surrounding disciples were rendered speechless. One astute disciple, well-versed in the ways of the world, exclaimed, "No wonder. Although the yellow-skinned beings are among the 5 great celestial families, they are not true immortals. The village guardians, however, are said to be incarnations of the earth god himself. While the yellow-skinned beings require offerings and the invocation of spirit children to act, the village guardians possess the freedom to do as they please. From this perspective, the village guardians are inherently superior to the celestial beings. Upon hearing his words, I chuckled and replied, "What nonsense about superiority? It is merely that from my youth, I have been inseparably intertwined with these yellow-skinned creatures, bestowing upon me a unique ability. When these yellow-skinned beings confront me, they are essentially courting death. With a mere wave of my hand, I made no visible movement. In consideration of the bond between us and your celestial kind, I suggest you hastily retreat. Go as far away as you can." The old woman in yellow, kneeling upon the ground, defiantly raised her head and declared, "The Huang family does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Taoists." How laughable! I pointed to the heavens, my expression one of disdain, proclaiming, "Within and beyond the 3 realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. Do not presume that you, a mere yellow weasel, hold any significance." Even if the esteemed steward of the Northeast were to arrive, such audacity would never escape their lips. The elderly woman in yellow struggled fiercely, yet she remained utterly immobilized, my will firmly restraining her. "Cease your futile attempts. They are of no avail. You celestial beings still require the assistance of spiritual children to act. However, I am innately a guardian of the village. I need not rely on destiny's favor." At that moment, another figure emerged, a kindly old woman clad in white, leaning on her cane as she approached. "Indeed," she affirmed, "we, the celestial beings, are also subordinate to the Tao. How dare such a youngling utter such presumptuous words? Punishment is warranted." With that, she raised her cane and struck the elderly woman in yellow. The latter, unable to evade, was left bloodied and bruised from the blow. I observed silently, refraining from uttering a word, yet within, I recognized her as the White Immortal, known as the Hedgehog among the 5 great celestial families. She is the most tempered of them all. Enough of this banter. I wish to depart in peace. I waved my hand, my demeanor one of impatience. While I might harbor some trepidation towards others, I hold no fear for these 5 celestial families. After all, we are part of the same system, and my position surpasses theirs. Though the 5 celestial families are all of the Taoist lineage, let not be overlooked that the Earth God, despite his seemingly humble rank, is indeed a legitimate deity, while these so-called celestial families are merely a collection of elder figures. Although possessing formidable magical powers, he is considered an inconsequential deity. After all, strictly speaking, the 5 immortal families originate from shamanism, with their integration into Taoism occurring only in the past 3 centuries. Upon encountering the village guardian, the elderly matriarch of the Bai family offered a slight bow. Despite being significantly younger, I remained haughty and unyielding. "Did you not hear my words? Bai family's immortal child, be gone at once." The Bai matriarch, far from incensed, replied with a smile, "The calamity of the Tiangong Tower is now unavoidable. If you agree to one condition, we shall extend our assistance." At her words, a flicker of disdain crossed my gaze. There was no need for further discourse. "Depart immediately. The Tiangong Tower is not a place for beasts like you to tread upon." As soon as these words escaped my lips, the Bai matriarch's expression darkened. Jiwer tugged at my arm and whispered, "You have gone too far." I felt no fear, having been immersed in Taoism since childhood. With my grandfather being a legitimate practitioner of the Xianmen, I harbored little affection for the outlandish spirits. To put it plainly, I viewed the genuine as superior to the spurious. The Bai matriarch, infuriated yet smiling, leaned on her cane and remarked darkly, "Our 5 immortal families have benefited humanity for 5 centuries. Our disciples are spread across the land, saving countless lives. It is the first time someone has dared to label us as beasts. You shall pay for these words." I gazed at the scene before me, feeling not an ounce of remorse. In truth, I had no necessity to utter such things. From the moment I drew my first breath until now, I have been a fool, enduring humiliation since my childhood. I have always spoken my mind, and over time, this has shaped my character. Indeed, I am oblivious to the subtleties of human relationships, for I am, by nature, a simpleton. I do not need to reverence heaven and earth, for the sky is merely a round pancake, and the ground is my bed. My grandfather looks down upon those who bow to such trivialities, and I share his disdain. If I were to compromise my principles, I would cease to be a guardian of the village. Soon enough, a myriad of creatures began to appear. Rats, weasels, snakes, foxes, and hedgehogs densely packed before my eyes. Indeed, there were far too many. Yet in that moment, I foolishly proclaimed a mere herd of beasts. Do you wish to enter the Tower of Heavenly Secrets? Given our slight connection, I suggest you leave at once. Otherwise, I shall end your existence today. Jiur covered my mouth, her face etched with urgency as she stomped her feet. Why do you speak such words? Because this is who I am. I am Chun Sansheng. I tore away her grasp and shouted to my apprentice beside me, "Fetch me the kitchen knife." As I gazed upon the throng of animals, a sudden laughter escaped me. Ha ha ha, so many delicacies. Are you intending to deliver takeout to me? Since childhood, I have consumed countless of these creatures, and I believe the most delectable among them must be the flesh of the snake. At this moment, 3 figures approached, 2 men and a woman. One was adorned in scales, with slit-like pupils that unmistakably marked him as a celestial child of the Chong family. The other, seemingly no more than 20, possessed an alluring grace. Clad in a crimson dress, embodying the essence of beauty, she was undoubtedly a celestial child of the Hu family. Ah, all 5 celestial families have arrived, yet alas, they are merely the younger generation. I pointed at them and declared, I shall say this one last time. Leave this place, and I shall not pursue the matter. Otherwise, I shall commence a banquet today. Chun Sansheng, you dare to insult our celestial lineage. Today, you must perish. Indeed, the Tianji Tower must be eradicated. Upon uttering these words, my countenance turned ashen. It was one thing for the evil sects to seek the destruction of the Tianji Tower, but how dare these wretches involve themselves? Have you forgotten the lessons of 3 centuries? My words caused the 5 celestial children to pale in shock. Silence. The humiliation of 300 years shall be avenged. They retorted, You young man must die today. Chapter 52. A blade across the world at this moment. I found myself remarkably calm. The heavenly mechanism tower, standing resolute for a millennium, represents a pinnacle of righteousness. Though I harbor disdain for the 5 great immortals, I cannot deny their influence. Their disciples are scattered across the realm, offering guidance and assistance, undoubtedly saving countless souls. This raises an intriguing question. Why would they conspire with others to besiege the heavenly mechanism tower? It is indeed perplexing. Even the oldest of sages would hesitate to engage in such actions, for they are fraught with profound consequences. Moreover, the tower and Appo's renown is monumental. Its destruction would provoke a vigorous response from the Taoist alliance. Consequently, the 5 great immortals would find themselves as the targets of universal ire. And perhaps the tragic events of 3 centuries past would be destined to repeat themselves. Surely, they could not be so foolish. After pondering for an extended period, my understanding remained elusive. Just then, my disciple returned, presenting me with an unusual kitchen knife. This knife was peculiar, adorned with intricate carvings of various animals, and exceptionally sharp. At that moment, the 5 great immortals had already taken action, surging forward with a multitude of animals. The 5 spirit children held their breath, closing their eyes. When they reopened them, their bodies had undergone a significant transformation. Their voices altered as well. Undoubtedly, they had been possessed by celestial beings. Lo and behold, is that not the guardian of the village? The only entity in the entire realm with a complete soul, a rare phenomenon indeed. How unexpected it is that his grandfather retrieved his soul from the valley of decapitation. Truly astonishing. My complexion changed drastically, and the snippets of their discussion sent tremors throughout my entire being. What exactly are you talking about? What has my grandfather done? As soon as these words escaped my lips, the 5 celestial beings exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. The village guardians are indeed Na'vi and pitiable. Indeed, the enchanting woman gazed at me with a softness akin to flowing water, her alluring eyes capable of ensnaring any man in a state of infatuation. You may not be aware, but you were born deficient of one soul and one spirit. Furthermore, the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks are all present in abundance. A heavy weight settled in my heart. I was naturally familiar with the 5 deficiencies. However, the notion that none were missing was terrifying. The so-called 5 deficiencies consist of being widowed, orphaned, solitary, isolated, and disabled. The 3 lacks refer to the absence of wealth, life, and power. Generally, an individual must endure one of these 5 deficiencies or 3 lacks to master a particular mystical art or become a fortune teller. Hence, these arts are also referred to as missing one door. Yet, who could have anticipated that I lacked everything from birth? This signifies that my fate is marked by a lack of a spouse and children, parents and siblings, wealth and influence, and a frail physique. The most dreadful of all deficiencies is the lack of life itself, implying that I am destined for an early demise. No wonder my grandfather was so fervently attempting to alter my fate. My destiny is undeniably tragic. Observing my bewilderment, the woman chuckled and remarked, "I must concede. Your grandfather is indeed mad. The Valley of Decapitation is a place more sinister than the underworld itself. Remarkably, he dared to venture there. Although he retrieved a soul and a spirit for you, liberating you from your stupor, the flaws in your destiny remain unaltered." I scoffed, inherently skeptical. At present, I consider myself a normal individual. I have taken on a disciple, forged friendships, and established my own existence. The woman smiled and remarked, as the saying goes, "A physician finds it challenging to heal themselves. Your current condition is such that you are oblivious to it." Instantly, I felt a tumult of emotions. My body moved uncontrollably forward, teetering on the brink of a fall. "Master Uncle!" The other disciples hastily attempted to grasp me, yet my strength was overwhelming, rendering their efforts futile. Just as I was about to plummet, a peachwood sword within my sleeve began to tremble, and in an instant, clarity returned to my mind. In the next moment, I grasped the sword firmly in my hand. "Your grandfather left you many things, didn't it, Amp? Oppose, T? Alas, for one destined for a short life. They hold no significance." The woman's words pierced me deeply. Of all the flaws in my essence, the absence of life is what I fear the most. Lacking wealth, power, or anything of material worth is inconsequential. I have scavenged alongside stray dogs, and being disabled is of little concern, for I have lived as a fool before. Even without a wife or children, alone in the world, I would not feel regret. Yet the absence of life is an unalterable fate. Contemplating this, I resolved firmly within myself. The 5 immortal masters have already taken action. The enchanting arts of the fox spirit nearly ensnared me. Meanwhile, the white spirit chanted incantations. And suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The disciples surrounding me were struck as sharp spikes erupted from within their bodies, each of them wailing in agony. Their faces contorted in torment. As the spikes multiplied, their forms became a mass of anguish, covered in a myriad of protrusions. "Help!" Just as Joa reached out, spikes began to surge from her body. I attempted to intervene, but was likewise injured, blood oozing from my palm. "Is this all?" I scoffed at the wound on my hand, dismissively waving it away as the injury vanished. "Do not panic. This is merely an illusion. You find yourselves within the confines of the celestial mechanism tower, where such tactics bear little consequence." I shouted, and the crowd gradually regained their composure as the spikes receded. "Truly commendable are the guardians of the village," remarked the white spirit. "Allow me." The most tempestuous among us, Chong Xian, sprang into action. His form swayed as if devoid of legs, and in an instant, he exploded, transforming into a colossal serpent, its size rivaling that of the celestial mechanism tower itself. The great serpent began to batter against the tower relentlessly. Outside, an unseen force seemed to shield the structure, yet with each violent collision, the tower began to tremble. At that moment, Yao Laosi rushed forward, brandishing his hunting rifle and unleashing a barrage of fire. However, the bullets merely ricocheted off the serpent scales, proving utterly ineffective. "Indeed, you're truly the most adept warrior among the celestial beings. I clapped my hands and grasped the kitchen knife firmly. Behold, I gently closed my eyes. In an instant, countless souls surged forth from the blade. These souls, all belonging to animals, howled and screamed as they charged towards the colossal serpent. Each creature bore a unique form, yet they all tore at the serpent with wild abandon. The great beast cried out in agony, its once impenetrable scales being shredded mercilessly. It thrashed about, desperately attempting to rid itself of these ethereal beings, but to no avail. Cease your struggles. Before this knife, the lofty mountains are mere stoves, the vast oceans but a pot of soup, and the azure dragon and white tiger mere dishes. What more, then, is a mere serpent like you? I said with a beaming smile. The serpent's expression shifted dramatically as it shrieked in madness. Is that knife truly the legendary beast slayer? You possess a discerning eye. I replied, this is indeed a remarkable weapon. I caressed the knife, smiling as I continued. It is said to have sliced through dragon bones and carved phoenix marrow. What a pity it is to be used against a mere serpent like you. Chapter 53. The Serenity Incantation. The serpent screamed, violently thrashing its body. Yet it proved utterly futile, succumbing to relentless gnawing. Witnessing this heart-stopping scene, one disciple exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't that knife merely an ordinary kitchen knife?" Indeed, I replied with a smile, it is but a simple culinary knife. How can it possibly be an ordinary knife? Of course, it is an ordinary kitchen knife, I said, caressing the blade. In fact, there are 8 more like it in the kitchen. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Such a treasure. And yet there were 9 of them casually resting in the kitchen. I shook my head, expressing my resignation. Alas, these treasures lose their efficacy once removed from the hall of heavenly secrets. Otherwise, I would not endure such hardship. With that, I lifted my gaze to the great serpent before me, which was now on the verge of collapse. Concurrently, the other celestial beings cast their spells, attempting to expel the souls of these creatures, but their efforts were in vain. With merely a few centuries of history, have they truly deluded themselves into believing they are celestial beings? I regarded them with scorn, retorting, this is akin to sweet potatoes and potatoes entering Huaxia, enabling everyone to satiate their hunger and subsequently venerating you. In the past, when sustenance was scarce, were you not merely a herd of beasts? When I was on the brink of starvation in the village, I did not hesitate to consume the likes of you, celestial beings. Faced with starvation, I cared not for karma. I would even dare to feast upon the great panda. Soon, the colossal serpent crashed to the ground, and the souls of the animals returned to the kitchen knife. The serpent shattered, revealing the corpse of an elderly man within. Impudent! How dare you slay a celestial youth of the Chong family? I scoffed. I have made it abundantly clear that the heavenly mechanism tower has no dealings with your kind of celestial beings, nor do we harbor any grievances. Since you have chosen to wade into this murky water, let all of you perish. Raising the kitchen knife in my hand, it gleamed brilliantly in an instant, and countless animal souls manifested once more. What can a mere knife do to us? They sneered. We were merely careless and did not evade. After the demise of one celestial youth, the other 4 celestial beings continued their incantations, while Changxian could only watch helplessly, devoid of any means to intervene. These celestial beings are normally unable to manifest in the mortal realm. They typically conceal themselves within their temples, with only their celestial youths traversing the human world, capable of doing so through possession. Their true forms could never venture forth, else their power would not be so feeble. I hold the utmost disdain for you, practitioners of the celestial arts. Though your disciples gain tremendous abilities through your possession, they remain fundamentally unearned, ultimately costing them their own lifespan. With fingers poised in a mystical gesture, I coldly declared, since you seek death, I shall grant it. Countless animal souls surged forth from the knife, a torrent of diverse spirits rushing towards them. However, at that moment, a bewitching woman formed a hand seal. In an instant, the surroundings transformed as if into a realm of immortals. Countless beauties emerged, and the spectacle was enough to send one's pulse racing at a mere glance. The surrounding disciples were rendered speechless by the sight. Before long, one of them leaped down, plunging into the fray. Fortunately, This was the third floor. Although cries of distress echoed as they fell, none met their demise. Jiu, her face flushed, gritted her teeth, and remarked, "What a shameless display." I lifted my gaze for but a moment, quickly dismissing it. It was merely an illusion, after all. As a guardian of the village, what significance did such things hold for me? No sooner had I spoken than several more disciples lost their footing and tumbled down. The woman, covering her mouth, chuckled softly. "Though your heart is as pure as ice, your disciples do not share your sentiments. They are merely my apprentices. My own disciples would never succumb to your enchanting spells." I replied confidently, "Oh, is that so?" The woman gazed at me alluringly, her stunning visage captivating enough to hold one's attention. Such beauty could only be encountered in the most exquisite of dreams. I could scarcely be bothered to acknowledge her, my eyes drifting elsewhere. At a glance, I nearly choked on my own breath. Old Fourth Yao was clinging to a pillar, fervently kissing it. "Darling, I adore you. I love you so much." He was lost in his fervor, utterly entranced. With a swift kick, I sent him reeling, eliciting a cry of shock from him as he finally came to his senses. What a disgrace! I uttered a curse, and Yao Laosi chuckled awkwardly, responding, "Master, I am powerless in this situation. It all feels too real. I shall deal with you later." The enchanting woman gazed at me, her voice sending shivers down my spine. "Life is fleeting. One must seize pleasure in the present. Do you not feel the weight of melancholy? Is it not better to savor this moment?" As she spoke, she bit her lip, producing a peculiar sound. "Shameless," Jiu scolded. "How am I shameless, dear sister?" "My body is my weapon," the alluring woman replied with a smile, her eyes brimming with seduction. At that moment, she swayed her figure, exuding a breathtaking allure. Witnessing this scene, I clapped my hands and proclaimed, a beauty at the age of 18, her form like delicate pastry, wielding her sword against the mundane. Though no heads roll, secretly, she may wither your very marrow. The world often berates women as fox spirits, referring to women like you. The enchanting woman scoffed coldly, dismissing the notion. These are merely the laments of impotent men. Society often claims that beauty brings disaster. But is it truly a sin to be born with such loveliness? Even if dynasties fall, is it our fault? From birth, we bear the prejudices of the world. In the end, all sins seem to rest upon our shoulders. I nodded, forming a seal with my hands. If that is the case, do not blame me. The supreme star of Taishang, ever-changing and unceasing, dispels evil and binds allure, safeguarding life and self. May wisdom be clear, and the mind be at peace. The three souls are eternal, while the corporeal spirit remains unlost. As I chant incantations, it seems as though a celestial melody resonates throughout the heavens and the earth. Those who were once enraptured around me now open their eyes, awakening from a deep slumber. Even the anguished cries of those who had broken their legs cease, their faces now reflecting a serene expression. The enchanting woman-esque complexion shifts dramatically. The purifying heart spell, one of the 8 divine spells of Taoism. Indeed, to wield the purifying heart spell to such an extent indicates that you have concealed considerable cultivation. I snort softly, offering no reply. In truth, I have not concealed my powers. Rather, the Tower of Heavenly Mechanisms is imbued with countless treasures, capable of enhancing various spells. Being within the tower truly elevates one's spirit and shields one from all malevolent influences. Enough with the chatter. Let us act in unison. The other celestial beings voice their intentions, clearly resolute in their endeavor. I remain unfazed, preparing to instruct my apprentice to retrieve the other 8 blades. Just then, Qing Feng hurriedly approaches. "Master Uncle, the southern front is in jeopardy." Chapter 54. The Rooster Crows. And the world awakens. My expression shifted dramatically as I instructed Yao Laosi to procure 8 blades, specifically designed for the extermination of avian and terrestrial creatures. These weapons were perfectly suited to counteract the celestial beings. At that moment, I ventured towards the south. The heavenly machine tower was encircled, impenetrable from all sides, besieged by an incessant influx of adversaries. The peril was escalating by the minute. Upon reaching the southern front, A mere glance rendered me speechless. Before me, an array of zombies had inexplicably emerged, their numbers swelling as they leaped and bounded, relentlessly advancing towards the heavenly machine tower. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that these zombies exhibited a myriad of forms. Some soared to heights of 3 meters, while others were covered entirely in white or purple fur. They were ubiquitous, and a cursory count revealed no fewer than 500 of them. Had I inadvertently disturbed a nest of the undead? I uttered through gritted teeth, bewildered by the sheer volume of zombies. Gio and Apos, who accompanied me, was left dumbfounded. The presence of such a multitude of zombies without a puppeteer was indeed uncanny. Could it be the work of the celestial sovereign? After a moment of contemplation, it appeared that only the deranged followers of the celestial sovereign would engage in such madness. Generally speaking, zombies do not congregate in such numbers unless directed by a corpse herder. The potential consequences of a zombie tide were unfathomable. Ordinary corpse herders would never dare to undertake such a venture, let alone entwine themselves with such extensive causality. Yet, the current situation was anything but ordinary. Fortunately, the heavenly machine tower was imbued with formidable mystical powers. The zombies surrounded but did not attack, revealing their hesitance to engage. They are not terrifying as long as they remain within the confines of the yard. It won't be long before they depart, I pondered aloud. Gio nodded, her gaze fixed upon the zombies. Once dawn breaks, they will surely leave. However, the thought of so many zombies breaching our sanctuary is unimaginable. Impossible. I shook my head and hastily clarified. The vicinity of the TNG building is imbued with ancient spells. Any malevolent spirit that approaches is doomed to perish. Even these zombies, despite their seemingly formidable presence, cannot surpass the enchantments. Yet, scarcely had I uttered these words when a shadow materialized, seizing one of the disciples. The swiftness of this shadow was beyond comprehension, moving with such velocity that in an instant, a disciple was yanked into the air, followed by a piercing scream. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was an ancient desiccated corpse, suspended in midair, clutching a disciple and voraciously draining his blood. A flying corpse. Merely witnessing it left me utterly paralyzed on the ground. The hierarchy of zombies is strict. There are purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, furry zombies, flying zombies, swimming corpses, and concealed corpses. The flying zombie is among the most terrifying of these entities. Generally speaking, even the most adept Taoist practitioners lack the assurance to confront a flying zombie. And here, one had manifested before us. What were we to do? In an instant, I felt a chill run down my spine, rendered helpless. The corpse in the sky continued its frenzied bloodletting, and soon the screams ceased. The desiccated corpse was carelessly discarded, plummeting to the ground. Remarkably, the body that had been cast aside began to wobble and astonishingly stood upright. At some point, sharp teeth had sprouted from its mouth. How could we possibly contend with this? My eyes widened in disbelief. Gio, in a state of despair, uttered, "A flying corpse, an entity my father has never encountered. It can now disregard the heavenly mechanism tower. We are in grave trouble." I glanced at the being that had risen from the ground. It appeared that we had no choice but to activate it. Who? Gio inquired with curiosity. The star official of the ascendant sun alone. I ascended to the 4th floor. Here, solitude reigned, shrouded in darkness. A grand statue of a rooster stood in reverence, typically surrounded by a steady stream of incense offerings. Upon my arrival, the trepidation within me dissipated. Approaching the statue, I took 3 incense sticks and quietly ignited them. With a gentle bow, I inserted the incense into the holder. In that moment, my complexion paled slightly. The heavenly mechanism tower has venerated the star official of the ascendant sun for a century. Now, as malevolent forces encroach, I beseech your assistance. I inclined my head slightly, but did not kneel. The imposing rooster statue remained unresponsive. Just as a sense of foreboding settled in my heart, a sudden crowing emanated from within the statue. In an instant, the crowing reverberated in a harmonious chorus from various corners of the heavenly mechanism tower. Numerous rooster statues adorned the eaves surrounding the tower. Now, they seemed to have come to life, beginning to crow. At that moment, the originally pitch-black sky suddenly brightened. The sun had gradually begun to rise. Although all of this was merely an illusion and not a reality, at this instant, whether it be zombies or ghosts, they all shrieked in terror and retreated. Only the celestial beings remained largely unaffected. Ha ha! As the rooster crows, the world awakens, a name well-deserved. I remarked as I observed this scene. The sky above was becoming increasingly luminous. All malevolent entities were rendered powerless beneath this radiance. Even the flying zombies in the sky screamed in agony, emitting wisps of smoke from their bodies. They transformed into dark shadows, swiftly choosing to flee. The sound of the roosters crowing persisted. Everything surrounding the Tower of Heavenly Secrets was enveloped. In the dim corners, some spat blood, others screamed as they turned into withered corpses, while some ignited spontaneously. All the dark forces coveting the Tower of Heavenly Secrets found it exceedingly difficult to resist beneath this brilliant daylight. Wherever it reached, it was as if snow and rain melted away, and everything ceased to exist. I do not know how much time had passed. The sky gradually dimmed. From the statue before me, a feeble voice resonated. I can only do this much. You are the master of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. You must safeguard it. Understood. I bowed slightly and departed swiftly. At this moment, everything had come to an end. No zombies or ghosts remained. All had vanished in a thin air. Yet this time, our losses were indeed severe. 3 disciples perished on the spot, and 6 others suffered broken legs. My sole responsibility was to arrange for their care. Thus the night passed. With the dawn, everything finally came to an end. I exhaled a sigh of relief, my visage weary beyond measure. It was time to rest. I fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until the afternoon. I summoned Yao Laosi back and instructed him to investigate immediately. I harbored a persistent feeling that the affairs surrounding the Tianji building were steeped in malevolence. It is worth noting that although the Tianji building stands as a formidable stronghold for those of nefarious intent, the righteous path boasts more than just this singular edifice. Longhu Mountain, Shaolin Temple, each a name that sends shivers down the spines of those who dwell in darkness. Why then do they fixate upon the Tianji building? Before long, Yao Laosi returned with news. What tidings do you bring? I inquired. According to rumors circulating, the Tianji building conceals one of the 9 books, which has incited such fervor among the masses. The 9 books, what are they? I asked, my expression one of astonishment. Chapter 55. The 9 Celestial Tomes. Surely you are not oblivious to the existence of the 9 tomes? Old Yao Si exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if he scarcely recognized me. My expression shifted abruptly, and I commanded, kneel. Swiftly, old Yao Si complied. What then are these 9 tomes? They are 9 celestial scriptures. Celestial scriptures? I inquired. Indeed, he clarified hastily. It is said that there exist 9 such tomes in this world, each imbued with extraordinary power. Whosoever masters, even one shall possess unfathomable strength. I pondered for a moment before asking, what, then, are the names of these 9 tomes? I'm not entirely certain of their names either, he admitted. It is likely that no one can elucidate them all. Some of these tomes have appeared throughout history, while others remain shrouded in mystery, he explained, chastising himself inwardly for his earlier boastfulness, which led to this predicament. Do tell me more, I said, intrigued. Old Yao Si hastily responded. The first celestial tome is The Art of War by the Grand Duke. It is said that Zhang Liang acquired this tome, which enabled him to assist Liu Bang in securing dominion over the realm. The second tome is The Art of Peace, obtained by Zhang Jiao. It was through this tome that he sowed chaos across the land, nearly toppling the Han dynasty. The third tome is known as the Book of Liu Ban. This tome harbors terrifying spells and curses. Those who possess it seldom meet a favorable end, as they inevitably encounter calamities or misfortunes, also referred to as the Gate of Deficiency. After some contemplation, I inquired, I have heard of the Liu Ban book. It is not particularly rare. There exists only 1 volume of the Liu Ban book, both the upper and lower editions. Oh, what are the others? Upon my utterance, Yao Laosi offered a wry smile and opened his palms. This is beyond my knowledge. The whereabouts of the other 7 volumes remain a mystery. No one knows to whom they have succumbed, and who possesses these 3 volumes. Yao Laosi pondered for a moment before responding. The Taigong's military strategy and the Great Peace method have vanished from history and have yet to resurface. As for the Liu Ban book, I am aware that it resides with Liu Ban's descendants. I nodded, indicating my understanding. Given this, why do these individuals not attempt to seize the book from Liu Ban and Apos as progeny? Yao Laosi awkwardly replied, although Liu Ban was a carpenter, his descendants are no mere pushovers. The influence of the Liu family is unfathomable, not to mention their generations of inherited, unparalleled craftsmanship. Thus, the exact location of the Liu family's stronghold remains unknown. Even if known, it is likely fraught with intricate defenses. I nodded again, collapsing onto the bed, my expression one of astonishment. I never imagined such treasures existed in this world. This is my first encounter with such tales. Do you think the Tianji building harbors one of the 9 books? It is improbable, Yao Laosi shook his head, resolutely stating, such items cannot be safeguarded even by the 9 deities. Indeed, it is no wonder that so many have gathered here. I pondered for a moment and turned my gaze towards him. Next, you shall lead the disciples to thoroughly search the entire Tianji building for that book. Yes, replied Yao Laosi, hastily rising to his feet, his knees already numb. Soon, numerous disciples commenced their search throughout the Tianji building, which was replete with antiques, each possessing a history spanning centuries. However, within the confines of the Tianji building, many relics appeared remarkably pristine. Yet, the moment they left the building, these artifacts would succumb to decay, turning to ash and vanishing. After 5 hours of diligent searching, a heap of books materialized before me. Each tome was an ancient manuscript, precious in its own right. I meticulously sifted through them, only to shake my head in disappointment. Not a single one was the celestial tome. According to Yao Laosi, the 9 books could hardly be described as mere books. They were, in truth, treasures of great power. Consequently, the celestial tome could only possess a singular master. To obtain it, one would have to devise a means to eliminate its guardian. Having scoured the premises to no avail, I summoned Yao Laosi with a wave of my hand. Announced that there are no 9 books within the Tianji building. Should anyone doubt this, they are welcome to come and meet their demise. Understood, Yao Laosi quickly departed. However, as night fell, our adversaries arrived. The flying zombies and the 5 celestial masters appeared before me. Standing on the 3rd floor, I surveyed the multitude of celestial beings before me. The 5 celestial youths gathered once more, each resembling an elder. The 9 books are not within the Tianji building. You should depart hastily. I gestured dismissively. The enchanting woman at the forefront cast a glance at me and questioned, "You claim you are not present. Do you truly believe we will accept this?" A surge of anger welled up within me, yet I swiftly regained my composure. If that is the case, feel free to search at your leisure. As the master of the celestial mechanism, I grant you 5 hours to seek. After that, let our grievances be laid to rest. The 5 celestial youths whispered among themselves, then promptly closed their eyes, seemingly engaging in a communion with the celestial realm. It is settled. However, should we uncover the 9 scriptures, they shall rightfully belong to us. No problem, I replied. Upon uttering these words, the 5 celestial youths made their way towards the celestial mechanism tower. With my consent, they entered the tower without hindrance. Once inside, the 5 celestial beings had already invoked their celestial manifestations. They tread cautiously within the tower, their eyes wide with trepidation as they surveyed their surroundings. Heavens! Is this truly the fabled celestial mechanism tower? It is said that this edifice was established by Jiangxia to peer into the heavenly mysteries. Indeed, it bears a history spanning millennia. The celestial beings had forsaken their earlier arrogance, their faces now etched with astonishment. I cast a fleeting glance their way and waved my hand dismissively. Search as you wish. Should you find it, it is yours. The celestial beings did not hesitate, particularly the rat sage, an elderly figure with a weary visage. He lowered his head, beginning to scent the air, seeking traces of the celestial texts. The others likewise employed various methods. I did not intervene. My sole desire was for them to depart. Although I am not afraid of the celestial beings, The multitude of adversaries surrounding the celestial mechanism pavilion has become overwhelming. I am utterly fatigued by their incessant disturbances. For 5 long hours, the 5 celestial beings scoured the entirety of the pavilion. They even examined the statue of the Star Sovereign, their faces etched with terror. Moreover, the myriad of ancient texts contained within the pavilion left them in awe. I couldn't be bothered to engage with them, merely dispatching old Yao IV to accompany them. Given old Yao's limited abilities, he was hardly a match for the celestial beings. Yet, despite their efforts, the 5 celestial beings were unable to locate the heavenly book. Even I am uncertain of its existence. The tomes left by the 9 Taoists have never mentioned the heavenly book. My conjecture is that even if it does exist, it has likely been taken away by the 9 Taoists, for the heavenly book possesses but one master, and others cannot wield its power. This thought instilled a sense of doubt within me. The 9 Taoists, with their formidable prowess, may indeed be intricately connected to the 9 books. At that moment, the Mouse Immortal made a remarkable discovery. He caught a whiff of the 9 books and oppos, essence precisely from the bed of the 9 Taoists. Consequently, they searched frantically in every corner. I allowed their search to continue without interference. After a considerable time, the 5 celestial beings eventually calmed down. The unmistakable scent of the 9 books lingered, intertwined with the essence of the 9 Taoists. Undoubtedly, the 9 Taoists are the rightful masters of the 9 books. Yet he has vanished. The 5 celestial beings fell into silence. 5 hours had elapsed. I stood before them, asserting that it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Let today's grievances be laid to rest. The celestial mechanism pavilion does not possess the 9 scriptures, and the 9 Taoist masters have mysteriously vanished. It will be immensely appreciated if the esteemed elders could provide any clues. I spoke with utmost respect. The 5 celestial masters no longer harbored their previous animosity. In light of this, they acquiesced. We shall assist you in locating the 9 Taoist masters, but our reward shall be that tome. I nodded, smiling as I affirmed my agreement on behalf of the 9 Taoist masters. Satisfied, the 5 celestial masters departed. Upon their exit, they promptly announced that the celestial mechanism pavilion indeed lacked the 9 scriptures. Furthermore, they swore an oath in the name of the celestial masters. Instantly, an eerie silence enveloped the vicinity of the pavilion. The zombies vanished, and the specters dissipated. I collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed with a bitter smile. Were the 9 scriptures truly that significant? Undoubtedly. Moreover, I had heard that the 9 scriptures were not uniform. Among them, while the art of peace and the art of war of Taigong were formidable, they were not the most potent. It is said that certain celestial texts could resurrect the deceased. Some could. My expression shifted dramatically as I excitedly grasped Old Fourth Yao. Is it true that they can bring people back to life? Indeed, it is true. Old Fourth Yao urgently nodded, yet he wore a bitter smile as he added, however, the celestial texts are beyond reach. You should not dwell on it. I stood there, frozen in disbelief. If there truly existed a celestial text capable of resurrecting the dead, could my departed parents and grandparents be restored to life? In that moment, my heart brimmed with longing. I too yearned to uncover the 9 scriptures. I must resurrect my family. Realizing something, Yao Laozi hastily exclaimed, Master, do not entertain such thoughts. The heavenly book possesses the power to drive any individual to madness. Once you obtain the heavenly book, can you truly safeguard it? It won't be long before countless prominent families come seeking it. The Liu family is formidable, is it not? Yet they can only hide, ensuring their whereabouts remain unknown. Otherwise, no matter how powerful they are, they would inevitably be besieged and perished by the multitude. Even possessing the heavenly book would not grant them immunity. I nodded, deeply in agreement. Rest assured, we shall take our time with this matter. Deep within my heart, a seed had quietly begun to sprout. In the following days, the probing forces around us diminished significantly. I continued to caution my disciples to remain vigilant and not to stray from the Tianji Tower. Meanwhile, I had already departed from the Tianji Tower, accompanied by Yao Laozi, with the intention of seeking out an individual, Su Hai. Upon encountering the familiar villa once more, I noticed it was adorned with festive decorations. It appeared a grand wedding was underway. Su-hai is getting married? I was momentarily taken aback. Let us take a look. Just as Yao Lao-si and I were about to intrude, we were promptly halted. No invitation, no entry. Yao Lao-si smirked, ready to retaliate. When a booming voice called out, "You have arrived." Su-hai approached with a smile, clapping my shoulder. "It is truly my great fortune that you could attend my wedding." Chapter 56. Seeking revenge, have you married? I raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it is the daughter of the Sun family, Su-hai replied with a smile. I was unfamiliar with the Sun family, but nearby, Yao Lao-si whispered, they are a reputable family, endowed with substantial wealth. Congratulations then, I clapped my hands. I never imagined Su-hai could wed into such a prestigious family. This was indeed a life-altering opportunity. Regardless of how willful the heiress might be, securing such a union is undoubtedly a triumph. Haha, ever since moving into this villa, my fortune has soared. Thank you so much, Su-hai chuckled. I maintained a neutral expression and replied with a smile, it is of no great significance. The villa truly attains its value in your possession. With that, I and Yao Lao-si strolled into the villa. Inside the grand hall, it was bustling with guests. Numerous elegantly dressed individuals were engaging in lively toasts. For many, this grand banquet was a pivotal chance to alter their fates, prompting a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, Yao Lao-si and I settled at a side table, intending to enjoy a meal. Master, he dared to seize your villa. I shall overturn the entire wedding to avenge you. Yao Lao-si's eyes sparkled with excitement. I shot him a glance, exasperated. There is no need for such actions. But sit down and enjoy your meal. It has been ages since I attended a wedding feast. It truly brings back memories. As I surveyed the scene around me, I found myself unexpectedly tinged with a flicker of excitement. For the guardians of the village, nothing holds greater significance than the occasions of joyous celebrations and solemn farewells. Each time such events arise, I find myself fortunate enough to partake in a meal, complemented by a new attire. Naturally, lending a hand in the preparations is an unavoidable duty. Without waiting for instructions, I eagerly begin my tasks. Throughout the years, I have never missed a single celebration or farewell. Even now, though I have departed from the village, I still feel a surge of excitement. Old Yao, sensing my enthusiasm, quietly remarked, Master, since we are guests, should we not contribute to the festivities? I promptly shook my head, disinterested. Such matters do not captivate my attention. Being a guardian of the village, partaking in the feast is a courtesy extended to them. After years of enjoying banquets, I have yet to spend a single coin. Soon, the crowd swells in number. Su-hai, tasked with hosting, wears a beaming smile. Beside him stands a tall, elegant woman adorned in resplendent red attire. She is breathtakingly beautiful, both in appearance and demeanor. Su-hai, standing next to her, pales in comparison. Old Yao's jealousy nearly leads him to gnash his teeth in frustration. How shameless it is for this fellow to marry such a stunning bride. I cast a glance her way, but dismiss it from my mind. We are here to enjoy the feast, not to cause a stir. Old Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Master, did we not come here seeking vengeance? I replied, revenge must certainly wait for another day. How could one seek vengeance at a wedding? What if we were to ruin a splendid array of dishes? Oh, how my heart aches. My words left Yao Lao-si momentarily stunned and at a loss. Soon, the wedding commenced. Su-hai was undoubtedly a nouveau riche, and from any perspective, this celebration was utterly gaudy. Yet, I remained indifferent, unconcerned. Plates upon plates of dishes were brought forth. A mere glance was enough to ignite my excitement. This was infinitely superior to any rural wedding banquet. An array of exquisite delicacies and diverse cuisines continuously arrived. In that moment, I disregarded everyone else and indulged in a fervent feast. Beside me, Yao Lao-si joined in, devouring his meal with equal enthusiasm. Observing our gluttonous display, the others at the table were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. They fancied themselves members of high society. For them, a wedding banquet was merely a venue for socializing. It was their first experience witnessing such unabashed excess. I sank my teeth into a chicken leg, savoring its exquisite flavor, juices oozing with each bite. Grabbing a bottle of Moutai, I gulped it down with abandon. Oh, the exhilaration. Drinking and feasting, I casually lifted my shirt, continuing my unrestrained eating. Hey, is this your home? Shouldn't you exhibit a modicum of decorum? A woman with a social media influencer's visage shot me an irate glance. I merely cast a fleeting look her way, entirely disinterested in her presence. As I continued my indulgence, another man interjected, "Hey, have you no shame? What do you think this is? Is this not a wedding banquet? What harm is there in me having a bite to eat?" I cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, "Such rudeness is unwarranted. You people are far more uncouth than I. Take you, for instance. It is evident that you are not of the finest character." I pointed at the man, who appeared to be in his 30s, his countenance betraying a mercantile nature. "Judging by the spirit lingering behind you, it seems you have recently caused the demise of a woman. Does she not haunt you still?" Hearing the first part of my statement, the man flew into a rage, but upon hearing the latter, his expression shifted drastically, and he hastily replied, "Master, you are truly remarkable. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive my ignorance." With that, he offered me a cup of wine. I glanced at him with disdain and retorted, "You appear not to have much time left. It would be wise to procure a fine coffin without delay. Master, save me." The man quickly knelt before me, desperation etched across his face. "Your affairs are of no concern to me," I declared, refusing to even spare him a glance as I ravenously continued to eat. The woman with the influencer's visage, who had previously exuded arrogance, was now stripped of her bravado. With a fervent gaze, she implored, "I apologize, master, for my earlier remarks." "Never mind, do not disturb my meal," I replied, taking a sip of wine that invigorated me immensely. Beside me, old Yao the Fourth scoffed indeed. "How many lives do you possess to dare interrupt my master's enjoyment?" The influencer, intimidated by his fierce gaze, turned and fled. The man kneeling on the ground clung desperately to my leg, pleading fervently, "Master, I do not wish for this. I have a wife, yet my mistress insists on marrying me." The only solution I saw was to eliminate her, and initially everything seemed settled. However, she has become entangled in my life once more. I implore you, save me. Upon hearing such words, I casually handed him a talisman. "Simply affix it to your headboard. Do so at once. Delay will lead to dire consequences." "Thank you, master." The man hurriedly picked up the talisman and departed. I resumed my indulgence in wine and meat, reveling in my merriment. At that moment, Yao Laosi, sitting beside me, inquired with surprise, "Master, do you truly intend to assist him?" "Not at all." That talisman was hastily drawn by me, devoid of any genuine efficacy. "I see," Yao Laosi replied, continuing to savor his meal. We both indulged in a feast, naturally attracting the attention of those around us. In an instant, numerous gazes converged upon us. Chapter 57. The chaos of the brawl. Who are these individuals, daring to linger here and indulge in feasting? Indeed, it is quite astonishing. Could they be beggars of some sort? It is highly plausible, as their appearance suggests they are far from affluent. Many voices murmured among the crowd, yet none dared to approach. At that moment, Su Hai clapped his hands, and the hall fell into an immediate hush. "Allow me to introduce. This is none other than the grandson of the renowned Chun Banzian, the current master of the Tianji Pavilion, Chun Sansheng." As these words echoed through the air, an air of reverence enveloped the room, and gazes turned toward me, tinged with awe. Such is the reality. The fame of Tianji Pavilion precedes it, and these wealthy individuals could not possibly be oblivious to it. In the blink of an eye, derision transformed into admiration. So, it is the master of Tianji Pavilion. One must say, Chun Sansheng is indeed a figure of remarkable composure. Truly, one cannot help but admire him. Yet, in the face of such praise, I remained unfazed, while Lao Si Yao wore a countenance of disdain. Grasping a succulent, braised pork hock, I voraciously devoured it. At that moment, a young girl approached. She appeared whimsical and was no more than 15 or 16 years of age. "Isn't it too greasy to indulge in such rich food? How could it be? After this feast, the sustenance will sustain me for quite some time." I smiled and turned my gaze toward the girl. "Are you not the grandson of Banzian? Would you ever experience hunger?" "Of course, but that was in the past. In the past, I consumed anything and everything, even nibbling on mice." "Ah, you have eaten mice?" The young girl gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. I found this girl quite intriguing as I munched on a pork knuckle, engaging her in conversation. She introduced herself as Sun Xiao, the sister of Sun Jiao, the esteemed bride of this wedding. Sun Jiao is indeed the eldest daughter of the Sun family. How fascinating, I remarked while savoring the pork knuckle. Your sister could be described as a paragon of beauty, and you're not lacking either. Thank you for the compliment, but what do you think of my brother-in-law? Why, he is the epitome of a perfect match, a golden boy and a jade maiden, destined for one another. My words left Yao Laosi momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated such an assessment from me. It was only natural, given that I was indulging in Su Hai's hospitality, to express a few kind words. However, I secretly harbored disdain for my brother-in-law, who was both aged and unattractive. Were it not for grandfather, my sister would remain unmarried, Sun Xiao muttered. I held no interest in the feuds of these noble families. As I chewed on a chicken leg, I smiled and said, alas, being born into a wealthy family comes with its privileges, but one must also endure the accompanying burdens. Sun Xiao nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Though she appeared to lament her circumstances, the truth was that if she were to leave her family, she would not consent. The current economic climate is dire. It is a struggle for ordinary people to survive, let alone pursue a life of quality. I shook my head in disdain, for these so-called scions of affluent families have it far better than the average person. From an early age, they have enjoyed a life of luxury and comfort, truly a life of fulfillment. Although they possess no power of choice in marriage, what does it matter? Ordinary individuals likewise lack such autonomy, for no woman would cast her gaze upon them. In the village, I have witnessed the dismal fate of the bachelors. In their pursuit of matrimony, their families have been driven to madness. Even for a recently divorced widow, the bride price exceeds 200,000. In their desperation to marry, they would even consider a fool. In contrast, they are fortunate. Old Yao remarked with a smile, I believe Su Hai is commendable. He is bold and tenacious. A remarkable individual. Sun Xiao frowned slightly and whispered, I have heard that my brother-in-law is involved in the underworld, burdened with numerous enemies. He is already quite admirable. I cast a glance at Su Hai and exclaimed, I cannot deny that he is indeed remarkable. Given his circumstances, to have reached this point, I can only imagine the tremendous hardships and efforts he has endured and the blood he has shed. Old Yao nodded in agreement. While he did not regard Su Hai as a significant figure, it was evident that a mere commoner had ascended to such heights. Su Hai's growth has been nothing short of monumental. What a pity, however. I shook my head, continuing to indulge in food and drink. Hey, what do you mean by what a pity? Sun Xiao inquired. I cannot be bothered to respond and continued to eat. The wedding proceeded in this manner. Adopting a Western style, the bride donned a pristine white gown, truly a vision of ethereal beauty. Su Hai, brimming with vitality in his suit, appeared exceedingly proud. I cast him a fleeting glance, my expression one of disdain. Su Hai, regardless of his attire, could not conceal the roughness that clung to him. Yet, what concern was that of mine? From beginning to end, I had never regarded him with any seriousness. Since I was to partake in the feast, I resolved to indulge fully. Delightfully, I savored the banquet as time slipped away. The interminable and odious wedding ceremony approached its climax. The priest inquired of the assembly, Is there anyone present who opposes this union? I object. At that moment, the door swung open, and a throng of individuals surged in. Su Hai's countenance turned ashen. His fists clenched as he advanced. Wang Hu, today marks my joyous occasion. I wish for no disturbances. Do not court your own demise. In response to his words, the burly figure known as Wang Hu remained icy. You killed my brother. Do you think I shall remain silent? Su Hai, seething with anger, waved dismissively. Let us address your brother's matter after the ceremony concludes. This is your wedding, not mine. Seize the bride. Wang Hu commanded decisively, and with a mere gesture, his followers surged forward. Su Hai's companions likewise charged at that moment. Thus commenced a chaotic melee. Soon, the banquet hall descended into utter pandemonium, with guests fleeing in panic. The scene was one of unparalleled disorder. Yet, I remained engrossed in my feast. Stop eating. There's a commotion. Sun Xiao cried out, tears streaming down her face. The scene before her, where a group of people were engaged in a fierce brawl, truly terrified her. I, however, merely shook my head. They were fighting amongst themselves while we indulged in our own feast. Indeed, this matter bore no relevance to us. Wang Hu, in a state of drunkenness, appeared utterly indifferent. Observing our demeanor, Sun Xiao felt compelled to leave the banquet hall in haste. The hall had transformed into a battlefield, with tables and chairs flying about, and on occasion, a person would be hurled through the air. I scanned the surroundings, shaking my head in dismay. What a pity it was to waste such fine food and drink. Indeed, such a great loss, chuckled Yao Laosi. In the midst of our conversation, we caught the attention of some onlookers. We are in the midst of a fight, and you dare drink? You are courting death, shouted a man in a black suit as he brandished a steel pipe and charged at us. In the next moment, a bullet struck him, causing him to collapse. Yao Laosi, wielding a shotgun, exclaimed with exhilaration, "Let anyone who dares to harm my master face the consequences." Chapter 58. The thunder and the sound of the gunshot immediately brought the chaos to a halt. Wang Hu turned his head, and his expression shifted dramatically. The ferocity he once possessed dissipated as he approached with a submissive demeanor. "Fourth brother, I didn't expect to find you here." Yao Laosi was a figure of considerable renown in the underworld, largely due to his father's reputation. However, in this moment, he seemed entirely indifferent to such matters. "Does this lad bear a grudge against you?" Indeed, Wang Hu cast a cautious glance at Yao Laosi and hesitated before asking, "Is fourth brother here to plead on his behalf?" "Plead? Nonsense. He has nothing to do with us. You may fight amongst yourselves, but do not disturb my master, or you shall bear the consequences." Yao Laosi erupted with a furious tirade, his gaze fierce as he gripped his shotgun tightly. Understood. Wang Hu grasped the situation swiftly. He turned and signaled to his subordinates to charge forward once more. Su Hai, unwilling to be outdone, shielded the bride behind him and commanded his men to engage in combat. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the scent of blood. I cast a glance and dismissed the scene as trivial. Was it not merely a shootout? Such large-scale brawls were commonplace in rural areas. The loss of a few lives was hardly extraordinary, and there was no need for alarm. The two factions were locked in a relentless struggle, with casualties already beginning to fall. "You kill my brother, Su Hai. I shall surely avenge this wrong." Su Hai's face darkened like thunder. "To disrupt my wedding? You have sealed your fate. Then let us settle this." With that, the two adversaries seized their weapons and plunged into a frenzied clash. As I sipped my drink, I gazed with indulgence at the scene before me. Initially, I held little interest in the brawl among these street ruffians. However, upon closer inspection, I discerned the underlying intricacies. These two individuals were far from ordinary. Wang Hu, tearing at his shirt, revealed a physique sculpted by muscle. Not only that, but a black tiger was tattooed on his back, seemingly animated with each swing of his arms. On the other side stood Su Hai, adorned with a dragon tattoo that spanned his shoulder. The two were locked in a fierce contest, reminiscent of a duel between dragon and tiger, neither willing to yield. Their tattoos bore significance, I murmured to myself. Yao Laosi leaned in closer, whispering, "What seems to be the issue?" The tiger inked on Wang, who was no ordinary creature. It was a fierce beast. Once unleashed, it would engulf him in a bloodthirsty frenzy until one of them lay vanquished. Similarly, the dragon tattoo on Su Hai was not the work of an amateur. It indicated a considerable level of expertise. Both men, unwilling to concede, bore wounds from their blades, blood streaming down, adding to Wang Hu's ferocity. His expression was one of chilling resolve. "Su Hai, today I shall end you." "Is that so?" Su Hai gasped, his body trembling violently. Undoubtedly, after a life of luxury, he was no longer the brash youth of the streets. Now, he was endowed with immense wealth and married to a lady of high society. His combat prowess had diminished significantly. I cast a glance at him and shook my head. In his current state, he was certainly no match for Wang Hu. Indeed, he has lost his courage. At a glance, Yao Laosi perceived the issue. Su Hai appeared timid. Wang Hu, realizing the gravity of the situation, let out a sinister laugh and shouted, "Su Hai, you have slain my brother. Today, I shall demand retribution for his demise. I will make you truly comprehend the essence of despair." With that, he roared, and the black tiger tattoo on his back seemed to come alive. An aura of darkness enveloped him entirely. In the blink of an eye, his speed transcended that of a mere mortal, and he found himself before Su Hai in an instant. Su Hai swung his machete, yet with a single strike, it shattered in his grasp. "Prepare to meet your end," Wang Hu declared as he swung his blade with ferocity. This blow would undoubtedly seal Su Hai's fate. "Save me," Su Hai suddenly cried out. In that fleeting moment, his body inexplicably retreated a step. No, it was not merely a retreat. It appeared as if someone had pulled him back from behind, allowing him to narrowly evade the menacing blade. Wang Hu, unfazed, surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed, "Stop your tricks and show yourself. Do not think I am unaware. For years, it has been you who has aided Su Hai. Otherwise, how could a mere waiter have reached such heights?" I lifted my gaze, intrigued by a certain figure behind Su Hai. At that moment, a person approached, clad in a blue trench coat and of diminutive stature. I soon discerned the truth upon closer inspection. He was clearly a man afflicted with dwarfism, appearing to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, though in truth, he must have been considerably older. "Wang Hu, have you not been searching for me all along? Here I am." As he spoke, he approached, and when his gaze swept over me, he instinctively bowed slightly. "Greetings, master of Tianji Tower. No need for that. I am merely a temporary presence." I cast a glance at him and smiled, saying, "So, it was you who secretly aided Su Hai all these years." "Indeed. Why?" "Because I have faith in him." I nodded, smiling as I replied, "Your judgment is commendable. Su Hai is indeed noteworthy." "You flatter me. What is your name?" "I am called Lei Qilin." Upon hearing such a name, I tilted my head, utterly unaware of who he was. Yet, Yao Laoxi's expression changed dramatically. He lowered his head and whispered in my ear. I never expected it would be him. "Who is he?" "This fellow is quite renowned. He is the third young master of the Lei family, said to possess an innate mastery of lightning techniques. His strength is unfathomable." "Oh, is the Lei family that formidable?" "Formidable is an understatement. They were once a colossal titan." At that moment, Lei Qilin's voice resonated. "Young man, you jest. That illustrious Lei family has long since ceased to exist. As for me, I am but a homeless wanderer." A heaviness settled in my heart. There was no doubt that Lei Qilin's lineage had likely been obliterated. However, who could possibly extinguish the Lei family's legacy is truly astonishing. Lei Qilin slowly approached, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Wang Hu. "Do not presume that adorning yourself with a tattoo of a demon tiger grants you the audacity to oppose me. With the master of the heavenly mechanism present today, I may spare your life. Spare me your words. Today, it is either life or death." Wang Hu roared, and the black tiger tattoo upon him appeared almost alive, seemingly poised to erupt from his very being. As I savored my meal, I marveled, exclaiming, such a tattooing ability is not something the average individual could achieve. It is as if a demon tiger has been sealed within him. This is indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Yaoxi expressed his admiration. In this world, where humans exist, spirits naturally dwell, and thus, demons also roam. Though demons are often referred to as spirits, attaining such a status is no simple feat. It requires an exceedingly long passage of time. This black demon tiger is clearly extraordinary. Lei Qilin shook his head, and in the next moment, he extended his hand. The ceiling shattered. A bolt of lightning flashed, and in an instant, Wang Hu let out a wretched scream, his body now charred beyond recognition. I inhaled sharply. The power of lightning is indeed fearsome. Chapter 59. The feng shui arrangement with a single strike, Wang Hu collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise. Yet, in the next moment, Su Hai had already placed his foot upon Wang Hu's head. "You dare to contend with me? Do you think you are worthy?" Wang Hu laboriously lifted his gaze, his eyes burning with fury. "Seeking death," Su Hai retorted, extending his hand to seize a bottle of liquor, delivering a couple of blows. Wang Hu screamed in agony, but his cries fell on deaf ears. "Dare to provoke me? This is your fate." Su Hai's expression turned savage. Having risen from a mere waiter to a formidable figure, he indeed possessed some talent. I could not help but cast a glance in his direction. After delivering a fatal blow to Wang Hu, Su Hai rose, a broad smile adorning his face as he turned around. "My dear wife, my apologies. It matters not that this wedding has gone awry. Tomorrow, I shall arrange an even grander affair. The spectacle will undoubtedly surpass this one. I set down the elbow of pork in my hand and suddenly stood up, shouting, "No need for that, Su-hai. You shall not have that opportunity." Su-hai looked at me, momentarily taken aback, then quickly joined his hands together in a gesture of entreaty. "Brother, today is a day of great joy for me. Any grievances can be addressed later. I shall certainly bow my head in apology." I resumed my seat, taking a bite of the elbow. Let this meal between us erase any past enmity. However, there are still others present who will deal with you. Su-hai, still beaming, turned his gaze towards Yao Laosi. "Fourth brother, you wouldn't make things difficult for your younger brother, would you?" Faced with his words, Yao Laosi's gaze was laced with disdain. He impatiently waved his hand and said, "Scram, just looking at you irritates me." All right, Su-hai replied, lowering his head with a humble smile. His gaze then shifted towards me. "Am I in the clear now? I have already stated that among us, there exists one who undoubtedly wishes for your demise," I said nonchalantly. Su-hai glanced around and chuckled awkwardly. "But there are only the four of us here. Do you not suspect him?" I pointed towards Lei Qilin, my expression dismissive. "Why would a scion of the Lei family aid you?" "Because Brother Lei holds me in high regard," Su-hai replied with a beaming smile. As he spoke, he bent slightly, addressing Lei Qilin. "Isn't that so?" "Indeed," Lei Qilin nodded, his gaze resolutely fixed upon me. "I was once being hunted, and it was he who saved me. Without his intervention, I would likely be dead." I nodded, setting down the elbow of meat in my hand and wiping my lips. "What a pity. He saved you, yet you repay kindness with malice." Lei Qilin's countenance darkened. "What do you mean by that? One may indulge in a meal, but one must not speak recklessly." I surveyed the table, strewn with remnants of food, and declared contentedly, "These are the principles my grandfather imparted to me. When one partakes of another's hospitality, one ought to reciprocate in some manner." Initially, Su-hai was indeed my adversary. However, now that I have dined at his table, I shall let that matter rest. Yet, I cannot bear to see him perish without understanding. I shook my head, yet my gaze remained piercingly fixed on Lei Qilin. "Can your meager schemes deceive me?" I challenged. Lei Qilin maintained his composure, his expression indifferent as he replied, "You are inebriated." Indeed, I was intoxicated. I swayed slightly, my demeanor nonchalant, yet I asserted, "Nonetheless, my words bear truth." At that moment, Lei Qilin could no longer contain himself. In the blink of an eye, a flash of lightning surged from his palm. Thunderbolts descended upon me, yet just then, I staggered and fell, the lightning narrowly missing its mark. More bolts of lightning followed, but in my drunken stupor, I managed to evade them with uncanny precision. "You're truly a fool," mocked Yao Laosi from a distance, observing the spectacle. "My master is a guardian of the village. Have you ever witnessed lightning striking a protector?" Understanding dawned on Lei Qilin, who hastily retracted his lightning techniques, a smile gracing his features. "Brother, please do not ruin me. I genuinely wish to assist Su-hai. If not for my protection over the years, he would have perished multiple times." Beside him, Su-hai interjected eagerly indeed. "Without Brother Lei, I would never have reached this point. He has saved me on numerous occasions." I shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "And so, just because he can save you does not imply he cannot also harm you. How pitiable it is that you find yourself ensnared in this game without awareness." Su-hai hurriedly defended himself. "I respect you as the grandson of a semi-immortal, but you must not slander Brother Lei. Once, I was merely a humble server, destined for a life of obscurity. However, after I rescued Brother Lei, my fortunes began to ascend, leading me to my current status. Now, my assets amount to 1 billion, and I have married into a wealthy family. I am living a life I had never dared to imagine, all thanks to Brother Lei. If you claim that Brother Lei intends to harm me, then why would he extend his assistance? In my earlier state of despair, what could he possibly gain from me?" I smiled faintly and spoke candidly. "He covets your life." This Lei Qilin, not only adept in the arts of thunder, is also a rare genius in feng shui. Over the years, while he has aided in my rise, he has been depleting your fortune. Furthermore, he has employed his feng shui techniques to have you ward off calamities. Otherwise, he might have perished long ago. Observing Su-hai's astonished expression, I shook my head. Initially, I had no desire to meddle in this matter. Yet, having consumed much of what he provided, I felt compelled to intervene slightly. This villa has been meticulously arranged according to feng shui principles. Once you reside within, it will swiftly drain the last vestiges of your fortune. Thus, upon entering this villa, your luck peaked, but as is the nature of extremes, your misfortune has begun to unfold. The one orchestrating all of this is none other than Lei Qilin. Now, what has begun with Wang, who is merely the beginning? You are now devoid of any blessings, truly a harbinger of doom. I cast a glance at him, my eyes filled with pity. Su Hai was engulfed in panic as he hastily turned to Lei Hu. Brother Lei, is what he said true? Naturally false. Lei Qilin replied nonchalantly. Lei Qilin should have bestowed upon you a gift, one that you must carry at all times, even in the shower. My words caused Su Hai's complexion to shift dramatically. He extended his hand and yanked off a ring, the Kirin ring. I merely glanced at it before laughing. This very object has been siphoning your fortune, redirecting it to Lei Qilin. If my speculation is correct, being drawn to Lei Qilin for so many years indicates that you are innately blessed with prosperity. Although your family may be impoverished, achieving wealth is merely a matter of time. Alas, it seems all has been for naught in the end. Su Hai's face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot with fury, and he violently hurled the Kirin ring to the ground. In that moment, he was utterly enraged. Pointing at Lei Qilin, he bellowed, Lei Qilin, you are truly malevolent. Chapter 60, Thunder Dragon standing nearby. Lei Qilin slowly remarked, you have certainly received your due. Over the years, how much wealth and glory have you indulged in? You have even mingled with celebrities. If it weren't for me, would you have ever experienced such a life in your lifetime? What does a mere stroke of fortune mean to you? Su Hai trembled all over, retreating backward. At that moment, his gaze was filled with icy disdain. You deceive me. I am left with no recourse. Lei Qilin shrugged with a smile, saying, I have been hunted to the brink of death with no escape in sight. Yet, you chose to rescue me. I have examined your fate. You are a rare soul of unparalleled virtue. In this lifetime, you are destined for immense wealth and free from calamity. Therefore, I can only utilize your fortune to evade disaster. My heartfelt gratitude to you, otherwise I would have perished. In a fit of rage, Su Hai drew his pistol without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Yet, no bullet emerged. Did you not realize, when you fired, that your gun was devoid of ammunition? Lei Qilin sneered, his demeanor unapologetically brazen. He did not regard Su Hai, but directed his gaze towards me. Why the need to expose me? By doing so, will he not become enlightened? I chuckled softly, clapping my hands. There was no choice. I merely repaid a debt of karma with a meal. However, we are indeed adversaries. So we are even. Lei Qilin visibly exhaled in relief. I have awaited your words. He approached Su Hai, extending his palm. A flash of lightning struck, and Su Hai fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Su Hai, I have endured you for far too long. Do you truly consider yourself a person of significance? To kill you is an endeavor of utmost simplicity. You have become utterly devoid of value. Prepare to meet your demise. The gaze of Lei Qilin was as cold as ice. Over the years of collaboration with Su Hai, he had devoted himself entirely, yet all of it was merely a prelude to seizing everything from him one day. I never imagined that after toiling for half a lifetime, I would end up crafting a wedding gown for another. Su Hai murmured to himself. Did you genuinely believe I would assist you? You are nothing more than a servant. In that moment, Su Hai cried out loudly, help! Someone please. Soon, a throng of men clad in black, their expressions steely, approached. Boss! Upon witnessing the scene, they shouted in unison. Save me! Su Hai implored in desperation. However, these fierce men hesitated at that moment. What are you waiting for? Act now! Su Hai bellowed in outrage. At that juncture, Lei Qilin waved his hand dismissively. You all stay outside and keep watch. Yes, the multitude of black-clad men complied and exited. Su Hai then understood the gravity of the situation. I cannot believe all my subordinates have been bought off by you. Did you truly think they would heed your commands? Many of them are loyal to the Lei family to the death. Lei Qilin let out a sinister laugh, placing his foot upon Su Hai's head. Now, you comprehend everything. It was not entirely in vain. In the next moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Su-hai let out a terrible scream, his body now motionless. After all the scheming, he ultimately became a pawn for another. It was evident that Lei Qilin had exploited Su-hai to resurrect his own family. Old Yao shook his head, instantly recognizing the predicament. I closed my eyes slightly and sighed. Indeed, who would have thought? Lei Qilin smiled with self-satisfaction, poised to utter something. Yet at that moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Unbeknownst to him, the once bright banquet hall had descended into darkness. Shadows had materialized, seemingly out of nowhere. To everyone's astonishment, the supposedly deceased Su-hai rose to his feet. Huh, did you truly think me a fool? I had long discerned your treachery. Fortunately, I bore the 5 ghost tattoo. Otherwise, I would have been in grave peril. Su-hai laughed maniacally, shedding his garments. At that moment, the upper half of his body revealed 5 menacing ghostly figures etched into his skin. I gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Good heavens!" The 5 ghosts entwined. You truly fear not for your life, marking yourself with such malevolence. Such a choice could cost you 2 decades of your lifespan. Huh, what choice did I have? To survive, one must resort to such measures, Su-hai replied, casting a triumphant glance at Lei Qilin. I always knew you were a wolf that could not be tamed. Very well, today I shall deal with you. Lei Qilin refrained from further conversation and unleashed his lightning technique once more. However, at that moment, 5 dark figures had already encircled him. 5 shadowy figures swirled around him, emitting peculiar sounds akin to a nursery rhyme. The tall ghost and the short ghost. The fire ghost burns, the water ghost drowns. Only the hanged ghost, alas, hangs from the tree and cannot return, accompanied by the howls of wraiths. Lei Qilin's body visibly darkened at an alarming rate. His face was etched with utter terror. 5 ghosts demanding his life? How could this be? I have kept a vigilant watch over you. How did you manage this? It was no wonder he was so astonished. To prevent Su-hai from slipping from his grasp, he had shadowed him relentlessly. Dealing with you has proven to be exceedingly simple. How ridiculous. Do you truly believe yourself to be the puppet master, capable of controlling everything? Your meager tactics are laughable. Su-hai erupted into a maniacal laugh, a continuous stream of dark energy emanating from his being. The 5 ghosts continued their relentless pursuit. In that moment, despair enveloped Lei Qilin. His form darkened increasingly, and despite the frantic flashes of lightning, he found himself utterly powerless. Do not struggle. I am aware of your mastery over lightning. Thus, I have long been prepared. Do you see what this is? Su-hai cackled, revealing a blood-stained bamboo in his hand. So that was it. Witnessing this scene, I could not help but express my admiration. Old Fourth Yao chuckled, saying this fellow has actually procured golden thunder bamboo. Now, that is a remarkable find. It is said that due to growing up in a region abundant with thunderstorms, he has developed a remarkable resistance to lightning magic. No wonder he remains unscathed. I marveled at this fact and took another sip of my drink, preparing to continue watching. The Thunder Qilin let out a fierce roar, emanating an aura of unparalleled ferocity. Alas, the lightning magic could not be unleashed. What is happening? Has my lightning magic been absorbed? The Thunder Qilin began to grasp the situation. He lowered his head to inspect his attire. Could it be? Ha! Indeed, your clothing from head to toe is crafted from golden thunder bamboo. I spent a considerable sum on it. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Qilin finally erupted in fury. Surely, I underestimated you. However, do not become too complacent. Do you think such tricks can truly affect me? Thunder Dragon. He roared, and his garments tore apart. A tattoo of a thunder dragon manifested across his skin. In an instant, the Thunder Dragon let out a deafening roar, while the surrounding specters screamed in agony as they were torn to shreds. Chapter 61. Schemes and calculations. The Thunder Dragon swept through everything around it, while the 5 ghosts of retribution vanished. Su-hai spat blood, evidently suffering from a backlash. Yet, he sneered, delivering a powerful kick to the adjacent wall, which astonishingly crumbled beneath his force. It turned out to be hollow. Within the wall lay a pitch-black coffin. Upon sighting this coffin, Thunder Dragon's expression shifted dramatically. Seeking death, he bellowed as he surged forward. Su-hai, spitting blood, splattered it upon the black coffin. His smile twisted as he proclaimed, "If you wish for my demise, I shall ensure your end. This coffin is prepared just for you. I have meticulously investigated your birth date, your very essence. Now, step into the coffin. He cackled madly, yet his visage aged visibly, indicating that this maneuver had cost him dearly in vitality. The black coffin suddenly creaked open, ominous winds swirling forth. No! Thunder Cheelin roared, thrashing in a frenzy. Yet at that moment, a terrifying force drew near, and in the blink of an eye, his figure was engulfed by the coffin. Su-hai hastily sealed the coffin lid, exclaiming with exhilaration, Now, no one can save you. Wait, there is one, he mused, glancing toward another. Su-hai then knelt, fervently bowing his head. I am but a dog. I apologize for any grievances I've caused you in the past. Should you require my services in the future, I am at your disposal. I implore you, spare me. Casting a fleeting glance at him, I sighed and remarked, You shall soon comprehend. In the midst of my utterance, a shadow had already lunged towards Su-hai. A blade had pierced through Su-hai's chest. Upon recognizing his assailant, Su-hai's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? The one who bore the knife was none other than Sun Jiao. There is no reason, she stated with an impassive expression. You obstructed the path of the Sun family. Did you not willingly agree to marry me? How could this be? Su-hai's confusion was palpable. In this moment, he was utterly bewildered. He had anticipated that Lei Cheelin would betray him, yet he had not foreseen that Sun Jiao would be his executioner. The matrimonial affairs of the Sun family had no ties to Lei Cheelin. They were merely the fruits of his own endeavors. Furthermore, Sun Jiao was merely a pawn in the alliance. It was inconceivable that she would resort to violence. Lei Cheelin and I had been childhood companions. Then why did you choose to marry me? Su-hai's eyes widened further. He harbored no suspicion towards Sun Jiao, for he believed Lei Cheelin had no motivation to act thus. His utility had already been exhausted. Lei Cheelin had no need to have his own woman wed to another. Su-hai had intended to eliminate Lei Cheelin to demonstrate to the Sun family that even without Lei Cheelin's assistance, he was still a formidable figure. Regrettably, he was mistaken. Allow me to elucidate. I stood up. Lei Cheelin's fate is peculiar. Marrying him would invite calamity. Thus, I intended to use you as a shield against disaster. Although it is you who weds, it is his name upon the marriage certificate. You bear the misfortune while he reaps the benefits. How could this happen? Su-hai spat blood, his eyes wide with fury as he shouted, I refuse to accept this. I have toiled to reach this point. Lowering his gaze to me, his eyes were filled with desperation. Save me. Everything I possess belongs to you. I shook my head in response. Su-hai offered a self-deprecating smile. Acutely aware of his life ebbing away. With his remaining strength, he cried out, 5 years ago, when I was a waiter, the banquet I served was none other than Ji Qinyue's engagement feast. She is already betrothed. With those final words, he breathed his last. The black coffin creaked open, and Lei Cheelin stumbled out in disarray, hastily escaping the confines of the casket, visibly shaken as he remarked, I nearly perished inside. At that moment, my mind reeled. Ji Qinyue is engaged? She's indeed betrothed? A surge of blood rushed to my head, nearly causing me to faint. Yao Laosi looked at me with concern. Wanted to rush over, but I casually pushed him aside. How utterly unexpected. My expression was frigid. After all the struggles my grandfather endured, this is the outcome? The bride-to-be I have yet to welcome into my home is already promised to another. It is truly absurd. Yao Laosi, standing beside me, hesitated to speak, but soon mustered the courage to say, Master, this matter is widely known. Ji Qinyue has long been engaged to the heir of the Jin family. Although the exact date of their marriage remains uncertain, she is already affiliated with the Jin clan. Outrageous! I let out a furious roar, my gaze icy as I declared. My grandfather forged a bond through blood. She is undeniably the daughter-in-law of the Chun family. How can a woman wed 2 husbands? Lao Siyao offered a bitter smile and replied, Times have changed. Moreover, few are aware of your relationship with her. On the contrary, her entanglement with the Jin family is common knowledge. I sank despondently into a chair, my mind a tumult of emotions, anger, resentment, and a profound sense of inferiority. The Jin family and the Ji family were both esteemed dynasties, while I was merely an unanchored orphan. How could I possibly measure up? Yet, I soon regained my composure. It mattered little. Ji Qinyue is the daughter-in-law of the Chun family. Whether others acknowledge it is inconsequential, I will accept it as truth. Regardless, I must seek an explanation, for it is crucial to note that Ji Qianyue's sudden departure, along with the theft of my family's ancestral tome, is utterly shameless. What is even more intolerable is that after my grandfather's passing, she had myriad ways to annul our engagement, yet she chose not to. Though I might not have acquiesced to a dissolution, her lack of intent speaks volumes. In truth, she has never sought to annul our bond. Yet she has become engaged to another, clearly dismissing me. Suppressing the anguish within, I turned to leave, but Lei Qilin called out to me. I have overheard your conversation. Is Ji Qianyue your enemy? Not an enemy, but an unwed wife, I replied. Lei Qilin regarded me with unwavering resolve and said, if that is the case, let us form an alliance. What? Is your adversary the Ji family? No, it is the Jin family. I immediately comprehended the situation. The Jin and Ji families have now formed a marital alliance, representing two prominent clans of considerable influence. After a moment of contemplation, I turned to him and inquired, what grounds do you have for wanting to ally with me? Is it merely your exploitation of Su Hai's 10 billion fortune, or the ineffectual ruffians outside? Lei Qilin smiled slightly and candidly replied, these matters are of little consequence. Do you know why the Jin family seeks to annihilate the Lei family? Why? They suspect that we possess one of the 9 tomes. Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook my head. If your family truly held one of the 9 tomes, you would not find yourselves in such a predicament. Clearly, you do not. However, my family has preserved the method for locating one of the 9 tomes, and it currently resides in my possession, known only to me. Yet, should you agree to this alliance, I am willing to share this monumental secret. At this revelation, I couldn't help but feel stirred. This was indeed one of the 9 tomes, capable of defying fate and overturning an entire era. After a brief period of reflection, I declared, we may form an alliance. But I must ascertain whether you are deceiving me. Chapter 62. Collaboration, I shall prove it, but this matter must remain known only to you and me, Lei Qilin declared. I understand, I replied, casting a deep glance at Lei Qilin, feeling that allying with him was indeed a prudent choice. Even if I ultimately did not obtain the 9 books, and they fell into Lei Qilin's hands, it mattered little. After all, our enemies were the same. Thus, amidst the chaos of the hall, Lei Qilin and I sealed our alliance with a blood oath, becoming allies. Yet, we both recognized the truth. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. I required Lei Qilin's assistance, but he needed my aid even more. The celestial mechanism tower stands as a titan of the righteous path, bearing immense influence. Although it had lost the 9 Taoists, it remained a formidable force not to be underestimated. This villa originally belonged to you. It shall be returned. Lei Qilin said with a smile, having drained Su Hai of his fortune, rendering it unnecessary for him. No, it is not needed, I shook my head. This villa is not safe. During this time, I have been residing in the celestial mechanism tower and have rarely ventured to the back courtyard. My enemies are increasing in number, and I truly do not know if the Jin family is aware of my survival. Will they send someone after me? Yet, at present, my strength was still too feeble. In that case, I shall purchase it. I will provide the funds shortly, Lei Qilin stated. Very well, I nodded, turning to depart. Yao Laosi followed closely behind, chuckling. We truly witnessed quite the spectacle. Indeed, I concurred. Su Hai is indeed quite cunning, yet in the end his efforts proved futile. I shook my head. Su Hai can certainly be considered a formidable figure, but from beginning to end, he never truly grasped his own fate. The mere thought of this caused me to shake my head once more. Upon returning to the Tianji Tower, I resumed my life of leisurely wandering. However, I remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the happenings within the martial world. This realm has existed since time immemorial, composed of extraordinary individuals. Once one steps into this world, turning back becomes a formidable challenge. Currently, the 9 Taoists have vanished without a trace, along with Ji Qianyue and several other powerful figures. These missing individuals are all adept practitioners of profound arts, each one a force to be reckoned with. Their disappearance has stirred a considerable uproar within the martial community. The Jin family is frantically searching for them, particularly in pursuit of Ji Qianwei. The thought of this darkened my expression. The Jin family, a clan that was once of no concern to me, has now become my sworn enemy. Our relationship may well be one of mutual destruction. With a sigh, I formed a meditation seal with my hands and plunged into arduous cultivation. After several days of practice, my progress remained stagnant. To transcend from a state of simplicity to brilliance, one must achieve enlightenment. I must concede that although my grandfather has supplemented my soul, my innate talent is merely average. In comparison to those extraordinary prodigies, my abilities are utterly insignificant. In an instant, I found myself contemplating the merits of good deeds. During this time, I have been donating money periodically. Not only that, but I have also assisted numerous orphans. My noble deeds have garnered much praise. Yet, to my astonishment, I have received no merit in return. This left me utterly bewildered. I cannot comprehend the reason behind it. Is it not a given that one should earn merit for doing good deeds? Yet, in reality, this is not the case. In my helplessness, I began to seek clues. Ultimately, I discovered the answer within the pages of a book. Heaven operates with consistency. It does not preserve the virtuous, nor does it annihilate the wicked. In that moment, enlightenment washed over me. I have aided many individuals and even transformed the fates of numerous orphans. But what of it? In the grand scheme of the cosmos, these actions are inconsequential. Personal virtue cannot sway the heavens. Upon closer inspection, I realized that each time I earned merit was when I vanquished malevolent spirits and sent them to the underworld. This realization struck me profoundly. Spirits should not dwell among the living. They belong in the realm of the dead. Thus, my actions aligned with the celestial order, which is why I receive merit. With this understanding, I felt a surge of clarity and immediately sought out an individual. This person appeared pale and emaciated. According to his account, he frequently experienced a loss of control over his body during the night. Moreover, he transformed into another person after dark. He had consulted a master, who revealed that he was host to a wandering soul. This soul coexisted with him, and without intervention, it would gradually usurp his body. Thus, he sought assistance from others. This dual soul phenomenon is a sight I have encountered for the first time. However, confronting it is not as daunting as one might think. On the second floor, I rendered this man unconscious before attempting to communicate. "Come forth. I am aware of your presence." The man suddenly opened his eyes, regarding me with a look of disdain. "What a repulsive foul Taoist. This body does not belong to you, nor do you belong to this realm. Depart." I fixed my gaze upon him. At this moment, he had transformed into a figure of utter ferocity. The man stared back at me, then suddenly burst into raucous laughter. "I have narrowly escaped the gates of hell. Why would I wish to return? You are deceased, and this is the world of the living. Go back. Everything in this realm does not belong to you." My words only deepened the man's sarcastic grin. "Have you visited the underworld?" "No." "In your eyes, what does the underworld resemble?" I hesitated momentarily, contemplating before responding. "There are 18 layers of hell, presided over by King Yen. There's the river of forgetfulness and the gates of hell. And then, those who have committed grievous sins are condemned to the 18 layers of hell, while the virtuous are reborn as humans. If one is neither sufficiently virtuous nor entirely wicked, they must be reincarnated as animals to accumulate merit for their next life. What else?" I found myself momentarily speechless, unsure of what more to say. All of this is merely recorded in books. If you have never visited the underworld, how can you claim to know what it is like? His words left me momentarily at a loss. "Allow me to enlighten you. The underworld is neither as terrifying nor as splendid as one might imagine. It is a realm where you can encounter those you long to see, a place that holds everything you have ever experienced. The world there is equally vibrant yet perilous. No one judges you. Who you are in this life remains unchanged in the next." I found myself in profound contemplation, sensing that the man harbored some concerns and did not fully reveal the true nature of the underworld. But how could I truly know the essence of the underworld, unless I had attained the realm of enlightenment, at which point I might glimpse its mysteries? If the underworld is not so dreadful, why then do you wish to ascend? Because such opportunities are exceedingly rare. With a sigh of resignation, The man remarked with a smile. Do you realize that even if I return to this world, I would lose all my original memories? Apart from the first 7 days and the ghost festival, how difficult is it for me to depart from the underworld? Chapter 63. The assassin approaches. I could hardly fathom that this enigmatic man could convey such significant information to me. However, I quickly interjected, enough. I have no time for your ramblings. You should return whence you came. With that, I prepared to recite an incantation to send him back. Are you not curious as to how I arrived in this realm? He inquired, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Did you not come during the Festival of the Dead or the Ghost Festival? I asked, astonished. Certainly not, he replied, shaking his head with a grin. Those who are released during the Festival of the Dead must return by dawn. It is the decree of Yama, and none dare defy it. I truly escaped not long ago when a great power clashed in battle, shaking the underworld. Seizing the opportunity, I fled. This revelation was astounding. My heart was filled with disbelief. It is worth noting that celestial beings are now mere legends. The extent of this magical duel surpassed all imagination. In any case, now that I have entered this world, leaving is utterly impossible. Should you attempt to forcibly send me back, it would result in the demise of both of us. Without further ado, I began to chant the incantation. Tongue deity, righteous order. Life nourishes the spirit. Lo, the thousand-toothed deity, ward off evil and protect the truth. Throat deity, fierce as a tiger. Breath deity, guide the essence. Heart deity, elixir of truth, grant me access to the genuine. Thought deity, refine the essence. Let the Tao's vitality endure. What can a Taoist cleansing incantation do to me? The man exuded confidence, unperturbed. Yet, as I uttered the final words, I unleashed a powerful breath towards him. The man let out a piercing scream as a spirit was forcibly expelled by a sudden gust of wind. In that moment, his face contorted with agony. At this juncture, I recited an incantation once more. Soon enough, the man's figure was violently drawn into the earth, plunging everything into silence. Simultaneously, a radiant golden light enveloped my being. The merit had descended precisely as I had surmised. Could this be considered my labor for the heavens? I pondered for a moment and then spoke with a smile. The man quickly regained consciousness, feeling refreshed and unable to suppress his gratitude towards me. I did not demand payment. Instead, I allowed him to depart freely. In the ensuing days, I began to encounter a myriad of trivial matters. These were all rather insignificant issues. For instance, a child had suddenly fallen into unconsciousness, requiring my assistance to retrieve their spirit. In another case, a child had fallen into water, claiming to have encountered a water ghost, and was suffering from a high fever each day. In any event, relying on my abilities, I managed to resolve each predicament. Consequently, my merits surged immensely. At that moment, I finally felt a glimmer of confidence. As long as I possessed merit, I had acquired a measure of life-preserving power. Just as I was basking in my own satisfaction, a disciple named Chow who suddenly went missing. When I dispatched individuals to search for him, a mysterious email arrived at the Tianji Tower. The email contained a box. Upon opening it, the scene within caused numerous disciples to retch uncontrollably. Inside were macabre fragments of dismembered corpses, and the deceased was none other than Chow Hu himself. It dawned on me that trouble was brewing. Someone had set their sights on the Tianji Tower. A bitter smile escaped my lips. Indeed, becoming a formidable force in the righteous path is no easy feat. Yao Laosi rushed over with fierce determination, his face contorted with anger. Master, let us confront them, he exclaimed. The enemy lurks in shadows while I stand in light. With whom shall I engage? I retorted. Yao Laosi fell silent, yet his frustration lingered. Are we to remain passive and endure their assaults? He queried. Not necessarily, I replied, shaking my head with an indifferent expression. I have already dispatched individuals to seek out the puppeteer behind this. Whom have you sent? If complications arise, it could spell trouble, Yao Laosi inquired curiously. I gestured towards the ground, and understanding dawned upon him. My ability to command a legion of rats allowed the Tianji Tower to periodically scatter food, thereby attracting a multitude of rodents. These creatures, in truth, form an extensive network of intelligence. Locating the mastermind would not prove arduous. 5 kilometers away, in a modest inn, an elderly man sat upon the bed, surrounded by a collection of deceased rats. What remarkable sorcery, he mused. Apart from the Gouet family, it appears there exists another who can orchestrate the movements of these creatures. A smile creased the deeply lined face of the elder. Beside him stood a young maiden, her delicate features framed by a cascade of dark attire that concealed her alluring form. The young master has decreed that he must be eliminated at all costs, she stated. Naturally, I shall heed my master's command. The elder nodded, a grin spreading across his face. However, as he hides within the confines of the Tianji Tower, coaxing him out may not be a simple endeavor. Then find a way to bring him out, the girl scoffed. He's merely a country bumpkin. I truly do not understand why we do not simply eliminate him. After all, he has resided in the village for 12 years. Any pretext would suffice to ensure he meets an untimely demise. The old man offered a bitter smile, his gaze fixed upon her. You must be out of your mind. He is the guardian of the village. In this place, it would be exceedingly difficult to lay a finger on him. The guardian stands as an unconquerable force within the village. What's so challenging about it? If our cultivation cannot reach him, we can always hire a few assassins to do the job. A hint of malice flickered in the girl's eyes. I cannot say for certain. However, I have heard that our master once employed assassins to eliminate him, only for them to end up buried within the village. The girl's pupils constricted slightly, yet she refused to yield. This time, we are not alone. If necessary, we can rely on the strength of our family. Rest assured, when I arrive in Hang City, his death will be inevitable. A cruel smile spread across the old man's face. Simultaneously, I convened a meeting, my demeanor cautious. For the time being, refrain from venturing outside. Remain within the confines of the Tianji Tower. The supplies there are sufficient for 3 months. Jiur, seated beside me, gazed at me helplessly. We might as well perish within the Tianji Tower. Ever since my father went missing, an overwhelming number of enemies have emerged. There certainly weren't this many before. I sneered. Did anyone dare to kidnap you in the past? And yet, here we are now. Jiur nodded dejectedly. In the past, regardless of the underworld or the righteous path, no one dared to disregard Jiur's dignity. Even the madmen of Tianzuan would hesitate to provoke her lightly. Now, Jiur no longer dared to step outside. The moment she did, she faced the imminent threat of abduction. Unable to contain her frustration, she lamented, "You are far inferior to my father." Lao Siyao, enraged, pointed at her and retorted, "You have no right to complain about this or that. If it weren't for my master who saved you, you would have perished long ago." Jiur lowered her head, silenced by his words. I sighed and surveyed the disciples around me. Qingfeng, Mingwei, Jinru Tai, Dao, and Xiaowu. Their faces were etched with bitterness. After all, retreating to the Tianji Tower every few days was truly stifling. I understood the collective discomfort, yet we must endure. As long as the Tianji Tower stands, we shall not falter. Regarding a proactive approach, I had already contacted Lei Qilin. I refused to remain idle. I gritted my teeth, my resolve firmly established within. Chapter 64. A Clash of Titans. The formidable Lei Qilin swiftly arrived at the Tianji Tower, accompanied solely by Sun Jiao. The absence of any additional companions revealed the true purpose of his visit. In a secluded chamber, I engaged in discourse with the two of them. According to reports from my subordinates, there are recent intentions by certain individuals to trouble you. Who? I inquired. The Jin family. Upon uttering these 2 words, Lei Qilin's gaze brimmed with animosity. He sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, his eyes wild with fervor. Beside him, Sun Jiao hurriedly offered her consolation. I nodded, feeling no surprise. I currently possess few adversaries. My only formidable foes are the Jin and Ji families. It is worth noting that I have never disclosed my intentions of vengeance. Yet, they remain persistently entangled in this feud. I sighed, acknowledging the necessity of meeting Ji Qinwei, but certainly not at this moment. Even if Ji Qinwei were not missing, I would refrain from seeking her out, for I lack the requisite strength. The annulment of Ji Qinwei and Oppo's engagement is an established fact. Confronting the Ji family would only lead to my own humiliation. Only when I have ascended to the status of a formidable giant will I dare to meet her. However, My lack of response has not deterred the Gene family, who have directly dispatched their subordinates. They are intent on driving me to my demise. Do not worry. The situation is not as dire as it appears. Lei Qilin remarked with a smile. The Gene family is notoriously overbearing, having made countless enemies over the years. It is inconceivable for them to deploy all their elite forces against you. Even a lion expends its utmost strength when hunting a mere rabbit. Yet your threats hold little weight against the Gene family. I nodded, finding it unremarkable. In the eyes of these two powerful families, I am merely an ant. From the moment I ventured out of the village to confront those two assassins, I understood that the Gene family had never regarded me with any seriousness. Thus, I had always refrained from provoking them, intending to develop gradually and await the day of my ascendance. However, I never anticipated that the Gene family would come knocking at my door. The Gene family dispatched a few individuals to deal with me, according to my intelligence, too. Lei Qilin remarked. I scoffed in disdain. Do they possess the qualifications to challenge me? Whether they do or not remains uncertain. Yet their strength is formidable. Furthermore, I cannot afford to reveal myself this time. If the Gene family discovers that I am still alive, it would spell trouble. Lei Qilin sighed bitterly. Your enmity with the Gene family is merely over a woman, Ji Qinhue. My entire clan was annihilated at the hands of the Gene family. I must seek vengeance, for the heavens would not allow otherwise. I nodded in understanding. This time, Lei Qilin would not lend his hand in assistance. It matters not. I can contend with them, but I cannot eliminate them entirely in one fell swoop. This time, even if I survive, I shall emerge half destroyed. My words sparked a glimmer of realization in Lei Qilin's eyes. He grasped my intention. Ultimately, I am not the foremost adversary of the Gene family. As long as I do not exhibit the potential that instills fear in them, they will not exhaust themselves in attempts to eradicate me. If that is the case, then I shall await the unfolding of events with keen anticipation. Naturally, the clandestine conversation concluded swiftly, and Lei Qilin took his leave. Before departing, he divulged a piece of information. The two subordinates of the Gene family are currently at the Lin family's ancestral residence. The Lin family serves as a vassal to the Gene family, merely a second-tier clan in Hangsheng. Few possess the privilege of entering their esteemed domain. As I watched him depart, I sighed, pondering the profound depths of aristocratic lineage. In the eyes of the common folk, the modern era seems bereft of prominent families. Everyone appears equal, with wealth being the only distinction. Yet, they remain oblivious to the true aristocracy, which remains hidden from ordinary sight. They perpetuate ancient customs and retain their historical status, even nurturing formidable sorcerers according to tradition. Should these sorcerers be unleashed upon an unsuspecting commoner, that individual would be utterly unaware of their fate or the identity of their adversary. However, I'm not an ordinary person. The Tianji Tower stands as my greatest support, with all my disciples choosing to remain there. Yet, I intend to venture to the Lin family with Yao Laosi. Master, would it not be inappropriate to confront them so directly? Yao Laosi inquired. Do you not find it rather agreeable? I countered. Impulsiveness and a fiery temperament. Such adversaries pose little threat, I retorted. Comprehending my perspective, Yao Laosi chuckled. You have a point. The Lin family is indeed a prominent lineage, with their headquarters situated in the suburbs. Although it is a suburban area, it boasts a picturesque neighborhood of quaint bungalows. Here lies the ancestral hall of the Lin family, where countless descendants reside. The closer I drew to the Lin household, the more I sensed an unsettling thrill in my heart. Before long, clarity washed over me. At some point, a multitude of centipedes had stealthily ascended my body. I instinctively seized them and deposited them into the gourd at my waist. Centipedes steeped in liquor are indeed a potent tonic. Witnessing this spectacle, Yao Laosi instinctively recoiled a few steps. With a trembling voice, he cautioned, Master, those are venomous centipedes. And what of it? When one is famished, what is there that cannot be consumed? This so-called venomous centipede, once properly prepared, boasts an exquisite flavor. I salivated at the thought. In a moment of nostalgia, I recalled the days spent in the village, capturing various venomous creatures for a barbecue, generously slathered with spicy sauce. The taste was truly unparalleled. Observing my rapture, Yao Laosi withdrew his head, seeking refuge behind me. I cast him a disdainful glance, urging myself onward. As I approached the Lin family's domain, it became increasingly apparent that the surroundings had grown desolate. It felt as though an invisible barrier had been erected, creating an isolated zone. Yao Laosi, too, sensed the shift and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "It must be the work of those Lin family members. Shall I summon some associates from the underworld to eliminate them?" I shot him a dismissive look, retorting, "There is no need for such measures." As I ventured closer, the silence deepened, until even the sound of barking dogs faded into oblivion. I understood then that I had entered the territory of the Lin family. At that moment, the sound of a swana suddenly pierced the stillness. Before us appeared a funeral procession, a group of individuals, their heads wrapped in white cloth and clad in mourning attire, wept as they dragged the coffin along. Instinctively, old Yao Si prepared to step aside, but I seized him firmly. "We cannot yield this path," I insisted. "If we do, grave consequences will ensue." Old Yao Si's expression shifted dramatically as he could not restrain his curiosity. "What is amiss?" he inquired. "More than you can imagine." Gazing at the funeral procession, I bellowed, "The half-immortal has arrived. The dead must take heed." At my proclamation, the procession abruptly halted. The mourners glared at me with fury, yet I regarded them with an air of indifference. Old Yao Si, gripped by fear, recognized the peril. Such a multitude of grieving souls, red-eyed and clad in mourning, could unleash unimaginable wrath if provoked. In a moment of tension, he retrieved his shotgun. "Do you not know the customs?" The elder leading the procession chastised. "A funeral procession must not be halted. To do so invites calamity. You must make way." Chapter 65, The Blood Sorcery, I exclaimed. "Are you the funeral procession of the Lin family?" "Indeed, we are from the Lin family." "Who has passed away?" "Our second elder of the Lin family." "At what age did he depart?" 82 years. "Ha! It can be considered a joyous farewell," I remarked, clapping my hands in amusement. "To live to the age of 82 is no small feat," the elder of the Lin family, infuriated, shouted. "Knowing this, why do you not make way?" Yet, I stood resolutely in the middle of the road, laughing as I retorted, "This old rascal has met his end as he should. Why should I yield?" Upon hearing my words, the funeral procession erupted in outrage. Old Yao, pale-faced, could hardly believe I had the audacity to utter such statements. Chaos ensued within the procession, as a group surged forward, intent on confrontation. At that moment, I took a hearty swig of liquor and called out, "I advise you to take the coffin from whence it came. This path is impassable." My declaration ignited the fury of the funeral procession. Just then, the musician in the procession began to play the swana, and suddenly, white paper money began to float down from the sky for no apparent reason. As these paper notes descended, they transformed into lively little paper figures, who frolicked about with apparent glee. Old Yao stood frozen in shock, while I patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Watch closely. The duel of sorcery is about to commence." I sat cross-legged, laying out the carpet behind me. Upon this carpet were an array of props, alongside a map. I took out a paper effigy and recited an incantation. 82 years of age, the second elder of the Lin family. Step forth. With that, I cast a paper figure into the air. In an instant, a fierce wind erupted, and the paper effigy landed on the ground, transforming into an old man clad in a funeral garment. The appearance of this elder plunged the Lin family into chaos. The second elder? How can this be? He is clearly who lies in that coffin. The second elder of the Lin family glared furiously at the people before him. "You lot are truly reckless, daring to obstruct the descendant of a semi-divine being. Surely, you do not comprehend the grave mistake you have committed. There is still time to repent." Upon hearing this, some young members of the funeral procession fell to their knees in panic. "Second elder, we had no choice. It was those two who instructed us. They claimed to hail from the Jean family. We did not act with malice." Observing their fearful expressions, I began to grasp the situation. The paper figure embodying the second elder furiously exclaimed, "I never imagined that in the end, I would be so cruelly betrayed by you unworthy descendants. You have not only brought ruin upon yourselves, but have also implicated my lineage. I truly deserve this fate." You must flee now, and the farther the better." At this proclamation, many of the young people began to scatter. Yet, the majority of the procession remained, their expressions filled with disdain. "It is merely an illusion, just a paper figure. Young man, cease your pretentious theatrics." Observing their expressions, I couldn't help but smile faintly. Although I was utilizing a paper figure, the souls of the two elderly gentlemen were genuinely enshrined within. My words, however, were met with skepticism from those present. With a sigh, the paper figure disintegrated into ashes and vanished. "Very well. Given the circumstances, let us proceed to open the coffin." I clasped my hand behind my back, wearing an expression of indifference. "Open what coffin? Indeed, we are here for a funeral. The coffin has already been sealed." I smiled slightly and gazed at the individuals before me, my eyes reflecting a hint of pity. They were truly unfortunate. Despite being sold, they remained engrossed in counting their money. Yao Laosi scoffed. "Do you take us for fools? It is precisely because we are here that you conduct a funeral," clearly aimed at us. At that moment, a voice interjected, "Enough of the bickering." The speaker was a middle-aged man. Observing the puzzled faces of the clan members around him, he began, "Our undertaking of this funeral has indeed been long planned. Those two individuals insisted that we carry the coffin before them. Were they not correct?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. "Third uncle, what on earth is happening?" they inquired. "Yes, why should we heed those two?" Yet, third uncle merely waved his hand, his demeanor unperturbed. "Run quickly. If you do not flee now, it will be too late." Realizing the gravity of the situation, some began to attempt their escape, but the majority remained frozen in place. The expression on my uncle and Appo's face shifted dramatically as he roared, "Hurry, flee. It is already stirring." Who could it be? The mourners remained utterly perplexed. At that moment, someone suddenly cried out, "Blood! The coffin is oozing blood." The crowd turned their gaze, only to discover that, unbeknownst to them, blood was continuously gushing forth from the coffin. The crimson liquid spread rapidly, saturating the surroundings. Soon, a person tainted by the blood let out a horrific scream as their body began to dissolve. In an instant, they transformed into a liquid form and collapsed. The people nearby hastily fled, but the blood surged forth with alarming speed, as if it possessed a life of its own, wildly extending in all directions. I locked eyes with my uncle and thought, what a pity, so many lives sacrificed for a mere command. Yet, there was no alternative, since it was the master and Appo's order. We, as mere servants, had to comply. My uncle offered a bitter smile, glanced at the surrounding crowd, and with a pained expression remarked, "Perhaps this is our fate." "What benefits has the Jean family granted you to warrant such loss of life?" inquired old Yao. "No benefits have been bestowed, but if we refuse to obey, it will not only be these lives lost, but our entire clan shall perish. We are but slaves to the Jean family, and that is an immutable truth." With that, my uncle sighed deeply, allowing the blood to pool around his feet. Before long, he too was enveloped by the crimson tide. Meanwhile, the surrounding blood continued its frenzied expansion, devouring all who came into contact with it. At this moment, I could not help but take a step back. "Master, what on earth is this?" exclaimed Yao Laosi, filled with terror. "The Jean family has truly gone mad to resort to such dark sorcery." My complexion changed dramatically, and I could not suppress my words. "I have encountered this sinister technique in the texts left by the 9 paths. This is the blood evil method. A blood pool has already formed before us. The blood evil, having consumed enough lives, is on the verge of birth. It is utterly astonishing." Confronted with such a revelation, Yao Laosi, in a state of panic, urged, "Then we should flee." "If only we could," I replied. "The blood evil method is specifically designed to target an individual. If I am not mistaken, my birth date and name are inscribed upon the blood evil within the coffin. There is no escape, no respite, no matter the distance." Hearing my words, Yao Laosi cried out in fear, "Master, your birth date and name have been exposed. This spells trouble." "Indeed," I replied with bitterness. "This implies that others can cast spells upon me without any hindrance." Chapter 66. 9 people have perished, master. "Why do you not use your given name or adopt a courtesy name?" inquired Yao Laosi, perplexed. Though his name was officially recorded as Yao Laosi, That was merely a name on his identification. His true name was something else entirely. Not only did he possess a given name, but he also had a courtesy name. Why this peculiar practice? In ancient times, it was believed that directly addressing someone by their name was inauspicious. Once one's full name was known, it became all too easy for malevolent individuals to employ witchcraft against them. Hence, it was common for individuals in antiquity to have a true name, a nickname, and a courtesy name. For instance, Chow Chow was known as Mengda with the nickname Aman. I shook my head in wry amusement. My name was bestowed by my grandfather. I possessed neither a courtesy name nor a nickname. I remained ignorant of my grandfather's reasoning for this choice. Ultimately, it seemed all too simple for others to bring me harm. My birth information was not difficult to uncover. The villagers were well aware of it, let alone any other details. This illustrates the helplessness of ordinary people. In contrast, the scions of affluent families often have their births attended by their own private physicians. Moreover, these children might possess 3 or 4 names, with their birth details known solely to themselves and their parents. Even their grandparents are left in the dark. As for the birth date on their identification, it is utterly fabricated. In some ruthless aristocratic families, the attending doctors and nurses might even be silenced, erasing all records. This demonstrates the extreme caution exercised by these wealthy families. Before me now lay a blood pool, within which even the carriages have been dissolved. The funeral procession has dwindled to none. Before me lies a pool of blood, exuding a terrifying metallic scent, accompanied by a formidable aura that continually emanates. Soon, the blood pool begins to contract. Countless droplets of blood flow back through the seams of the coffin. The horror contained within is beyond imagination. While Yao Laosi stands on high alert, I have already prepared the stage for confrontation. In my right hand, I wield an ancient peachwood sword, and in my left, I grasp a talisman. I swiftly seize a talisman and hurl it forward. As it soars through the air, it ignites spontaneously, yet extinguishes before it can approach the coffin. Frowning, I cast another yellow talisman, but it too proves ineffective. In that moment, I exhale deeply and retrieve a violet talisman. Before I can launch it, the blood coffin shatters violently. From the depths of the suffocating aura of blood, a figure begins to materialize. Yao Laosi's eyes widen in terror as a grotesque creature emerges from the coffin. This abomination is covered with eyes, its body a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood. Countless heads wail in anguish, accompanied by innumerable legs, resembling a chaotic heap of corpses. The sight is utterly horrifying. In that instant, I have thrown forth the violet talisman. It radiates a brilliant light, as if a celestial palace has descended. A foot imbued with supreme pressure comes crashing down. A foot descended from the heavens, and with it, the entirety of the world was rendered naught but dust. Yao Laosi widened his eyes, gazing at the foot that fell from the sky. Could it be? He trembled, scarcely able to believe the sight before him. This was the ultimate trump card left by the 9 Taoists. The purple talisman, celestial step. I remarked upon the scene unfolding before my eyes. This foot seemed to emanate from a divine general beyond the skies. It radiated a terrifying golden light, and beneath that golden boot, all was reduced to mere ants. Blood Fiend roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of blood energy in an attempt to resist the impending footfall. Yet in an instant the foot came down, and Blood Fiend could not endure. In a heartbeat, it shattered into oblivion. As the smoke and dust settled, the ground bore the imprint of a foot that stretched a full kilometer wide. Beneath that imprint, all existence vanished. Yao Laosi had already trembled to his knees, unable to comprehend that such a devastating blow had been unleashed by me. I certainly lacked such power. I cast a sidelong glance at him, offering a bitter smile as I said, "This is the innate spiritual power of the purple talisman. Did you not notice its disappearance?" Yao Laosi paused momentarily, then, with a pang of regret, exclaimed, "Heavens, it has indeed vanished. This artifact is far too precious." Indeed, I murmured to myself, the might of Blood Fiend was at least at the enlightenment stage, perhaps even reaching the ethereal realm, far beyond my capacity to contend with. I had merely tested the waters earlier and realized the futility of resistance, thus resorting to the purple talisman. The results were undoubtedly remarkable. At that moment, applause erupted. How resolute indeed! It is indeed astonishing how effortlessly the purple talisman was summoned. I cast a glance and saw an old man, slowly approaching with the aid of a cane. Beside him was an enchanting young woman. There was no alternative. The blood fiend was far too terrifying. If I refrained from employing the purple talisman, the consequences could be dire. Rather than battling to the bitter end before resorting to the talisman, it would be wiser to utilize it immediately. My words resonated with the old man, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, one should either refrain from action or commit fully. Instead of exhausting every means to eliminate the blood fiend, a singular strike would suffice. Individuals like you are akin to venomous serpents, posing a threat to my esteemed family. The young woman cast a disdainful glance in my direction, laughing as she remarked, "Why bother conversing with him? Without the purple talisman, he is utterly inconsequential." The old man ambled along, saying, "I suspected the purple talisman was in his possession, for it was absent from the 9 others. Yet, I did not anticipate he would deploy it in an instant, without the slightest hesitation. How disappointing this is! Indeed, after such extensive preparation and the loss of so many lives to the blood fiend, to have it vanquished with a single blow feels like a profound waste of time." The enchanting young woman scoffed softly. The old man shook his head, smiling as he continued, "Though it was a single strike, experiencing the might of the purple talisman is truly exhilarating. Such talismans are rare among even the most affluent families. They are typically reserved for moments of utter peril. After all, such spiritually infused artifacts are becoming increasingly scarce. Chun Sansheng, do you not feel remorse?" I turned to the elder and said with a smile, "The most straightforward approach is often the most effective. Rather than carelessly falling victim to the blood fiend, it is far more prudent to strike him down in one decisive blow. This way, I can conserve considerable energy instead of realizing too late that only the purple talismans can subdue it." The elder nodded, a bitter smile spreading across his face as he spread his hands. "Initially, I intended to employ the blood fiend to force you to exhaust your capabilities, ultimately relying on the trump card of the purple talismans to conclude the battle. Then, we would reap the benefits. Yet, you have utilized them so readily. You truly disappoint me." I fixed him with an intense gaze. "Earlier, you mentioned that you were aware the 9 Taoists lacked purple talismans. How'd you come to know this?" "Quite simply," he replied, "for the 9 Taoists met their demise at the hands of my mistress, Ji Qianyue." Upon hearing this, my expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 67. The Golden Light Spell. Did Ji Qianyue truly slay the 9 Taoists? At that moment, my expression drastically altered, and I felt utterly unwell. Yao Laosi bellowed, "This is impossible. The 9 Taoists are formidable masters of the Tao. Not only you, but even if your entire family poured forth their might, you could never vanquish my granduncle." The old man grinned widely, his gaze dripping with disdain as he replied, "My mistress is a genuine prodigy. What is a mere 9 Taoist to her? It is a pity, however, that we did not find the purple talisman on him. Thus, I suspect he must have discarded it at the Heavenly Machine Pavilion." I forced myself to regain my composure and inquired, "If Ji Qianyue possesses the capability to slay the 9 Taoists, then why does she not directly annihilate my Heavenly Machine Pavilion? Surely, the treasures within are hers for the taking?" "Because you lack the qualifications," the old man retorted. His words did not evoke a sense of humiliation within me. "You are indeed deceiving me. Even if Ji Qianyue has slain the 9 Taoists, she must surely be gravely wounded. The 9 Taoist is my granduncle. His prowess is astounding, and he has inherited the true teachings of my grandfather. Not only Ji Qianyue, but even an earthly immortal would be hard-pressed to escape unscathed." I gazed at the old man and spoke with a smile. His expression subtly shifted, but he quickly replied with a chuckle, "My mistress is a naturally born celestial exile. She could speak upon her birth and possesses unparalleled cultivation. To slay a 9 Taoist requires little effort." "Naturally born celestial exile? More like a born prodigy," I scoffed. "Do you truly believe I am unaware of her true nature? I have seen Ji Qianyue in her childhood." The old man's countenance darkened with fury. "Dare to insult my matron. You shall surely perish today." Do not refer to her as such. She is but my betrothed. Yet to enter my household, I retorted coldly. Silence. The old man trembled, his face flushed with rage. He pointed at me, exclaiming, Dare you tarnish my matron's honor? I shall rend you limb from limb today. Tarnish your matron's honor? I suddenly erupted in laughter, an eerie expression crossing my face. I have been betrothed to her since childhood, and she has been inscribed in my family's genealogy. We have even worshipped the heavens and earth together in the ancestral hall, a union recognized by our forebears. If we speak of honor, hers has long been lost. Scoundrel! The old man, enraged, swiftly formed a hand seal. In an instant, a tree erupted from the ground. This tree grew with the wind, transforming into a towering giant in the blink of an eye. However, this tree was peculiar, for it bore an abundance of fruits that were, in fact, human heads. Witnessing this scene, my expression darkened. The face tree. How many lives have you claimed to forge this abominable tree? Abominable tree? This is my treasure. The old man caressed the face tree with fervor. Astonishingly, a visage emerged from the trunk, grinning malevolently at me. Yao Laosi opened fire. Despite the bullets being infused with cinnabar, they were utterly ineffective against the face tree's trunk. The old man began to chant incantations, and in no time, tendrils of the tree lunged toward us. On the vines hung severed heads, emitting eerie laughter as they bared their teeth, seemingly ready to bite us. Trees, after all, fear fire. I opened my mouth, grasped the gourd at my waist, and took a sip of liquor. Then I forcefully spat it out. In an instant, the flames transformed into a dragon of fire. As the fire dragon swept past, the dreadful flames devoured everything in the blink of an eye. The heads on the vines let out agonizing screams as the flames ignited the branches, continuing to burn relentlessly. The vines began to retract. With a maniacal laugh, Yao Laosi shouted at the old man, With such meager skills, you think you can challenge my master? Truly overestimating yourself. The old man clapped his hands and chuckled. It is well known that trees fear fire. However, you underestimate me greatly. Chanting incantations, he summoned the branches to extend toward me once more. Yet this time there was a difference. On the branches I noticed, perhaps unnoticed until now, a plethora of insects. These creatures resembled beetles, their shells a fiery red. Fire-eating insects. I cursed, realizing that flames would no longer be effective. I instructed Yao Laosi to douse them with black dog blood. The black dog blood was cast forth, and in an instant, the branches once again recoiled. Let's see how much black dog blood you possess, the old man sneered. The branches began to extend again, this time replaced by glutinous rice, another talisman against evil. However, my supplies of such items were limited. After just a few attempts, I found myself nearly depleted. At that moment, the old man sighed, his expression indifferent as he remarked, Chun Sansheng, you are indeed a remarkable individual. Yet alas, you have encountered me. No sooner had he spoken than countless vines ensnared us. What? I had not anticipated that the tendrils had long been lying in ambush behind us. A moment's inattention, and we were bound. The heads upon the vines opened their mouths, desperately gnawing at me and Yao Laosi. A chilling scream erupted from Yao Laosi. In that instant, my fury reached its zenith. Since you seek death, I shall accommodate you. Heavenly and earthly mysteries, the root of all energies. Cultivating for eons, I attain divine powers. Within and beyond the three realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. My body is suffused with golden light, enveloping me. Invisible to sight, inaudible to sound. Upon hearing my incantation, the old man erupted into wild laughter. The golden light spell, one of the 8 great Taoist mantras? Even children can wield that. The young woman beside him scoffed. Although the 8 great mantras are widely known, to manifest their power requires decades of cultivation. Moreover, we are in an era of decline for the Tao. The art has withered. It is no easy feat for him, let alone the celestial master of Longhu Mountain, to unleash the formidable golden light spell. Ultimately, he is merely a village guardian. The matters of the Tao are of no concern to a fool. I could scarcely be bothered by their derision. Gritting my teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through my body, I continued to chant, encompassing heaven and earth, nurturing all living beings. Reciting countless times, my form radiates brilliance. In the realm of the three realms, the imperial guards of the five emperors stand vigilant. The deities gather in solemn assembly, wielding the might of thunder. Spirits tremble in fear, and strange beings lose their forms. Within, the roar of thunder resonates, concealing the name of the thunder god. Enlightenment flows freely, and the five chi surge vibrantly. Golden light manifests swiftly, enveloping the true immortal in protection. The complete incantation of the golden light is uttered, unleashing the full force of merit. In that moment, I radiate with resplendent gold. In an instant, the old man's countenance shifts dramatically, his eyes filled with dread. How can this be? What is the nature of this golden light? The stunning maiden is equally stricken with terror. Yet, just then, the golden light dissipates, and the surrounding vines shriek as they turn to ash. I, glowing with golden radiance, begin to approach them slowly, gripping the ancient peachwood sword firmly, advancing without a hint of hesitation. After a brief moment of panic, the old man swiftly recites an incantation. The vines stretch forth once more. However, before they can reach me, they are incinerated by the golden light emanating from my being. At that moment, a look of anguish emerges upon the trunk of the human-faced fruit tree. Chapter 68. Like a hot knife through butter, I approach the elderly man and the stunning young woman step by step, devoid of any hesitation. Come help me. The elderly man, sensing something amiss, finally called out. The enchanting young woman let out a cold snort, and a swarm of venomous insects began to crawl over her. These toxic creatures surged toward me, but before they could draw near, they were reduced to ashes. In that instant, the beautiful girl was momentarily stunned. Not only were her dark arts ineffective, but even my own poison techniques seemed powerless. Could it be that this was the purest form of the Taoist golden light spell? The elderly man cursed vehemently. Impossible! The 8 divine spells of Taoism are as widely known as the Heart Sutra of Buddhism. Yet to unleash their true power requires decades of cultivation. There's no way he possesses that at his age. He must be using a magical artifact. Suddenly, the stunning girl seemed to awaken from her reverie. She muttered incantations, and in an instant, a swarm of gray insects scuttled beneath her feet. Upon witnessing this, Yao Laosi shrieked, "Master, be careful. Those are treasure-eating insects. They're the nemesis of magical artifacts and will absorb their precious energy. Regardless of the artifact, once they set their sights on it, it becomes utterly useless." The young woman glanced at Yao Laosi with a smile, remarking, "You truly deserve your reputation in the treasure-seeking world. You are aware of the treasure-eating insects. Most of your power relies on your artifacts. If I destroy your magical tools, your strength will be halved." Unfazed by her words, I continued to advance, step by step. My footsteps seemed to echo upon their hearts, instilling a sense of caution within them. Swarms of treasure-devouring insects crawled upon me, merely drawn to the aura of wealth, posing no threat to my well-being. Yet, with a mere tremor, countless insects dissipated into the ether. Have you not yet grasped the reality? I gazed at the 2 astonished individuals and declared, "I embody the most authentic golden light, divine incantation. Not even the esteemed figure from Longhu Mountain could claim greater authenticity than I." With that, I charged forward, my ancient peachwood sword imbued with the essence of the golden light, divine incantation, poised to strike. The elder hastily evaded, but my target was never him. It was the human-faced fruit tree. In an instant, the sword cleaved toward the tree, its trunk yielding like soft tofu. With a single stroke, the human-faced fruit tree was severed, crashing down with a resounding thud. No! Witnessing this, the elder coughed up blood. This was his life's artifact, intrinsically linked to his very soul. With the destruction of a human-faced fruit tree, he had suffered a grave blow. Clutching the peachwood sword, I advanced toward the elder. Despite his grievous injuries, he continued to chant incantations fervently, fighting with all his might. Suddenly, a multitude of ghostly figures emerged, accompanied by a flurry of strong men. On the ground lay a headless specter, a testament to his desperate measures. Yet, I had no inclination to engage in idle chatter. I surged forward with unrelenting vigor. Regardless of who it may be, anyone who encounters my protective golden light shall be reduced to mere dust in an instant. In just a few fleeting seconds, I lunged before the old man. He, enraged, let out a furious roar and spewed forth blood. Brandishing a dagger in his hand, he thrust it forward. With a successful strike, he erupted into laughter. This dagger of mine is no ordinary weapon. Coupled with my blood, your demise is assured today. I cast a glance downward. See for yourself. The old man's countenance shifted as he lowered his gaze. His dagger was utterly incapable of penetrating my protective golden light. No, this cannot be. You are merely a clumsy guardian, while I am but an enlightened being. I refrained from idle chatter. The golden light incantation upon me was steadily consuming my merits. Indeed, my entire strength derives from these merits. Without them, it would be impossible for me to invoke the golden light spell. Thus, I needed to act swiftly. The cold peachwood sword struck down with precision. The old man let out a piercing scream as his body was cleaved in two. Strangely, no blood flowed. His interior was hollow. Yet, from within that emptiness, a spectral figure suddenly emerged. It was a ghost with skin of a pale hue. Your fate is sealed. This was his soul's incarnation. The exquisite maiden in the distance rejoiced with delight. Without hesitation, I delivered a swift slap. What manner of ghost it maybe mattered not. As long as my protective golden light remains, I fear not even the most formidable celestial masters. The pale ghost had no time to react and was promptly vanquished by my hand. After I struck him down, the old man's body transformed into dust, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, I'd already dashed towards the young maiden. Do not kill me, I surrender. The enchanting girl cried out in haste. Yet, I found no interest in idle chatter and raised the peachwood sword in my hand. Just then, the golden light enveloping me abruptly dissipated. A fortuitous opportunity. The captivating maiden opened her mouth, and to my astonishment, a colorful butterfly emerged. This butterfly radiated a crimson glow. In an instant, I felt a surge of fervor coursing through me. A love spell? I paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. Indeed, you must be in love with me now. The girl gazed at me, bidding farewell. I refrained from further dialogue, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within my heart. I thrust the sword forward without hesitation. The girl let out a blood-curdling scream, her eyes wide with disbelief. You struck me despite being under my love spell? She exclaimed. Why must I not kill you? I questioned in astonishment. You should love me, having fallen under my spell. How could you bear to slay me? I do love you. Precisely because I love you. I wish to end your life, I stated earnestly. The enchanting maiden spat blood, collapsing onto the ground. I withdrew the peachwood sword, my expression one of indifference. At that moment, Yao Laosi rushed over, chuckling, Master, your actions seem rather cruel. Truly a case of budding flowers crushed by a ruthless hand. Enough of the nonsense. This strike should not be fatal. Take her away. Perhaps I could glean information about the Jean family from her. With that thought, I turned and began to depart. Yao Laosi unceremoniously hoisted the enchanting young woman onto his shoulder, indifferent to the blood that may have stained her. We returned to the Tianji Tower, where the astonished gazes of numerous disciples fell upon us. I instructed Yao Laosi to unceremoniously drop the girl onto the ground. Rise, I commanded. Although you have suffered from my blade, as the saying goes, a healer does not discriminate among families. Your wounds should be manageable for now, I trust. I gazed down at the seemingly lifeless girl. She opened her eyes, casting a resentful glance in my direction. Do you realize you nearly killed me just now? She retorted. Enough of this triviality. I require information regarding the Jean family. I replied bluntly. The girl closed her eyes once more. Go ahead and kill me. I will reveal nothing. So, you remain steadfastly loyal to the Jean family? Indeed. Then there is no alternative, I sighed, turning to Yao Laosi. Proceed. Chapter 69. The Sinister Academy. Hold on. Just as I was about to take action, the young girl immediately became flustered. I was well aware of the affairs concerning the Jean family. What do you wish to know? Let us begin with Ji Qianwei. When did they become engaged? Approximately 12 years ago. My expression shifted. I had not anticipated that Ji Qianwei would be betrothed to the heir of the Jean family so soon after leaving the village. When is their wedding? Next year. What has the Jean family been up to lately? Just then, I suddenly sensed something amiss. The girl's eyes turned crimson, transforming into an alarming shade, as if moths were fluttering within them. This is dire. Just as I contemplated my next move, the girl let out a piercing scream, and countless moths erupted from her body. In the blink of an eye, her form disintegrated before my eyes, a sight that was utterly horrific. Indeed, a glance revealed no surprise. The methods employed by the affluent are truly terrifying. It is known that the elite engage in countless unsavory dealings, secrets that must remain concealed from all. Therefore, every assassin emerging from the elite circles bears various curses upon them. To uncover the secrets of the wealthy often demands the ultimate price, one's life. With a sigh, I shook my head in resignation. A failure. Indeed, Yao Laozi remarked with lingering trepidation. The power of the elite is unfathomable. Gazing at the grotesque remnants of the girl, I waved my hand, and naturally, someone was summoned to clean up the aftermath. Even amidst such exquisite beauty, the aristocracy remains utterly merciless. It is indeed terrifying. This time, I have made a grave miscalculation. I initially intended to feign severe injury, to portray myself as a useless individual, thereby lowering the vigilance of the Jin family. However, plans are often outpaced by unforeseen changes. Had I held back earlier, I would undoubtedly have met my demise. Now, it seems inevitable that the Jin family will regard me as a formidable enemy. True to their aristocratic nature, they may dispatch formidable experts to eliminate me without hesitation. Consequently, during this period, I have chosen to remain exceptionally low-key, staying within the confines of the Tianji building, refraining from venturing outside. In secret, I have dispatched numerous disciples to seek information regarding the Jin family. Over the years, the Jin family has been excessively domineering, accumulating countless enemies. Thus, they are either engaged in conflict or en route to one. In the short term, they are likely too preoccupied to attend to me, which brings me a sense of relief. Therefore, I plan to continue offering my assistance in various matters. I am acutely aware that virtue is the foundation of my existence. Only by relying on virtue can I navigate through adversity with grace. Soon enough, I received another request for assistance. This one came from a headmistress of a girls' school, where a series of strange occurrences had taken place, resulting in numerous fatalities. The school had summoned various Taoist priests, yet none had proven effective. Moreover, several priests had met their end there. Reluctantly, they sought out the Tianji building. It was a girls' high school, and Yao Laozi and I walked through its halls, accompanied by the headmistress, who was recounting to us the events that had transpired during this troubling time. Not long ago, a girl named Wang Linlin unexpectedly found herself pregnant, sparking a considerable scandal. This was an all-girls school, devoid of any male students. In light of this situation, the school endeavored to conceal the truth while simultaneously inquiring about the identity of the child's father. However, Wang Linlin remained utterly oblivious and expressed an unwillingness to terminate the pregnancy. Consequently, the administration contemplated discreetly expelling her. To their astonishment, Wang Linlin tragically leapt from a building in the dead of night, resulting in the loss of both her life and that of her unborn child. Soon after, peculiar occurrences began to unfold. Reports emerged of sightings of Wang Linlin, clad in red, cradling an infant in her arms. Following this, a series of inexplicable deaths plagued the school. Some students inexplicably jumped to their demise, while others chose to hang themselves. The methods of death varied significantly, instilling a pervasive sense of fear among the student body, leading many to withdraw from the institution. I nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Yao was profoundly astonished. Typically, all-girls schools are a rarity, as most educational institutions are established atop burial grounds. The rationale is straightforward. The land on graveyards is inexpensive and expansive, making it conducive for school construction. Furthermore, a large student population can help suppress the malevolent energies that linger underground. Thus, once school is out for vacation, entry is strictly prohibited, particularly at night, when terrifying events are known to transpire. Given their inherently gentle nature, women often struggle to contain the supernatural forces that may arise, rendering all-girls schools exceptionally uncommon. I inquired directly What is the reason for your institution being an all-girls school? The principal explained that the school was founded by a Chinese expatriate. This overseas Chinese woman, having faced discrimination and being unable to attend school since childhood, remained uneducated for a long time. After achieving success, she aspired to establish a girls' school to provide women with equitable access to education. I nodded and remarked in admiration. So, she is indeed a benevolent person. Indeed, came the reply. Over the years, she has generously supported our school. The tuition fees are minimal, and she has covered most of the expenses. I furrowed my brow slightly. Perhaps due to her harsh experiences in childhood, I found it difficult to believe in the existence of genuinely good individuals, let alone so-called saints. So, according to her wishes, there are no male students in your school? No, was the response. Furthermore, there are no male teachers or staff members either. I was taken aback and inquired. Not a single one? Not a single one. Even the security personnel are women. I nodded, choosing not to comment further. Yet, Yao Laosi chuckled and said so. This place is practically a realm of women. I shot him a glare and playfully retorted, where is this overseas Chinese woman now? She has passed away. I see, I replied, turning to the principal and smiling. We need to investigate here, so please excuse us for a moment. Certainly, feel free to reach out if you need anything, the principal said before departing. My expression darkened. What do you think motivated that overseas Chinese woman to establish such an entirely female school? I mused. Women like her are common. She must surely harbor disdain for men. Old Yao disdainfully remarked. These women incessantly lament about the oppression for men, wishing fervently for the extermination of all males. If it were merely that, it would be rather straightforward. Yet, the reality is far more complex. From its inception, this school has harbored a sinister purpose. I shook my head in astonishment, exclaiming, I can sense that this institution is established atop a graveyard. The malevolent energy underground is exceedingly potent. These women not only fail to suppress this ominous force, but they also exacerbate it. If this continues, a grave calamity is imminent. Old Yao's expression turned grave. I felt an unsettling disquiet. The oppressive atmosphere here was overwhelming. I nodded in agreement. Even during the day, there lingered an unsettling chill. Despite the sun's rays, warmth eluded me. This female institution is undeniably sinister. Chapter 70. The inborn child as I walked alongside Yao Laosi through the female academy. Curious glances from the surrounding girls fell upon us, accompanied by hushed murmurs. Are these the Taoists invited by the school? They appear so youthful. They must be charlatans. Even if they are here to swindle, their approach seems rather naive. Indeed, those individuals from a few days ago met a dreadful fate. Upon overhearing such discussions, I swiftly discerned that numerous lives had likely been lost within the confines of this institution recently. This was far from a favorable omen. The blood of practitioners, once spilled upon malevolent ground, would undoubtedly amplify the sinister energies lurking therein. With this thought in mind, I quickened my pace, making my way directly to the location where Wang Linlin had plunged from the rooftop. Upon my arrival at the terrace, I was met with an unsettling sight. Talismans adorned every surface. Yet, despite this, the pervasive aura of malevolence remained profoundly chilling. Could this Wang Linlin have been the one clad in red garments when she fell? Yao Laosi remarked in astonishment. A woman dressed in red, bearing a child within her. Such a soul, should she take her own life, will be steeped in vengeful energy, destined to become a vengeful spirit. I expressed my admiration, declaring, this Wang Linlin embodies the quintessential vengeful spirit. Generally, confronting such a formidable entity would necessitate a toll of lives. For merely to quell its wrath would be no simple task. Lowering my gaze, I discerned several outlines, all bearing human forms, likely the souls of those who had perished here. Though it was daylight, an eerie chill persisted in the air. I slowly approached, preparing to assess the situation. At that moment, a pair of bloodied footprints caught my attention. I lowered my gaze, fixated on the crimson marks before me. In that instant, a scene flickered through my mind, an anguished young girl standing on the rooftop, leaping into the void. While I pondered this, a sudden force struck my back, propelling my body downward. Instinctively, I grasped the railing of the terrace. When I finally lifted my head, my expression changed dramatically. The face of Yao Laosi had transformed into that of a twisted woman. She was the one who had pushed me. Her eyes were wild with madness as she muttered, "Die, all of you must die." As she spoke, she planted her foot upon my palm. My feet dangled precariously, threatening to plunge me into the abyss. The scene was utterly harrowing. Pain surged through my hand, yet I could not release my grip. Letting go meant my demise. Without a moment's hesitation, I bit into my fingertip, unleashing a surge of merit power. At that moment, I cared little for anything else. Survival was paramount. The merit power erupted, and in an instant, I transformed into a void symbol, a flame engulfing Yao Laosi in an instant. She stumbled backward, rolling on the ground, her screams issuing not from her own throat, but from that of a woman. Seizing this opportunity, I scrambled upward, still trembling from fear. I cast a glance at her and remarked with a smile, "This is the soul fire talisman, designed specifically to incinerate souls. Yao Laosi will emerge unscathed, but your spirit shall be utterly consumed. Quickly tell me, what exactly is happening?" Yao Laosi screamed, her voice filled with anguish. Even as a vengeful spirit, she struggled against the talisman, empowered by my virtuous force. This was not my doing, it was him. It was him. With each repetition, Yao Laosi's voice grew fainter. I extended my hand, and the flames surrounding her vanished. "Speak quickly." At this moment, Yao Laosi was possessed by a spirit, and she was no longer herself. She knelt before me, terror etched on her face. "Master, help me. What is happening?" I glanced at her and inquired. "My death holds a deeper secret. It was not a suicide." "Oh, do share," I urged, as the woman possessing Yao Laosi began her tale. "I led a regulated life in a girls' school, a closed institution with no opportunity to interact with men. Thus, I did not have a boyfriend. However, being a woman, I experienced the stirrings of love when I encountered a man at school. He was strikingly handsome, yet exuded an aura of menace. We fell for each other uncontrollably. Soon, I found myself pregnant, but he vanished without a trace, leaving me utterly alone. In my despair, the school threatened to expel me. I felt as though I was on the brink of collapse. I looked at her intently and remarked, "And then you jumped from the building?" "Not quite," she replied. Though this ordeal struck me profoundly, I still cherish my life. The reason I took the plunge was because of him. That night, I wept bitterly, and the following day, I resolved to leave school to terminate my pregnancy. Yet, he found me and summoned me to the rooftop. Upon meeting him there, I was struck by his enduring beauty. I fell into his embrace, vehemently reproaching him for his heartlessness. However, he revealed to me that he was no longer human, but a ghost. The child I carried was a spectral offspring. Our fates were irrevocably intertwined in a manner that rendered our union impossible unless I too succumbed to death. Thus, in a haze of confusion, I found myself on the rooftop where he forcefully pushed me down. Hearing such words, my expression changed dramatically. This was no trivial matter. The realms of the living and the dead are irrevocably divided. Humans and ghosts tread disparate paths. To coexist with a spirit is to court unspeakable horrors, let alone the prospect of childbirth. The very notion is ludicrous. How could the living bear children with the dead? What would those offspring be, alive or otherwise? Such spectral progeny are referred to as inborn children, a harbinger of misfortune. Thus, it is often the case that these children are met with extermination, as they are believed to bring forth unprecedented calamities. After a moment's contemplation, I pressed on with my inquiry. "Since you have already crossed over, should you not have found peace?" "No," he replied. I soon realized that I was not his sole attachment. He was surrounded by many women, all equally wretched souls. Ensnared by this man's allure, they had chosen to end their own lives, only to find themselves as part of his harem in death. But do those female spirits also bear children? Indeed, most of them do have their own offspring. I only feel a tingling sensation on my scalp. The mere presence of a malevolent spirit is already terrifying, and now a multitude has emerged. This situation has transcended my ability to manage it. Initially, I believed this was merely an ordinary supernatural occurrence. However, it has become evident that this is a meticulously crafted trap. Contemplating this, I directly inquired, "Where is he now?" "In the underground palace." "Where's the underground palace?" As Yao Laosi began to respond, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, his body convulsing momentarily before falling still. Soon after, the true Yao Laosi awoke, his eyes wide with confusion. "What has happened to me? You have been possessed by a ghost. How is that possible? I am surrounded by so many talismans. She could never take control of me," Yao Laosi declared with unwavering confidence. He indeed possessed numerous protective charms, all bestowed upon him by his father. I shot him a disapproving glance. "I have warned you repeatedly not to engage in tomb raiding. Those who partake in such activities squander their fortunes and are most susceptible to ghostly possession." Chapter 71. The malevolent trap. Upon recounting the sequence of events to old Fourth Yao, he sprang to his feet in alarm. "We must flee at once. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." I sighed, realizing the futility of his urgency. We had already become ensnared in this dreadful geomantic trap the moment we set foot in this institution. Who could be orchestrating this malevolence against us? At that moment, old Fourth Yao was consumed by rage, for it seemed that the threat was not merely directed at us, but at every soul who entered this place. It had transformed into an ancient nexus of doom. If we did not devise a means to unravel this sinister web, even if we managed to escape, we would ultimately suffer retribution and perish. Shaking my head, I surveyed the school before me. In that instant, I bowed my head and began to sketch. I should have recognized it sooner. The layout of the school's teaching buildings was decidedly flawed. Observing the arrangement of these edifices, old Fourth Yao stood atop the rooftop, granting him a panoramic view of the entire campus. As he scrutinized the scene, astonishment washed over his features. The configuration of the teaching buildings subtly converged to form the character. Could it be? A realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. "This is the malevolence of," he exclaimed. "While it may be harmless until someone enters, once a person crosses the threshold, it completes the cycle, leading to doom." This was an exceedingly terrifying geomantic configuration, one that had been meticulously arranged since the inception of this school. I sighed once more, acknowledging the gravity of our predicament. I always suspected that the woman who established the school was not of good character, old Fourth Yao muttered. "If it were merely a matter of the Xie character, it would be manageable. My grandfather had informed me of the method to unravel it. Yet, there are other hidden elements within this situation. It is becoming increasingly troublesome." I shook my head, a look of resignation etched on my face. "What shall we do then?" old Fourth Yao inquired. "There is no possibility of leaving. We must seek assistance." I picked up my phone and dialed Joer. I intended to have her reach out to the Taoist Alliance. The school's predicament regarding such a significant feng shui issue is beyond my solitary capacity to handle. It necessitates the involvement of more individuals. It is peculiar. If the current feng shui situation is so dire, why hasn't the Taoist Alliance detected it? Old Fourth Yao asked with curiosity. After pondering for a moment, I replied, "These feng shui arrangements are not established overnight, but rather evolve gradually. Take, for example, that building in the distance. It is evidently newly constructed. Its emergence has solidified the Xie character's malevolence." A look of terror crossed old Fourth Yao's face. "So, unbeknownst to us, this school has gradually transformed into a site of ominous energy." Indeed, ironically, it was safer during the initial establishment of the school. I shook my head and connected to the internet on my phone. Soon, I found myself shaking my head again. This school has been established for over a full cycle of 60 years. The arrangements over this period have imbued the place with numerous feng shui traps. Behold the four walls, and then gaze upon the football and basketball courts. Old Yao Si scrutinized them closely and swiftly provided his answer. The four walls, along with the football and basketball fields, resemble the character for prison. Indeed, it is the essence of confinement. Is this yet another layer of a feng shui arrangement? Old Yao Si's eyes widened in astonishment. It is well known that orchestrating such a feng shui setup requires considerable time and an abundance of materials. Remarkably, we stand before not one, but two layers of such arrangements. If it were merely this, it would not be so alarming. However, what followed was even more daunting. I shook my head and pointed towards the distant wall. "What do you see over there?" Old Yao Si squinted, examining intently, and soon exclaimed, "How can there be a multitude of wild cats and dogs? This too constitutes a setup, known as the cat-dog array. While it may not be as fearsome as the prison arrangement, it still poses a significant challenge. I clap my hands, my excitement palpable. Truly, it is a web of layers within layers. To unravel, it seems as arduous as scaling a mountain. Old Yao C studied the situation and immediately remarked, "Does that not mean we are doomed? Let us observe the unfolding events. Such numerous feng shui arrangements are not tailored for us. We lack the requisite standing. We must wait." I shook my head, turned, and departed from the rooftop. Subsequently, the principal and I requested a dormitory, astonishingly finding ourselves lodged amidst the female dormitory. This naturally provoked a chorus of discontent among the girls. "Get out! You are not welcome here. Indeed, you two gentlemen should not reside in the female dormitory." Unmoved, I replied with an air of indifference. "The energy in your dormitory is far too oppressive. With the presence of us two men, we can help alleviate it. Furthermore, I have my doubts. It is evident that you two are far from virtuous." The female high school students glared at us with disdain. Yao Laosi smirked with a deliberate lewdness. "Since you are aware that we are not virtuous, why do you choose to remain here?" A collective scream erupted from a few girls as they hastily retreated. Yao Laosi and I chose a particular female dormitory. This dormitory was unique, for all the girls within had recently perished. Indeed, all 8 of them had met their untimely end. Lying on the bed, Yao Laosi gritted his teeth and remarked, "With so many lives lost, this harmful institution should have been shut down long ago." However, such sentiments cannot be expressed lightly. Beyond the implications for the girls' education, one must also consider the feng shui implications. Do not assume that leaving will resolve the matter. The consequences of abandoning so many feng shui arrangements without guardianship could be dire. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, I spoke with a stoic expression. Yao Laosi, intrigued, set aside his phone and propped himself on his side to observe me. "Master, how should one manage the feng shui? Might I be able to practice it in the future?" I opened my eyes and cast a glance at him. "Don't think that you alone are inexperienced. I'm not well-versed in it either. However, I have witnessed my grandfather practice it. The essence of feng shui lies in the arrangement of various elements, such as furniture, walls, and artifacts. Indeed, an adept geomancer skillfully employs the terrain and even the ley lines to arrange auspicious configurations. Such residential feng shui can foster robust health, warding off ailments, and attract abundant fortune. When applied to burial sites, it can bestow blessings upon future generations. However, it is essential to recognize that while feng shui can nurture life, it can also bring about demise. Should these configurations be employed with malevolent intent, they cease to be mere arrangements and transform into sha. Once established, such malevolent energies can lead to severe illness or even untimely death. More alarmingly, some of these curses may extend their reach to descendants. Nevertheless, such harmful influences are detrimental to one's moral standing and are typically avoided by practitioners. The girls' school we inhabit is afflicted by at least 10 distinct curses, each one more fearsome than the last. The deployment of these malevolent configurations is no simple task, requiring numerous objects steeped in dark energy, which the average person would find nearly impossible to procure. Undoubtedly, those who engage in such practices harbor unspeakable secrets. Chapter 72. The malevolent spirit. Yao Laosi's face was pallid. He could scarcely fathom the abundance of malevolent spirits within the school. "Does this mean we can never leave?" he stammered, trembling. I shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "Everywhere is rife with these spirits, and they have already been awakened. Resistance has been futile from the outset. It would be wiser to observe and await developments." Yao Laosi nodded. Resigned, I took a seat. Thus, we found ourselves residing in this place. Although life here demanded utmost caution, I soon acclimated, having endured far harsher circumstances in the past. In the cafeteria, amidst the hushed whispers of numerous girls, Yao Laosi and I indulged in a hearty feast. "What a pity there is no wine," I remarked. "Indeed, the dishes here are quite delightful," he concurred. "Yet, no matter how exquisite the cuisine, this place remains perilously dangerous." I sighed and continued to eat, despite the presence of many high school girls, several of whom were strikingly beautiful. I found myself devoid of the inclination to appreciate their allure. In a hushed tone, Yao Laosi suggested, "What if we reveal the truth to these girls and urge them to leave the school?" At his words, my expression shifted. Do not do anything rash. These girls have long been under surveillance. Should they attempt to depart, the malevolent spirits will activate immediately. The ensuing situation would be unimaginably dire. Yao Laosi nodded, refraining from further commentary. As I dined, accompanied by Yao Laosi, I surveyed the surroundings of the school. Soon, I became acutely aware of an extraordinary difference. With the application of cow tears upon my eyes, I was granted the ability to perceive what eludes the ordinary gaze. In that moment, the entire world transformed before me. Together with Yao Laosi, I embarked on a search, only to halt abruptly. Before me stood a girl in uniform, her back turned, facing the wall, standing rigidly upright. A mere glance at her rendered my expression dramatically altered. No wonder. Yao Laosi, having also employed cow tears, discerned at once the grim truth. The girl before us was already deceased. She stood there, motionless, her countenance devoid of emotion. Yao Laosi reached out, intent on making contact with her. "If you wish to meet your demise, feel free to extend your hand," I remarked with an air of indifference. Instinctively, Yao Laosi withdrew his hand, offering a nervous chuckle. What on earth is happening? This was a first for me as well. "Take a look around," I urged. Yao Laosi's face paled as he scanned the vicinity, for surrounding the school's walls stood one girl after another, each maintaining a certain distance, arranged with unsettling precision. A mere glance was sufficient for Yao Laosi to grasp the gravity of the situation. 18 Sha, I murmured with a bitter smile. This phenomenon, rooted in the souls of 18 wrongfully perished girls, manifests as an exceedingly formidable insha, far more terrifying than any encountered before. Yao Laosi trembled and collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling with fear as he questioned, "Is the one orchestrating this madness insane? Do they not fear divine retribution? So many malevolent spirits. How many lives must be extinguished to satisfy them? I cannot fathom the number, yet it is likely beyond imagination." I shook my head, my expression laden with astonishment. At this moment, I had come to realize that this matter was far from simple. Such a terrifying girls' school concealed an abundance of schemes. Should they fully erupt, the consequences would be unfathomable. Pondering this, I deliberated for a while before stating decisively, "Let us seek out the principal." Yao Laosi rose, his gaze filled with malice as he remarked, "We have undoubtedly been deceived. Such numerous schemes could not have been orchestrated in a single day. Clearly, someone intends to bring about our demise. If their sole aim were our deaths, such elaborate traps would be unnecessary." I offered a wry smile and added, "We have yet to reach that level of significance. Could it be the Jean family? It is possible, yet I doubt they find it necessary. If they truly wish to eliminate me, they could easily dispatch an elder from the Jean family to hunt me down. This setup has been in place for over half a century. It is not merely designed to eradicate me. Even the demise of my grandfather would suffice." I contemplated for a moment, but ultimately shook my head. A scheme spanning a century. At that time, I had yet to be born. My grandfather was merely 10 years old then. Was it aimed specifically at us? That seemed utterly implausible. However, if it were not aimed at us, it must have been directed at all who entered this trap. Subsequently, Yao Laosi and I began our search for the principal. Regrettably, the principal was nowhere to be found. No matter how diligently we searched, we could not locate him. The principal and Appo's office stood desolate and empty. I rummaged through the principal and Appo's office, hoping to uncover some clue. Yet I found nothing. Yin Laosi and Appo's expression changed dramatically, unable to restrain himself from cursing. Indeed, she deliberately led us here to meet our doom. It was too late to voice any concerns. We had already fallen into this trap, and extricating ourselves seemed as challenging as scaling the heavens. I sighed, recognizing that certain feng shui traps are specifically designed to target an individual, leaving others unaffected. However, the traps within the school were directed at every person who entered. Once ensnared, one became tainted by the malevolent energy, and leaving would prove futile. At that moment, Yin Laosi suddenly exclaimed, "Someone is coming." I glanced through the window, and my expression shifted. A group had arrived, led by an elderly man clad in yellow. Just a single glance revealed the gravity of the situation. Indeed, as the yellow-clad elder stepped forward, he sensed something amiss. He intended to retreat, but soon sighed, stamped his foot, and halted. It seemed he too had realized he had been ensnared. "Let us head downstairs," I suggested. Descending, I encountered the group. There were at least 40 of them. Though I did not recognize the elderly leader in yellow, I could sense his formidable strength. "Who summoned you here?" I approached and inquired. "And who might you be?" The elder responded, scrutinizing me. "I am Chun Sansheng, grandson of Su Xuanzi. Ah, the master of Tianji Tower." "It is indeed an honor," he replied. The elder slightly clasped his hands in greeting. I reciprocated, my expression tinged with bitterness as I remarked, "It appears we are all ensnared in this predicament, unable to extricate ourselves." The elder's disciple, visibly agitated, interjected, "We were summoned by the principal, who expended a staggering sum of 100 million to bring us here." "And where is the principal?" I inquired. "She mentioned she would arrive shortly," was the response. This posed a troubling situation. I shook my head and rolled up my sleeve. Upon my arm, an enigmatic pattern had appeared, resembling a ghastly visage. The elder leaned closer and instantly recognized it, the ghostly face curse. "You must possess it as well." I turned to the others, who, upon revealing their own arms, displayed the same ominous visage. It seemed we had indeed delved too deeply into this matter, with no hope of escape. The elder sighed in resignation. "May I inquire your name, esteemed elder?" "I am called Huang Sanxian." Chapter 73. Huang Sanxian. I was taken aback, astonished to realize that the elderly figure before me was none other than the illustrious Huang Sanxian. While his renown may not rival that of my grandfather, he is nonetheless a person of considerable reputation. It is said that he devoted his youth to cultivating in the Zhongnan Mountains, and upon returning to the Huang family, he swiftly transformed it into a prominent lineage. Could it be that those behind him are my disciples and descendants? Huang Sanxian's countenance darkened, his expression icy as he spoke. This time, I had intended to teach my disciples. Now it seems all is lost. I gasped, unable to restrain myself from inquiring, "Is it possible that someone is targeting your Huang family?" It is worth noting that there are many members of the Huang family present. Should they all perish, the Huang family would face utter devastation, reduced to a mere small clan. Huang Sanxian nodded gravely, his face shadowed. "It appears so." He then asked, "Do you have any other family members?" I hesitated for a moment, then shook my head urgently. "My grandparents and parents have all passed away." "Then it is settled," Huang Sanxian remarked, gazing deeply at me. "It seems you are in a similar situation to mine." In that instant, I comprehended the gravity of our predicament. The entire Chen family was left with but one surviving member, myself. Should I meet my demise, our lineage would indeed be extinguished. It is truly a cruel fate. Old Yao shouted in fury. "Regardless of who orchestrated this, I will ensure they are torn to shreds." "Master, it may not be as dire as it seems." A young man interjected with a smile. "We merely need to leave this place and devise a plan to resolve the issue of the ghostly malevolence." As he spoke, he prepared to flee the school. "Stop!" Huang Sanxian exclaimed in alarm, urgently calling out. Yet the youth had already dashed through the school gates. In the next moment, a truck hurtled forward, and the boy's body was instantly engulfed, reduced to a gruesome pulp. The scene was utterly horrific. His form was shattered, leaving only an arm that flew out. This arm bore a grotesque face etched upon it. At that instant, the face seemed to come alive, gaping wide and erupting into maniacal laughter, before the entire arm was consumed by flames. We stood there, speechless, exchanging glances. The malevolent spirit would not be easily dispelled. Leaving this place was tantamount to a death sentence. I sighed, expressing my helplessness. "How can we break it?" Old Yao Si inquired. His eyes filled with dread as he gazed at the grim visage on the arm. He extended his hand, grasping at the face, but it clung tenaciously, resisting all his efforts to tear it away. "Enough of this futile endeavor. The curse cannot be lifted. Unless the caster is slain, it shall remain forever," I remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. Huang Sanxian nodded, producing a yellow talisman and reciting an incantation. Soon, he affixed the yellow paper to the arm, and the ghastly face, still laughing wildly, swiftly vanished. I can only temporarily suppress the malevolent spirit, We must hasten our pace, Huang Sanxian declared. A clever tactic, I acknowledged. Old Yao Si leaned closer, sheepishly asking, could you assist me in suppressing it as well? Of course, it is no trouble, Huang Sanxian replied, proceeding to help Yao Si quell the sinister spirit. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards me and said meaningfully, would you care to assist me in suppressing this? My expression changed slightly. The relationship between Huang Sanxian and my grandfather could only be described as mediocre. After all, they were both feng shui masters, belonging to the same profession. Colleagues can often be rivals, and this was evident in their interactions. However, both men were of upright character, thus large conflicts were absent. Though minor disagreements abounded, Huang Sanxian had always aspired to overshadow my grandfather. Yet, my grandfather was a profound scholar, his abilities unfathomable. Therefore, Huang Sanxian had consistently found himself firmly suppressed, which filled him with a sense of humiliation. Occasionally, my grandfather would regale me with tales of him, speaking with great pride. The thought of this made me want to decline. However, I soon sighed and extended my arm. Thank you, esteemed elder. Huang Sanxian looked at me in surprise and chuckled, saying, you are far superior to your grandfather. I understood the implication of Huang Sanxian and Appo's words. My grandfather and Appo's temper was notorious, as everyone knew. In that moment, I sighed. My grandfather has spoken of you before. He mentioned that you are a rare talent in the path of cultivation. Had he not resorted to extraordinary techniques, he would not measure up to you. Ha ha! Huang Sanxian burst into laughter, patting my shoulder. Young man, you certainly have a way with words. You have just saved your own life. Thank you, esteemed elder. I was overjoyed, seeing my eloquence. The disciples behind Huang Sanxian no longer regarded me with hostility. Since we are here, let us take up residence for the time being. I am familiar with the layout of the school. Follow me. Subsequently, I personally hosted Huang Sanxian and others, who consequently took residence in the female dormitory. Following this, I continued my search for anomalies within the school alongside Yao Laosi. Master, I fail to comprehend why you maintain such humility. Yao Laosi expressed his dissatisfaction. He believed my strength was sufficient to confront Huang Sanxian. I let out a wry smile. My abilities and merit have never been disclosed to anyone, leading to frequent misconceptions. For instance, Yao Laosi assumed that I possessed at least the strength to traverse the ethereal realm. My grandfather, with his tempestuous temperament, has offended many, and, as his grandson, I can only attempt to make amends. With a resigned smile, I patted Yao Laosi on the shoulder and adopted a serious demeanor. Your master's true adversaries are solely the Jin and Ji families. Thus, I do not wish to emulate my grandfather by creating enemies on all fronts. Enemies are endless. If I do not find a way to transform myself, I shall ultimately become a target for all. My present aim is straightforward: to unite all possible forces and strive against the two major clans. Otherwise, relying solely on our limited strength is utterly insufficient. Yao Laosi appeared to awaken from his reverie, quickly nodding in agreement. No wonder you sought an alliance with the Lei family. There remains only Lei Qilin now. One ally is better than none. The more allies we have, the fewer enemies we shall face. I stated calmly, as the guardian of the village, what humiliation have I not endured? I once was a fool. Being spat upon and insulted were merely commonplace occurrences. I even often fought with stray dogs for scraps of food. My dignity had long been lost. Now, my sole focus is on vengeance. If I can avoid conflict, I shall. Yao Laosi nodded in understanding, expressing admiration as he said, Master, I comprehend. I shall be more low-key from now on. I patted his shoulder, bitterness in my voice as I remarked, before enacting revenge, I must endure. Subsequently, Yao Laosi and I continued our journey along the path. Soon, I sensed something amiss. The issue lay within the women and Appo's restroom on the third floor of the teaching building. However, all the stalls were occupied by women. This predicament posed a challenge. Yao Laosi, this task is entrusted to you, I said, casting a glance at him. Yao Laosi gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. He then bellowed, this restroom belongs to me now. All you ladies, get out. Chapter 74. The spirit of the infant. The words of Yao Laosi ignited a fierce anger among the girls. Beast, you only know how to bully us. Do you truly believe we are afraid of you? Indeed, their indignation was palpable. In no time, these high school girls rallied together and launched a vigorous assault on Yao Laosi, who struggled to fend them off while standing at the entrance of the ladies' restroom. He cast a desperate glance at me, imploring, "Master, hurry. I can barely withstand this any longer." With a dismissive roll of my eyes, I ventured into the restroom. Here, I sensed a chilling aura enveloping the air. Soon, I opened a partition, and my expression shifted dramatically. Before me lay an abandoned pit, plastered with talismans. Extending my hand, I retrieved a tear from an oxen damp, Apo's, S.I., and applied it to my own. As I gazed ahead, my countenance paled. In the pit, a bloodied infant struggled for life, its tiny body racked with distress. The spirit of the infant. I took a step back, trembling uncontrollably. How could such a thing exist? The orchestrator of this scenario was indeed terrifying. If my deductions were correct, it suggested that a female high school student had become pregnant, yet something had gone awry. She had given birth in the restroom. However, this was not the most horrifying aspect. The true terror lay in the fact that the infant had seemingly been murdered shortly after birth, its spirit filled with overwhelming resentment. Someone had recognized this and temporarily sealed the spirit with talisman paper, subsequently utilizing the infant's corpse to create the spirit of the infant. At present, this malevolent spirit had yet to be activated. Once awakened, the infant spirit would unleash a frenzy of violence, leading to unimaginable consequences. Having witnessed this, I cannot simply pretend it had not occurred. At that moment, I unfastened the burden upon my back and began to place various items upon the ground. My purpose was straightforward: to dispel the malevolent energy. Such a malevolent formation cannot be conjured from thin air. It often requires specific talismans, which are pivotal to its resolution. The talisman before me was the very corpse of the infant. The remains had long since turned to bone, thus blocking the pit with a somber scene. It was heart-wrenching to think that it had encountered such a nightmare immediately upon birth. Sighing deeply, I pressed my palms together and recited a solemn incantation. By the highest decree, I release your lonely spirit, banishing all specters. May all beings receive blessings. Those with head shall ascend, those without shall rise, by gunfire or blade, by leaps or hanging ropes. As I chanted the rebirth mantra, I held a rattle in my hand. The rattle began to emit a sound as I shook it, attempting to quell the grievances of the vengeful spirit, urging it toward rebirth. Yet at that moment, a terrifying aura erupted forth. In an instant, an invisible force hurled my body against the wall. Before me, a blood-soaked infant crawled out from the pit. The infant's spirit. I caught a glimpse of it and understood the gravity of the situation. I continued to shake the rattle and recite the incantation. Silence, foul priest. The infant's spirit bellowed, and my body was flung away once more. I am here to guide you to the afterlife, I declared. I do not require your guidance. The infant's spirit appeared exceedingly agitated. I sighed, weariness etched upon my visage, and said, I understand the resentment that dwells within your heart. Yet, the events have transpired, and we are powerless to alter them. It would be wise to relinquish the past and return forthwith. My words incited an extraordinary fury within the infant spirit. Let go. What a farce. At that moment, the infant spirit appeared exceedingly agitated. What fault lies with me? I was born into this wretched realm. Not only that, but I was also slain by my own mother, resulting in this tragic fate. What wrong have I committed? The infant spirit approached me slowly, leaving me momentarily speechless. The sight before me was profoundly tragic. He had been deprived of life the instant he entered this world, and the one who stripped him of it was his own mother. You are blameless, I hastily clarified. However, since events have already unfolded beyond our control, it is prudent to let go of all and return to the underworld. If you persist in this stubbornness, you shall forfeit your chance for reincarnation. Return, for you still have the opportunity to be reborn. Your future parents shall undoubtedly be different from these. When that time comes, you will experience a life filled with joy and a beautiful childhood. Imagine being cradled in the tender care of your parents upon your birth, stumbling and running, with them chasing after you. How splendid that would be. The infant spirit, who had initially intended to approach, suddenly froze in place. At that moment, I swiftly brandished a rattle and chanted an incantation. In that instant, the infant spirit screamed in anguish as the dark aura enveloping him gradually dissipated. I was overwhelmed with joy, realizing that my words were entirely effective. At that moment, I could only continue to speak. You bear no fault. It is solely your mother's doing. Yet, after all, she brought you into this world and deserves some gratitude. Let go of all this and return to the underworld soon. A brighter future awaits you. To my astonishment, as soon as these words escaped my lips, the infant spirit let out a furious roar, emanating a terrifying aura. Mother! It suddenly dawned on me that I still had mother. Kill! In that instant, it was consumed by rage. I wished I could slap myself for mentioning his mother. Indeed, the infant spirit descended into madness. Its dreadful energy surged forth relentlessly. With a twisted expression, it shouted, "That woman is right here in this school. I will slay her. She shall pay dearly." In that moment, it roared once more, and the talismans on the walls ignited spontaneously. I stood there dumbfounded. The infant spirit had managed to break free from the infant spirit formation using its own power. If that were the case, it had regained its freedom and would no longer be under the manipulator's control. However, the thought of the consequences of its freedom sent chills down my spine. In desperation, I bit my finger, preparing to strengthen the seal. Let the infant spirit be damned. Before it was activated, the infant spirit could do no harm. Yet, as I made my move, I was flung backward once again. Get away from me. I spat out blood, utterly powerless to resist. The rattle in my hand flew from my grasp, clattering to the ground. Originally, the spirit of the infant sought to pursue me, but upon catching sight of the rattle, its gaze became irrevocably transfixed. It approached and picked up the rattle, subsequently shaking it while staring vacantly. I let out a sigh. Ultimately, one is often ensnared by unattainable desires throughout life. Seizing this moment, I hastily retrieved my talisman paper and began affixing it to the walls. Before long, the spirit vanished. I exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, my back drenched in cold sweat. This infant spirit was indeed terrifying. Thankfully, it was temporarily sealed away. However, given my circumstances, I feared it would not remain so for long. By nightfall, it would surely regain its agency. The immediate priority was to seek out Huang Sanxian. With this thought in mind, I stepped outside. Yao Laosi was still being mercilessly beaten by the girls. I could hardly be bothered with him and called out, "Let us go." Yao Laosi, tough and resilient, was impervious to their blows. Seizing the opportunity, he began to grope around, infuriating the girls even further. "Master, wait for me," he exclaimed, breaking free and hurriedly following after me. Chapter 75. The death of the 8 maidens upon returning to the girls' dormitory. I relayed the news of the infant spirit calamity to Huang Sanxian. However, Huang Sanxian merely shook his head, his demeanor indifferent. A mere infant spirit calamity is hardly significant. This school harbors dozens of such calamities, yet the most formidable resides on the playground. I was taken aback and inquired, "You noticed it too?" Of course. That calamity on the playground is the most potent in this school. It is the source of myriad calamities, and should it erupt, the consequences would be truly terrifying. After hearing Huang Sanxian's words, the bewildered Yao Laosi asked, "Is that calamity truly so fearsome?" Indeed, for that calamity dwells upon the Yin Spring, a place of extreme darkness. Having been nurtured by the Yin energy for a full cycle of years, it has become beyond imagination. My words caused Yao Laosi's complexion to change dramatically. He glanced nervously at the others and hastily remarked, "Can we possibly contend with such a formidable calamity?" "Certainly not," Huang Sanxian replied with a smile. "But fret not. For this time, it is not we who shall bear the brunt." I nodded in agreement. Such a perilous site, situated in the bustling city, would undoubtedly attract the intervention of the Taoist Alliance. As time ticked by, the school welcomed a few more individuals. After a brief moment of panic, they quickly regained their composure. Thus, the girls' dormitory became increasingly crowded, much to the chagrin of the high school girls. Night soon descended. At that moment, I opened my eyes, and Yao Laosi and the others awakened as well. "It's time to rise," I announced. "Do not expect a restful night," Huang Sanxian remarked with a bitter smile. "Indeed, we have entered the fray. The discomfort is now inevitable, I replied, stretching my arms. This school, shrouded in secrecy for an entire generation, has now erupted into chaos. It seems the puppeteers behind the scenes are poised to execute their final stratagem. Let us venture out and observe, Huang Sanxian suggested, and we stepped into the night. As darkness enveloped us, the entire school was cloaked in shadows. All the students lay in deep slumber, and the playground was devoid of life. Huang Sanxian and I walked across the expansive field, where I partially closed my eyes, feeling the chilling winds that whispered eerily around us. Such a dreadful aura, I exclaimed. Indeed, I have never encountered such a malevolent presence, Huang Sanxian responded, alarmed. A cold draft pervaded every corner of the school, accompanied by indistinct murmurs. The atmosphere was thick with ominous energy, and as night deepened, these sinister forces stirred restlessly. Should we first address the source of this malevolence? I inquired. Let's tackle the easier challenges first, starting with the infant spirit, Huang Sanxian contemplated. I marveled at his perspective. What appeared terrifying to the average person was, in his eyes, merely the simplest of tasks. Nevertheless, in comparison to other malevolent entities, the infant spirit indeed posed lesser difficulty. Let us proceed. I took the lead, eager to unveil the mysteries that lay ahead. However, upon our arrival at the girls' restroom, I found myself momentarily frozen in astonishment. The entire women's restroom had been reduced to ruins. A sense of dread washed over me. The infant spirit's malevolent force had been unleashed. My complexion darkened. Huang Sanxian furrowed her brow slightly, taking a talisman and affixing it to the wall. In an instant, the surrounding malevolent energy was absorbed by the talisman. Since the infant spirit had been activated, its primary target would be to claim a life. I remarked, "Indeed, a woman. Where is it now?" Huang Sanxian scoffed, producing a palm-sized paper effigy, reciting incantations under her breath. She pricked her finger, drawing a talisman upon the effigy. Instantly, the paper figure sprang to life, racing ahead. We followed closely behind. Although diminutive, the figure moved with remarkable speed, darting all the way to the girls' dormitory. We stealthily approached the dormitory, careful not to disturb the surrounding residents and provoke trouble. Ascending to the 4th floor, the paper effigy slipped through the crack of a door. I lifted my gaze, peering through the glass, and my expression shifted drastically. The entire dormitory had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The sight was unbearable. A total of 8 girls writhed in agony, their abdomens grotesquely distended. The infant spirit stood upon the floor, emitting a sinister laugh. I kicked the door, but remained immovable. Huang Sanxian scoffed again, inscribing a talisman upon her palm before striking it down. As the talisman descended, the door swung open instantaneously, unleashing a wave of malevolent energy. We barged in just like that. You finally arrived. Unfortunately, it is too late. The infant spirit let out a sinister laugh, its gaze fierce as it fixed upon us. My eyes fell upon the 8 girls who were screaming in agony. Their bellies were larger than those of a woman in her 9th month of pregnancy, and they continued to swell. The mere thought of this compelled me to exclaim, "What is the point? Even if your mother abandoned you, the others are innocent." Innocent? The infant spirit sneered, its eyes cold as ice. "They are guilty. Anyone who has come into contact with my mother is guilty." Realizing that I could not dissuade it, I prepared to take action. But Huang Sanxian grasped my shoulder. "We cannot act just yet. If he is harmed, those 8 girls will perish." Indeed, he was astute, recognizing the gravity of the situation at a glance. The infant spirit remarked with admiration, "Old man, if you know what is good for you, you'd better leave quickly, or I will ensure you have no burial place." A mere infant spirit, what could it possibly do to me? Huang Sanxian formed a series of hand seals. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted forth. The infant spirit let out a cry of agony, and I noticed 3 phantom figures had already entwined themselves around its body. So this is the Sanxian seal? This fellow truly possesses formidable skills. A shiver ran down my spine. It is said that Huang Sanxian, having received the Sanxian inheritance, can wield Taoist arts. Now, it was evident that the rumors held truth. With a single move, he had sealed the infant spirit. In the next moment, Huang Sanxian extended his finger, placing talismans upon the foreheads of the girls. The anguished cries of the young women abruptly ceased. Subsequently, their swollen forms began to gradually revert. A stream of malevolent energy poured forth from their bodies. I exhaled in relief, believing the crisis had been averted. Yet at that moment, Huang Sanqian's expression shifted dramatically. This is not good. Someone has intervened. Before our eyes, 3 ethereal shadows behind the infant spirit were torn asunder by a dark hand. Instantly, the infant spirit regained its freedom. With a maniacal laugh, it unleashed a terrifying aura. In that instant, a dreadful wave of sinister energy erupted forth. The talismans affixed to the foreheads of the 8 young women were incinerated. Their bellies continued to swell ominously. Then, accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion, the bodies of the 8 women burst apart. I hastily retreated to evade the blast. However, anguished cries pierced the air as their abdomens detonated. A horrifying black ichor spewed forth, possessing an intensely corrosive nature. Many fell to the ground in agony at that moment. No, this cannot be. None among them are my mother. What is happening? The infant spirit cackled maniacally, but abruptly halted, its expression shifting to one of terror. Chapter 76. The faceless malevolent spirit. I was not the least bit surprised by the scene before me. The infant spirit malevolence is a type of malevolent force that exploits the essence of infants. The practitioner of this dark art manipulates the infant's memories, inducing a state of confusion where the infant mistakenly perceives a certain woman as the mother who abandoned them, and a certain man as their father. At such a juncture, whoever the practitioner instructs the infant spirit to eliminate, it will comply without hesitation. The 8 young women before me were entirely blameless. They were unaware and had been mercilessly slain by the infant spirit malevolence. The mere thought filled me with sorrow and rage as I exclaimed, "You have taken the lives of these 8 girls, each with a bright future ahead and loving mothers. Your actions are utterly cruel." Yet, my words fell on deaf ears as the infant spirit remained undeterred. It roared in a frenzy, Who truly is my mother? Enough of this. I can sense her presence within this school. If that is the case, then I shall annihilate everyone." Upon reaching this conclusion, it erupted in maniacal laughter, its malevolence intensifying. With a heavy sigh, I recognized that it had become irrevocably lost. This was precisely the objective of the shadowy puppeteer behind it all. The infant spirit's target had shifted from seeking its mother to seeking the destruction of all. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I swiftly made a hand gesture, casting a talisman toward it. However, the talisman was intercepted by a surge of dark energy, igniting spontaneously in midair. The infant spirit erupted into maniacal laughter, its malevolent aura swelling even further. In that moment, its figure suddenly vanished. This is dire. I must locate it. With each life he extinguishes, his power increases by a notch. Once he has taken too many lives, no one will be able to restrain him. I suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and shouted urgently. Huang Sanqian produced another paper effigy, attempting to locate the infant spirit. However, at that moment, the paper figure let out a horrifying scream, its form gradually disintegrating into fragments. This is bad. A formidable presence is involved. My probing technique has become ineffective. This is troublesome. That individual must be the one manipulating the infant spirit, I remarked. In light of this, we must act independently, Huang Sanqian suggested. No, splitting up would leave us vulnerable to being picked off one by one, I countered hastily. Indeed, that is a common trope in horror films. Being isolated makes one an easy target, Yao Laosi added. Currently, we have no other option. This school is far too vast, and we must prevent him from claiming more victims. Rest assured, all my disciples possess life-preserving talismans. The infant spirit cannot kill them in a short span. With this assurance, I felt a sense of relief and quickly departed with Yao Laosi. In the corridor, we tread cautiously. Both of us had applied cow tears to our eyes, which enabled us to perceive the infant spirit. Master, this place is exceedingly perilous. Perhaps you could grant me a life-preserving talisman as well? Yao Laosi gazed at me with yearning. I shot him an exasperated look, but ultimately handed him a flute. What is this? He inquired. It is a personal artifact of mine, crafted from willow wood, I replied. Does this truly have any efficacy? Yao Laozi asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Indeed, for I am the guardian of the village, I affirmed. The objects that have accompanied me for a decade have become my own tools. A sense of pride adorns my countenance. Indeed, what I assert is indisputable. Yet, in comparison to genuine artifacts, my possessions wield relatively feeble power. Through the window, I cast my gaze upon one female dormitory after another. Everything remains tranquil. No incidents have transpired. The corridor is engulfed in darkness, devoid of illumination, which strikes me as peculiar. However, what intrigues me most is the incessant surge of various malevolent energies. Master, do you not feel a chill? Suddenly inquired Yao Laozi. I certainly sensed it. If I am not mistaken, it appears that not merely one infant spirit has been awakened. Other sinister configurations have commenced as well. Upon hearing this, Yao Laozi was thoroughly alarmed. The mere presence of an infant spirit is terrifying enough. The prospect of several more is even more daunting. Just then, footsteps echoed behind us. Someone was trailing us. Yao Laozi was about to turn his head, but I grasped his shoulder firmly. Do not look back. Be wary lest the flames atop your head extinguish. Yao Laozi nodded hastily. It is said that a person possesses 3 flames, 1 atop the head and 2 upon the shoulders, invisible under normal circumstances. However, when confronted with malevolent occurrences, if one were to look back impulsively, the flames would be snuffed out. Should all 3 flames extinguish, the individual is doomed. The footsteps, neither distant nor close, continued to resonate. Indeed, someone was following us. I refrained from turning around and directly inquired, "Who goes there?" Silence ensued. We moved forward, and so did the figure behind us. We halted, and so did the figure behind us. Our pace quickened, and so did theirs. When we slowed, they mirrored our tempo. At that moment, a surge of irritation coursed through me. Gripping the peachwood sword firmly, I approached the staircase. Upon reaching its edge, we were poised to turn around, and it was then that we noticed the person trailing behind us. She was a woman clad in a school uniform, devoid of a head and face, save for 2 pairs of pigtails. A faceless woman? A chill gripped my heart as I recalled the narrative from the book. The woman turned her gaze upon us. Though she bore no features, she was still able to speak. "You are Chun Sansheng. You're Yao Laozi, correct?" No one replied. Yao Laozi pressed his lips tightly together. In such a dark hour, offering a response could prove perilous. I tightened my grip on the peachwood sword and fixed my gaze upon her, declaring, "You are already dead. It is time for you to return to where you belong." Where I belong. The woman stared at me, bewildered, before suddenly proclaiming, "If I were to tell you that the place I should go has been irrevocably altered, would you believe me?" A tremor ran through me. Yet I was disinclined to engage in further discourse. I lunged the peachwood sword forward. The blade pierced through the woman, dark blood cascading down. She offered no resistance, no struggle, merely gazing at me with her featureless face. "You shall all perish here," she intoned, before her form crumpled and dissipated into black smoke. It was over. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Yao Laozi, taken aback, inquired, "Master, what was that?" "A faceless specter," I replied. "The inquiries posed by this woman must remain unanswered, and any greetings she offers should elicit no response. Otherwise, one may find oneself ensnared in troublesome circumstances. Though not exceedingly potent, the malevolence she embodies can ensnare the unwary." With a weary sigh, a thought emerged. In the village of my past, such entities were once encountered. The rural nights, devoid of streetlights, are enveloped in profound darkness. While traversing the path, should one hear their name called from behind, it is prudent not to respond lightly. The repercussions can be dire. How fortuitous this is! We must proceed. I waved my hand, and we continued onward. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind, my own. "Yao Laozi, what troubles you, master?" He casually replied. Yet in that instant he froze. I walked alongside him, not trailing behind. So, who was it that stood behind? In that moment, his face drained of color, and I too was seized by a chilling tremor. Chapter 77. The dark-faced Bao Gong Yao Laozi was in grave danger. The price of his promise was exceedingly steep. In an instant, his entire body trembled, uncontrollably turning to walk away. I swiftly turned to seize him. At that moment, an epiphany struck me. extinguishing the flames of anger that had blazed within. A surge of wrath surged from the depths of my heart. Very well, if he desires to play, I shall indulge him. Gripping the peach wood sword firmly in my hand, I followed closely behind Yao Laosi. He moved forward in a dazed manner, step by step, and I trailed behind him in this peculiar procession. To my astonishment, it was not only Yao Laosi who was ensnared. The door to the girls' dormitory swung open, revealing several women clad in pajamas, their heads bowed as they approached. Their eyes were vacant, following Yao Laosi in a trance-like state, as if puppeteered by an unseen force. They advanced in a synchronized formation. I continued to follow them, realizing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. This was not merely the work of an ordinary faceless specter. Soon, the door to the girls' dormitory opened wider, and more girls emerged, elongating the line. By the time we reached the stairway, there were already 18 individuals aligned together, proceeding in unison. As I walked behind them, I was suddenly struck dumb. At the stairway stood a figure, a paper effigy. It was counting the passers-by, 1, 2, 3. Witnessing this scene, realization dawned upon me. I held my breath and swiftly affixed a talisman to myself. At this moment, the anger within me gradually dissipates. I feel like a mere specter trailing behind the procession. The paper figure continues its count. 17, 18, 19. Oddly, there appears to be an extra one. The paper figure curiously approaches me. I gently close my eyes, my body akin to that of a lifeless corpse. The paper figure leans in, sniffing at my form. Soon, it expresses its satisfaction, saying so. It is. Let us proceed. I numbly follow in the wake of the procession, advancing in this manner. The procession ascends the staircase, continuing onward. To my astonishment, I discover that on each floor, girls stand in a dazed formation, leading the way. Each level houses a paper figure. The procession continues its mechanical march. Despite the multitude, the entire journey is eerily silent. It is profoundly unsettling. I trail behind, my expression one of indescribable astonishment. We have reached the top floor, yet the procession shows no sign of stopping. They press onward. At this juncture, I begin to comprehend the situation. They are heading to the rooftop. Indeed, the ranks arrive neatly at the terrace. A chilling wind sweeps through, and I abruptly survey my surroundings, only to be astonished to find not just girls, but also numerous Taoist priests. They too are ensnared, marching along in the ranks. A total of 8 lines advance in perfect unison. Suddenly, the procession halts. A realization dawns upon me as my gaze shifts before me. In an instant, my expression transforms dramatically. Before the 8 teams stood a peculiar assembly of paper figures. Among them was a diminutive figure, scarcely measuring 1 meter and 30 centimeters in height. This figure appeared to be a man, sporting a protruding belly, and his face bore an elaborate depiction of the theatrical character Chow Chow from Peking Opera. "Is everyone gathered?" he inquired. "Yes, all are present," came the response, though it was noted that there were 19 more than originally planned. One of the paper figures bowed its head and spoke. The short man erupted into a maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, the surplus are all practitioners of the Tao. Their blood is nothing short of exquisite. Let us offer them as sacrifices first." A chill gripped my heart upon hearing this. Could it be that this man intended to sacrifice so many? At that moment, several dazed Taoist priests among the crowd suddenly opened their eyes. They surged forth from the ranks, wielding their mystical implements. Whoever you may be, to contemplate the sacrifice of living beings is truly deserving of death. Indeed, today I shall act on behalf of the heavens. Let us strike. The Taoists acted with resolute swiftness. One began to chant incantations, instantly casting forth over 100 talismans. Another spat blood onto his sword, which immediately blazed with radiant light. Yet another hurled several paper lions, which astonishingly transformed into real lions, commencing a frenzied assault. However, the man with the face of Chow Chow displayed a hint of disdain in response to such tactics. The present generation of Taoists truly pales in comparison to their predecessors. Very well, let us use them to deal with you. As soon as he concluded his statement, a cadre of white paper figures advanced forward. Before me stand a cadre of paper figures adorned with Qualcomm caps. They extend elongated tongues, crowned with pointed white hats inscribed with the auspicious phrase "fortune at first sight" in violet. In their grasp, they wield sorrowful staves. White Wuchang. I draw a sharp breath. This dreadful art of paper figures is far more terrifying than any paper craftsman I have encountered. Who, I wonder, are these figures? A dozen white Wuchang flail their sorrowful staves in a chaotic display. They exude an aura of dread, imbued with ominous energy. When they unleash their full might, they possess a force that can shake the very heavens. In an instant, an overwhelming power erupts. A lion is struck by a sorrowful stave, shattering into fragments. Moreover, a Taoist's wooden sword encounters the sorrowful stave and instantly splinters. I shake my head. While these Taoists exhibit commendable courage, they're simply outmatched. The strongest among them merely possesses the ability to consecrate. In the face of such malevolence, they stand utterly defenseless. As the situation deteriorates, one of the Taoists exclaims, "To capture the thief, first seize the king. Wang, we shall cover you. You must slay that black-faced judge." Understood. Taoist Wang grips a sword, his being aglow with the yin-yang wheel. In that moment, he charges forward, his sword erupting in radiant gold. In the blink of an eye, a formidable strike arcs through the air, landing upon the black-faced judge from a distance of 10 meters. Yet, the black-faced judge, reclining in his chair, remains utterly unmoved, allowing the sword to cleave against him without resistance. With the swift descent of the sword, the recliner shattered into fragments, yet the dark-faced judge remained utterly unmoved. Clad in the attire of a magistrate, he appeared as a diminutive embodiment of justice itself. "Could it be that your sword is the Panlong sword?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is the Panlong sword," the Taoist Wang replied with an air of pride. "Alas, you have chosen a path that leads to ruin." The dark-faced judge extended 2 fingers, deftly performing an incantation. "I care not who you are. In the realm of existence, righteousness endures. Evil cannot prevail over virtue. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the might of the Panlong way." I was taken aback. I had not anticipated that this young Taoist before me was a practitioner of the Panlong way. It is said that this sect, founded by the revered Panlong Junren, cultivates the art of Panlong, possessing the power to subdue dragons and tigers alike. Evil cannot prevail over virtue. Have you not heard the saying, "The Tao is a foot high, yet the demon is a yard tall"? At that moment, the dark-faced judge let out a sinister laugh, and a terrifying black flame erupted from his being. The inky fire surged forth in an instant, engulfing the Taoist Wang, who cried out in agony as the flames began to devour his very flesh. Chapter 78. The terrifying inferno. The body of the Taoist Wang was engulfed by flames, while those around him desperately attempted to extinguish the black fire. Astonishingly, despite the agonizing screams emitted by Wang, his garments remained unscathed. The onlookers resorted to water, yet their efforts proved futile against the inferno. The black flames hissed ominously as Wang writhed on the ground, striving to smother the fire, but all his endeavors were in vain. Observing his harrowing plight, the dark-faced judge grinned maliciously. "Child, do not waste your efforts. You must watch helplessly as the infernal flames consume you." Infernal flames? My expression shifted dramatically. I could scarcely believe that someone could attain such a dreadful mastery. These flames are said to spare not the material world, but to devour the very soul, especially those burdened by even the slightest guilt, reducing them to ashes. No one is without sin. Thus, these infernal flames are indeed a bane to all living beings. Spare me. I was wrong. I shall do anything you ask. I beseech you, do not take my life. In an abyss of torment, Wang's resolve shattered. He was engulfed by terror, enduring excruciating pain as he knelt before the dark judge, pleading, "Please have mercy. Is it not your aim to vanquish demons and evildoers? This is your outcome." The dark judge let out a sinister laugh. As the black fire surged around Wang, in the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. At that moment, his body remained entirely unharmed. Lying motionless on the ground, he appeared utterly dazed. Undoubtedly, his soul had been scorched to oblivion. Although he seemed unscathed, in reality, he had long since succumbed to death. Medically speaking, he was brain dead, a mere shell of his former self. Oomph. The dark-faced judge delivered a kick, sending the body of the Taoist Wang tumbling off the rooftop. The Panlong sword? Such a trinket dares to confront me? The dark-faced judge sneered, grasping the Panlong sword in his hands. Terrifying black flames re-emerged, and with a mere squeeze, the Panlong sword shattered into fragments. I inhaled sharply. The Panlong sword was a rare artifact, notoriously difficult to destroy. Who would have imagined it could be obliterated in an instant? It was truly horrifying. The figure before me, the dark-faced judge, exuded an unfathomable power. His malevolent flames could even incinerate magical artifacts, and their defense was nearly impossible. A mere trace could lead to unimaginable consequences. The surrounding Taoists, witnessing Wang Taoist's demise, displayed expressions of sheer terror. Yet, they soon charged forward, determined. Face your doom, demon. Evil shall not prevail. You cannot escape death. The dark-faced judge clapped his hands and grinned wickedly. Indeed, you possess spirit. Alas, you are up against me. He extended his hands, and in an instant, the dreadful black flames erupted once more. The flames swiftly invaded one individual's body, igniting from within. The person screamed in agony, and to my horror, the wails of lost souls echoed from his form. No, you're not the one I killed. Spare me. At this moment, the Taoist priest's face was etched with terror. The flames of sin consumed him. Deep within his heart, the guilt lay bare, unable to hide from the purging fire. At this instant, the dark-faced judge scoffed. I detest individuals like you, self-proclaimed righteous ones. You profess to exorcise evil and uphold virtue, yet your hearts are filled with malice. Truly repugnant. The black flames continued to blaze. Soon, the Taoist priest collapsed, breathless, reduced to an empty shell. Subsequently, the black fire incinerated everything around. One by one, the surrounding Taoists fell. I had returned to the ranks, cautiously concealing myself. I had initially intended to join forces with these priests in battle. How ludicrous that now seemed. The dark-faced judge before me was unquestionably a formidable entity. The thought sent cold sweat cascading down my back. After effortlessly dispatching the priests, he reclined in his chair, leisurely surveying the rows of girls before him. Why were there a few men among them? It mattered not. With a sinister grin, the dark-faced judge waved his hand, declaring, since they have arrived, the sacrificial rite must commence. Only then did I realize that, unbeknownst to me, a vast and eerie array had enveloped the entire dormitory building. In that moment, the dark-faced judge gestured, and these dazed, mindless girls began to leap from the rooftop, one by one. One by one. Lives as beautiful as flowers fade away. In the blink of an eye, 3 young women have perished. The figure with a dark visage lets out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. What a splendid demise. Your sacrifices are not in vain. Witnessing such vibrant lives extinguished, I can no longer contain my fury. In that moment, I choose to strike with stealth. The edge of the millennium-old Peachwood sword arcs fiercely towards the dark figure. I have sensed your presence long before. Can you truly no longer restrain yourself? The dark figure sneers, and a torrent of black flames surges from his palm. I hastily raise the Peachwood sword in defense. Yet, how fearsome is this cursed fire? Merely brushing against the sword dims its once brilliant sheen. Bracing against the terrifying black flames, I prepare to deliver a lethal blow to the dark figure. However, as I charge forward, my sword sweeping horizontally, the cursed fire envelopes him entirely, rendering my strike futile. What of this sword? What relation do you bear to Chinchuanza? He's my grandfather. The dark figure erupts into uncontrollable laughter, his excitement palpable. Ha ha, who would have thought I would encounter his grandson? They say your grandfather is dead. Is that truly the case? Naturally, he is not dead. Then let him show himself. I have a debt to settle with him. I silently lament in despair. The dark figure harbors a profound enmity towards my grandfather. Yet, in this moment, I find myself utterly powerless. Gripping the Peachwood sword tightly, I bite my finger, and the crimson blood flows forth, swiftly cascading as I make my move. This time, the Peachwood sword radiated a terrifying glow. In an instant, the black-faced judge let out a harrowing scream as one of his arms was severed by my strike. The millennium-old peach with sword in my grasp harbored formidable magical power, and I had just unleashed a fraction of its might, which indeed inflicted grave injury upon him. Having severely wounded him, I prepared to deliver a fatal blow. However, the black-faced judge grinned malevolently and declared, "Under ordinary circumstances, you might have the chance to slay me. But here I am a god." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several young women leapt from the rooftop. Their bodies fell heavily to the ground, transforming into a gruesome pool of flesh and blood. Simultaneously, a surge of dark energy enveloped the black-faced judge, prompting him to scream in agony. Astonishingly, from his severed arm sprouted a woman's hand. "You dare to use these girls to extend your life? You are truly despicable." I seethed with rage at the sight of so many beautiful young women perishing without purpose. My fury erupted in full force. Yet, the black-faced judge dismissed my outrage, saying, "As long as I can survive, what does it matter to sacrifice a few frail girls? I tell you this time, I intend to annihilate everyone in the entire school." Chapter 79. The arrival of reinforcements. It turns out that all these malevolent spirits were orchestrated by you. You actually intended to sacrifice the lives of everyone in the entire school to prolong your own existence. At this moment, clarity enveloped me. The seemingly youthful figure of the dark-faced judge belied the truth. Based on my conjecture, he must have been exceedingly ancient. Throughout history, the pursuit of immortality has been regarded as the most egregious of taboos. The horror embedded within this notion is truly unfathomable. The dark-faced judge, in his quest for longevity, aimed to offer the lives of the entire school as a tribute. Undoubtedly, should he succeed, this place would transform into a veritable hell on earth. Longevity? The dark-faced judge scoffed, declaring that his lifespan was ample and that he had no need for such measures. My heart trembled at this revelation. Upon reaching the realm of enlightenment, one can perceive the span of their own life. However, lifespan is predetermined by fate. To understand the heavens is simple, but to defy them is a daunting challenge. Even the prodigious Zhuge Liang, with his extraordinary talents, was unable to extend his life with the 7 stars lantern at Wuzhong Plains. This illustrates just how formidable the challenge of prolonging life truly is. Yet, the dark-faced judge claimed he was not pursuing longevity. Why then would he take the lives of such innocent souls? Sensing my bewilderment, the dark-faced judge smiled and remarked, "Since you are destined to perish, you might as well be an enlightened ghost." Many of the malevolent spirits in this school were indeed set in motion by me. However, I am merely a partner in this endeavor. Over the course of a century, numerous individuals have participated in this dark tapestry. Moreover, the deaths of many girls in this school were, in fact, orchestrated by us. I gazed at him coldly and inquired, "Why do you seek to extinguish so many lives? If not for the sake of prolonging your own? To survive in the future." The sinister figure of the dark-faced magistrate smiled ominously. "The world ahead will descend into chaos. Surviving will not be an easy endeavor. It is wiser to prepare in advance." I scoffed inwardly, recognizing that explaining myself to such a fiend was utterly futile. Grasping the ancient peachwood sword tightly in my hand, I resolved to vanquish him, employing every ounce of my strength. I was taken aback by how feeble Chun Banjian's grandson had turned out to be. The dark-faced magistrate regarded me with disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. "You, with your mediocre abilities, believe you can slay me? You merely cling to a few magical artifacts for survival." I chose not to respond. His derision only fueled my delight. Just as I stood in confrontation with him, a group of individuals burst forth from the door of the terrace. At the forefront was Huang Sanxian, accompanied by several unfamiliar faces. "Evil magistrate, you rely on your grand formation to wreak havoc upon the living. You truly deserve your fate," Huang Sanxian declared with righteous fervor. "Ha ha! I should have perished long ago. Alas, no one has succeeded in killing me." The magistrate laughed maniacally. My expression shifted dramatically. Until now, I had been oblivious to his true identity. Hearing the name Evil Magistrate, I suddenly comprehended. My grandfather had once recounted his encounter with a remarkably malevolent and terrifying figure who called himself the Evil Magistrate. He was wholly devoted to wickedness, his crimes manifold, and he could be deemed a true fiend of his era. In order to confront him, my grandfather employed every conceivable tactic. Although victorious, he ultimately allowed the sinister figure known as Evil Bao Gong to escape. Contemplating this, my resolve solidified, yet I instinctively retreated to the side. At that moment, Yao Laozi remained in a state of numbness, standing still. I hurriedly extended my hand, producing a talisman and affixing it to his forehead. Regrettably, the purifying heart talisman failed to yield any effect. Evil Bao Gong cast a disdainful glance in my direction and scoffed. You wish to save him? Alas, you lack the qualification. He commanded, jump off. At his behest, Yao Laozi was compelled to leap from the rooftop. I rushed to intervene, yet he continued to walk forward, oblivious. His strength suddenly surged, and despite my desperate grip, it proved futile. In that instant, a vague understanding dawned upon me. Observing my predicament, Evil Bao Gong regarded me with contempt, remarking, you are woefully inferior to your grandfather. You can save no one. You can only watch him perish before your eyes. I remained silent, choosing instead to bite my finger, unleashing the power of merit. In an instant, a talisman descended. The dark energy surrounding Yao Laozi dissipated, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Evil Bao Gong, taken aback, exclaimed, it seems you possess some skill after all. Enough chatter. Meet your demise. Huang Sanxian formed seals with his hands, reciting incantations. In that moment, 3 massive statues plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards Evil Bao Gong with lethal intent. With a disdainful snort, Evil Bao Gong unleashed the infernal flames from his hands. The statue was engulfed in flames, shattering instantaneously into fragile shards reminiscent of tofu, scattering through the air. Huang Sanxian marveled, exclaiming, your mastery of the infernal fire is truly unparalleled in the world. Beside him stood a middle-aged beauty, who nodded in astonishment and remarked, it is said that the infernal fire is a phenomenon reserved for heavenly tribulations. This fire, it is said, is insidious and can infiltrate through the 7 orifices, incinerating one's very soul. Once a person commits sins, they are inevitably doomed to be consumed by it. Moreover, this infernal fire knows no bounds. Everything in this universe possesses a spirit, and it can ignite all. The moment one is tainted by it, the flames will rapidly spread, leaving no refuge for the soul. The elderly monk beside them nodded solemnly, uttering amidst. Even at my level of cultivation, I would not dare claim to be devoid of any impure thoughts. As long as there exists guilt within the heart, one is destined to perish in the flames. Such infernal fire is indeed terrifying beyond measure. The malevolent Lord of Evil raised his hand, summoning a dreadful black flame, and jeered, do you so-called righteous individuals dare confront my infernal fire? Huang Sanxian scoffed, directing his gaze at him. I truly wonder how a sinner like you came to wield such fire. However, evil cannot triumph over righteousness. In the end, your own infernal flames will consume you, leaving you with no grave. I've been engulfed in this infernal fire for many years and have long since grown accustomed to it. Today, I shall use you all as my sacrificial offering. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together, and in an instant, a terrifying black flame surged toward the group. The individuals surrounding Huang Sanxian were not ordinary. I could discern at a glance that they belonged to the Taoist Alliance. It seemed that the Taoist Alliance had dispatched numerous elite members for this matter. In that moment, Huang Sanxian remained utterly still, his body emanating an astonishing aura. Subsequently, 3 ethereal figures began to whirl around him. Before the black flame could descend, it was met with an invisible force that repelled it. A middle-aged woman extended her palm, revealing a jade purity vase. The vase unleashed a powerful suction, rapidly drawing the black flames within its confines. Amidst, the elderly monk extended his hand, upon which was inscribed a symbol resembling the character for 10,000. In but a fleeting moment, the flames were absorbed into his palm, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The malevolent figure, Evil Bao Gong, erupted into maniacal laughter. The power of the 3 immortals, the jade purity vase, the Buddha's realm within your grasp. You truly regard me highly. To have summoned so many formidable experts. Chapter 80. Towering Malevolence Given the Circumstances, Why Not Surrender Willingly? Huang Sanxian asserted with unwavering confidence. You lack the qualifications. Even when pursued by Chun Banjian, I managed to survive. You are vastly inferior to him. The true source of my apprehension is that young man. With a sinister grin, Xie Baogong pointed directly at me. The expressions of the three individuals shifted dramatically as their gazes fell upon me. Realizing the precarious situation, I urgently exclaimed, "Do not incite discord. I am well aware of my grandfather's prowess. Though formidable, he stands on equal footing with these three venerable figures. My individual capabilities are insufficient to contend with Xie Baogong. Esteemed seniors, please do not be misled." Huang Sanxian appeared pleased with my attitude, turning away with a dismissive expression. Indeed, Chun Banjian was a master of his time. Regrettably, he recklessly employed forbidden techniques to enhance his potential, which led to his current fate. As for you, your demise is imminent. As he spoke, the three ethereal figures surrounding him gradually revealed their true forms. They were indeed three celestial beings, exuding an aura of otherworldly grace. Imbued with unfathomable power, in an instant, the three immortals formed intricate hand seals. Their formidable energies erupted violently, unleashing a cataclysmic force that resonated through the very fabric of reality. In the face of this overwhelming spectacle, Xie Baogong extended his hand, and dark flames continued to devour all in their path. Where the infernal fire spread, no one could stand against it. In but a fleeting moment, chaos reigned. The terrifying flames descended entirely. The powers of the three immortals clashed against the malevolent fire, creating a tumultuous wave of energy. These two forces were resolute in their opposition. A middle-aged beauty, with a hint of crimson between her brows, exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of Guanyin. She extended her hand and produced a willow branch. As she waved it, the surrounding young women began to awaken, each displaying expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? Why am I here? What is happening? These bewildered women gazed around, utterly perplexed. Upon witnessing this scene, the malevolent official was instantly filled with rage. How dare you awaken their consciousness? Are you intentionally provoking me? The middle-aged beauty met his gaze with an air of indifference, declaring, "Does the Guanyin temple fear you?" The malevolent official scoffed, forming a hand seal. At that moment, a dreadful aura emanated from his entire being. I may not be able to deal with the three of you, but these women are well within my grasp. No one shall escape. He placed his finger to his lips, emitting a sharp whistle. In an instant, we found ourselves immobilized. A wave of panic surged within me. The sky had turned a vivid red, and I realized I had entered a perilous trap. The women around me became numb once more, aligning neatly as they began to ascend towards the rooftop, seemingly destined for annihilation. The middle-aged beauty swiftly recited an incantation. Accompanied by her incantation, the expressions of the surrounding girls fluctuated between clarity and daze. Witnessing this scene, the old monk also began to chant a spell. In that moment, I too recited the calming mantra from the 8 great Taoist incantations. In the intangible realm, unseen forces were clashing. The girls, once akin to puppets on strings, began to show signs of revival. Observing this, the sinister figure known as the evil Bao Gong smiled eerily. "Do not struggle. This intricate scheme spanning an entire epoch is beyond your capacity to unravel. The birth charts of these girls, all their fates lie within my grasp. Do you believe you possess the qualifications to save them?" As he spoke, he suddenly extended his hand and snapped his fingers before us. The girls, who had been struggling, abruptly fell silent. On their foreheads, a mysterious symbol had inexplicably appeared. At that moment, they were lifted off the ground, swiftly making their way to the rooftop. "Quick! Stop him!" Huang Sanxian shouted urgently. He unleashed the power of the three immortals, chanting sacred verses to awaken the girls. Alas, the girls remained resolute, leaping down without a moment's hesitation. The scene was utterly harrowing. These girls, without the slightest doubt or regard for their own lives, one after another, jumped into the abyss. The entire spectacle was terrifying. In that instant, I collapsed to the ground, utterly stunned. There were over 80 girls on the rooftop. In that moment, They leapt down in unison, and I attempted to intervene. Yet, my body remained immobile. As I turned my head, I discovered that a malevolent spirit had latched onto my leg, hindering my advance. Were there not just one, but multiple of these infantile spirits? A mere glance was enough to alter my countenance dramatically. "It's merely an insignificant tactic," chuckled the wicked Bao Gong. Huang Sanxian pointed at him, his face contorted with rage. "You have slain so many innocent maidens. Such actions are intolerable." "Ha! What a notion of intolerance!" Bao Gong cackled, gesturing towards the heavens. "The sky has long since changed. Have you failed to notice? The heavens are no longer exalted above. They have become selfish and tainted. It has reached a wretched state." I was rendered speechless. As a practitioner of the Tao, it was unfathomable to witness someone maligning the celestial order. Silence. Huang Sanxian erupted with fury. "The heavens are just. Today, I shall eradicate you, the great scourge upon the people." With a thunderous roar, the power of the three immortals coalesced around him. The malevolent spirit clinging to his legs screamed in agony before dissipating into ash. Bao Gong clapped his hands in amusement. "You are truly ruthless. You could have redeemed that spirit, yet chose to annihilate it. Enough of your prattle. Today, we shall fight to the death." Huang Sanxian had now unshackled himself. After witnessing so many young lives extinguished before him, his resolve had been significantly eroded. If we do not devise a means to vanquish the malevolent Bao Gong, even if he were to depart, his own essence would suffer a significant decline due to the erosion of his moral fortitude and power. The middle-aged beauty remained silent, adopting the posture of Guanyin, her demeanor turning grave. The old monk, with a decisive gesture, cast aside his monk's robe, revealing his robust physique. "Today, this venerable priest shall embark on a quest to exorcise demons and eliminate evil." "Ha ha, splendid. Bring it on." The wicked Bao Gong, facing the three before him, exhibited no fear whatsoever. Simultaneously, tendrils of dark energy surged into his being. Undoubtedly, the demise of these young women had rendered him even more formidable. Yet, it was insufficient, far from adequate. With a clap of his hands, Bao Gong proclaimed with mirth, "Send forth another batch. I sense something amiss." From behind the door, a group of young women approached in unison. They glided forward, their toes barely touching the ground, instilling a deep sense of dread. A mere glance revealed the truth. I realized that if Bao Gong continued to slaughter, there would be no one left to thwart him. Chapter 81. The great terror, the demise of so many beautiful young women in the prime of their lives, is nothing but a trivial matter for the malevolent figure known as the evil Bao Gong. He is the epitome of wickedness. A sinister grin spread across his face as torrents of dark energy surged into his being, intermingled with the echoes of the girls' screams and their fleeting shadows. They struggled desperately, their faces contorted in agony. Yet, even in death, the evil Bao Gong shows no inclination to release them. "How could you be so heartless?" Huang Sanxian erupted with a formidable aura, trembling as he pointed an accusatory finger at him. "You shameless wretch, with the image of Bao Gong tattooed upon your face. How can you justify tormenting such tender souls? Indeed, such blossoming maidens reduced to ruin by your hand. Today, no one shall save you from your fate." The three formidable warriors roared in unison, displaying their immense power. The evil Bao Gong threw his head back in maniacal laughter, suddenly descending into madness. "Am I truly devoid of conscience? When you righteous ones orchestrated the demise of my entire family, did you ever foresee this day? Their lives were inconsequential to me, as are yours. Perish, all of you." At that moment, the evil Bao Gong extended his hand, unleashing a terrifying inferno. In an instant, the ferocious flames erupted forth, spreading with alarming intensity. Witnessing the encroaching black fire, the onlookers were struck with horror, their faces pale with dread. The infernal flames were extraordinarily fearsome. As the dark blaze descended upon them, Huang Sanxian let out a furious roar, summoning the power of the three immortals within him. However, even he dared not confront the malevolent fire head-on. With a mere wave of his palm, the old monk utilized his mystical power to repel the malevolent flames. Extending his hand, he summoned a myriad of characters, drawing countless wicked fires into his grasp. The middle-aged beauty let out a cold snort, her entire being radiating golden light. The surrounding malevolent flames could not invade her body in the slightest. At that moment, however, the sinister Judge Pakong began to laugh, his gaze dark and foreboding, as he was enveloped in terrifying malevolent fire. Despite the flames swirling around him, he remained utterly silent. I was filled with astonishment. The malevolent fire, fueled by even the slightest sin, could incinerate a person into nothingness. Given Judge Pakong's lifetime of evil deeds, how could he possibly wield such flames? It seemed utterly impossible. Yet, the reality unfolded before my eyes. In that moment, I too felt a sense of bewilderment. Huang Sanxian roared, forming seals with his hands. The malevolent fire is a flame used to vanquish monsters and demons. How do you wield such fire? Judge Pakong replied with a sinister grin, his entire being ablaze with black flames. Who said I wield this fire? It constantly consumes my soul, and I merely utilize it to attack. I am incapable of mastering the malevolent flames. This power is beyond the grasp of mere mortals. A sudden realization struck me, yet my heart sank deeper into fear. The agony of being consumed by malevolent fire is excruciating. Furthermore, such flames incessantly devour the soul. An ordinary person could not endure for long before succumbing to death. Yet, Judge Pakong maintained this state. Observing him, I saw that his body was enveloped in dark energy, within which contorted faces of women writhed in torment. They struggled to escape. They were thwarted by an eerie force, unable to flee. At that juncture, a comprehensive understanding dawned upon me. It became apparent why you found it necessary to extinguish the lives of so many women. You were, in essence, replenishing your own essence with their souls, thereby fortifying yourself against the consuming inferno of karmic retribution. Given the perpetual nature of this fiery torment, your relentless pursuit of victims would know no cessation. The malevolent Bao Zheng applauded with a sardonic grin, remarking, "Indeed, you possess considerable insight." My pronouncements elicited a palpable shift in the countenance of the three formidable figures. Considering the rate at which karmic fire devours, you should not have had sufficient time to replenish yourself, Huang Sanxian exclaimed in astonishment. How is it that you still persist? A cacophony of derisive laughter erupted from the wicked Bao Zheng as a woman's visage materialized within the swirling darkness that enveloped him, only to be consumed by the relentless flames of karmic retribution. Upon this land, he proclaimed, humanity is in no short supply. The demise of a mere few is of little consequence. A surge of indignation and horror coursed through me as I realized that the nefarious Bao Zheng was, in essence, a mobile instrument of death. Life itself served as the fuel that propelled him. Even in a state of inaction, he was compelled to extinguish lives in order to withstand the devouring nature of karmic fire. Without such carnage, he would assuredly perish. As the sinister Bao Zheng advanced, the wails of countless women echoed within the black flames that danced around him. Yet, with a sense of perverse satisfaction, he extended his arms, declaring, "With each step I take, the souls of these women are subjected to annihilation. My very existence in this world, each breath I draw, necessitates the expenditure of their lives. Within me, the cries and lamentations of the deceased are ceaseless, though they remain forever trapped." He reached out, his face contorted in a macabre reverie, and placed his hand upon his heart. It is the essence of countless beautiful women that sustains the rhythm of this heart. They have yet to reach adulthood, and they have not yet experienced the splendors of life, yet they are fated to perish at my hands. His words ignited a fury within the three formidable beings. "Evil Bao Gong, should I refrain from slaying you today, I shall not be worthy of the title of Taoist." Huang Sanxian's rage surged as he extended his hand. In that instant, three colossal statues crashed down upon evil Bao Gong. However, he merely sneered, unleashing a torrent of malevolent flames. In that moment, another woman's wail faded away from his presence. "Continue. Your attempts to harm me will only reverberate within the souls of these women. In truth, it is you who have condemned them to death." Evil Bao Gong cackled wickedly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the impact of the three statues. Huang Sanxian and Apos. S expression shifted dramatically, a sense of turmoil engulfing his Tao heart. The elderly monk beside him urgently exclaimed, "Do not fall into his trap. Even if we refrain from attacking him, the souls he possesses will still be depleted. His very existence relies on the vitality of others. We must eliminate him today, or more lives will be lost. Thus, some sacrifice is unavoidable." Upon hearing this, Huang Sanqian's demeanor improved considerably. Yet evil Baogong, provoked, exhibited a mad gleam in his eyes. What a noble sentiment of sacrificing the self for the greater good. But do those innocent souls deserve to be sacrificed? They have done no wrong, yet must bear the brunt of this unwarranted calamity. I stepped forward, my expression one of disdain, declaring, "It is you who has imprisoned the souls of these women, yet you dare to accuse us of wanton slaughter of the innocent. With remarkable audacity, you dare to release those women's souls? Today, I shall battle you to the death." The malevolent judge quickly regained his composure, letting out a chilling laugh. "Did you not desire their release? Then by all means, set them free." With a mere gesture, countless shadows surged forth towards us. To my astonishment, these shadows took the form of women's faces, each reflecting their appearance in life. At that moment, a surge of indignation welled up within me. Very well. Since it has come to this, do not blame me. By the supreme decree, I command the wandering souls, spirits of the deceased, to be embraced by the four births. Witness as I invoke the Taoist incantation for rebirth. The wicked judge cackled maniacally. "Do not delude yourself. Even if a bodhisattva were to appear, they cannot save them today. They were mine in life, and they are my souls in death." Yet, in the blink of an eye, his expression shifted dramatically. How could this be possible? Chapter 82. Desperate battle. I gently closed my eyes, reciting the mantra for liberation. In an instant, the souls of the approaching girls displayed serene expressions, one by one, as they descended into the earth. No, this cannot be. How can these souls be liberated? The malevolent spirit fixed me with a peculiar gaze, a chilling smile creeping across his face. "It seems you harbor a tremendous secret." I opened my eyes, my expression one of disdain. "I have already liberated at least half of your souls. You cannot endure for much longer." The malevolent spirit remained silent, yet internally, he was gripped by anxiety. The souls of these girls were under his sinister control, inextricably bound to him. The fact that I could forcibly liberate them was utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, the old monk was also chanting the Buddhist mantra for liberation. However, the girls merely experienced a moment of anguish before swiftly recovering and launching frenzied attacks against him. The Buddhist mantra proved ineffective. At that moment, all eyes turned towards me. Yao Laosi exclaimed, "Master, your mantra is truly remarkable. Just look at the old monk's pallor. It is simply dreadful." I shot him a glare, quickly adopting a pale expression. "Elders, please eliminate him swiftly. I have just employed forbidden techniques, and my lifespan has been reduced by at least a decade. I am utterly powerless." The old monk's gaze towards me softened at last. He had cultivated the rebirth mantra for many years, believing that it could guide the deceased to the afterlife, liberate the troubled from suffering, dispel nightmares, and eliminate unwarranted disasters. Yet now, he found himself unable to save even these young women, leaving him utterly humiliated. However, upon hearing my words, he sighed in relief. It was entirely reasonable for forbidden techniques to wield immense power. I feigned weakness and sat on the ground. The malevolent official, however, sneered and said, "What you are employing is not a forbidden technique at all. You are merely pretending. Surely, you must harbor some earth-shattering secret. Pray, divulge this secret to me." I feigned panic and replied, "I possess no secrets. To contend with you, I have expended 10 years of my life." "What a lamentable loss," he mused. "How many 10-year spans does one have in a lifetime?" At that moment, the malevolent official suddenly expressed his dismay. The three mighty figures had already arrived, their formidable power erupting uncontrollably. In an instant, the strength of the three immortals transformed into chains, binding him tightly. The old monk wasted no words and delivered a resounding slap. As it fell, it radiated a terrifying golden light, as though it contained an entire world within. When that slap descended, its power was boundless and imbued with dreadful force. The malevolent official bore the brunt of this strike, spitting blood. In a fit of rage, he roared, flames of fury igniting as he attempted to sever the chains. Huang Sanxian was instantly engulfed in excruciating pain and urgently cried out, "Quick, kill him!" The middle-aged beauty wasted no words either, drawing her sword and striking forth. In an instant, a cold radiance descended beneath the gleam of the sword. The malevolent Bao Gong erupted with infernal flames, breaking free from his chains and evading the attack. However, as the blade descended, a piercing scream escaped his lips, for one of his arms had been severed and lay upon the ground, blood gushing forth with wild abandon. Witnessing this spectacle, I could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Indeed, these three formidable beings were worthy of their renown. Old Fourth Yao cast a glance and remarked, "These three seniors are truly formidable." Among them, I recognized only Huang Sanxian. Curiosity compelled me to inquire about the others. That elderly monk is remarkably powerful. He is Master Hua Sheng, the abbot of the King Kong Temple. And that woman is even more formidable. She is the thousand-handed goddess, hailing from a highly esteemed nunnery. I nodded, a sense of understanding dawning upon me. At this moment, the battle raged fiercely. Master Huasheng unleashed his palm, and a terrifying golden radiance erupted forth in waves. His Buddhist cultivation was immensely formidable, rivaling even that of the malevolent Bao Gong. I was struck with awe. The name of Master Huasheng seemed peculiar. It had derived from the essence of seeing the Buddha in the peanut, embodying a profound Zen wisdom that far surpassed that of any ordinary sage. The Buddhist realm within his palm was an unfathomable power, said to originate from the true Buddha. In Buddhism, there is a principle that one flower represents a world, and one leaf signifies enlightenment. Within the grasp of the true Buddha lies an entire realm of enlightenment. When he strikes, it is as though the might of a nation is unleashed, a truly fearsome force. Nonetheless, despite the grand title of divine ability, when Master Huasheng's palm descended, it merely released a glimmer of golden light. It is no wonder, for we find ourselves in the age of decline, where the so-called spells are not as formidable as one might envision. Yao Laosi, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but exclaim, "Truly remarkable. This is far more exhilarating than any action film." Yet, the realm of the Buddhist kingdom in one's palm is but an illusion. I cast him a sidelong glance and replied helplessly, "We are all in the same predicament. The spells are not as powerful as imagined. If it were indeed the true Buddhist kingdom in one's palm, a single strike could potentially devastate the entire school or even the whole city. That is the realm of deities and enlightened beings, a state truly worthy of aspiration." Yao Laoxi's face reflected admiration, but I could only shake my head with a bitter smile. The realm of the divine is not easily attained, let alone divine beings. Those who can surpass the age limit of 120 are exceedingly rare. The fierce battle rages on before us. The infamous Xie Bao Gong undoubtedly possesses genuine mystical prowess, as do the three formidable beings. Hence, this clash is nothing short of spectacular, with both sides unleashing terrifying spells. The very heavens tremble with the force of their magic, an array of spells unfolding before our eyes. Observing the dazed young women surrounding us, Yao Laosi and I hastily endeavored to extricate them from danger. Yet, Xie Bao Gong clasped his hands together and declared, "Since you have come, you shall perish, become my offerings." In the next instant, the 80 young women before me erupted in a gruesome display, reduced to mere fragments of flesh. At that moment, my countenance turned ashen, while Yao Laosi continued to carry the women away. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, utterly shattered. "Evil Bao Gong, I have slain you." The sight of so many innocent lives extinguished drove him to the brink of madness. This was the fate of over 80 young maidens, a maddening reality indeed. With a maniacal laugh, evil Bao Gong and Appo's dark aura intensified, transforming the previously unfavorable situation into one of overwhelming advantage. Not enough, summon another group. With a wave of his hand, more girls attempted to ascend to the rooftop. Meanwhile, I and Yao Lao Si resolutely barred the entrance, preventing these girls from entering. However, they came in swarms. I was reaching my limit. Yao Lao Si pressed his body against the door, his feet helplessly scraping against the ground. Witnessing this scene, I, in a moment of desperation, recited the tranquility spell, empowered by the force of virtue. Instantly, a serene silence enveloped me. It seemed they had managed to break free from evil Bao Gong's control. Damn it! What are you concealing within yourself? Evil Bao Gong exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. Chapter 83. The malevolence of human nature I refrained from answering. The power of virtue coursing through me is my most profound secret. Should it be revealed, both righteous and malevolent factions would seek to trouble me, for this power pertains to something exceedingly terrifying: immortality. The ramifications of such an event would be unimaginable. Contemplating this, I gently closed my eyes, my expression suffused with helplessness. Noticing my silence, the nefarious Bao Gong erupted into a fit of laughter, addressing the three formidable beings, Aran and Apos. "To you curious? This mere guardian of simplicity wields such terrifying power. I had sensed a force augmenting him, enabling him to reach this juncture. To allow a guardian of simplicity to contend with a seeker of profundity. Could it be that this artifact is an immortal treasure?" As soon as these words escaped his lips, the three formidable beings turned their gazes toward me. I hastily countered, "Such a notion is unfounded. Esteemed seniors, do not fall for his trickery." Huang Sanxian furrowed his brow as he regarded me, then suddenly sighed. "Bao Gong's strength is overwhelming. I fear the three of us may not prevail. If you truly possess an immortal treasure, could you lend it to me? I shall return it once I am done." A bitter taste filled my heart. I had not anticipated that one utterance from Bao Gong would provoke such a significant reaction. "Esteemed senior, I do not possess such an artifact. Had I truly owned one, I would not have found myself in this predicament," I quickly retorted. Master Huasheng cast a sidelong glance at me, asserting, "I can sense that you possess a treasure. It bears a connection to my Buddha. Pray relinquish it." Although the thousand-handed goddess uttered no words, her gaze was directed towards me. With my hands spread wide, I rose to my feet. I bore no celestial treasures upon my person, and I swore to the heavens that if I possessed such treasures, I would meet my demise beneath the thunder of the 9 heavens. Upon uttering this declaration, the three formidable beings ceased their scrutiny of me. A sigh of relief escaped my lips, leaving me with a profound sense of powerlessness. Well, of cultivators and practitioners of Buddhism, in the end, they are but human. As long as one is human, the allure of celestial treasures is irresistible. I too was no exception. After all, celestial treasures are the true possessions of immortals. Perhaps one could glimpse the realm of the immortals through such treasures. The sinister Bao Gong regarded me with a mocking smile. "Boy, even if your words flow as smoothly as silk, they cannot alter the reality of your possession of celestial treasures. Otherwise, what means do you have to contend with me?" I retorted directly, "What I employed earlier was merely a forbidden technique that consumes my lifespan." Forbidden technique? If such a technique could enable a mere novice to vanquish the profound, then it is indeed a terrifying art. How imbibit? As I watched Bao Gong's attempts to sow discord, my heart raced with anxiety. At that moment, Lao Si Yao leaped forth. "You wretched dog, what nonsense you spout! You've slain so many, and none can save you. Let us all join forces to slay him." Yet, his words were met with silence. The three powerful beings observed with cold indifference. I felt utterly disheartened, for I had not anticipated that these three mighty figures would still harbor doubts regarding my possession of celestial treasures. Surrender the celestial treasures, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, both you and this rotund individual shall meet your demise. The malevolent figure, known as the evil Bao Gong, has approached. In a fit of rage, Yao Laosi seized a shotgun, exclaiming, "I am no rotund man." He fired a shot, yet the evil Bao Gong had already vanished. In the next moment, Yao Laosi's expression turned to one of utter horror. The evil Bao Gong extended his hand, and the malevolent flames began to encircle Yao Laosi. Upon witnessing this, I realized that I could no longer remain passive. The malevolent flames, once they taint a soul, yield endless repercussions. Even if Yao Laozi were to survive, he would be rendered a fool, lacking a complete essence. Contemplating this, I found myself weary of pretense. Harnessing the power of virtue, I bit my tongue, allowing my blood to drip onto the peach-wood sword. In that moment, I directed my finger at the evil Bagong. Instantly, he felt an indescribable terror. He hastily released Yao Laozi and retreated swiftly. At that instant, the heavenly thunder descended. The dreadful thunder brought forth an incomprehensible force. In the blink of an eye, it struck down. Cries of anguish filled the air. The evil Bagong's body trembled violently. The vengeful spirits surrounding him incessantly attempted to shield him from the thunder. Yet, with each strike, his cries of torment echoed. The ability to summon heavenly thunder is astonishing. Huang Sanqian's eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets. What appeared to be a simple act was, in truth, immensely formidable. The might of heaven and earth is inherently unfathomable to both deities and spirits. Heavenly thunder. Even more so, aside from mythical beings, it is utterly impossible for mere mortals to invoke such power, even in the slightest. For this is the true might of heaven and earth. Master Peanut chanted a Buddhist mantra and marveled, saying, "Even the most profound can hardly withstand the wrath of heavenly thunder." My complexion turned pale as the power of merit rapidly dissipated. However, having reached this juncture, I resolved to exert every ounce of my strength. The heavenly thunder fell incessantly, and the body of the malevolent Bagong gradually fragmented. He attempted to use his nefarious flames as a barrier, yet against the heavenly thunder, such flames proved utterly ineffective. As the thunder subsided, I gasped for breath, completely depleted of the power of merit. In the distance, the malevolent Bagong stood motionless, enveloped in darkness. After a considerable time, he spoke. "Such a formidable celestial treasure is truly remarkable. It is a pity, however, that you still cannot kill me." My expression changed drastically as I exclaimed, "Impossible! I possess a treasure armor that effectively counters heavenly thunder. Yet, even so, I have sustained such grievous harm." "Chen Sansheng, what on earth did your grandfather leave you? I have heard that while your grandfather is known as a half-immortal, he truly wielded celestial methods. It is said that he left the celestial mechanism tower to comprehend the secrets of ascension." Upon uttering these words, the three formidable beings stood in stunned silence. Yet, I cannot contain my laughter. The secret of ascension? My grandfather merely retired to his home. Where could such a secret possibly originate? If he truly possessed it, he would not have met such a fate. The malevolent Bagong chuckled, saying, "The act of ascension itself is fraught with peril. Failure is entirely commonplace." I had grown weary of engaging with him, the entire being slumped onto the ground. "My resources have been exhausted. You may now take action." "I am weary, truly weary." The words of the malevolent official have drawn the avaricious gazes of the three formidable beings upon me. Indeed, what is the essence of cultivating Buddhism or the Tao? In the end, it all reveals the grotesque nature of humanity. I would rather revert to being a fool. "May your journey be smooth." The malevolent official extended his hand, unleashing a surge of wicked flames that surged towards me. At that moment, Huang Sanqian, as if awakening from a dream, hastily positioned himself in front of me. While resisting the malevolent flames, he shouted, "Surrender the celestial treasures upon your person. This is not something you can wield. Indeed, this matter is far too intricate for your grasp." Master Huasheng remarked. "Precisely," the thousand-handed goddess commented with a hint of indifference. My heart swelled with anger and sorrow. Yet I forced a bitter smile as I said, "The celestial treasures I possess have already depleted their energy. They need to absorb moonlight. Senior, hold on. As soon as the treasures in my possession regain their power, I will rush to your aid." Having said this, I seized hold of Yao Laozi and dashed through the entrance. Just as the three formidable beings were about to pursue, the malevolent official launched a surprise attack from behind. A piercing scream echoed, and Huang Sanqian bore a wound that exposed the very bone beneath. Chapter 84. Visitors from the L family accompanied by Yao Laozi. I hastily retreated from the rooftop, consumed by the fear that a moment's delay could lead to my untimely demise. I must concede that Xie Baogong is truly formidable. Not only does he possess tremendous power, but he also has an uncanny ability to perceive the intricacies of human nature. Just moments ago, he found himself at a disadvantage, and had I allied with the three great masters, his demise would have been inevitable. Yet with a mere few words, he shifted their focus entirely onto me. Contemplating this, I could not help but scoff at the so-called Taoist, monk, and nun. Ultimately, they are but a band of soulless miscreants. Yao Laosi, standing beside me, echoed my disdain, remarking how these three fools naively accepted Xie Baogong's words, genuinely believing in the existence of the so-called celestial treasures. With a heavy sigh, I shook my head. Our immediate priority was to vacate this academic building. The rooftop reverberated with surges of energy, causing the entire female dormitory to tremble slightly. The ferocity of the battle unfolding was unfathomable. As I scanned the vicinity of the dormitory, a wave of terror washed over me. I was horrified to discover that not a single girl remained. They had all mysteriously vanished. At that moment, a troop of paper figures approached us, led by one clad in white garments, its face adorned with a painted smile. It commanded us, all of you, proceed to the rooftop. It is the master's directive. A command? By what authority do you speak? Yao Laosi let out a menacing laugh, brandishing a peachwood sword and lunging forward. The paper figure emitted a shriek as it was impaled against the wall. These so-called paper figures appeared formidable, yet in truth, they are utterly defenseless. It is only the frail-hearted girls who harbor fear. Pray tell, what purpose does the sinister Bao Gong serve with so many women? Yet, faced with the relentless interrogation from Yao Laosi, the paper figure merely shouted, "Long live," before its form erupted into fragments. The other paper figures followed suit. We gleaned nothing from them. Yao Laosi, in a fit of fury, found himself powerless. I placed a cautious hand on his shoulder and said, "Let us depart." I had just observed from the rooftop that not only Huang Sanxian and his companions had arrived, but others as well. What ensued was bound to be intriguing. Thus, Yao Laosi and I made our way out of the girls' dormitory. To my horror, the dormitory stood desolate, devoid of any remnants. Where had those girls vanished? Soon, I recognized the unsettling truth. On the playground, a throng of girls had amassed, densely packed. Their vacant eyes betrayed a loss of control as they wandered aimlessly. Yao Laosi, aghast, seemed on the brink of madness. Heavens, look at how many girls are here. There must be no fewer than 1,000. It appears the majority of the girls have congregated on the playground. I spoke through clenched teeth. Undoubtedly, these thousands of girls are the offerings. What is about to unfold is beyond imagination. Yao Laosi slumped to the ground, his face a mask of terror as he uttered, "Qinshi Huang sought immortality with but a few thousand young men and women. If so many girls were to perish, it would spell disaster. Indeed, it is a matter of utmost gravity. My heart is profoundly shaken. If thousands of young women were to perish in an instant, it would undoubtedly provoke unprecedented turmoil. That would signal the onset of true calamity." Old Yao nodded, his complexion turning ashen. Although supernatural occurrences are rampant, with terrifying apparitions appearing intermittently, the Taoist alliance has managed to keep casualties to a minimum. However, we are now within a school renowned for its large population. The sheer number of these young women is staggering. At this moment, they have lost control over themselves, moving about like marionettes. I squinted, and soon I remarked, "This is a formation. Once completed, all the young women here will become sacrifices. If this is indeed the case, we are in serious trouble. A solution must be devised." I shook my head, gazing at the multitude of young women before me. With my current capabilities, it is impossible to intervene. The power required to control such a vast number of individuals is beyond my comprehension. What then shall we do? Old Yao's face paled further, unable to suppress his words. Are we to stand idly by as so many lives are extinguished? Fear not, for this school is not solely ours. At this moment, the young women are gathering, emitting strange sounds. They glide with their heels barely touching the ground, moving in a weightless manner. They form a swift circle, and soon, a crimson light materializes upon the playground. It dawned upon me that these young women are intended as sacrifices, meant to activate something at the center of the playground. Upon this realization, I clasped my hands together, attempting to invoke a calming incantation. Alas, my reservoir of merit had been entirely depleted, rendering my efforts futile. Not only that, but several girls, observing our predicament, suddenly charged towards us. Before I could evade, they had already pounced upon Yao Laosi. These girls possessed tremendous strength, and despite Yao Laosi and Appo's desperate struggles, he could not break free. "Do not move, you might hurt them," I exclaimed urgently, as I hastily produced several talismans. One talisman adhered to a girl's forehead, instantly soothing her into silence. However, the remaining girls continued to surge towards me. I was toppled to the ground, overwhelmed by their force. They descended upon me, biting ferociously. I let out a cry, as their bites were vicious, nearly tearing flesh from my body. At that moment, I could not afford to dwell on the pain. I summoned a surge of energy, temporarily subduing 3 of the girls. They writhed with great strength, their bodies convulsing, heads shaking erratically like a horde of zombies. Gritting my teeth, I extended my hands, affixing talismans to their foreheads. Their nails, however, still managed to claw at my skin. After a prolonged struggle, I finally subdued these girls, lying on the ground, ready to catch my breath, when I heard a mocking voice. "The esteemed master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is utterly exhausted from subduing a few women. Truly, a name devoid of substance." I lifted my gaze to the speaker. He was a young man, seemingly of similar age to myself. He donned a Taoist robe, exuding an air of elegance and grace, with a sword slung across his back. Beside him stood an elderly man in a similar robe, whose extraordinary presence made him appear akin to a sword himself. An invisible sword aura emanated from him, causing my eyes to ache merely from gazing upon him. I turned my head and smiled, saying the only family that could possess such sword energy, apart from the El clan, escapes my mind. "Haha, you possess keen insight to know of my elf family," the man replied with a smile. I rose to my feet, dusting off the soil from my clothes, my gaze filled with astonishment as I looked toward the elderly figure in the distance. The elf family is no ordinary lineage. They're the true descendants of sword immortals. Their revered ancestor is none other than the renowned El Yin. If the name El Yin does not resonate profoundly, this illustrious ancestor is also known by another name, El Dongbin. Chapter 85. The 17 Swords / I never anticipated that even you would arrive. It appears the situation is dire. I turned my gaze towards the elder before me, dismissing the individual of my own age at my side. By virtue of my rank and identity, as the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, I am indeed a significant member of the Taoist Alliance. The elder cast a fleeting glance in my direction, his expression devoid of warmth, as he remarked, "I did not expect your grandfather, a learned man, to have such a mediocre grandson." I managed a bitter smile. At least he refrained from calling me foolish. "Nevertheless, you are correct. The situation is far from optimistic. This school has laid out numerous malevolent traps, each one exceedingly difficult to unravel. The one before us, however, is the most fearsome of them all, the 18 Shadows." I abruptly scanned my surroundings and indeed discovered 18 silhouettes encircling the playground. It was they who had caused these girls to lose control, transforming them into mere shells of their former selves. The 18 Shadows are no ordinary foes. Each possesses formidable power. Moreover, if we fail to eliminate them swiftly, they will revive, making them even more formidable adversaries. A young man shot me an irritated glance. "We are well aware of what you speak, but the issue lies in the fact that we alone cannot vanquish the 18 Shadows. As for you, with your limited cultivation, it would be wise for you to remain on the sidelines." Yao Laosi, incensed, was about to retort when I intervened, saying, "With your esteemed Liu family present, I find solace. You must be one of the elders of the Liu family, though I am unaware of your name." I spoke with utmost respect. The elderly man, clad in a yellow robe, exuded an air of profound aloofness. He cast a fleeting glance at me and remarked, "Did your grandfather never mention me?" I was momentarily taken aback, recalling a fragment of conversation. My grandfather had indeed spoken of the El family producing sword-wielding heroes, the most renowned among them being El Batio, known as the Sword Immortal. The old man threw his head back and laughed heartily, an intangible sword energy radiating from his being. Your grandfather, that man, would never sing my praises. He is far too proud for such flattery. You, however, possess a greater understanding of the subtleties of human interaction than he ever did. I offered a hollow laugh, opting for silence. A young man then patted me on the shoulder, introducing himself with a smile. I am El Xiao. A fine name indeed. Hee, I have come here with my master. As our conversation flowed, a sudden chill swept through the air, the winds carrying an ominous portent. El Batio's expression turned grave. This is not good. The formation has shifted. At that moment, a sinister wind howled. On the field, countless girls began to chant incantations, unleashing a harrowing malevolence. Surrounding the playground were 18 female specters, their faces twisted into eerie smiles. These 18 specters were former high school students of this institution, now turned into harbingers of doom after suffering unspeakable fates. They emanated an aura of dread, uniting to ensnare the playground in a suffocating embrace. The individuals within the playground fell under the influence of this dark energy, rendered numb and controlled. The specters were truly terrifying. Their malevolence, if left unchecked, would claim even more lives. As El Batio spoke, his sword was already unsheathed, ready to confront the encroaching darkness, though separated by a distance of 100 meters. A single swing of the sword cleaved through the air. One of the 18 specters had been severed in two. The dismembered female ghost bore a fierce expression, yet she was not vanquished. The 18 specters were interconnected. They must all be annihilated in one breath. I hastily cautioned, "There is no need for your guidance." El Batio replied, his eyes gently closed. Behind him, the sword case trembled, and one by one, swords surged forth. These blades floated in midair, rendering El Batio a figure of celestial elegance. I was in awe. Truly, it was no exaggeration to say that he hailed from a lineage of sword immortals. His mastery of sword control was indeed legendary. Remarkable, old Fourth Yao exclaimed, chuckling. The lineage of El Dongbin is nothing short of divine. However, El Xiao interjected, in truth, only my ancestor has truly attained immortality. We descendants have yet to grasp the essence of the sword path. I winced slightly at this. Naturally, if every member of the El family were sword immortals, they would indeed be invincible. Nonetheless, while the El family may not be the foremost clan, it remains an exceptionally formidable lineage. After all, provoking a family with a sword immortal is daunting to contemplate. At that moment, 12 beams of golden light erupted from El Batio, and 12 swords charged towards the 18 specters. Meanwhile, El Batio's expression remained neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow. As 5 swords hovered before him, sweat glistened on his brow, yet he recited fervently, once in the heavens 3,000 tribulations, now on earth 500 years. The sword's edge gleams with purple lightning, while the furnace's flames rise in azure smoke. Upon riding the white deer across the azure sea, I once again mount the azure bull to enter the celestial cave. My modest skills are merely a trifling jest. Unbeknownst to all, I am a true immortal. With a swift motion, the sword is unleashed. In an instant, the blade's aura radiates, its brilliance weaving through the air, unleashing unimaginable devastation. In but a fleeting moment, 17 or 18 strikes have pierced the corporeal form of the 18. At this juncture, even I cannot help but marvel at the prowess displayed. Truly, it is an exquisite mastery. These 17 strikes possess boundless might. Even the most adept of Taoist sages could find themselves felled by a moment's carelessness. Return. The 17 beams of light swiftly retract into the sword's sheath. El Batio, drenched in perspiration, bears an expression that betrays his exhaustion. Undoubtedly, this maneuver has drained a considerable portion of his magical energy. After all, he is not a genuine sword immortal. Such celestial techniques exact a tremendous toll even when employed once. Master, young Hero El approaches, eager to assist El Batio. The latter remains silent, his gaze solemnly fixed ahead. At this moment, he wears an expression of astonishment. How can this be? What is the matter? Young Hero El inquires with a smile. Did you not vanquish the 18? Master, I witnessed it. Your 18 strikes are truly awe-inspiring, capable of stirring the heavens and weeping the spirits. Alas, these 18 strikes did not deliver the fatal blow to the 18. As I gaze into the distance, my countenance reflects disbelief. The 18 strikes clearly struck true. How can this be? The might of the 18 strikes is boundless, imbued with fearsome sword energy akin to divine prowess. Not to mention El Batio's sword sheath, a treasured artifact passed down through generations of the El family. Within it lies the accumulated sword energy of the El family, nurtured through generations. The swords, contained within their scabbard, possess an unfathomable power. Yet, the 18 shadows, though shattered into fragments, continue to writhe, their severed heads adorned with sinister smiles. At this moment, a sense of unease stirred within me. Suddenly, an unforeseen change occurred. The bodies of the 18 shadows began to heal. The devastating damage inflicted by the sword energy completely erased. Senior, while your 18 swords are indeed incredibly swift, they did not simultaneously vanquish the 18 shadows. There must have been a lapse of time in between, I observed, leaving El Xiaojia in utter astonishment. Isn't even a brief delay unacceptable? Evidently, it was not. I shook my head and turned my gaze toward El Batio. With your discerning eye, you must understand why this was necessary. El Batio let out a bitter laugh, glaring at me before slowly rising to his feet. Do you truly believe me to be a celestial swordsman? The ability to wield 17 swords at once is already my limit. It is not a matter of desire, but one of sheer impossibility. Chapter 86. Seeking immortals, it seems that simultaneous assault is imperative. Otherwise, the 18 shades remain unsolvable. I quickly discerned the predicament. Relying solely on myself has proven insufficient. El Batio surveyed the surroundings and suddenly exclaimed, "Fellow Taoists, why merely observe? Ha ha! Who would have thought that even El Batio could encounter a setback? Indeed, have you not always proclaimed yourself the unrivaled master of the sword? It appears that even you cannot contend with these 18 shades." Amidst the laughter, a throng of individuals approached. I glanced over and was taken aback. There were no fewer than a dozen of them, none lacking in strength. Clearly, the Taoist Alliance has invested considerable resources this time. Well, I have no time to engage in petty rivalries with you. The 18 shades have converged, and if we do not intervene, these young maidens are undoubtedly doomed, El Batio stated gravely. At the forefront stood a bearded Taoist, clad in a Zhongshan suit and donning sunglasses, resembling a fortune teller. We are not mere spectators. Just moments ago, we have already set up the formation. Now, we merely need to activate it to avert this catastrophe. Then what are we waiting for? El Batio glanced around. We have been waiting for this very moment. Form the array. With this command, the ground trembled slightly. 18 high platforms began to rise gradually. Let us proceed. El Batio dashed forward, claiming one of the high platforms, while the others similarly occupied their respective positions. I followed LV Batio, my gaze sweeping around. The school had transformed into a veritable hell. A sinister aura filled the air, accompanied by the eerie laughter of girls everywhere. At this moment, any reckless action would surely lead to death. Young Master LV walked beside me, engaging in conversation. I couldn't help but envy you. Despite your limited cultivation, you have inherited the legacy of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. When will I ever reach your level? Upon hearing his words, I managed a wry smile and replied, "Do you think I desire this? I would gladly cling to your coattails if I could. Unfortunately, the 9 Taoist masters have gone missing." Young Master LV nodded, a smile gracing his face. You have a point. The 9 Taoist masters are formidable, rivaling even my master. My master has fought against the 9 Taoist masters before. Oh, I inquired with curiosity, what was the outcome? It should have ended in a stalemate. I nodded as expected. At that moment, we had reached the summit of the platform. You must guard the platform for me. Should it be destroyed, we will face grave trouble, LV Batio instructed, looking at us. Understood. Without further ado, LV Batio leaped gracefully onto the platform, embodying effortless elegance. Meanwhile, others began to take their positions on the various platforms. 18 platforms completely enveloped the entire playground, encasing the 18 shadows. A grand battle was on the verge of commencing. In that moment, I felt an exhilarating rush. Young Master LV's face flushed with excitement. To partake in such a monumental showdown is indeed a rare blessing in 3 lifetimes. Old Yao, sitting to the side, offered a wry smile and remarked, "I would rather that nothing had transpired than to witness such a fierce battle. We are unable to effect change. We can only adapt." I gently patted his shoulder. In this grand conflict, I am not the protagonist. Even with the power of merit, my role remains unchanged. We gathered around the elevated platform, awaiting the activation of the Great Array. At that moment, figures began to manifest. They were young women with contorted faces, emitting eerie laughter. It seemed as though they were being suspended by an unseen force, their bodies bent forward, hovering in midair. Amidst their disheveled hair, a pair of blood-red eyes glimmered ominously. "Be cautious, they are approaching," warned the valiant Lu. "These girls are possessed by malevolent spirits. We must devise a method to exorcise their souls, lest we find ourselves committing murder." A fleeting glance revealed the unsettling truth. These young women were not deceased. They were merely overwhelmed by dark energy. This posed a significant dilemma. However, there was no cause for alarm. Lu unsheathed a sword, a copper coin sword. He bit his tongue, allowing his blood to spatter onto the blade. Instantly, the sword shone with a brilliant golden light. As the surrounding girls drew near, they suddenly screamed in terror, their dark energies being forcefully dispelled. "What a remarkable technique!" I exclaimed in admiration. The copper coin sword was indeed extraordinary. As the saying goes, wealth can communicate with the divine. Although is a sword, the copper coin sword is in essence a magical artifact capable of traversing the realms of yin and yang. Since it can inflict harm upon both living beings and spirits, I resolutely brandished my peachwood sword, unwilling to be outdone. Lu Xiaoxia envied and remarked, "Your sword surpasses mine by far." "It is nothing," I replied, wielding the peachwood sword, delivering a strike to each girl. Though the peachwood sword lacked sharpness, upon striking the girls, they would emit a cry, their surrounding dark aura gradually dissipating. However, the girls did not awaken. Instead, they succumbed to unconsciousness. "Quickly, take these girls to a safe place," I urged urgently. "Understood." Yao Laosi rushed forward, hoisting the unconscious girls onto his shoulders. Yet he soon froze in place. "Master, where's the safe location?" I gestured towards a nearby open space. "Lay them all there, ensuring they lie down rather than face down, lest they suffocate." "All right." Yao Laosi carefully placed the girls onto the flat ground. I swiftly produced talisman paper, adhering it to the ground. Before long, a circle formed, preventing the distorted-faced girls from entering. "Goodness, with so many talismans, you must be quite wealthy," Lu Xiaoxia exclaimed in admiration, his excitement palpable as he gazed at me. "I am certainly going to befriend you. Let us not dwell on that for now. The grand formation is about to commence," I said, feeling the ground tremble slightly beneath us. Simultaneously, numerous formidable figures on the high platform began to speak. "The supreme treasure, the divine pearl, has descended for over 3 years. The Great One prepares to cross, refining the golden light. On Mount Qianyuan, the mysteries are studied." The Xianlong responds, sealing the true essence of the Qin water. "The quintessence of the 5 energies of Zhongyue maintains the balance of the 4 directions, weighing the elements of Run and Gue. We benefit from the energies of Bing and Ding. Protecting the Dharma in the west, we display the might of the demons in the south. Capturing the essence of the mouse, we subdue the multitude of demons. Vanquishing the bull demon, we witness the allegiance of the many." With a pagoda in hand and the Amiba atop my head, I beheld this scene with profound astonishment. "What are they doing?" exclaimed old Yao Si. "When you were told to read, did it all go into a dog's belly?" I shot him a glance, brimming with excitement, and replied, "This is precisely the art of summoning deities in our Taoist tradition, unlike the summoning practiced by the disciples of the horse. Our Taoist invocation requires no sacrifice of lifespan nor the need for a spiritual child. However, achieving the step is far from simple." As I spoke, various manifestations of the descended, each more formidable than the last. Some bore 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding the cosmic circle, while others exuded an innate authority, holding a pagoda in their grasp. I stood there, dumbfounded, my expression one of disbelief. Old Yao Si was equally entranced. These beings were nothing short of celestial. Had we truly summoned divine entities? It's impossible, declared the young hero Lu, shaking his head. If they possessed such power, they would have been invincible long ago. Chapter 87. Moving forward, even so, it is astonishing. Gazing at the 18 elevated platforms before me, an indescribable bitterness wells up within. The formidable beings in my presence possess profound strength, while I remain but a novice. As for Ji Qianyue, she has already attained her zenith 5 years ago. One can only imagine the vast chasm that lies between us. Moreover, this gap continues to widen, for even if I am no longer a fool, my innate talents are rather mediocre. In contrast, Ji Qianyue is an unparalleled prodigy of the ages. Without even the ability to connect with the ethereal, how could I possibly contend with her? This thought fills me with a sense of despondency, leading me to contemplate the relinquishment of my existence. However, I quickly regain my composure. Even if I were to abandon the pursuit of Ji Qianyue, I would still incur the wrath of the Jin family. With a sigh, I cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in my mind. I grasped my peachwood sword, bracing myself against the relentless onslaught of the possessed high school girls surrounding me. Each of these girls, overtaken by malevolent spirits, exhibits an unrestrained frenzy. I continuously hurl talismans, subduing them one by one. Simultaneously, the 18 vengeful spirits roar on the playground, engaging in fierce combat with the phantoms. The 18 spirits are truly terrifying, and the ethereal beings summoned are equally formidable. Thus, an extraordinary battle commences. The 18 spirits are nothing short of horrific. Having perished long ago, their lives marred by cruelty